Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Unlimited Amplification System, Awakening a 100,000-Mile Divine Realm. In the divine world, at the very bottom of all realms, within the boundless azure light nursery. This place served as the cradle for the gods of the Eastern pantheon. Within it, nearly 1 trillion god-born children were nurtured. There may be 10,000 types of gods, but regardless of their lineage, each one has the potential to rise as a supreme god, or even become an ancient and eternal sovereign. In this nursery, humans are born as demigods. From birth, they absorb divine essence passively. But once they reach adulthood and open their divine realm, the divine supply is cut off. To open a divine realm is to gain the capital to ascend as a higher god. Fail, and you're doomed to become a lesser deity, a subordinate to greater gods, a slave in divine robes. To put it more harshly, you become a dog for someone else. Lucian Carter stared down at the glassy sphere in his hand, his expression tangled in thought. Then, slowly, his eyes sharpened with resolve. For 18 years. I've worked relentlessly. Even without cheats, I was determined to become a true god. Lucian wasn't ordinary. He was a transmigrator, a soul reborn into this divine world. What he knew and understood far surpassed the average godborn. The orb in his hand was a divine seed, distributed to him just the day before by the nursery's overseer. With this, he could finally attempt to awaken his divine domain. But such a miraculous item wasn't cheap. The Azure Light Nursery only distributed one per person, free of charge, and only once. Fail, and you'd never get another. If my family hadn't perished during the War of the Gods, maybe I wouldn't feel so much pressure right now. Lucian sat down cross-legged, drew a deep breath, and calmed his mind. He looked inward, diving deep into his divine vessel, until he reached the chaotic sea within his body. There, he channeled his divine power into the glowing sphere. The dreamlike glass orb drifted downward, closer and closer to his soul. In the next moment, Lucian saw it. A faint light began to bloom within the murky sea of chaos. Color bled into darkness, slowly illuminating his inner world. He poured more energy into the seed, completely enveloping it in divine force. Time blurred. Seconds or minutes, he couldn't tell. Finally, when the orb's radiant shell fully dissolved under his power, a thunderclap echoed in his mind. Rumble. The world within him expanded at an unimaginable pace. Heaven and earth were being carved into order. The heavy sank. The pure rose. A balance of chaos and clarity. Success. My efforts haven't been in vain. Lucian stared in awe at the embryonic form of his divine realm, pride flickering in his heart. But before he could fully admire it. Ding. System detected, host has opened a divine domain and meets the qualifications to ascend as a supreme god. Augmentation module is activating. Ding. Divine realm expansion detected. 10,000-fold amplification triggered. Divine realm size increased to 100,000 square miles. So the golden finger finally decides to show up now. Lucian stared, stunned, as his divine realm began expanding like a blooming universe, empowered by the system's overwhelming multiplier. A streak of fire burst into the air. From the very foundation of the realm, a massive fireball nearly 1,000 meters wide shot upward, illuminating the skies of Lucian's emerging world. They say new gods usually begin with no more than 10,000 square miles of divine realm, Lucian murmured. Even that's enough to grant them the status of deity. A grin slowly spread across his face. And mine is 10 times larger. Ha! I really am meant to rise. Lucian opened his eyes. The world was no longer the same. In this universe, the size and development of a god's domain were much like spiritual roots in cultivation tales, a direct reflection of a god's potential. The larger and more stable the realm, the more complete its laws and the denser its divine energy. A beginner god wielding 100,000 square miles of divine domain could already shatter the heavenly gate and ascend into higher realms. The divine power structure of this universe followed a strict hierarchy. Demigod. First-tier god. Lesser god. Middle god. High god. Main god. Creation god. And above that, levels beyond comprehension. Lucian couldn't even glimpse that upper echelon. It wasn't within his reach. As for ascending to the next space, the Azure Light Nursery was merely a training ground for fledgling gods. A place to grow. If he wanted to leave, he'd need to become at least a lesser god, only then could he break through the heavenly gate. Now, for the first time, Lucian felt that he might truly have that power. Still. A divine realm by itself isn't enough, he whispered. To develop it, I need believers and fragments of lost worlds. In the boundless divine system, the greatest gods stood atop countless universes. To grow stronger, a god had to merge new lands, cultivate their followers, and expand their dominion. Staying in the lower planes had its advantages. Less danger. Less competition. If Lucian jumped straight into a higher world, even with his immense starting domain, he'd once again be just a bottom-tier god. That wasn't something he could accept. As Lucian meditated, the system's augmentation completed. His divine realm fully solidified, stretching out over 100,000 square miles. A vast and sovereign world now lay before him. He could perceive it all, without even closing his eyes. More than that, he could project his physical body inside. The divine domain was now almost indistinguishable from reality. Towering mountains. Endless rivers. Verdant grasslands. Floating clouds painted in vibrant hues. Even seas and islands were scattered throughout the realm. The only thing missing was life. Gods, according to the laws of this world, could not create sentient beings until they reached the rank of creation god. Thus, fledgling gods like Lucian needed believers to populate and help manage the domain. Then suddenly. Ding. You have received an invitation from the 10,000 Realms chat group. Would you like to join the 10,000 Realms chat group? Lucian's breath caught in his throat. I just became a god, and already I'm being invited into a multiversal chat group. Is this a rule of the divine world too? Chapter 2, the 10,000 Realms chat group, say goodbye to believer problems. Within the 10,000 Realms chat group, a new name suddenly appeared. A newcomer had joined the group, and their arrival immediately drew attention from several members. Captain of the Caribbean. Another newcomer, What a glorious day. Come, share your tale while I pour myself a drink. Demon Blade Spirit. You can the newbie send pics. Cutealert.jpg. Scientific Shinobi. Welcome to the group, newcomer. General Lee. The group's been more active than usual lately. I'll say hello properly after I finish this skirmish. The Demon Blade Spirit chimed in again, playful as ever. Don't be shy, newbie. I'll give you a quick rundown. No one knows who created this chat group, but it's clearly made by some great cosmic force. It connects people from countless different worlds. Most of us come from completely different dimensions. So don't worry about privacy. You can even change your display name if you want. As for chatting, just meditate. Think your message clearly in your mind, and it'll show up in the chat. While listening, Lucian Carter scanned the member list. So far, there were only 6 members. Besides the 4 already speaking, there were 4 Peace. Young Lord of Gusu. Captain of the Caribbean. TCH. Another lurker. Another deep-sea diver. Bah, if the newbie won't speak, what's the point? Drinking alone is just sad. I might as well go raid a merchant ship today. Scientific Shinobi. You're a pirate. You lie as easily as you breathe. Aren't you afraid someone's going to track you through this chat? Captain Garrick. And yet here I am. The English Navy wants me every day, but I'm still alive, and still drinking. Being a pirate's the only way to live, mate. Demon Blade Spirit. Will the 2 of you shut up already? One of you dissects people all day. The other robs ships like it's a hobby. If I weren't so bored, I'd never talk to either of you. Humph, angry.jpg. Scientific Shinobi. Hey now. That was research. I was studying immortality. Everyone has something they chase in life, right? Scientific Shinobi. Weren't you the one who went silent for 3 months before popping up again? You should be the one welcoming the new guy. Demon Blade Spirit. TCH, he hasn't even said anything. What do you expect me to do? Pout.jpg. General Lee. Brother, don't be afraid. They're a bit odd, but they're good people at heart. Captain Garrick. Hey, General. What's the situation on your side? Did you conquer that city? Or are you still out demon hunting? General Lee. Neither. I've been reassigned to the western border. Ran into a raiding force from the steppes. The battle just ended. Scientific Shinobi. Second brother, how about our last conversation? Any new thoughts? General Lee. Not interested. Not for now. Lucian stared at the chat log, brows furrowed, a strange expression on his face. This group, it almost feels like they all know each other already. He glanced again at the name floating above the chat window. 10,000 Realms chat group. General Lee. That has to be Lee Shimon, Lucian muttered thoughtfully. Judging by his words, he must still be in the Suitang transition era, so this version of him hasn't yet become emperor. As for the ninja scientist, there's no doubt, that has to be Orochimaru. No one else obsesses over the human body like that. The demon blade spirit is probably a woman. Her avatar's blank, but her tone is playful. Maybe she's Belladonna from Sword of the Immortals, or a spirit from some wuxia world. As for the pirate of the Caribbean, I have no clue. Could be Jack Sparrow, or someone inspired by him. Lucian rubbed his chin, lost in thought. How do I use them to open the gates to their worlds? From the moment he first saw the 10,000 Realms chat group, he'd been analyzing it. But so far, he hadn't found any leads. One thing was certain, neither Orochimaru nor Li Shimin were naive. They were both cautious and shrewd. Gaining their trust wouldn't be easy. But that didn't matter. Because each member of this chat group represented an entire world. Even better, these worlds weren't yet developed or dominated by other gods. If I can develop them, convert their people into my believers, they'll provide a constant stream of faith energy, Lucian whispered. That was the key. He didn't need to conquer anything. He just needed the right method to demonstrate divine power, enough to make them believe. That day, Lucian went silent. Just like the other two lurking members in the group. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Then, 2 neatly organized documents appeared in front of him, his plans for outreach and belief cultivation, finalized. Lucian looked at the still lively 10,000 Realms chat group. And finally, he sent his first message. Eternal. I am eternal. I have awakened the supreme god's divine realm, but I still lack believers. Those who worship me shall gain eternal life, be spared from disaster and ruin, and walk the path of transcendence. For a moment, the group chat went completely silent. Demon Blade Spirit. Bro, are you drunk or something? Captain Garrick. I thought this guy was interesting, but he just started spouting nonsense. Cowpoo.jpg. General Lee. Brother, that joke wasn't funny. At that very moment, General Lee stood atop the city wall, his soldiers watching the horizon. A vast army was gathering on the prairie. But his attention, fully focused on the chat group. He believed in local land gods, sure. But immortality? From some newcomer online? Not a chance. This had to be an imposter. Or worse, a demon trying to deceive them. Then, suddenly, a new message popped up. Scientific Shinobi. Immortality, you say? Friend, tell me, what's your method? I'm very interested. Chapter 3, Cast the Bait, I am the god of eternity. Captain Garrick. To be honest, I can understand gods existing. After all, our world has Calypso, the sea goddess. General Lee. Wait, are gods actually real? Demon Blade Spirit. I don't know about actual gods, but in my world, there've been legends of Emperor Fushi and Empress Nuwa since ancient times. Scientific Shinobi. You claim to be a god. Then prove it. Show us something real. Lucian smirked. Just what I was waiting for. Once curiosity takes hold, there's no need to push. The moment someone challenges you to prove it, you've already won. Eternal. Since your hearts are open, I shall bestow 2 divine gifts. Recite my name and know my greatness. Offer your devotion, and disaster will avoid you. Whatever you desire shall come. With that, Lucian uploaded 2 files into the group. Eternal Meditation Sutra. Rite of Eternal Offering. The first was a mantra of meditation, a spiritual focus using high-playing divine script, imbued with a faint soul mark. Anyone who chanted the prayer and meditated properly would see a vision of Lucian's divine form. They would also experience a minor but genuine increase in strength. The second file detailed a sacrificial rite, a ritual offering method. Lucian followed up with a message. Eternal. Through meditation, you will witness my divine body and receive my blessing. Through sacrifice, you may offer anything of value and earn divine favor in return. Immortality is but the beginning. Grasping stars, defying death, these are within reach. Being a god is not just fantasy. What a load of nonsense. Picking stars. Immortality. They wanted to scoff. But immortality was the ultimate pursuit. Even gods, true ones, had limits. Even legends faded in time. If what Lucian said was real, then who wouldn't want to reach for it? The group went silent. No one made another comment. No memes. No mockery. But less than a minute later, the entire online group had quietly downloaded both files. Somewhere in the Naruto world. Inside a dark, damp sea base. In a dimly lit room filled with scrolls and eerie silence, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he studied the file titled, Eternal Meditation Sutra. Is this really as powerful as it claims to be? His arms, once sources of immense power, now hung limp at his sides, withered and dry like dead wood, lifeless since they'd been sealed. Even sage arts had failed to heal him. This isn't a physical issue, he muttered. It's a matter of the soul. Orochimaru knew the truth. His hands couldn't be healed by chakra or medicine. I've encountered evil gods before. What harm is there in trying this eternal meditation? Closing his eyes, he cleared his thoughts. His consciousness drifted into the void. There, countless radiant divine sigils floated above like descending stars. The text was cryptic, otherworldly, yet somehow understandable. His soul began to detach from his body, drawn toward an unknown dimension. No. Startled, Orochimaru yanked his awareness back. His body trembled involuntarily. He had felt something immense. Terrifying. And then, a miracle. One of his previously paralyzed fingers twitched. It moved. A look of absolute shock crossed his face, followed by wild ecstasy. Could it be, the meditation actually works? Without hesitation, Orochimaru sat upright and immediately returned to the meditation state, this time, surrendering himself completely. He stopped caring about where his soul drifted. He just kept silently reciting the words of the sutra, again and again. Then, light. A radiant divine glow filled the darkness. And amidst the void stood a colossal figure, towering so high that Orochimaru couldn't even glimpse its face. The world around it was pitch black, but the figure shone with blinding, sacred brilliance, adorned with endless celestial radiance. Holy. Sovereign. Untouchable. Even attempting to look at it, Orochimaru could only make out its knees. How small I am. This was no sage. Not even the six-path sage could compare. This was a true god. Time passed, how long, he couldn't say. When Orochimaru's consciousness finally returned to his body, he felt warmth surging through his limbs. His previously decaying form now felt restored, as if submerged in a healing hot spring. Ah, so this is the power of meditation. He burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. He looked down at his fully restored hands, trembling with awe and madness. And he could feel everything, every heartbeat, every chakra ripple in the base. This kind of power could only come from a true god. Orochimaru trembled again, not in fear, but in religious reverence. He thought of the figure in the void, the eternal god. If meditation alone can do this, what about sacrifice? He quickly opened the second file, Rite of Eternal Offering. To his surprise, the instructions were astonishingly simple, split into 3 tiers. Basic sacrifices, using wood and stone to build a simple altar. Intermediate offerings, including livestock like cows and sheep. Advanced rituals, including powerful or fated beings, like children of destiny. That's all. So accessible. I have to try this. To ensure a proper offering, Orochimaru set out the next day. He found an uninhabited island, peaceful and scenic, a perfect place to honor a god. And there, beneath a crimson sunset, he prepared the altar and gathered the offering. A chilling smile curved across his lips. As one of the legendary Sannin. I know what pleases the gods. Chapter 4, The Fanatic Orochimaru, Sacrifice of 10,000 Serpents. Click. Under the stunned gazes of Kabuto and Sasuke, Orochimaru raised his arm, bit his finger, and rapidly formed a hand seal. Poof. White smoke exploded outward as a massive summoning jutsu activated. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto stared in disbelief. Your arms, and your ninjutsu. They're fully healed. He could still remember preparing Orochimaru's dinner the previous evening. At that time, his master's arms had been withered and useless. Yet now, fully restored. Orochimaru gave a slow, chilling smile. Because I met a god. Do you understand what that means, Kabuto? There are real gods in this world. Not those false legends like the so-called Sage of Six Paths. I'm talking about a true deity, one who restores the soul when it's been severed. Have you ever witnessed such a miracle? The Senju, the Uchiha. They'll all kneel before me now. Gods. Sasuke scoffed inwardly, though his face remained calm. He didn't believe in fairy tales. But even so, Orochimaru had clearly regained his jutsu. That alone made him dangerous, lethally dangerous. Kabuto, however, fell into silent contemplation. He knew of the mystical beings from the 3 great summoning clans. Perhaps Orochimaru had indeed tapped into something otherworldly. His eyes flicked to Sasuke. Could he be the intended sacrifice? Silently, Kabuto gripped a kunai in his palm, ready for anything. TCH. Orochimaru, what the hell did you summon me for this time? A massive purple-scaled python hissed, its golden eyes narrowed. If this isn't about devouring 100 humans for lunch, then don't waste my time. This was Manda, the king of snakes, fierce, arrogant, and not exactly fond of Orochimaru despite their pact. I didn't summon you for food. Orochimaru stepped forward slowly. You are the offering this time. Before Manda could react, Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hand surged forth. Normally a high-tier A-rank ninjutsu. But this time, thousands of serpents exploded from Orochimaru's arms like a living flood, faster, stronger, and far more brutal than ever before. Crack. Manda was knocked out cold, unable to even dodge. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Kabuto froze, stunned speechless. When did Orochimaru gain this kind of power? One jutsu, and he took out Manda. Is this a joke? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with zeal. Even my ninjutsu is stronger now. So this is the power of divine blessing. The Uchiha. The Senju. They'll tremble beneath the feet of the true god. Orochimaru stared down at the unconscious body of Manda, the massive purple serpent sprawled helplessly on the ground. A fanatical gleam lit up his eyes. Perfect. There could be no better sacrifice to offer the god of eternity than this arrogant, disobedient creature. May the Eternal One be pleased with this tribute. 30 minutes later. Orochimaru had personally constructed an enormous altar with meticulous care. Despite its relatively small structure, only 2 tiers tall, its surface was covered with intricate carvings. Strange runes etched into every inch. Symbols of forgotten languages. And swirling patterns that resonated with arcane energy. He had inscribed every mark by hand. This was no ordinary summoning, this was divine ritual. Any mistake could be fatal. He then dragged Manda's limp body and laid it before the altar like an offering upon a celestial table. His preparations complete, Orochimaru performed a final act that startled both observers. He summoned a ball of water, and used it to wash himself. A true offering must be clean. Reverent. Devout. Dust and blood would not be tolerated. He knelt in front of the altar, expression solemn and eyes closed. The island was utterly silent. The skies were clear. The only sounds were the occasional calls of seagulls flying overhead. Standing nearby, Sasuke Uchiha leaned against a tree, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with a look of pure disdain. This lunatic's lost it. Moments ago, Orochimaru had even mocked the Uchiha clan. Let's see what kind of fake god you summon now. Even the sages wouldn't waste time on you. Orochimaru took a deep breath. Then, with full focus and reverence, he began to chant the prayer, a sacred litany from the rite of eternal offering. O sovereign eternal God! Your humble believer calls to you. You dwell above all things. Hear the voices of those who kneel before you. You are the supreme. The all-compassionate. The ever-watching. You walk beside the world, from our first breath to our final silence. You are wisdom incarnate. Strength without measure. Time bows to your will. Though the cosmos fades, your gaze pierces eternity. Accept our offerings, Eternal One. Let this tribute reach your throne. His voice rose with each word. Thunder rolled across the skies. The sound echoed over the entire island like a divine proclamation, shaking the trees and rippling across the sea. Sasuke and Kabuto staggered, unable to stay upright. It was as if the voice alone had physically struck them, cracking the very air. Did he use genjutsu? Sasuke's legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, breathing hard, eyes wide in panic as he stared at Orochimaru's distant figure. Is he trying to possess me? I won't let him. Beside him, Kabuto reached for a kunai, but even he was frozen in place by the overwhelming pressure. They had no idea. This was not Orochimaru's power. This was the voice of a god. And it wasn't directed at them, they were merely insects caught in the wave. If the eternal god bore even a trace of malice, they would have combusted from within, their souls burned to ash by divine radiance. But Orochimaru paid them no attention. He was entranced, kneeling, eyes shut, heart pounding. Each cycle of the prayer brought strength to his spirit. Each chant deepened his connection. He reached the 10th repetition. And suddenly, the clear sky turned violet. Brilliant, multicolored clouds swirled into the heavens, forming a spiraling vortex above the altar. Something had heard the call. Something was coming. Chapter 5, the god descends upon Naruto, and the first fanatic is born. Ding. Disciples detected in the Naruto subworld chanting your divine name. A sacrificial ritual is in progress. Ding. Believer, Orochimaru. Sacrifice, 10,000 serpents. Multiplier effect, times 10,000. Reward granted, 5-star beast, purple jade heavenly python. Ding. You have received a trace of faith energy. 10 million-fold amplification activated. Faith transformed, 10 million units. Reward, 2,000 original divine power points. Ding. First time sacrifice detected. Bonus reward. 1,000 purple jade heavenly python eggs. Hatch to obtain infant divine beasts. Lucian Carter, seated within the heart of his divine realm, inhaled sharply as the system messages echoed in his mind. T 2,000 points of divine power. A fully matured 5-star divine beast. 1,000 sacred beast eggs. He couldn't contain his grin. Divine beasts were ranked from 1 to 9 stars. A 5-star beast was no ordinary entity, it had true growth potential. With proper care, even a single one could become a powerful ally. If just one of those eggs hatched into a 9-star legendary beast, I'd profit beyond belief. And anything below 5 stars? Not even counted as sacred beasts, just glorified monsters. These were God's tools of war. Lucian glanced across his divine realm where a glowing grove now brimmed with 1,000 luminous eggs, each pulsing with soft violet light. His smile widened crookedly. A full clutch of elite-class divine serpents. If even one ascends, jackpot. And Orochimaru, my first fanatic, has truly earned my favor. With a flick of thought, Lucian's divine awareness spread outward, through the vastness of the God domain's spiritual lattice. His mind stretched beyond reality, searching for the world that offered the prayer. He dove into the sea of chaos, peeling through layers of spacetime like a golden serpent sliding through cosmic waves. And then, he felt it. A faint connection. Barely detectable. If not for his newly acquired divine senses, it would have vanished like a breeze. There you are. Lucian focused his divine will like a needle, piercing through the fabric of chaos. The void around him shimmered and split. And then, he saw it. A world like a cracked eggshell, floating in a pale nebula. Familiar. Faintly glowing. It really does look like an underdeveloped plane. No vibrancy. No divine depth. But for a beginner god like me, it's perfect. He appraised it instinctively. In textbook divine cosmology, worlds with rich colors, deep greens, golds, violets, signified strong, living potential. This world was bleak, soft gray. Dimmed. But still fertile. Still usable. A good training ground. Lucian's divine sense condensed further, transforming into a shard of pure intent and drilled directly into the eggshell world. He had found it. The altar. The offering. The thread of belief that connected him to this strange yet familiar realm. But he couldn't descend physically yet, not without consequences. This world, too fragile to handle the full descent of a god, would be torn apart by even a fraction of his true body. No, not directly. I need an anchor first. A vessel. Lucian stood at the edge of divine perception, gazing into the Naruto world through the veil of its dimensional shell. If I descend with full power. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. Forget the planet, this entire dimension would collapse. Even the projection of his divine form was far too vast for this fledgling world to withstand. He had to compress it, fold his divine essence again and again, until only a sliver of his will remained. Then, he focused. Boom. The skies above Naruto shifted violently. Auspicious clouds twisted and swirled like a divine vortex. The very world screamed in terror under the pressure of his gaze. Storms erupted from nothing. Space groaned like cracking glass. The arrival of a god, even just his attention, shook the world like the coming of an apocalypse. The god has arrived. Orochimaru raised his head in awe. And immediately screamed in agony. Divine light pierced his eyes like needles of judgment. Blood streamed down his face. He had been blinded, not by violence, but by trying to witness the face of a god. Yet he did not regret it. He knelt even lower, his head touching the stone of the altar. This is the eternal god. The true god above all things. Behind him, Sasuke and Kabuto lay collapsed on the ground, twitching like insects in a storm. Their souls were trembling. No words. No thoughts. Only instinct, submit or die. In this world, in this moment, Lucian Carter was everything. A single whim from him could reduce the planet to dust. One careless breath, and time itself would unravel. Sasuke Uchiha finally understood. Why Orochimaru had healed. Why he had submitted. Why he had worshipped. He really did find a god. In front of this overwhelming presence, everything else was meaningless. Across the continent. Black Zetsu, the so-called shadow of Kagaya, turned his eyes skyward in suspicion. He caught a glimpse of the divine silhouette, and was instantly incinerated into ash. His last thought. I am the son of the gods, how can I? But the answer never came. Back at the altar. Lucian's full form did not manifest in the sky. Instead, a single feature appeared. A gigantic golden eye, brighter than the sun, glowing with divine authority. It hovered above Orochimaru like a judgmental moon. Believer. You called to me. The voice echoed like thunder layered over a symphony, both beautiful and terrifying. Orochimaru immediately dropped to the ground, forehead scraping the stone as he kowtowed with trembling reverence. Great God of eternity, your humble servant, Orochimaru, summoned you without warning. Lucian's voice responded, less harsh now, but still sovereign. This world is barely worthy. But you, my first believer, have done well. I grant you my grace. Accept it. Spread my name. Orochimaru's body convulsed as golden light rained down from the sky. Divine power flooded his form, cleansing him from the inside out. His skin peeled like old snakeskin, decayed flesh falling away. His blinded eyes reopened, fully restored. His chakra surged, flowing like a river bursting through a dam. His body burned with limitless vitality. This is divine grace. Orochimaru let out a crazed, joyful laugh, tears mixing with the blood on his face. In that moment, he realized. My pursuit of immortality has finally reached its destination. He had become the first apostle of the eternal God. Chapter 6, Orochimaru, you may call me High Priest. Lucian Carter withdrew his divine presence. Though he had only remained for a few short moments, his overwhelming pressure had already caused rifts across the Naruto world's fragile spatial fabric. That's enough for now. Any more and this entire dimension might crumble. He retracted his projection fully, the storm of divine light vanishing as if it had never existed. Now, it was time to enjoy his rewards. And to see how far Orochimaru would go to spread his faith. The skies cleared. The wind settled. Aside from Manda's body having vanished in a stream of golden light, it was as if nothing had happened. But the silence was deceptive. Everything had changed. Orochimaru stood at the altar, still looking skyward, a subtle, eerie smile playing on his lips. Behind him, Kabuto stirred, finally regaining balance. He approached cautiously. Lord Orochimaru. Has the god departed? His voice trembled with both awe and lingering terror. Even his steps were unsteady, as though the echo of divine presence still clung to his body. Orochimaru turned to him with a faint nod. Yes. The eternal god has returned to his realm. But before departing, he gave me a mission. He commanded me to preach his name. To let this world know what it truly means to worship. Kabuto blinked. Religion wasn't common in this world, at least not in any structured way. Cults, yes. Myths and fables, maybe. But this was new. This was real. A new definition of God. Then, a voice broke through the silence. Can I receive his blessing too? Asked Sasuke, who had finally recovered. If I believe in this God, will he help me get revenge? His voice was sharp, desperate. The fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed, only redirected. Orochimaru turned to him with amusement, but no mockery. The eternal God is benevolent. Anyone who believes may receive his grace. Then, he stepped closer and said something that froze Sasuke in place. But tell me, Sasuke. Do you really think Itachi killed your clan out of hatred? Sasuke clenched his fists. He murdered our parents. He slaughtered our clan. Of course he hated them. That bastard deserves to die. He was still young. Still blind to the deeper truths behind the Uchiha massacre. Once, Orochimaru would have fed that hatred, manipulated it like a puppet string. But now. I've touched divinity. He no longer cared about petty vendettas. His sights were on the entire world. Still. Sasuke was a useful seed. One that could grow into a devout warrior in service of the eternal God. Orochimaru smiled. Words won't change you. But one day, you'll see the truth with your own eyes. The eternal God is all-powerful. If you serve me, if you help me build temples across the shinobi world, I will plead with him to bring your parents back from the dead. Sasuke's mind reeled. At first, he wanted to argue. But how could he? He had seen the God. Felt the weight of eternity pressing on his soul. If anyone could bring back the dead. Fine, Sasuke said at last. If it means I get my family back, I'll do whatever it takes. Even if it meant spreading divine belief. Even if it meant becoming a god of vengeance. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand, and with a simple gesture, they all lifted into the air, soaring back toward the hidden base. The first divine emissary. The first believer. The first convert. On that day, Orochimaru passed down the first sacred teachings of the eternal God. Every subordinate, every ninja under his command, began their spiritual practice, reciting the Eternal Meditation Sutra day and night. And within hours, the results were undeniable. The power of the eternal God flowed into their minds like a divine current. Even the most skeptical ninjas, upon glimpsing the God's spiritual form, fell to their knees in reverence and fear. In just 2 days, every member of Orochimaru's hidden force had advanced to the artifact tier, their physical strength enhanced, their chakras refined, their spirits fortified. Among them, one shined the brightest. Uchiha Sasuke. Driven by the searing hatred in his heart, his breakthrough came like a storm. He awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And from it, Susanoo. But it was unlike any version seen before. In the original timeline, Sasuke's Susanoo shimmered in cold purples and blues, its aura detached and aloof. Now, it burned with divine gold, wrapped tightly like a suit of celestial armor, compact, radiant, and lethal. A seamless fusion of offense and defense. Its chakra consumption was minimal, its output devastating. Its power far exceeded that of a typical Kage. And this was after only 2 days of divine contact. All around him, shinobi whispered the same thing in awe. This is the power of a god. Orochimaru sat atop a high cliff, robes billowing in the wind as he watched his forces evolve. His expression was calm, but within his chest, a storm raged. Even I never imagined this much power. His reverence for the eternal God surged again, climbing to even greater heights. Ninjutsu. Shinobi techniques. They're obsolete. We spend decades crawling toward strength, and in 2 days of worship, I gained what a lifetime of training couldn't offer. All I did was sacrifice 10,000 snakes. His golden eyes narrowed, aflame with ambition. What if I offered more? What if I sacrificed an entire shinobi village? Or, the entire world? Orochimaru clenched his fists. Could I truly grasp the stars? Could I become a god myself? That vision consumed him. Eternal life. Eternal power. The truth behind the universe. He would stop at nothing. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. Sasuke Uchiha, kneeling on one knee. Lord Orochimaru. All forces are assembled. We're ready to move. Orochimaru stood, the wind hissing around him like whispers of fate. Good. Then we begin. He turned, golden robes swirling behind him. We start with Kirigakure. The village hidden in the mist. It will be the first to receive the eternal God's grace. Sasuke bowed. Yes, High Priest. Orochimaru paused, smiling thinly. Good. From now on, do not call me Lord Orochimaru. You will address me as High Priest, or Divine Herald. Understood. Yes, High Priest. That same day, a massive caravan of ninja departed from Orochimaru's hidden base. Over 1,000 elite shinobi, all of them now artifact-level powerhouses, led by Orochimaru and Sasuke themselves. Their objective was singular. Spread the doctrine. Raise temples. Unite the world under the eternal God. And if any resisted, conversion by sword. Peace through dominance. Chapter 7, the God has always existed, you just didn't notice. At that moment, in the 10,000 Realms chat group, activity suddenly sparked to life again. Scientific Shinobi. How have you all been? It's been 3 days. I miss this madness. Demon Blade Spirit. Hey. General Lee. Your tone sounds weird. What is it now, another twisted experiment? Captain Garrick. Or maybe, he finally fell in love. Found himself a woman. About time someone laid that snake down. Scientific Shinobi. TCH. You all still think like mortals. Experiments. Romance. Such petty desires. General Lee. Captain Garrick. Demon Blade Spirit. Uncle, are you having another mental breakdown? Take your meds. Sadface.jpg. Scientific Shinobi. No breakdowns. No delusions. I've simply bathed in divine light. I've received something you can't even begin to understand, the blessing of the eternal God. The soul that was severed, restored. My strength. Reborn. My existence. Elevated beyond the limits of mortality. Scientific Shinobi. The moment I witnessed the God's form, I realized how insignificant we truly are. Compared to him, even our immortals are just ants screaming at the sky. General Lee. Exclamation point. Demon Blade Spirit. Exclamation point. 4 Peace. Exclamation point. Captain Garrick. Hold on, are you saying you actually tried that stuff the newcomer uploaded? The meditation and sacrifice techniques. Scientific Shinobi. Of course I did. You should know by now, I'm always the first to experiment. Just the meditation alone reconnected my soul. The sacrificial rite gave me new life. I am now a vessel of the Eternal One. A servant of something far greater than us. You may call me a worshipper of the Eternal God from now on. Captain Garrick. Okay, now I know you've lost it. Religions. Cults. You got scammed by a divine pyramid scheme, didn't you? Scientific shinobi. Ignorant mortal. If you were in my world, you'd be hunted for heresy and drowned in your own blood for mocking the divine. You think reality is what your eyes can see? No. To the Eternal God, our entire multiverse is a speck of dust in the wind. But don't worry. Since you lack the vision, I've done you all a favor. I've uploaded a memory fragment to the group files. It's real. It's untouched. Witness the truth for yourselves. A file appeared in the group. Memory_frag, divinedescent.vz. Without hesitation, every member except Lucian downloaded it. Then, silence. No one spoke. No one posted memes. Not even sarcastic comments. They had seen it. The blazing golden eye in the sky. The divine storm clouds tearing space apart. The way the world had screamed at his presence. Even through the fragment, their own avatars had almost gone blind. The memory had restrictions built in by the god himself, limiting how much of his form could be perceived. And still, it was too much. All they could glimpse was an outline shrouded in celestial fire, cloaked in mercy. Caribbean world, Port Royal, late night. Inside a rum-soaked tavern lit by flickering lanterns, Captain Jack Sparrow sat slumped at the bar, pale as the dead. His hands trembled uncontrollably. His hat had fallen slightly sideways, but for once, he didn't fix it. The image still blazed in his mind. That golden eye in the sky, vast beyond comprehension. A god who stood outside of creation itself. Not even Calypso, goddess of the sea, could compare. She was a wave in a bottle. This was the Eternal God. And in comparison, Calypso wasn't even worth the drop of foam at the crest of that wave. Jack clenched his jaw, sweat glistening on his brow. The others. They were ants. He was just a slightly larger ant. Captain, one of his crewmates nudged him nervously. You look unwell. Another leaned in. Too much rum again, aye. Let's get you back to the ship. Jack didn't answer right away. He stared into his empty glass, then slowly pushed it away, a look of unsettling clarity on his face. Power. Real power. Not coins. Not cannons. Faith. If that snake-obsessed shinobi had gained divine strength through meditation and sacrifice, then why not me? Jack straightened his back, brushing aside his coat with uncharacteristic determination. Blind Bill, he barked. How much treasure do we still have? The old man blinked. Maybe. 200 gold coins. We spent the rest on women and rum. Bloody waste. Jack clicked his tongue. All right. Find me a craftsman. A real one. Stonework, carving, the mystical sort. Tonight. His crew paled. There was something different in Jack's eyes now. Purpose. Madness. Divinity. They had no idea. This wasn't a drunken plan. It was Captain Jack Sparrow's first meditation. And the power radiating off him already dwarfed any pirate lord. One Piece world, Baldigo, the White Earth Island. At the heart of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Monkey D. Dragon sat silently at his desk. Then, his eyes snapped open. Something had shifted in the world. Something unimaginable. A god. He had meditated only once, just to test the file uploaded in the chat group. It had sounded absurd. But now. This energy. It's real. It's coursing through my blood. With a single step, Dragon disappeared from the room, only to reappear a full kilometer away, standing on the edge of a storm-swept cliff. He raised a hand. 10 colossal sea tornadoes rose from the ocean like titans, whirling upward, each over 100 meters tall. And that's just the beginning. Boss, shouted Kurla, rushing out with a half-burned report in her hands. What the hell? Every sea alarm just triggered, again. You trying to start a tsunami? But Dragon laughed, openly, for the first time in years. Kurla, he said, turning with glowing eyes. I've found the path to peace. Forget politics. Forget war. This is divine order. Prepare a mountain of gemstones. White jade, sapphire, anything rare. We're building an altar. Chapter 8, you can mock me, but those who blaspheme shall be judged. Within the realm of divinity. Lucian stood atop the celestial planes of his growing god's domain, overseeing his most recent additions, the purple jade heavenly pythons, his first divine creatures. 1,000 violet serpent eggs shimmered beneath the morning starlight, hatching in waves. Their radiant scales gleamed like liquid amethyst. And towering over them, coiled lazily with narrowed eyes, lay the reluctant caretaker, Manda. The once feared serpent king of the Naruto world, now resigned to the role of divine wet nurse. TCH. I'm a warrior, not a nanny. But he dared not defy the eternal god. Better to be a grumbling caretaker than a dead snake. Even Manda, prideful as he was, bowed to the inevitable truth: obey or be erased. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Now that the domain has its first batch of living creatures, it's time to take the next step. His golden eyes turned skyward, toward the artificial sun he had formed earlier. Let's build the first divine temple. Not just a structure. A home for his divine consciousness. A place where his spirit could rest, radiate power, and deepen the influence of faith. Lucian's focus returned to reality. He opened the communicator interface, a divine artifact embedded with multiversal shop access. The catalog unfolded before him. A glittering list of rare materials scrolled into view. Star-forged gold, 1M divine power /10k tons. Luminite silver sand. Beast-born Qianming fruit trees. Pre-built temple cores from abandoned gods. 1 million divine power for a full shipment. That's dirt cheap. Only in the nursery zone, where young gods were incubated and tested, could such absurd deals be found. But there was a catch. One-time purchase only. Most deities hoarded their divine power, unwilling to spend even 1 unit of their original reserves. After all, original divine power was painfully slow to accumulate. But Lucian wasn't most gods. Let's clean the whole damn shop. With a smirk, he confirmed the order. In moments, space tore open above him. One by one, glowing rainbow spheres, each the size of a small moon, descended from the wormhole above. Acquired. Star-forged gold, infused into his solar core. The small sun at the heart of his domain blazed brighter, swelling in size, transforming into a proper stellar forge. Luminite silver sand, merged into a satellite body. A glowing moon now floated in the sky, its silvery light calming minds and subtly boosting spiritual power. Qianming fruit trees, planted across the divine plains. These mythical trees produced divine beast fruits, accelerating the growth and evolution of his serpent legion. Finally, Lucian held a platinum sphere in his hands. Smooth. Cold. Buzzing with contained might. This was no ordinary item. Temple core, celestial bastion variant. Constructed by a mid-tier god. Worth 60 million divine power. Abandoned for eons. Never sold. Until now. And Lucian. He bought it without blinking, burning 120 original divine power to reshape his world. Excessive? Maybe. But I'm building a divine empire. Not a backyard. The moment he activated the core, the land trembled. Celestial light surged through the sky as a cathedral of the stars rose from the plains, white and gold, crystalline towers glowing with runes. This was not just a structure. It was a beacon of worship. In the divine domain. The air shimmered with celestial energy. Below the endless starlit sky, the Qianming fruit tree towered over the land, 10,000 meters tall, its branches heavy with thousands of glowing golden fruits. Each one pulsed with divine power. And nestled lazily beneath it. Manda stirred. The massive serpent cracked an eye, drawn from sleep by the rich, honeyed aroma of the fruit above. Its forked tongue flicked greedily. So many, and they smell divine. Just as it coiled its body to climb, a voice thundered from above. Only one, per year. The divine command struck like a mountain. Manda's body dropped instantly into a reverent bow, pressed flat against the divine soil. By the time the echo faded, Lucian's form had already vanished from the skies above. Only then did Manda dare move again. It slithered up the trunk, plucked a single radiant fruit with its jaws, and swallowed it whole. A warm tide of cosmic energy surged through its body. Strength. Agility. Intelligence. It all rose with divine speed. I could sleep forever. But then it remembered. The hatchlings. With a groggy sigh, Manda forced its massive body back toward the nesting plains, curling gently around the infant serpents, eyes finally sliding shut. Above the domain, the heavens take shape. In the sky, a vast heavenly palace shimmered into existence, Lucian's personal divine citadel. Ornate spires and curved golden roofs danced through clouds, stretching across 100 kilometers of suspended landmass. At its center stood the sanctum of the eternal flame, Lucian's throne hall. Surrounding it were dozens of lesser temples, forming a sacred constellation of power nodes, each channeling protective energy into a living formation. Now this, Lucian said with satisfaction, feels divine. Once my believers start arriving, they will kneel before this glory. And they would know. Their god was real. Shinobi world, hidden mist village, Kirigakure. Far from the calm skies of Lucian's realm, the mist village stirred with tension. Once one of the 5 great shinobi nations, Kirigakure had long suffered. Under Obito's manipulation, it had descended into the village of the bloody mist. Countless elites had fled. Now, its streets echoed with silence, until they saw them. A force of over 1,000 powerful shinobi, clad in ceremonial armor lined with golden trim, marching in unison down the main road. At their head, Orochimaru, High Priest of the Eternal God. Flanking him, Uchiha Sasuke, clad in divine gold and black, his eyes glowing with Mangekyo power. "Stop right there," a masked ANBU called out from the watchtower. The alarm screamed. Within minutes, dozens of shinobi surrounded them, armed and cautious. At the front stood 2 familiar faces, Terumi Mei and Ao. She wasn't Mizukage yet, but her words still carried weight. Orochimaru, and a surviving Uchiha. Her brow furrowed, ready for a fight. "What are you doing here?" Orochimaru gave a serene smile, arms outstretched as if greeting friends. "I come not with war, but with doctrine. I am now the High Priest of the Eternal God. I bring his word, and his grace." He looked peaceful. Too peaceful. Almost like a monk. "Accept his light, and your village will flourish anew." TCH, charity from a traitor. Ao spat. "You expect us to believe anything that comes from your forked tongue? Even if this God exists, he must be an evil deity to accept you as a believer." Orochimaru's smile faltered. For a second, only a faint twitch of his lip betrayed his wrath. Then, he floated into the sky, eyes narrowing into slits of divine fury. The clouds overhead began to churn. "You may insult me. Mock me. Curse my past. Deny my path. But to blaspheme the eternal God," his voice boomed through the mist, "is to invite divine punishment." The air crackled. His chakra surged like a tidal wave. Even the elite mist shinobi took a step back, sensing the searing weight of judgment. Chapter 9, Sacrifice to the Three Tails, Mist Village shaken. Orochimaru hovered steadily in the air. No tricks. No jutsu. Just, standing there, like the sky itself belonged to him. His gaze swept over the gathered shinobi of the mist village as if they were nothing. A chill ran down Terumi Mei's spine. An instinctual dread gripped her. "Fall back. Something's wrong with him," she shouted. But the warning came too late. The other mist shinobi, driven by discipline and pride, ignored her. They launched into coordinated attacks, kunai, shuriken, fire, wind, water jutsu, all aimed skyward. Clang. 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 Every projectile struck a shimmering, invisible barrier surrounding Orochimaru, each blow ringing out like steel on glass. The ninjutsu fizzled against an unseen wall of power. "The eternal God loves this world," Orochimaru's voice rang out, soft but merciless. "But those who insult the divine must die." Without warning, Sasuke Uchiha appeared in front of Ao. His arm slowly retracted from Ao's chest. A heartbeat later. Thud. Ao collapsed to his knees, eyes wide with disbelief. "How did I die?" He hadn't even seen Sasuke move. Panic rippled through the ranks of mist shinobi. This wasn't war, it was a massacre. How could a teenager kill a seasoned jonin in a single instant? "Remember," Orochimaru called out calmly, "we do not kill without reason, but those who defy the Eternal One, they have forfeited mercy." "Understood, High Priest," Sasuke said, eyes glowing as thousands of Shadow Class believers began to move. Terumi Mei prepared to counterattack, but everything warped. Without realizing it, she was already under Sasuke's genjutsu. Ants, his voice echoed in her mind, should learn to stay on the ground. Within half an hour, the Great Hidden Mist, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, had fallen. No resistance remained. No miracle comeback. Just silence. And kneeling figures in every direction. But the followers of the Eternal God didn't see this as conquest. This was enlightenment. Mortals couldn't defy divinity. Orochimaru sat midair, cross-legged above the village square, surrounded by mist-shrouded towers and the shattered pride of a nation. Beneath him, thousands knelt in silence. His voice was almost kind. "You may see me as a monster now. But once you've tasted his grace, you'll understand just how small your world truly is." No one dared reply. Even Master Yugura had dropped to his knees, face blank with fear. Sasuke rose into the sky and approached quietly. "High Priest. The Three Tails has been subdued. It waits outside the village. Shall we begin the sacrifice?" Orochimaru nodded. "Prepare the altar." Yes. He had considered his options carefully. The immortals of the three great summoning realms would have been ideal, rich in divine energy, but far too elusive. For now, tailed beasts were the next best offering. As for the child of destiny, that was still a mystery. Someone with immense fate, but fate only revealed itself in time. He had suspicions about the one with the Rinnegan, but something about him felt off. As if he didn't truly belong. Meanwhile, the people of the mist remained kneeling, frozen in disbelief, forced to watch as Orochimaru's eternal cult began construction of a vast altar just beyond the village. Even jade, normally considered rare, was being laid down like common brick. The air shimmered with sacred energy. And the ritual had only just begun. This time, Orochimaru chose a blood-red crystal to construct the altar. It was tough to shape, resistant and dense, but after 2 hours of precise carving and construction, the altar stood completed at the edge of the mist village. Crimson and radiant, it pulsed faintly with ominous power. Once the ritual site was cleared of any impurities, the eternal cult members assembled in strict formation. Only Uchiha Sasuke remained near the altar, his arms wrapped casually around the enormous body of the three tails, as if it weighed nothing more than a child's toy. The tailed beast, a towering mass of chakra and terror to most shinobi, was now helpless. High Priest, Sasuke said calmly, placing the beast on the altar, everything is ready. Please begin the ceremony. Very well, Orochimaru replied, descending gracefully from the sky. Let these faithless ones witness true power. He knelt before the altar, reverent and still, voice booming with divine force. O eternal God, sovereign of all realms, your humble servant Orochimaru calls to you once more. To honor your grace, I offer you the three tails as sacrifice. Lend us your presence, that all may know your glory. Among the crowd, the villagers of Mist scoffed. They whispered to each other in disbelief. Their eyes rolled. Their mouths twisted in ridicule. He's completely lost it. There's no God in the sky. It's broad daylight. Is he drunk? But then, the entire eternal cult dropped to their knees. Hundreds of elite shinobi began to chant in unison, ancient words echoing across the sea and into the clouds. Their voices wove into a powerful spiritual rhythm, reverberating across the heavens. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Lucian was flipping through a scroll, absorbing divine theories and higher-order godhood mechanics when something pulled at his awareness. A connection. He paused. Through the chaos sea, a ripple moved. A trail of faith. A signal. He followed it, and saw. Oh, he murmured. Orochimaru again, and this time, the offering is the three tails. He had expected Terumi-me, but the tailed beast was a fine choice. More primal. More power-dense. Better still, the mist had already fallen. The next phases would come even easier now. With a pulse of will, Lucian reached through the spiritual tether, this time using only a fraction of divine power. No strain. No tearing. Just presence. In the blink of an eye, his projection appeared above the mist village. The villagers who had been mocking just moments before froze in horror. Their smiles vanished. Their knees buckled. Above them, the sky had split open. Only the devout remained composed, those who had practiced eternal meditation. They fell to their knees, faces lit with awe. They could now perceive his outline, not just light, but form. The others. They could barely remain conscious. This time, Lucian held back. He controlled the flow of divine pressure. There would be no accidental deaths. The villagers could see his silhouette, an immense, radiant figure cloaked in heavenly fire. His outline shimmered with 1,000 swirling runes. His eyes blazed like miniature suns. Then the voice came. It wasn't spoken. It was imposed. My faithful. I have heard you. I see your deeds. I witness your offerings. But do not grow arrogant. This village is but the beginning. The words weren't loud. But they shook the world. Not a soul dared to speak. Even the skeptics, those who mocked moments ago, trembled on the ground. The mist village had seen a god. And now, they believed. Chapter 10, The Heavenly Palace descends, a 6-star divine beast emerges. The sun's light paled in comparison to his radiance. The world itself seemed too small to contain his presence. It wasn't just power, his gaze alone stripped every soul bare, as if nothing in existence could be hidden from him. Divine power surged like an endless ocean, vast and boundless. His eyes hung above them like twin stars, as if the sun and moon had descended into mortal view. Below, the crimson crystal altar responded. It blazed with life, multicolored flames erupting skyward, enveloping the sealed three tails and lifting it into the heavens. 100 meters, 1,000. The people could no longer see it. And then, the sky tore open. Orochimaru saw it clearly this time. What emerged was not a storm, not a portal, but a palace. A divine palace. Majestic. Imposing. Absolute. Dozens of radiant figures drifted around it, gods in attendance, each shimmering with otherworldly light. It wasn't just a vision, it was a message. This is the realm of divinity. This is where your offerings go. Beyond the palace, Orochimaru caught sight of something else. The god's domain itself. There, on a golden plain, lay the once familiar Manda. But this was no ordinary snake. Its body stretched for tens of thousands of meters. Its scales had turned violet gold, gleaming like polished divine armor. With each breath, light flowed across its hide like living runes. Suddenly, Manda sneezed. A gust of divine wind erupted from its nostrils, cutting through distant mountains like a blade of judgment. Orochimaru trembled. So. I sacrificed my own beast, he muttered with half a smile, and this is how far it's ascended. His envy burned. And then, the god spoke. Believers. Spread my name across the worlds, and you too shall enter my domain. You shall become gods. Orochimaru's eyes welled with tears. He fell to the ground, forehead pressed deep into the dirt. I would walk through fire for you, my lord. I would die again 1,000 times. Behind him, the eternal cult knelt as one, struck speechless by the promise. To become a god. Even those who lacked ambition still dreamt of something, immortality, power, glory. If not gods, then perhaps eternal priests. The sky slowly began to clear. The vision faded. But the altar remained. Its crimson crystal form had transformed into solid gold, humming faintly with divine energy. A monument. A holy relic. The shinobi and civilians of Kirigakure remained frozen, wide-eyed and trembling. None could speak. None could comprehend what they had just seen. Orochimaru rose slowly. You've now seen the divine with your own eyes, he said, smiling faintly. Do you still think I went too far? No one answered. There was no hatred in their eyes anymore. Only reverence. And fear. Fear of a man who could speak to a god. No wonder they call him the High Priest. It's not arrogance, it's earned. As for Ao. No one dared mention his name again. To insult the divine was to court destruction. Orochimaru had been merciful. He raised a hand. You may rise. The eternal church was created by the god himself. He loves all life. Therefore, it is our duty to guide the lost. I will pass on the meditation technique shortly. Once you begin practicing, you will feel his grace yourself. Yes, thank you, High Priest. Glory to the eternal God. Thank you for his mercy. The voices were unanimous. The entire Mist Village had submitted. That very day, major reforms swept through Kirigakure. At the center of the golden altar, they began the blueprints for a towering temple, a structure that would rise high above the village. A place for prayer. A center for power. And a source of divine energy through faith. Everyone saw it. This would be the first holy capital in the shinobi world. Ding. Your devout believer, Orochimaru, has sacrificed the Three Tails Isabu. A 10,000-fold multiplier has been triggered. You have obtained the 6-star divine beast, Deep Sea Basalt. Ding. You've received 4,000 strands of faith power. A 100,000-fold multiplier has been activated. You've obtained 40 million faith power. After divine refinement, you've gained 8,000 original divine power. The Three Tails, once a mere colossus of chakra standing several dozen meters tall, began to swell. Enlarging. Evolving. Its body surged in size until it towered over 10,000 meters, casting a shadow that blanketed entire mountains. Upon its shell were now engraved celestial sigils, sun, moon, and stars etched in brilliant divine patterns. Its limbs were pillars of heaven, thick and ancient like the roots of a world tree. A single twitch of its tail caused seismic waves to ripple across the divine plains. Lucian watched in awe, brows lifting slightly. This thing is massive. He crossed his arms. If more like this show up, they'll tear my world apart. Without hesitation, he moved. He raised his hand, and golden divine power gathered at his fingertips. I've got over 8,000 original divine power now. Let's expand. He thrust his will into the forge of creation. Boom. The air split with a crystalline crack. The world shivered. God's domain began to change. It surged outward, groaning like a living beast stretching its limbs for the first time. 100,000 miles. 200,000, 300,000. 600,000 miles. Ding. Host is expanding the god's domain. 10-fold multiplier triggered. Congratulations, you've obtained a total of 6 million miles of god's domain. The land blossomed. Vast oceans formed and rolled across distant continents. Towering peaks breached the heavens. Clouds danced between sacred mountain ranges. Where once his world was like a stunning painting, perfect, but flat. Now it was a living realm. Sun, moon, and stars began to radiate their full divine functions, pouring new energy into every corner of the domain. Lucian stood beneath the artificial sun, breathing in the strengthened divine atmosphere. "We're growing faster than expected," he murmured, golden light gleaming in his eyes. "But I can't get complacent. I need to start leveraging all this power." He gazed at the heavens. Sitting on divine power isn't enough. We need returns. We need believers. We need worlds. His plan was simple. Every conquest brought more faith. Every act of worship fed his domain. And one day, all those fragmented worlds would fall under one banner, his. When the time came, they would not just follow him. They would become extensions of his world. Branches of his God's domain. That was the real goal. Finished with the expansion, Lucian let his divine consciousness fade and returned to his body in reality. He sat once more in his quiet chamber, opening the divine scroll in his lap. It glowed faintly, radiating ancient knowledge. These were mystic arts of the gods, sacred techniques passed down through cosmic cycles. Each word pulsed with secrets of divine manipulation, heavenly combat, and universal authority. "Let's see how far I can go," Lucian whispered, his fingers tracing the glyphs. And the scroll began to unravel. Chapter 11, Golems for Altars, the group grows restless. Within Mist Village. The temple stood tall, newly constructed and already revered. It lacked any statue or idol. No image of a deity. Only a sacred altar, forged from rare crimson crystal and etched with divine runes. But it was enough. Since the spread of eternal meditation, every villager who practiced it experienced physical changes, more vitality, more clarity, even chakra surges. The most astonishing case was Master Genji. A man once on death's door now walked with strength. His hair had turned black again. His limbs regained muscle. He looked decades younger, rejuvenated by faith. "High Priest," Genji asked respectfully, "when can we begin the next sacrifice? Our village still has a second-tailed beast. Just say the word, I'll have it brought before the altar myself." He had already sent scouts to track the six tails. Orochimaru raised a hand. "Not yet." "Why?" Genji frowned. "If the gods favor tailed beasts, shouldn't we offer more?" He was cautious, but suspicious. Was Orochimaru hoarding divine favor? Orochimaru chuckled coldly. "You misunderstand me. We've already offered 2 great sacrifices in a short time. We must not become greedy. We are servants, not beggars. From the gods' perspective, even a tailed beast is trivial. Sacrificing the 6 tails now would be no more meaningful than tossing a stone into a lake." He looked toward the heavens. "No, we must scale our offerings. Capture all the remaining tailed beasts. Transform the ninja world into a land of temples and doctrine. That is the kind of offering worthy of ascension." Genji fell silent. Then he bowed deeply. "You're right, High Priest. I was too narrow-minded. If I displeased the god, no apology would suffice." Orochimaru smiled faintly. "So long as you understand. And prepare better materials for the next altar. That red crystal. It was cheap. It doesn't match his divinity." "Understood. I'll not disappoint you again." Genji straightened with renewed vigor. "What material should we use? I'll send squads across the continent if I must." Orochimaru tapped his fingers together. "The more precious, the better. Rare metals. Divine jade. But the true prize lies elsewhere." Genji stiffened. Something about Orochimaru's tone unsettled him. Something more valuable than jade. Orochimaru's eyes glinted. "A relic. A golem, crafted by the Akatsuki, wielded by Pain himself. The one used to hold tailed beasts. Imagine carving an altar from that." Genji paled. "That's no easy task." "No," Orochimaru said, rising, "but it's mine to handle. Your mission is clear: expand. Subjugate nearby nations. And bring back the 6 tails. Spread the doctrine." His gaze sharpened. "Soon, the Akatsuki will see what true power looks like. Madara. Pain. Deidara. Sasori. You will all bow before the eternal god. You think you're gods because you hold tailed beasts." He sneered. "Wait until you see one offered to a real god." Then his thoughts drifted. To Jiraiya's student. The so-called child of prophecy. "Little Naruto, we'll find out if you're truly destined. If not," he laughed softly, "you'll still make a fine sacrifice. And as for Tsunade. She's aging, sure, but still unmatched in beauty. She's unmarried. Strong. Loyal. A perfect candidate for divine servitude. He smirked. As an old comrade, I'll treat her fairly. Perhaps, the eternal god needs a high-ranking maid. Within the 10,000 Realms chat group. Ninja Scientist, Orochimaru. Good afternoon, everyone. I've troubled our eternal god once more today. The sacrifice wasn't grand, but for our world, it was already the pinnacle. Li Shimen. Another sacrifice? Damn. It's only been 3 days. You're relentless. Ninja Scientist. Of course. I offered one of our world's most powerful beasts. Once I spread the faith across every nation, I'll step into godhood myself. That's his promise to me. Pirate King of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow. Don't get too cocky, Orochimaru. I'm preparing something too. Heh, won't be long. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Wait, so you've all witnessed divine visions? Heard his voice. Pirate King. Little Miss Sword Spirit, maybe it's time you quit questioning and started meditating. I heard you've been sealed in that blade for millennia, start chanting and maybe you'll break free. Spirit of the Demon Sword. I just don't want to be tricked. Can you show me proof? Maybe a video of your sacrifice. Ninja Scientist has uploaded a file, sacrifice of the three tails.mp4. The group fell into silence. The video began to play. A colossal beast. A crimson altar. A god descending from the sky like the birth of a second sun. 4-piece, dragon from One Piece world. I've started preparing a sacrifice too. Not hiding it anymore. Ninja Scientist. You've been silent for weeks. Isn't your world in as much chaos as Sparrow's? 4-piece. Exactly. But when I saw the eternal god, I realized what peace truly requires. The chat group surged with energy. There was no more mockery. No more doubt. Only belief. The gears of destiny had begun to turn. One after another, worlds were falling in line, not through war or conquest, but through sacrifice and prayer. The eternal god didn't conquer. He was invited. And soon, there would be no world untouched by his name. Chapter 12, Murong Fu realizes, power is the path to peace. Inside the 10,000 Realms chat group. Ninja Scientist, Orochimaru. You used to argue with me constantly, said my worldview was too extreme. Now look at you. Finally waking up to reality. 4-piece, dragon. Don't get me wrong, Snake Lord. I still disagree with your methods. But today, I realized something, human thinking is too small. True peace can only come from a higher power. Only through divine strength. Spirit of the Demon Sword. But if that's true, then why does my world still suffer even with a god? Strange.png. Pirate King of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow. Easy. Those are false gods, sweetheart. Ninja Scientist. Exactly. No false god compares to mine. In my world, we have legends about the Sage of Six Paths. But what good did that do? War. Endless war. Same mistakes. Same history. Humanity never learns. Pirate King. Haha. That's human nature, brother Snake. Don't get so worked up. Me. I just want to drink rum, charm women, and be king of the world. Young Master Murong. It's been a while since I visited the group, and the conversation today is odd. Where's Brother Lee? Why isn't he putting you rabble in your place? Pirate King. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Ninja Scientist. Great, the snob is back. Young Master Murong. Snob. TCH, don't be ridiculous. You're just a pirate drunk off seawater, and you. Pauses to sneer. A defected shinobi from the backwater islands of the east. You dare compare yourselves to someone like me? A Murong of the Central Plains. It was clear he thought of himself as nobility, refined, intelligent, above the group's chaos. He'd only come back to fish for attention from second Brother Lee, who he assumed was the famed Li Shimen, former emperor of Tang. If he could earn a martial arts secret from Li maybe, just maybe, he could finally break through to the innate realm. Ninja Scientist. I don't have time to waste on you. You've been whining about hitting a bottleneck for months now. The group files have 2 documents. Try the meditation technique, it'll help. Young Master Murong. Meditation technique. Brother Lee uploaded it. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Nope. That came from the eternal god. A new member, but clearly not ordinary. Young Master Murong. A god. What do you mean? 4 Peace. Check the files and find out for yourself. Honestly, I don't care for you either. All you ever do is suck up to the powerful. You think you're elite, but what do you actually bring to the table? The group fell silent for a moment. Murong Fu opened the file. His fingers trembled slightly as his spiritual sense brushed the first line of the eternal meditation scripture. It was like the heavens opened for a brief instant. His heart pounded. This is real. The spiritual wall that had blocked his progress for years cracked. The others had already moved on in the chat, joking and taunting each other. But Murong Fu wasn't laughing. For the first time, he understood something. So this is what true power feels like. He sat down, legs crossed. And for the first time in his life, he began to pray. Murong Fu had just finished subduing a group of bandits that had been terrorizing the outer regions of Shui village. The operation was clean, decisive. But deep down, it meant nothing. His dreams of restoring his fallen kingdom were still a distant illusion. No matter how many victories I win, it never feels like I'm any closer. Back at his camp, he sat beneath a willow tree, sipping quietly from a flask of plum wine. The breeze was cool. The horizon, empty. He had hoped that checking in on the 10,000 Realms chat group would lift his spirits, maybe a few old arguments, some gossip, or a chance to flatterly air for a martial manual. Instead, what he found made him freeze. A god. He muttered aloud as he saw the title of the uploaded video. Video, Orochimaru's Sacrifice of the 10,000 Snakes. Video, Descent of the Eternal God, Three Tails Sacrifice. Murong Fu's brows furrowed. Let's see what kind of god could make even that pirate and the Eastern shinobi kneel. He didn't believe it. In his heart, only the celestial sovereigns, the true gods of the heavenly court, were worthy of reverence. He had read about them in ancient texts, dreamed about them in his youth. But he had never heard of this eternal God. He played the first video. A massive serpent, several hundred meters long, was summoned. It was terrifying, clearly a beast of unfathomable power. But what struck Murong Fu most was how easily the men in black subdued it. That snake is his pet. Then came the moment. The world cracked. The sky split open. And he descended. The eternal God. A figure so large that the heavens bent around his presence. Murong Fu's wine slipped from his fingers and spilled on the grass. His lips parted. No words came out. Pale-faced, Murong Fu shakily opened the second video. Another sacrifice. Another miracle. This time, the camera caught more, a floating palace above the clouds, a divine beast cloaked in radiant scales, the same python from before, now grown to 10,000 meters. The beast had clearly ascended. And the world trembled under its breath. Murong Fu closed the video and sat in stunned silence. Then, his fingers began trembling. He scrolled rapidly through the chat history, reading everything he had missed, the sacrifices, the miracles, the rise of the eternal God's doctrine. He clutched at his chest. Cold sweat rolled down his temples. If I could offer even a single worthy sacrifice. His mind raced. Would it really be that simple to restore my country? Would the eternal God bless me with strength, enough to crush the Song dynasty? But this is too dangerous, too foreign, too. His hand clenched involuntarily. But what else do I have? What have my refined strategies and scholarly elegance earned me? Lands. Troops. Allies. Nothing. Not really. Murong Fu stood abruptly. He was breathing heavily. And in that moment, the wind shifted. A soft voice called out to him. Cousin. He turned to see her. Wang Yuyan, his cousin, beautiful, brilliant, ever loyal. She looked at him, concerned. Are you all right? You've been sitting there without moving. Did something happen? Murong Fu opened his mouth to answer, but then felt it. A surge of power. Something pulsed inside his body. He gasped, clutching at his chest. What is this true energy, this inner force? It wasn't his. It wasn't the Murong style. It wasn't even from the martial world. It was divine. He staggered a step back, realization dawning in his eyes. This is the meditation. Just reading it. Just touching the scripture, and I. His breathing hitched. I'm at the threshold of the innate realm. Murong Fu looked down at his hands, trembling, not from fear, but from awe. Then he laughed. Not the desperate laugh of a broken noble. But a hopeful, exhilarated one. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. This is it. This is the true way. The eternal meditation, this is the path to ascension. He looked to the sky, a flicker of madness and ambition gleaming in his eyes. With this power, restoring the kingdom is no longer a dream. Wang Yuyan stood in silence, confused and a little worried. But for Murong Fu, for the first time in his life, the dream of his ancestors didn't feel like a fantasy. It felt like a destiny. Chapter 13, Wang Yuyan's plan for Dali. Wang Yuyan stood still, dumbfounded. Her cousin Murong Fu had only had 2 sips of wine, yet he was already acting strange, eyes wild, muttering about gods and destiny. Then he burst into laughter, proclaiming the path of the divine. What in the world happened to him? She nervously glanced around the room. Thankfully, they were alone. If anyone else had seen him in that state, they might have truly thought he'd lost his mind. Cousin, please come back to your senses. Her voice trembled, a thin veil of tears glistening in her eyes. If you really want to restore the kingdom, then work hard. That's all it takes. All this talk of gods and demons, it's nonsense. Delusion. She feared he was spiraling into madness. Murong Fu blinked, as if snapping out of a trance. He turned to her, smiling faintly. Don't worry, cousin. I haven't gone mad. I've simply found the truth. The path. The great way. His voice carried both clarity and confidence. And you, so gifted, so beautiful, you must serve the eternal God too, when the time is right. Wang Yuyan's heart skipped. What does he mean, serve the God? Murong Fu's mind flashed back to the sacrificial scriptures. 3 animals, 6 offerings, even blood sacrifices were accepted. But looking at her, he hesitated. The eternal God was powerful beyond comprehension. If beauty alone could be a worthy offering, she would qualify beyond doubt. Still, I must be cautious. The God's desires are vast. I can't risk offending him. Wang Yuyan's hands trembled at her sides, but she didn't resist. Even if my cousin is mad, I'll follow him. If I must give up everything for his dream, then so be it. She had read about women in stories who gave their hearts entirely. Now she understood them. Murong Fu noticed the softness in her gaze, the tremor in her voice. A rare warmth stirred in his chest. Yuyan. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. Let me pass the meditation technique to you. You don't need to cultivate. Just chant it. Concentrate. That's all. She nodded quickly, though she barely understood. If this is what it takes to bring him back, I'll do it. But as she repeated the chant, word for word, line by line, something strange happened. The world dimmed around her. A vast, dark void stretched beyond her consciousness. And then, a glow. Brilliant. Celestial. Endless. A figure loomed within it, draped in multicolored radiance. She couldn't see his face, only feel his presence. It crushed her soul with awe and reverence. This is the eternal God. Her heart pounded in her chest. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't look away. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. Her body felt light. Alive. A power surged within her, one she had never known. Her cousin's voice pulled her back. Yuyan, did you see him? Are you beginning to understand now? She nodded, stunned. Cousin, this eternal God is real. I never believed in myths, but now I've seen him with my own eyes. Her tone had changed. From doubt to conviction. Murong Fu smiled proudly. Then you understand. With his help, Dali will rise again. And our names will be carved into the annals of the new divine age. But whether it's Empress Nuwa or any of the so-called celestial Buddhas. Wang Yuyan's voice trembled with emotion. None of them ever showed such divine power. She clenched her fists, heart still pounding from the meditation's afterglow. And yet with just a single chant. I, a woman who couldn't even gather chi, now have the strength of a third-rate martial master. Murong Fu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Exactly. This is the true path. Cousin, you see it now too, don't you? He turned toward the open window, letting the cool breeze sweep across his face. But building a kingdom from scratch is slow. Laborious. Bloody. It might take decades. He exhaled. But if I enter the Song Court, use their bureaucracy, their wealth, their temples, and convert it all into faith offerings to the eternal God, isn't that a far greater plan? Wang Yuyan bit her lip, thinking deeply. If you're going to leverage another country's strength, cousin, why not Dali instead of Song? Murong Fu paused. She continued. It's a Buddhist kingdom. Their devotion to false gods and rituals is unmatched. If we take meditation to them, and the eternal God's power destroys their doctrine, faith will shift overnight. Murong Fu's eyes lit up. He clapped once and laughed. Brilliant, cousin. That's absolutely brilliant. Dali is close, just half a month's journey. And once we dismantle their sacred beliefs and replace them with the eternal faith. He trailed off, smiling like a man who had just seen destiny laid before him. Forget conquering, we'll convert. Dali will become our holy ground. And if the eternal God was pleased, he wouldn't need to lift a sword ever again. Murong Fu summoned his remaining men. That very night, they set out, headed south toward Dali. A quiet kingdom. A land of monks and mysticism. A ripe target. Meanwhile, in the time-space thread of the Sui dynasty, inside the grand reception hall of the Li Manor, Li Shimin, the second son of the Li clan, sat calmly, sipping fragrant green tea. Across from him stood a pair of robed emissaries. One of them was unmistakable even through her veil, Shi Feishuan, envoy of Cihang Jingjai. She wore a white silk robe, and though her face was half covered, her voice was like a flowing spring. "We thank you for your hospitality, Lord Shimin," she said politely. "To see the rising sun of the Sui with our own eyes is truly a blessing." Li Shimin returned her smile with a nod. Then, setting his cup down gently, he asked, "Lady Shi, there's a question that has long lingered in my heart." She tilted her head slightly, curious. What question troubles the famed dragon of the Li family? He stared at the flickering lantern above them. Then turned back to her, eyes calm but sharp. Do gods and Buddhas truly exist in this world? And if they do, why has no one truly seen them? Chapter 14, Li Shimin's calculations, ready to sacrifice the priestess Feishuan. The atmosphere in the grand meeting hall grew tense. Li Shimin's question about the existence of gods and Buddhas hadn't just startled his guests, it had caught them completely off guard. Around the long sandalwood table, officials and scholars exchanged uncertain glances. No one dared answer. Their eyes instinctively turned toward Shi Feishuan, the veiled envoy of Cihang Temple. After all, if anyone here could speak for the divine, it would be her. Feishuan remained composed, her white robe still and pure, like a lotus in winter frost. Yet inside, her heart stirred uneasily. Why is he asking this? Everything she'd heard about Li Shimin, graceful in bearing, strategic in thought, respectful of faith, had painted him as a future ruler with virtue. But this line of questioning was almost sacrilegious. Does he not support Buddhism at all? Or worse, does he intend to challenge it? Feishuan hesitated only for a moment before offering a graceful smile. "I cannot say with certainty whether gods or Buddhas walk this earth," she said gently. "But our ancestor, the enlightened Dini, has remained incorruptible for over 3 centuries. Her body, untouched by decay, stands as proof of something greater." Li Shimin didn't miss a beat. He set his teacup down softly, his gaze steady. "That only proves she was strong," he said flatly. "It doesn't make her a deity." The words struck like a slap in the face of orthodoxy. To him, bodily preservation was mere biology, nothing divine. He'd already seen things far beyond that. The ninja scientist in the chat group had described reviving the dead, even extending life beyond natural limits. Jack Sparrow, that mad pirate, walked the seas as a man cursed to never rot, his flesh immune to time. And then there was Orochimaru, a man who had transcended mortality and called upon a god so real and terrifying that even entire nations fell before him. Feishuan felt the weight of his words. Her lips tightened under the veil. "May I ask, Prince Shimin, why do you pursue the matter of gods and Buddhas so intently?" she said carefully. "Is it immortality you seek?" Her voice was respectful but cautious. If that was the case, she would have to report it back to Cihang Temple. A young ruler obsessed with living forever often led to suffering for their people. Li Shimin chuckled. Immortality. That was already within reach. Orochimaru had achieved it. Others were racing toward it. No, his curiosity had nothing to do with personal desire. "I ask," he said, "because I wish to know if you, Cihang Temple, believe in a true divine being, or merely in control." His tone sharpened subtly. "It said your sect holds his jade, and the right to name an emperor. If a temple can anoint emperors like priests choosing kings, then the emperor is not ruler, but puppet." Feishuan's face remained hidden, but her posture stiffened. Li Shimin had made himself clear. He would not be ruled. "If I take the throne," he thought coldly, "Cihang Temple will be the first I cleanse." Their politics disguised as piety, he saw right through it. They want a chosen one. Fine. I'll offer them one. Right on the altar. Sure, Feishuan, let's see if your loyalty lies with mortals or something far greater. If she refused the eternal God, she would become the sacrifice herself. And if she accepted, she would preach faith for him throughout the empire. Either way, she was already part of his plan. Li Shimin leaned back, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. "You think I'm obsessed with immortality?" he asked, a wry smile on his lips. "Not quite. I'm no child chasing fairy tales." His voice dropped, mellow and thoughtful. "I met a Taoist sage recently. We debated for hours, searching ancient scrolls, piecing together folk legends. Do you know what we found? His gaze swept the room. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The gods and Buddhas of our world exist only in myth. There's no proof, no miracles, no teachings, just stories. A tense silence settled again. Sure Feishuan didn't speak immediately. Her fingers tightened around her teacup. After a long pause, she finally said in a quiet voice. There are gods 3 feet above our heads. It is not the place of mortals to question the heavens. Her tone had cooled. The conversation had crossed a line. Let's speak of the border conflict with Tubo, shall we? Li Shimin smiled politely and nodded. They changed the subject, but the atmosphere never warmed again. When the guests had finally gone, and the last white-robed envoy had vanished into the courtyard shadows, Li Shimin's smile vanished. So much for the holy daughters of light, he muttered, voice thick with contempt. Just another political cult dressing up ambition as enlightenment. The silk curtain behind him rustled softly. A young woman stepped into view, tall, regal, and radiant with a sharp grace. Her gaze carried steel behind the softness. It was Li Xuning, the princess of the Tang clan and one of the sharpest minds in the empire. Second brother, she said with a scoff. You were right. Those Zihong women are nothing but manipulators. Every word wrapped in incense and lies. Immortals and Buddhas. False gods, every last one of them. Li Shimin chuckled. To control the emperor by pretending to choose one, using his jade as a divine seal of legitimacy. It's clever. But not clever enough. His eyes narrowed as he turned to her. What about the meditation? Li Xuning's confident posture shifted. She glanced down, then up again, more hesitant now. It's real. Her voice was quiet. The eternal God. She swallowed, I felt it. That glint in her eye, a flicker of fear. Li Shimin noticed immediately. You mean, you meditated and actually connected? She nodded, slowly. I broke through to the Xiantian realm overnight. I defeated one of our top guardians with a single move. He said I radiated like a land immortal. She shivered, remembering. Second brother, when I reached out through meditation. I saw him. Or rather, I saw a shadow so vast and blinding, I couldn't even perceive his face. Just being in his presence made my legs shake. Li Shimin stared at her, the gears turning behind his eyes. She wasn't one to exaggerate. If she was saying this, then it was real. And far, far more powerful than anything the Taoists or Buddhists could conjure. He broke into a wide grin. Excellent. Then the altar is ready. Tomorrow, we give him a proper welcome. He turned to the window, looking out over the palace city lights. They call themselves goddesses. He laughed under his breath. Good. We'll see how much their gods protect them when I put their priestess on the altar. Chapter 15, The White Jade Altar, Sacrifice the Fated Maiden Sure Feishuan. Senior sister, what's Li Shimin planning? He's dragging us into the army, claiming he has a way to break the enemy. The woman in yellow, walking ahead with clear frustration, couldn't hold it in anymore. They were cultivators of the righteous path. Fighting demons and evildoers was their duty, yes, but joining a military campaign. And yet, senior sister had agreed. Sure Feishuan's gaze shimmered slightly. The Emperor of Sui has turned his eyes eastward toward Goguryeo. Li Shimin was sent here to hold off the Tubo invaders, but he has no reinforcements. If generals like Yuan Huaji ignore him, he's cut off. It's already been a 2-month stalemate. She glanced back at the others. But have you considered why he still seems so calm? Indeed. If he truly had the means, he would have acted already. Why hold out for so long? Now it made sense. Their master always said to prioritize Feishuan's judgment. That same day, Li Shimin personally gathered his elite Fei Xiong army and introduced them to the concept of eternal meditation. His troops had strong foundations to begin with. But with meditation, their spiritual strength soared. Yet their awe turned quickly into unease. Who was this radiant, terrifying god behind the power? Li Shimin, standing tall before them, raised his voice. Fear not. That is the eternal God, a true deity who walks among realms. He has appointed me as his divine envoy. The soldiers were stunned. Gods are real. And their commander was the chosen messenger. Excitement replaced fear. Their eyes lit up with a sense of holy mission. Li Shimin continued proudly, the mortal emperor has abandoned virtue. Chaos rises. But my eternal God brings salvation. He aids the people. A flame ignited in their hearts. The next morning, clad in a flowing white robe, Li Shimin led the Fei Xiong army out of the city. At his side were only his sister Li Xuning, Sure Feishuan, and the women of the Bai Dao. Though skeptical, the white-clad Taoists followed, believing Li Shimin had troops hidden nearby. They traveled together to Champa Ridge. Meanwhile, in the Tubo army's camp below the mountain, the scouts saw Li Shimon's standard flying openly. Their commander burst into laughter. Ha! The turtles finally dare to leave the city. Today we feast on his flesh and drink his blood. With the signal of a blaring war horn, tens of thousands of Tubo soldiers began their charge. After a long while, the Tubo army reached Li Shimon's position. The general leading them burst into laughter at the sight of only a few hundred men. Little Li, he called mockingly, have you finally come to your senses? Surrender now and spare yourself a pointless death. Kneel and you'll be spared. Kneel and you'll be spared. The soldiers chanted in broken Chinese, their cries echoing across the hills, shaking the very air. Far behind them, the defenders watching from the city walls were shaken with dread. Inside the city, the officials sent by Emperor Li Yuan panicked. What is Li Shimon doing? He's taken his troops out alone. Close the gates immediately. They rushed to the tower, eyes wide as they watched the scene unfold. And then, they froze. Li Shimon dismounted. So did his followers. One of them stepped forward holding an ornate white jade box. Is he offering tribute? No, is he surrendering? Write it down. Quickly report this to the emperor. Li Shimon is kneeling to the enemy and offering treasure. Back on the field, Li Shimon slowly knelt. He raised the jade box reverently and opened it, revealing a luminous piece of carved white jade glowing with otherworldly energy. The people in the city were dumbstruck. Even Shi Feishuan and her fellow Bai Dao sisters stared in disbelief. Their hearts pounded. He was really kneeling. Only Li Xiong and the Feixiong army remained composed, expressions unwavering. From the Tubo side came roars of laughter. Ha! The second son of the Li clan kneels with jade in hand. Ha ha ha. He's groveling. That jade must be worth a fortune. The central plains are ours. But none of them noticed what Li Shimon was truly doing. He wasn't surrendering. He was praying. Glorious eternal God, he intoned, his voice firm and solemn, your humble servant, Li Shimon, offers his faith unto you. This white jade altar is prepared for you, and today, I offer a sacred vessel, she who bears fate's blessing, Shi Feishuan, as tribute. I beseech you, Eternal One, descend upon us. Shi Feishuan. Wait, what did he just say? Was she, the sacrifice? Her mind reeled. She had come believing she was part of a secret military strategy. She never imagined that she was the offering. Above the mortal plane, in the celestial domain of the eternal God. Lucian stirred. Sensing the activation of another altar, he smiled. So soon. Another sacrifice. His divine perception pierced the layers of reality, instantly locking onto the scene. Ah. Li Shimon. Looks like you're eager. The altar pulsed with divine light. And this time, Lucian would make everyone witness the glory and terror of a god. Chapter 16, Excessive Force, Almost Tearing the World Apart. Li Shimon, you're insane. Die. Shi Feishuan's blade gleamed with righteous fury as she lunged forward, her strike sharp enough to split mountains. She had touched the threshold of sword-heart clarity, her technique carried terrifying weight. But her sword never reached its mark. A figure moved between them in a blur. Li Xiong. To be chosen as an offering to the eternal God is the highest honor. Stop resisting and accept it. You. Shi Feishuan couldn't believe it. How could Li Xiong, someone raised in the battlefield, overpower her, the heir of Siiheng Temple? Even worse, she could feel it, Xiong held the advantage. What had she missed? Before she could gather her thoughts, the sky ruptured. The wind fell silent. A golden thunder dragon descended from swirling auspicious clouds. The heavens cracked open with a divine roar. In that moment, even the sun and moon dimmed. Above them all, a colossal figure emerged, wreathed in radiant halos and surrounded by deific illusions. The eternal God. Shi Feishuan finally understood the question Li Shimon had posed the day before. Do gods truly exist in this world? She now had her answer. There was no need for faith. The proof stood before her eyes. A voice thundered across the battlefield, deep and resonant. Believers, I have heard your call. This offering pleases me. And because of your devotion, I shall grant your wish. A single divine gesture. A palm, vast enough to eclipse the sky, began to descend. The earth shook violently. Mountains cracked. The heavens wailed. The hand of the god fell upon the barbarian army like judgment from above. Darkness swallowed the light. A moment of utter stillness. Then, screams. Crushed earth. Oblivion. When sight returned, a bottomless abyss remained where tens of thousands had once stood. One palm. Everything, gone. Even distant peaks had been reduced to dust. TCH. Overdid it again, Lucian muttered, a bit embarrassed. He had wanted to display divine power, not rip open the world. With a sigh, he adjusted his divine energy. Reality began to rewind itself. The abyss filled in. Cracked mountains reformed. Trees and greenery didn't return, but the landscape was whole again, as if a god had pressed rewind on creation itself. Lucian dropped to his knees, forehead pressed against the dirt, knocking repeatedly. The same with the flying bear army. And Lucian. They had witnessed true power. The overwhelming might of a living god. As the world stilled and the restored land glimmered with traces of divine presence, a majestic voice echoed once more from the heavens. You did well, Lucian. Lucian's voice rolled like thunder, divine and absolute. For offering a daughter of destiny, I shall grant you the gift of longevity and 1,000 years of cultivation. Continue to spread my faith as my chosen do. The son of destiny and the daughter of destiny are not the same, remember that. Now rise, and bathe in my grace. Golden light poured from the sky. Lucian, trembling and choked with emotion, rose from his knees. Tears streamed down his face. He had chosen right. He had followed the true path. The path of the eternal God. The light wrapped around him, seeping into his very bones. His muscles, tendons, and spirit surged with power. 10,000 years of life. 1,000 years of divine cultivation. In a single breath, Lucian ascended from a second-rate martial artist to the Golden Core realm, a level far beyond earthly limits, beyond even the fabled land immortals. He could feel it. If he unsheathed his sword now, he could cleave a mountain in half. And that was merely the beginning. Then, the voice returned. Goddess, I will accept it, I hope you will work hard. Lucian's voice trembled, but her eyes burned with courage. She stepped forward and bowed low, hands clasped in reverence. I am Lucian, a devout believer. If it pleases the eternal God, I offer myself. Not as a sacrifice, but to serve in your divine palace, even if only as a maid. She raised her eyes, her breath caught in awe at the sheer grandeur of the palace floating above them in the clouds. To be in that place, even as a servant, would be a greater honor than 1,000 lifetimes in the mortal world. There was a pause. Then, one word echoed across the heavens. Accepted. A second divine hand descended, enveloping her in a radiant beam of light. She floated upward, toward the gates of the immortal palace, vanishing into the clouds. Shur-Feishuan had already been taken. Now, Lucian too was gone. Only the stunned mortals remained. Back on the city wall, one of the scribes, still pale from what he had just witnessed, clutched the half-written report in his shaking hands. Do we still send this to the capital? He asked, voice dry with fear. His commander, eyes wide and face pale, smacked the letter from his hand. Send what? Didn't you see? The second son of the Li family, no, the divine envoy, was chosen by the eternal God himself. Unless Emperor Li Yuan wants divine punishment raining on his palace, he'd better kneel too. They weren't wrong. At this moment, Lucian stood tall, cloaked in divine light, radiant with newfound strength, and backed by the will of a god. The soldiers below dropped to their knees once more, this time not from fear, but reverence. The divine had touched their world. The skies above returned to blue. The sun shone through the clouds again. But the ground below, though healed, had changed. What was once golden earth was now stained deep black, a divine scar left behind by the Eternal One's presence. A reminder that even if the land healed, the gods had walked here. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 17, Lucian, one true God is all this world needs. Back in the capital, Lucian wasted no time. His first command was absolute. All unauthorized temples, wild gods, household idols, local shrines, they are to be demolished immediately. Not one is to remain. He stood atop the stairs of Daxing Temple, his voice booming. My God is the only true faith. The rest are false, frauds. The practitioners of meditation and inner cultivation nodded in unison. To them, it made sense. If the so-called immortal Buddhas truly existed, why had they never shown themselves? Why hadn't they descended, like the eternal God had? One of his generals leaned in and asked cautiously, My lord, what about Sihang Jingjai? The once arrogant martial artists who had followed Shur-Feishuan were now meek, silent, and utterly humbled. Their submissive posture pleased Lucian. These were the same people who had defied him before, who made him personally come to greet them at the city gates, an outrageous act of disrespect. But now that he had become a divine envoy, blessed with a 1,000-year cultivation base and a lifespan extending 10,000 years, they had all folded like paper before him. He paused, then spoke with cold authority, Make an announcement. Tell Fan Qinghui that Shur-Feishuan has ascended to the heavens to serve the eternal God. From this day forth, they must either convert, or tear down their temple. The messenger bowed deeply. As you command, my lord. The eternal God is the only true deity, those Buddhas and immortals are nothing but illusions. And it wasn't just the disciples of Cihang Jingjai. Even monks from the Jingnian Zen sect had gathered, curious, skeptical, but unable to deny what they had witnessed. Today, they had seen the divine with their own eyes. And that changed everything. One monk muttered, "We've studied scriptures for decades, chanted day and night, and yet, never once has the Buddha revealed himself to us." Another disciple, Lukong's own student, ripped off his monk's robe, tossed it to the ground, and shouted, "I'm done. This was all a lie. Now that I've seen the true God, I beg you, envoy, teach me divine magic." He dropped to his knees before Li Shimin, reverent and sincere. The sight moved the crowd. One by one, the others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Li Shimin chuckled and lifted the men to his feet. "It's not too late to turn back. From today, we shall spread the faith of the eternal God. Through discipline and devotion, anyone can cultivate this sacred path." The officials watching below exchanged glances. These were seasoned men, schemers, nobles, generals. But even they understood what was happening. In perfect harmony, they declared, "Please, Lord Envoy, grant us the sacred method. We too wish to follow the true faith." After all, who didn't want to become immortal? Who wouldn't want a place in the divine realm? Even if they couldn't become gods here in the Central Plains, there were other nations, other lands to spread the faith to. One general stepped forward and knelt. "My lord, we are ready to march on Goryeo. Just give the word, and we'll handle the Turks next." Li Shimin raised a hand. "No need to rush. First, we'll transform the people of this city. Let them witness the power of the eternal God. Only then will we move forward." Faith could not be forced. It had to grow, slowly, steadily, like a tide rising across the land. To ensure his message struck fear and awe, Li Shimin personally passed on divine teachings to the envoys he sent out. These chosen few would carry the light of faith and the power of miracles, spreading strength and harvesting devotion wherever they went. The foundation of a new divine empire had been laid. In the celestial expanse known as the domain of the gods, the two women were gently lifted by a formless, glowing force, like the palm of a divine hand. The energy wrapped around them like warm silk, guiding them through the clouds toward a palace in the heavens. They floated in silence, awe-consuming every part of them. Even Shifei, once a proud cultivator who considered herself an untouchable fairy, could say nothing in the face of such divine wonder. Her normally serene expression was replaced by a subtle tension, the kind only born from disbelief and reverence. Her restrained awe made her look even more beautiful. Then, a voice thundered from the skies above, calm, yet absolute. "Your bodies have been reshaped by divine power. With your new strength, 7th rank, you can now fly on cloud and mist. Simply will it, and you shall ascend. I await you in Ziwei Palace." The voice wasn't heard so much as felt, a vibration through the very fabric of their beings. The two women exchanged a glance. Awkwardly at first, they reached inward to the newfound power coursing through them. And then, like something out of a dream, a misty cloud formed beneath their feet, lifting them skyward. We're really flying." Shifei gasped, the wind brushing past her face as she gently rose. She floated effortlessly, her robes trailing like divine silk. This wasn't like using sword light to ride through the air, it wasn't forceful or draining. It was effortless. Natural. No. This wasn't immortality. This was godhood. A light smile touched her lips as she rose higher and higher, watching the miles fall beneath her like petals in the wind. All those years of bitter sword cultivation suddenly felt trivial. The teachings of mortals are fragile illusions. Gods cannot be understood by mortals. They exist on a plane far beyond. After soaring together across the divine sky, the two finally arrived at the gates of Ziwei Palace, guided by the invisible map etched into their minds. There, seated casually upon a silver throne that shimmered with cosmic light, was a man whose beauty defied logic. Young in appearance, and yet carrying a presence that could crush mountains. His eyes shimmered like galaxies. His smile, calm, amused, welcomed them. Surprised, he asked gently. "Gods aren't giants. We appear as you do. It's simply that your world, compared to mine, is no more than an egg. Naturally, I seem enormous." The women instinctively descended, landing before him with grace. Their knees touched the polished stardust floor as they bowed with reverence. This man. Lucian Carter, the eternal god. He reached out, gently tilting Shifei's chin with his fingers. Her breath hitched slightly as her cheeks flushed red. She lowered her gaze, a mix of shame and anticipation flickering in her eyes. "From today onward," Lucian said softly, "you are to be my handmaidens. The palace is empty for now, just the three of us. Choose your chambers in the western wing. But first, accompany me. It's time for a divine bath." "As you command, eternal God," they replied in unison, voices low and obedient. They followed him deeper into the palace, where the bathing hall unfolded before them like a dreamscape from the stars. A vast pool rippled with shimmering liquid, each drop like a condensed star, glowing with celestial light. The air was filled with a quiet hum, as though the universe itself whispered here. They paused at the edge of the bath, stunned. "This is star water," Lucian explained. "It's made from the essence of a shattered planet, refined for divine use. Bathe in it, and your newly awakened divinity will stabilize. Let the stars embrace you." The women turned to each other, speechless. With slow, reverent motions, they reached for the clasps of their divine robes. One after another, the soft fabrics fell, revealing skin now flawless and radiant with faint celestial light, an aura granted only to those touched by divine hands. They stepped into the water, gasping softly as the star-filled liquid kissed their bodies. It wasn't warm or cold. It was cosmic. Eternal. Their old selves had already faded. And now, they would be reborn. Chapter 18, Purchasing Rule Fragments and Creating the Divine Art System. In the boundless domain of the gods, the two women floated quietly in the star water, their bodies bathed in the liquefied essence of an entire shattered planet. They didn't fully understand the nature of a planet, nor how it could be refined into such a divine substance. But they understood instinctively, this was no ordinary luxury. It was a blessing only gods could bestow. At first glance, the water appeared normal. But once submerged, their bodies were nourished by a constant influx of celestial energy, so soothing that it felt impossible to stay awake. Every cell hummed with renewal. After a long, refreshing soak, Lucian Carter dismissed them. He watched their retreating figures, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The first stage is complete, Lucian mused. But this was only the introduction. To cultivate lasting, unwavering faith, I'll need to continue guiding them, properly. What Li Shimin didn't know was this: while Shi Feishuan was indeed a child of destiny, so too was Li Xiaoning. Both were tied intimately to the fate of the Li dynasty. As the eldest princess of the dynasty, Li Xiaoning carried vast natural luck within her bloodline. By converting both women, Lucian had successfully harvested an astonishing 20% of the world's fortune. Raising his palm, a glowing orb of golden light rose from it, floating upward until it merged into the heart of the sun itself. Now, with over 80% of the world's fortune in his grasp, the world of legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty had essentially fallen into his hands. That was faster than expected. Withdrawing his projection, Lucian shifted focus. He opened his divine store, browsing through the available law fragments. To truly establish a powerful divine art system within his domain, he needed to implant these laws into the very fabric of God's domain. He could have chosen to comprehend the laws himself. But that would have been a slow, tedious process, wasteful, given his current resources. Better to buy what I need and move fast. After all, his newly awakened believers, Shi Feishuan and Li Xiaoning, were powerful now, but without a complete divine system to guide them, they couldn't fully wield their potential. He couldn't have them using mortal martial arts forever. Opening the store's catalog, 4 major categories of law fragments appeared. Mystery Department. Death Department. Life Department. Basic Department. The Mystery Department contained laws related to curses, blood magic, numerology, and other secretive arts, hundreds of complex fragments. The Death Department was simpler, focused primarily on underworld magic and the manipulation of death energy. The Life Department, as expected, was its mirror, filled with healing arts, vitality manipulation, and resurrection techniques. The Basic Department was the most diverse, boasting over 2,000 types. At the core were the elemental laws: wind, fire, water, and earth. Higher-tier elements like light, darkness, time, and space cost significantly more. Time and space fragments were 10 times pricier than standard elements. The price for even a single earth fragment was steep; it cost one entire source of supernatural power. Lucian glanced at the freshly credited 5,000 sources of supernatural power in his account and smiled lightly. If we're building a true divine empire, we can't be stingy. With that, he cleared out a huge portion of the inventory. Moments later, 3,000 law fragments were delivered via a shimmering spacetime wormhole, deposited neatly at his side. Lucian stepped into the heart of God's domain. Holding a fragment between his fingers, he pressed it into the invisible foundation of his world. Constructing the divine arts. His voice echoed across the heavens. Using the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. To build the foundation of elemental magic, mastering escape techniques, constructing elemental affinities. Using curses, numerology, and secret arts, to weave witchcraft, mastering fate, manipulating destiny, unraveling the unseen threads of existence. With death laws, building the underworld arts, commanding the undead, achieving soul immortality. Cultivating the spirits of the departed. With life laws, crafting the arts of life, healing the wounded, preserving vitality, and even resurrecting the dead. With every word he spoke, the skies thundered, and the laws of the world shifted. In this domain, his voice was absolute law. At the same time, every believer in God's domain, no matter how new, felt an invisible force wrap around them. They could now sense the existence of divine arts. Lucian had created a complete cultivation system. Over 2,000 different divine spells were born that day. From simple elemental control to powerful resurrection, each art was now woven into the fabric of the world. Naturally, these divine arts were classified into 9 ranks. A believer's contribution value determined what level of divine magic they could access. Outstanding contributors like Lishimin and Orochimaru had already reached 2-star believer status. They could now practice powerful second-tier divine arts. Firestorms, rain of flame, waterspouts, and more. Lucian smiled faintly, watching the subtle changes ripple through the world he now ruled. Now, let's see who proves themselves worthy. Don't disappoint me. Within the 10,000 Worlds chat group. Secondly. Ha ha ha. Greetings, everyone. From today, I'm officially a believer. At Ninja Scientist, let's work together from now on and discuss ways to spread the faith of our eternal God. Ninja Scientist. He he he. Today is a good day indeed. But tell me, have you completed your offering? Secondly. Of course. A girl tied to destiny walked right to my doorstep. Naturally, I devoted her to my lord. Oh, and my sister-in-law, are both working in the palace now. Feeling proud, proud.jpg. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Whoa. I worship the boss now. Omega, no hesitation, I'm officially a believer too. Pirate of the Caribbean. Sigma, winky face, I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Damn it. Young Master Murong. Congratulations, brotherly. I'll be relying on you from now on. Secondly. Naturally. You mentioned wanting to restore your kingdom, right? Then move quickly. Witness the power of my God firsthand. Before, I only experienced minor miracles. But now, I truly understand the greatness of our eternal God. Secondly, then shared a video with the group. The moment it played, the entire chat group fell into stunned silence. The footage was taken from a high vantage point, capturing a scene beyond mortal comprehension. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, covering the entire sky. The impact was catastrophic, visible veins of molten magma split open the earth as the massive hand crashed down, carving deep trenches across mountains and grasslands alike. But what left them truly breathless wasn't just the devastating power. It was the restoration that followed. Before their eyes, the bottomless rifts in the earth mended themselves effortlessly. Mountains rose again, valleys refilled, like watching time itself rewind. It was divine. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Did you notice? Even though the strike was so massive, it didn't harm a single person from Brother Lee's town. The attack was controlled perfectly, even the nearby villages were untouched. Secondly. Of course. Our eternal God is merciful. He doesn't kill for sport. The barbarians who invaded the Central Plains, those who slaughtered innocents, they deserve divine judgment. Young Master Murong. I better get moving. I'm heading to Dali tonight. I have to achieve something for the faith. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Wait for me. I'm almost ready too. Ugh, why is it so hard to find the top jade here in the endless seas? It's driving me crazy. 4 Peace. Today's been inspiring. Seeing you all work so hard, I've decided to. Although there's not much jade in my world, we still have rare ores and gold. I'll build an altar even if I have to melt my treasures. At that moment, a divine message appeared from above. God of eternity. Seeing your dedication makes me very proud. For a moment, the chat group was frozen. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Secondly. Young Master Murong. 4 Peace. Ninja Scientist. Chapter 19, The Stubborn Selenum, Lucian Carter grants divine magic. Spirit of the Demon Sword. The Lord God has appeared. Ninja Scientist. I greet the Lord God with all my heart. Secondly. Greetings, my Lord. I'm already preparing to cleanse the heretics. Soon, temples dedicated to you will bloom across the land. 4 Peace. My Lord God, may I ask, would an altar built from pure gold be acceptable? God of eternity. Sincerity is spirit. If your heart is true, even an altar made from clay will reach me. Upon seeing this reply, everyone in the chat group felt their hearts lighten, their faith growing even deeper. God of eternity. I love all beings. You are my people. As long as you are willing to spread my doctrine, no matter where you are my followers. In recent days, I have developed divine arts. Based on your contributions, you may now learn them. And remember, it is not an exaggeration when I say you can one day grasp the stars themselves. Work hard, and it will be reality. Spirit of the Demon Sword. I'm so excited I want to perform a sacrifice immediately. But, ever since my meditation, although I've grown stronger, I'm still imprisoned inside the demon lock tower. I have no materials to use. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Little sister, you can use stones. You're a magic sword spirit, build your altar with heart, and it will surely succeed. Spirit of the Demon Sword. I'll try. Meanwhile, in the world of Immortal Sword. Inside the sealed demon lock tower, Solanum sat curled in the corner, sighing heavily. Despite what she had claimed in the chat group, she had not truly meditated at all. It was Hong Kuei, the half-demonic spirit fused within her, who had done so. At this very moment, the entire floor of imprisoned demons had been slaughtered by Hong Kuei, venting her anger and resentment in a blood-soaked frenzy. A flash of crimson light sparked in the dim tower. Hong Kuei reappeared, her presence thick with killing intent. She glanced at Solanum disdainfully and sneered. Still refusing to hand over the sacrifice technique. Though Hong Kuei's strength had soared after meditation, the suppression field of the demon lock tower was too strong, even she couldn't break through it. Several times she had nearly escaped, only to be forced back by the sword immortals of Shushan guarding the tower from outside. Each time, her hatred only grew. Her young, beautiful face was now stained with cold malice. Facing her, Solanum shrank back even tighter, huddled into a trembling ball, too terrified to even lift her head. Hong Kuei's expression twisted into frustration. You keep talking about finding your brother. But if you don't escape this tower, you'll never see him again. Hand over the sacrifice technique already. Solanum gritted her teeth, her voice trembling but firm. If I give it to you, the world will fall into chaos. Even if it means never seeing my brother again, I won't help destroy the world. Hong Kuei's crimson eyes burned with fury. Stupid pig brain. If I could enter the chat group myself, do you think I'd lower myself to beg you like this? The two clashed again, words like blades, cutting deep. This wasn't the first time. Nor would it be the last. But no matter how many times they argued, no matter how much pressure Hong Kuei applied, the kind-hearted Solanum refused to yield. In the 10,000 Worlds chat group, a new message from the heavens appeared. The God of Eternity had uploaded a detailed chart. 1-star Divine Arts, Fireball, Fire Escape. 2-star Divine Arts, Sword Manifestation, Curse Weaving. 3-star Divine Arts, Space Shock. 9-star Divine Arts, Resurrection of the Dead, Time Reversal, Space Fusion. The group exploded instantly. Secondly, Sword Manifestation is only 2-star magic. And there's even Resurrection of the Dead at 9 stars. My God. Ninja Scientist. My Lord God, how can we learn these divine techniques? Are there any restrictions? Pirate King of the Caribbean. Same question here. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Can the dead really be resurrected? Despite being locked in the demon lock tower, the spirit of the demon sword, Solanum, remained attentive to the chat. The mention of resurrection struck her heart deeply. Her mind immediately flew to memories of her lost parents, the king and queen. Could they truly be brought back? If that was possible, then maybe, just maybe. A reply came swiftly from Lucian Carter. God of Eternity. Learning divine arts is based on contribution value. As my followers, you are all eligible to start with 1-star divine arts. Contribution value is earned by cultivating believers, spreading the faith, and making offerings. Currently, only Orochimaru and Li Shimin are 2-star believers. Ninja Scientist, Orochimaru. I see. My lord, how do we begin learning? God of Eternity. Enter meditation. When you do, new knowledge will appear within your spirit. Choose the divine arts you wish to master. Inside the Naruto world. As soon as he received the instructions, Orochimaru, who was traveling at the time, stopped immediately and closed his eyes, entering a deep meditation. The moment he submerged his consciousness, a brand new world unfolded before him. Rows of spells shimmered like bubbles, waiting to be picked. Among the 1-star divine arts, choices like Fireball and Water Escape floated at his fingertips. From the 2-star arts, there were stronger techniques like Tornado Creation. He hovered over one. Fireball. Manipulate the element of fire with your mind to launch a sphere of concentrated flame. Orochimaru frowned slightly when he opened his eyes. It sounds simple. Just a basic fireball. Still, he decided to test it immediately. Conveniently, a large mountain stood ahead. A perfect target. He formed the divine seal pattern mentally and willed the fireball into existence. A basin-sized sphere of pure fire materialized. And launched. Boom. The explosion rocked the entire landscape. Before Orochimaru's astonished gaze, the entire 100-meter-high mountain vaporized into mist, vanishing as if it had never existed. Ash and black smoke billowed into the sky. Nearby, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been following Orochimaru, watched the disaster unfold with wide, twitching eyes. Orochimaru-sama, were you experimenting with new ninjutsu? Orochimaru snapped out of his daze, then chuckled bitterly. No. This isn't ninjutsu. It's a divine technique, one of the basic arts just granted to me by my god. He looked at his hand, the power still burning through his veins. Good heavens, if this is just fireball. What kind of monsters would 9-star magic create? A chill of excitement and fear ran down Orochimaru's spine. Chapter 20, The Power of Divine Arts, Li Shimin Slices Through a Holy Land. Even now, Orochimaru still couldn't completely calm down. This was only a basic, first-level divine art. And yet, it had vaporized an entire mountain. If he unleashed a fireball spell against Konoha, it wouldn't just destroy the village. It would erase it, vaporize it into nothingness. Destruction and evaporation were entirely different realms of power. With his own strength, Orochimaru could smash a mountain to rubble. But to reduce it into mist and gas, with such little effort. Impossible, without divine magic. And what shocked him even more was the efficiency. The divine spell consumed almost no chakra, or, rather, divine power at all. Nearby, Sasuke had gone silent, his face stiff with suppressed emotions. After a long pause, he asked carefully. Master. Are there really spells in the divine arts that can resurrect the dead? Orochimaru turned to him and smiled faintly. Yes. There are resurrection spells among the 9-star divine arts. Confirmed personally by our eternal god. Come, I'll forward you the list. He raised a hand slightly, transmitting the catalog of divine spells directly to Sasuke's spirit. For a long moment, Sasuke stood frozen, scanning the information. Then, slowly, silently, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He was still so young. And yet he had already tasted unbearable loss. When he was just a small child, he had witnessed the death of his parents with his own eyes. That trauma, that emptiness. How could he be expected to endure it forever? Now, for the first time in years, he saw a flicker of true hope. Thank you. Thank you. I finally see a way forward. Sasuke's voice trembled, thick with tears. He wasn't guessing anymore. The chance to resurrect his parents, it was real. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Then be diligent in spreading the faith. Resurrection spells aren't cheap. You'll need to earn contribution points to unlock them. But if you work hard, when the time comes, you'll bring them back with your own hands. In this new divine world, believers from the same realm would naturally look out for one another. One day, when they ascended to the god realm, they wouldn't have to fear being bullied by those from stronger worlds. But to Orochimaru's surprise, Sasuke shook his head firmly. Thank you, master. But I will rely on my own efforts. I'll become a 9-star believer with my own hands. The young boy's stubborn gaze burned with determination. Orochimaru looked at him for a long moment. In the end, he said nothing. He simply smiled faintly, and turned away. Meanwhile, in the world of Datang Xuanglong legend. When Li Shimin learned that he could now practice royal swordsmanship, he was ecstatic. Although he already possessed a golden core cultivation base and could fly through internal energy manipulation, flying with a sword had always been a dream. What native cultivator wouldn't want to fly freely across the heavens, sword beneath their feet? Without hesitation, he selected royal swordsmanship from the divine arts list and began practicing immediately. The technique emphasized refining divine runes directly into the blade, allowing the sword to shrink or grow, soar through the air at incredible speeds, and be controlled with pure thought. With this divine method, Li Shimin muttered, excitement surging through him. There's no need to send messengers to Cihang Jingjai anymore. I'll deliver the warning myself. Without wasting a moment, he strode out of his study and retrieved an ancient sword from his personal collection. Holding the blade steady, he began engraving the divine rune pattern into its surface. Golden lines emerged across the sword like celestial rivers, flowing perfectly into shape. Then, an invisible flame materialized, sacrificing and refining the sword under divine power. Li Shimin had expected the refinement process to take years. After all, in the immortal legends he'd read, weapon refining often took decades. Instead, before even a stick of incense could burn out, the refinement completed. An invisible bond formed between him and the sword. That's it. So fast. He tested the connection, guiding the sword with a thought. Instantly, the blade zipped forward, cutting through the marble floor like butter. It responded to his will as if it were part of his own body. The speed, it's incredible. I must try it outside. He rushed into the courtyard, his ancient sword floating obediently behind him. The guards stationed outside, Fei Xiong Jun among them, knelt quickly in salute. But then they looked up and watched in wide-eyed horror as their master lightly jumped onto the hovering sword and soared into the sky. Their pupils contracted sharply. Flying sword. The god of eternity has made him even more powerful. Up above, Li Shimin glided through the clouds, the wind rushing past his ears, exhilaration bursting from his chest. This is true happiness. He remembered his mission. Cihang Jingjai's temple is on Emperor Step Peak, isn't it? Good. Time to crush their so-called holy land and declare the glory of my god. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he accelerated, riding his sword like a meteor streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, atop Emperor Step Peak, Fan Qinghui sat upon a carved mahogany chair, her brow furrowed in worry. The strange phenomena over the past few days had unsettled her deeply. Despite her profound cultivation and mastery of heavenly laws, she had failed to divine the cause of the upheaval. Even we, who cultivate the path of the heavens, are still human, she murmured bitterly. Perhaps this is divine punishment for Emperor Yang's cruelty and tyranny. She sighed, gazing up at the vast sky above. Then, a flash of silver light streaked across the horizon. Faster than a blink. Fan Qinghui bolted upright, her heart pounding. What is that? The silver light hurtled closer, transforming into a figure, riding a flying sword. Her face paled instantly. A flying sword cultivator, so young, so fast. Was a hidden master from the Taoist sects coming to challenge them? In a panic, she shouted toward her disciples. Quick! Summon the elders. A master swordsman from the Taoists is attacking. But before anyone could move, a calm, commanding voice descended from the sky. Li Shimin stood above them, sword in hand, his gaze like steel. Taoist sect? No. I am Li Shimin, chief envoy under the eternal God. I am here today to deliver one truth to you. From this day forth, there is only one true God in this world. The eternal God. All false gods are blasphemies. Those who worship falsehood shall be purged without mercy. Without waiting for a reply, Li Shimin raised his sword. A faint, almost casual slash. From that simple movement, a crescent-shaped sword light exploded from the blade. It sliced down toward Emperor Step Peak like a divine guillotine. Boom. The sacred mountain, revered for centuries, trembled. The ground split open. The towering peak shattered. In a single strike, the holy land of Cihang Jingjai was split clean in half. Chapter 21, Cutting Down Cihang Jingjai, Conquering Song K of the Way of Heaven. Fan Qinghui stood frozen, her bloodless face turned toward the ruins of Emperor Step Peak. Her heart sank into despair as she stared at the once proud mountain, now split clean in half. With a muffled cry, she collapsed to her knees. She couldn't understand it. How had Li Shimin, the second son of the Li warlord, gained such terrifying power? The eternal God. Could the strange phenomena of the past few days, those miracles in the sky, really have been his doing? Trembling, Fan Qinghui looked up at the young figure standing proudly in the sky. What about my disciple? Where is Shi Feishuan? If they could not follow the Buddha anymore, perhaps they could survive by becoming a simple sect. Li Shimin heard her and sneered coldly. Your disciple was quite the beauty. My God favored her. She has ascended to the heavens to serve as a goddess. The words struck Fan Qinghui like a hammer to the soul. Her vision went black. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and she fainted on the spot. At that moment, from the shattered remains of the mountain, a surge of sword aura shot out. The force was terrifying, almost reaching the level of a land immortal. But against Li Shimin, it was nothing. He flicked his sleeve casually, dispersing the attack like swatting away a fly. Still trying to resist, even using Dini's corpse to attack me. You stubborn nuns, tired of living, aren't you? Fury flashed across his eyes. Li Shimin raised his sword again and unleashed another devastating slash. A sharp, brilliant sword light tore across the sky. Boom. The second half of Emperor Step Peak crumbled into rubble. Dini's corpse, the ancient scriptures of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and centuries of inheritance. All were obliterated in an instant. This time, Cihang Jingjai was wiped clean from the earth. Li Shimin stood calmly amidst the destruction. To him, this wasn't excessive. As a divine envoy, he had already shown more mercy than they deserved. Disobedience against the eternal God meant death. His gaze swept across the trembling nuns below. Listen well. From today forward, you have two choices. Either marry into the mortal world and abandon your false gods. Or convert to the faith of the eternal God. If you resist, when my armies sweep the land, I will show no mercy to any who stand against us. The dozens of young women collapsed in terror, sobbing. None even noticed when Li Shimin turned and disappeared into the sky. Within a matter of days, the news spread like wildfire. Li Shimin destroyed Cihang Jingjai with a single sword. Some claimed he had flown across the void, cutting down mountains with ease. Others whispered that he had already transcended mortality and become a celestial being. Still others believed that he was a divine emissary sent by the eternal God to restore order to a chaotic world. Whatever the story, one thing was certain. Li Shimin's name shook the entire Sui dynasty. Along with the rumors came an official proclamation. From this day forward, all Buddhism and Taoism shall be abolished. Only the eternal God shall be worshipped. The temples, martial sects, and common folk alike were thrown into panic. Li Shimin wasn't challenging a sect. He was challenging every inheritance across the land. But was Li Shimin afraid? Not in the slightest. In fact, his reputation drew challengers. Soon after, a letter arrived bearing a name that made the martial world shudder. Song Quebec, master of the Lingnan clan, hailed as a peerless warrior whose martial arts had long since reached the pinnacle of human ability. A man who had broken through the innate realm years ago. Hearing about the destruction of Zihang Jingjai, and knowing that Fan Qinghui was once someone he admired, Song Ke abandoned all caution. Despite the protests of friends and allies, he marched straight into Li Shimin's territory. But when he entered the city, something felt wrong. Wherever he went, the merchants hawking goods, the farmers moving produce. Everyone radiated a quiet strength. Even the vegetable sellers and brick movers exuded the aura of practiced fighters. As Song Ke passed by a construction site, a shirtless worker suddenly called out, "Sir, lend me a hand. Gotta move these bricks." Startled, Song Ke instinctively turned around. For a moment, he thought a martial master was challenging him. But when he looked back, it was just a sweaty laborer, grinning innocently. And yet, even this simple worker had the aura of a third-rate martial artist. Song Ke's expression darkened. What kind of terrifying place have I walked into? As he walked deeper into the city, Song Ke couldn't suppress the growing sense of disbelief. An old man moving bricks casually carried the aura of a second-rate martial master. Even laborers had strength rivaling sect disciples. Ridiculous. Song Ke muttered under his breath. An old man at second-rate realm. This isn't normal. His caution heightened. Hands tucked behind his back, he moved carefully toward his destination. Li Shimin's mansion. No, it could no longer be called that. It was now the mansion of the divine envoy of the eternal God. Arriving at the towering gates, Song Ke was greeted politely by a smiling soldier. "Welcome, Mr. Song. The divine envoy has been expecting you." The soldier's attitude was courteous, but Song Ke instinctively tested his presence. And his heart almost skipped a beat. This, a mere gate guard, has an innate cultivation base. Song Ke could only force a bitter smile and nod lightly. He had thought the rumors were exaggerated. Now, he realized, they hadn't gone far enough. Inside the mansion. At the center stood a grand white jade altar, glowing softly. Sitting calmly before it, dressed in a flowing white samurai robe, was Li Shimin. Around him, dozens of followers sat in quiet meditation, their auras harmonized and strong. The room buzzed with divine energy. Li Shimin raised his head, meeting Song Ke's eyes with serene authority. "Mr. Song," he said calmly, "don't you agree? We Han people should unite the world. Under the banner of the eternal God, there would be no more chaos. Only peace." Song Ke's gaze swept over the meditating believers. His heart clenched faintly. "If everyone becomes a believer," he said quietly, "would we not simply become walking corpses, mindless and hollow?" Li Shimin chuckled lightly, standing to his feet. "No, Mr. Song. My God cherishes all life. Unlike those bald-headed monks, he does not demand endless chanting and empty worship. True power comes from sincerity and action." He waved his hand casually. A small book floated through the air, landing gently before Song Quebec. It smelled faintly of fresh ink, but it radiated a weight far beyond its physical form. Li Shimin's voice was soft but firm. "You've lingered at the innate realm for too long, haven't you? Meditate using this. You will touch the realm of a land immortal, with ease." Song Ke stared at the book. A land immortal. He had never dared even to hope. And yet, he remembered. The brick-moving old man outside. The mountain-splitting sword strike. The sheer difference between Li Shimin and ordinary martial artists. This was no idle boast. Thinking of the endless suffering of the Han people. The invasions, the internal strife. Song Ke clenched his fists. "If there's a chance, even a sliver of one, to gain true power for my people." He gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. Opening the thin manual, he found no complicated techniques. No secret martial formulas. No cultivation laws. Only a single instruction. Pray with sincerity. Meditate with devotion. Seek unity with the eternal God. So simple, yet Song Ke closed his eyes and began to meditate. The moment his spirit touched the divine resonance. Boom. The power surged into him like a tidal wave. Before even half a stick of incense had burned out. Before he could fully comprehend the process. Song Ke's body trembled violently. His cultivation erupted. And he broke through into the land immortal realm. When he opened his eyes, he was gasping. Every cell in his body hummed with divine vitality. He had achieved the realm he once thought impossible. His mind reeled, not from the power, but from the overwhelming presence he had touched. The true body of the eternal God. Across from him, Lucian smiled calmly. Well then, Mr. Song Ke, he asked, voice rich with meaning. Do you still question the greatness of my God? Song Ke, still trembling, could not answer. Because in his heart, he already knew. Chapter 22, Two men showing off their power, revolutionary dragon's great work. Song Ke slowly shook his head. The eternal God is too great. Too terrifying to even gaze upon directly. Just by visualizing the God's presence during meditation, he had nearly been overwhelmed. His very soul had trembled. No wonder the ordinary residents of this place were so powerful. They weren't ordinary anymore, they were bathed daily in divine grace. Seeing Song Ke's complete surrender, Lucian's heart filled with satisfaction. Good. It seems the path to spreading believers can be accelerated again. Lucian smiled warmly and said. In that case, Mr. Song, stay here for a few days. Settle your cultivation base properly. After that, return to Lingnan and preach well. Our eternal God's light must spread. Song Ke nodded vigorously. But when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized his teeth were still trembling slightly. He hadn't yet fully recovered from the sheer impact of the divine revelation. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Worlds chat group. Ninja Scientist. After using divine magic today, I finally understand the greatness of our God. A one-star divine art alone can reduce an entire mountain to smoke and dust. Ding. Group member Ninja Scientist has uploaded a video. The footage showed the devastating power of his fireball, vaporizing a mountain with a single blast. Secondly. It looks like you had your fun too, Orochimaru. Not bad. You flattened a mountain with a fireball. Now let me show you my swordsmanship. Ding. Group member Secondly has uploaded a video. It showed his earlier moment, riding the sword, slicing through Emperor Step Peak in a single dazzling strike. 4-piece. I feel like you two are just showing off now. But I really have no way to argue with results like that. Spirit of the Demon Sword. +1. Secondly. Huh. Why are the others so quiet today? 4-piece. Probably busy building altars and making sacrifices. Not everyone can casually smash a mountain with one spell like you two. Some of us still have to grind. Ninja Scientist. Exactly. Things are getting complicated on my side too. I had to reposition my people. Managed to capture a two-tailed beast and reclaim a nearby village. Secondly. My side's going well. After converting a group of false god believers, I subdued a southern warlord. Now he's out there spreading the doctrine for me. I really want to rank up to 3-star believer soon. I can't wait to see how crazy the 3-star divine arts are. 4-piece. There's only one path forward. Keep pushing. Sooner or later, we'll all get there. The fire of ambition burned bright among the believers. Each world, each land, was slowly being reshaped under the will of the eternal God. And this was only the beginning. Across the turbulent seas of the Grand Line, the dragon, leader of the revolutionary army, stood atop the deck of a looted warship. Beneath him, the vessel creaked under the weight of hundreds of tons of stolen gold bullion. The ship sliced through the waves, heading straight toward their new stronghold, Belmont Island. Around him bustled craftsmen and workers, all hastily recruited. Their task, build a golden altar worthy of a sacrifice to the eternal God. Dragon had been preparing for this moment for over a week. He had mobilized revolutionary forces from across the world. And the offerings? 20 devil fruits. The mermaid princess Shirahoshi. The pirate empress Boa Hancock. Dragon wasn't afraid of being called ruthless. For true peace, for a new world order, even the sacrifice of many was a price worth paying. After meditating deeply under the eternal God's teachings, Dragon chose 2 divine arts. 1-star water orb technique. 1-star wind control technique. With these 2 basic spells, he had easily captured the 2 women within a single day. As for the gold, it came from plundering the celestial dragons themselves. He had personally slaughtered a group of those so-called gods, filthy human scum, in Dragon's eyes, unworthy of breathing the same air as the oppressed masses. Watching the sea breeze ripple across the waves, Dragon smiled faintly. within his perception, enhanced through divine meditation. Every shift of wind, every movement across 500 miles of ocean, flowed into his mind. A living, breathing map. This was the power granted by the eternal God. I just hope the Navy moves faster. Otherwise, by the time they arrive, my altar will already be complete. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, panic and chaos gripped the command center. The Revolutionary Army had not only stolen from the celestial dragons. They had broadcast the massacre live, denouncing the dragons as human waste unfit for this world. To make matters worse, they had seized an enormous treasure hoard. And even kidnapped the pirate empress. The Navy was in an uproar. Inside the High Command conference room, Marshal Sengoku sat at the head of the table, cigarette between his fingers, deep in thought. His brow furrowed as he reviewed the intelligence reports. Carp, what the hell is your son planning? Robbing treasure was one thing. But slaughtering celestial dragons? This time, he's gone too far. Reports confirmed that the Revolutionary Army had stockpiled massive quantities of gold on Belmont Island. Yet all scouts sent to investigate had vanished the moment they neared the island's perimeter. Carp, for once, wasn't laughing. He shook his head grimly. I don't know. Dragon has always hated the world nobles. But he's never been the type to rob and slaughter like a pirate. Across the room, Vice Admiral Tsuru snorted coldly. Whether you want to or not, you'll have to move soon. The 5 elders have issued a direct order. The celestial dragons are furious. If the Navy doesn't act swiftly, it could trigger an even bigger collapse. 10 urgent letters had already been delivered today alone. Each demanded immediate military action. But this wasn't the peaceful waters of the East Blue. This was the New World. And if the Navy's top generals all deployed, who would guard Marine Ford? After a long silence, Sengoku finally spoke. We have no choice. Carp, you'll lead the operation. Bring Akiji and Kizaru with you. 100,000 troops, plus 20 vice admirals. The defense of headquarters will be entrusted to me and Akainu. His voice was grim. They want to provoke the Navy's honor. Fine. We'll show them the full might of Marine headquarters. Across the room, Tsuru glanced quietly at Carp. The old hero sat with his arms folded, eyes tightly closed. His heart was clearly heavy. Dragon, you reckless fool. Within half an hour, a bulletin shook the world. The Navy has deployed its strongest forces to annihilate the Revolutionary Army's dragon. The list of participants sent a chill across the seas. At the top, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Carp. Admiral Akiji. Admiral Kizaru. The world was about to witness a clash of titans. And the fate of the Revolutionary Army hung in the balance. Chapter 23, The Golden Altar Rises, Whitebeard's Fury Ignites. Across the New World, the balance of power began to crumble. At sea, aboard one of the Whitebeard pirates' ships, Marco clenched a sheet of intelligence in his hands, his face filled with disbelief. Hey, is this some kind of joke? Weren't those guys always hiding and building strength quietly? The report was shocking. Revolutionary Army versus World Government. A direct, open war. The world itself was on the verge of chaos. This isn't good for the old man's plans at all. Marco's voice shook with urgency. One of the commanders tried to calm him down. Relax, Marco. The sky's not falling just yet. Marco gritted his teeth. Maybe not. But the entire old Navy Guard has mobilized. They're preparing to crush the Revolutionary Army in the New World. What? The shout shook the deck. From the central cabin, the imposing figure of Whitebeard stomped forward. Grabbing the report from Marco's hand, he scanned the contents. For a rare moment, the face of the world's strongest man was uncertain. Live broadcast of the celestial dragon slaughter. Openly announcing their position and daring the world government to attack. Has Monkey D. Dragon gone mad? Whitebeard closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. Full of gleaming, fierce light. What should we do, Pops? One of his commanders asked cautiously. Whitebeard chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound like the ocean itself. Heh. How could I sit out something this big? This isn't just a brawl. This is the changing of an era. He leaned forward, resting his massive bicento against his shoulder. Get ready. We're heading to Belmont Island. Not to fight, but to watch the world burn a little brighter. Under Whitebeard's orders, 10 of his ships immediately set sail toward the unfolding storm. At the same time, aboard another ship slicing through the sea. Red-haired Shank stood at the prow, eyes sharp against the gleaming ocean. Behind him, Ben Beckman looked uneasy. Boss, isn't it risky to intervene so openly? After all, the Revolutionary Army declared full war this time. Shank smiled wryly. You don't get it, Beckman. To keep the balance of the world intact, we have no choice but to go. He stared at the horizon, thoughts dark. The Revolutionary Army has always worked from the shadows. Why so radical now? Have they truly gained enough strength? Or is someone else pulling the strings? It was troubling. And it spelled nothing but headaches ahead. Still, Shanks knew. He couldn't sit idly by. Meanwhile, aboard another warship, Blackbeard lounged at the stern, his crew drinking and laughing around him. But his face was anything but relaxed. He had just been forcibly drafted by the Navy to join their assault on the Revolutionary Army. It disrupted his original plans completely. Blackbeard tapped his fingers on the railing, thinking hard. TCH. The plan's been wrecked. I was going to lure Pops into a trap, but maybe this isn't so bad. His grin widened. With a battle this massive, he won't just sit on the sidelines. He looked at his men, rowdy, careless idiots, and barked. Listen up, you lot. Keep your eyes glued to the battlefield. Focus on anyone, Navy or Revolutionary, with a devil fruit. This time, we change plans. After this war, the whole world will split apart. Burgess, chugging ale nearby, scratched his head in confusion. Captain, what about our plan to bust into Impel Down? Blackbeard laughed loudly, letting the sea breeze whip his coat. Forget it. Times are changing too fast. After this war, the world itself will change. His eyes gleamed dangerously. And somewhere in the distance, dark storm clouds began to gather over the new world. 3 days later, the world watched with bated breath as the Navy's massive fleet surrounded the waters of Belmont Island. But something felt wrong. There were no defensive lines. No underwater traps. Not even scouts lurking around the perimeter. Nothing. What the hell is going on here? Where's their army? Marshal Sengoku stood on the deck of the lead warship, arms crossed, his frown deepening with each passing second. He issued steady instructions, keeping the fleet's slow advance measured and cautious. Report, a soldier called out, saluting sharply. No warships detected near Belmont Island. Only 6 looted vessels docked at the harbor. Sengoku's expression darkened. Scan again, he barked. There's no way they're this unprepared. It was absurd. Dragon had publicly declared his location days ago. The Revolutionary Army had made no effort to hide. And now, they were just sitting on the island. 10 minutes later, the Navy fleet had closed the distance to within 10 kilometers of Belmont's shores. Still, no resistance. No attacks. Marshal Sengoku's face grew grimmer by the second. Are they planning to fight us on land? Or is this something else? Next to him, Admiral Kizaru strolled up lazily, yawning. Marshal, want me to go scout ahead? I'm fast enough that no one could catch me, Sengoku hesitated. Kizaru's speed was unparalleled, but sending him alone felt dangerous. No, Sengoku finally said, shaking his head. I have a bad feeling about this. Send a squadron first. We need more information before risking a top general. Rumble. Suddenly, a low thunderous roar echoed from Belmont Island. Everyone, Navy, pirates, and revolutionaries alike, snapped their heads toward the sound. From miles away, even Shanks, Whitebeard, and other distant forces could see it. A massive, sky-shielding tornado had erupted on the island. It roared to life, tearing through the mountains with apocalyptic force. One by one, the peaks surrounding Belmont were flattened into dust under the storm's fury. Shock spread across the fleets. What the hell? Is the Revolutionary Army attacking their own island? No one understood. Why destroy their own defenses? Why expose themselves so openly? When the tornado finally settled, a dazzling golden light radiated from the heart of Belmont Island. Through binoculars and telescopes, the leaders of each force glimpsed the unbelievable sight. That's no ordinary palace. An altar. Made entirely of gold. The golden altar towered tens of meters high, a shining monolith against the ruined landscape. It was adorned with priceless jewels, shimmering in the sun. At the very peak, laid out like an offering, the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. And beside her, a massive plate piled high with dozens of devil fruits. On the deck of the Whitebeard pirate's ship, Marco lowered his binoculars in horror. Old man. It's Princess Shirahoshi, she's going to be sacrificed. And the devil fruits, they're using them too. For a split second, silence. Then. Boom. Whitebeard slammed his bicento onto the deck, cracking the wood beneath him. His face twisted into pure rage. What? Neptune is an old friend of mine. His voice thundered across the ship like a tsunami. Those damn revolutionary bastards. They've gone too far. Veins bulged across his massive arms as his aura exploded outward, rocking the ship itself. Without waiting for orders, Whitebeard turned toward his fleet. Full speed ahead. Prepare for battle. Even if it's the Revolutionary Army. No one touches the mermaid princess while I still draw breath. The era of chaos was no longer approaching. It was here. Chapter 24, Space freezes, the god descends upon One Piece. No one could blame Whitebeard for being furious. Even now, in his old age, he was still hailed as the strongest man in the world. And yet, he couldn't even protect the daughter of an old friend. Fishman Island still proudly flew the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. And the Revolutionary Army's actions today. It was nothing less than a direct slap to his face. They didn't even bother to show him respect. "Father, calm down," Marco shouted, trying to ease the old man's rage. The navies already surrounded them. The Revolutionary Army has nowhere to run. But Whitebeard wasn't listening. "Marco." His thunderous roar silenced the entire deck of the Moby Dick in an instant. Everyone held their breath. The sea itself seemed to shudder under the weight of his anger. Whitebeard slammed his massive bicento into the deck, cracking the wood beneath him. "I'm not dead yet," he bellowed. "What's a bunch of navy dogs to me? If I can't even save my old friend's daughter, then I might as well drown myself in booze and die." His eyes burned with unstoppable fury. Marco stood frozen for a moment. Beside him, Vista the foil swordsman stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Marco," Vista said gently. "Let the old man do as he pleases. Besides, the navy's got their own battle. We're here for our own reasons. As long as we don't clash directly, let them fight their fight, and we'll fight ours." Marco grit his teeth but finally nodded. "Fine. But everyone, stay close to Pops. Protect him at all costs." "Aye, Captain." As the Moby Dick and Whitebeard's fleet surged forward, their movement immediately caught the Navy's attention. Tension skyrocketed across the surrounding waters. On the lead warship, Admiral Kizaru lazily adjusted his sunglasses and muttered. "Looks like Whitebeard's not here to help the Revolutionary Army after all, He pointed lazily toward Belmont Island. "They're steering around us. Heading straight for the island from another direction." Marshal Sengoku frowned. "Fishman Island still flies Whitebeard's flag. If the Revolutionary Army captured Princess Shirahoshi, he's not going to sit still." Sengoku tapped his fingers against the railing, his mind racing. Damn it. Whitebeard's involvement makes this situation 10 times worse. Even now, an aging Whitebeard could shake the foundations of the world if he chose to. If he threw his full strength behind this battle, the new world itself might crumble. Above the restless sea, the clouds began to churn unnaturally. The air itself grew heavy. And far off on Belmont Island, the golden altar gleamed brighter and brighter, as if heralding something unimaginable. The moment of divine descent was drawing near. Belmont Island. Around the gleaming golden altar, the Revolutionary Army stood silently, tension thick in the air. Sabo watched nervously as the massive silhouette of the Moby Dick grew closer across the waters. He couldn't help but drum his fingers against his belt. "Boss, will the god really respond?" he whispered. Dragon stood at the altar's base, his expression calm and unwavering. "Don't worry," he said. "The altar is complete. The time is now." With that, he strode to the front of the altar. All around, the gathered forces, navy, pirates, revolutionaries, watched in wary confusion. Dragon straightened his clothes. He dropped to his knees, bowing deeply, voice ringing out with thundering clarity. "I, Monkey D. Dragon, humble servant of the great eternal God, offer my prayers. You are the supreme being, whose eyes outshine the sun itself. Today, we offer you 20 devil fruits, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, and the blood of our enemies, to thank you for your divine grace." His voice echoed like thunder over the sea. Everyone heard it. The navy, the pirates, even distant ships lurking beyond the horizon. The world's strongest, those with awakened haki, could hear it clearly. Across the navy warships, confusion turned into disbelief. The Revolutionary Army's leader, a cultist. All that stolen heavenly gold. All those battles. All those sacrifices. Just to build a giant altar and pray to some so-called god of eternity. On one flagship. Garp sat frozen, his face slack. His heart twisted painfully. The child he had once let walk his own path. The boy he had quietly supported despite disagreeing with him. Had become a zealot. He ground his teeth until his jaw ached. "Dragon. You rebellious fool. Maybe I never should have let you go to start a revolution." Nearby, the young Marines who overheard him turned pale. Vice Admiral Garp knew this would happen all along. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard burst into laughter so loud it shook the waves. Oh la 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 la. So this is what the Revolutionary Army has become. A bunch of deluded fools playing at gods. His laughter turned into a furious roar. You dared steal my old friend's daughter. And for this nonsense. Whitebeard's aura exploded outward. He soared into the sky, fist wrapped in a terrifying white shockwave of pure destructive power. If his punch landed, forget the altar. The entire island would be pulverized. But just as Whitebeard's fist swung down. When I first existed, the world itself had not yet formed. When the seas roiled and chaos reigned, I alone stood above all. Now, after countless ages, I awaken once more. Space froze. The air thickened. Reality itself shuddered. It was as if someone had pressed pause on the entire world. Whitebeard hung suspended in the air, frozen mid-strike. His mind still worked, he could think, he could feel. But his body refused to move even a millimeter. All across the fleets, Navy soldiers, pirates, lieutenants, everyone froze in place. Their eyes widened in horror and awe. Only the Revolutionary Army remained free. Believers of the eternal God were immune. Tears welled in their eyes as they gazed upward. Because at that moment, their God had come. The skies above Belmont twisted and gleamed. Golden clouds split apart, forming countless rays of dazzling light. And from the center of that celestial storm, a figure slowly descended. He was colossal, vast enough to blot out the world itself. Every breath, every movement, seemed to ripple across reality. The world lost its color before him. Even the ocean stilled. The overwhelming presence of the eternal God had descended upon the one-piece world. On the altar, Shirahoshi, trembling in terror, caught one glimpse of the figure. And fainted on the spot. Within the golden light, Lucian Carter, the eternal God, watched the scene unfold with mild amusement. Ahem. Gotta stay serious. This is supposed to be an important divine moment. Not the time to laugh at how cute that mermaid looked fainting. Holding back a chuckle, Lucian's divine voice rumbled across the frozen world. At the altar's base, Dragon bowed lower, forehead touching the ground. His voice cracked with emotion. Great God of eternity, thank you for your descent. Please accept our humble sacrifices. He kowtowed again, tears staining the earth. The golden figure smiled. Lucian Carter spoke. Rise, my divine envoy. I have heard your prayers. I hereby grant you the title of two-star priest. Spread my faith across this world. When all souls kneel before me, then shall you ascend. And join me in the realm of gods. The age of revolution had ended. The age of divine conquest had begun. Chapter 25, the Navy becomes helpless, judged by the eternal God. The eternal God acknowledged me. That was the only thought thundering in Dragon's mind. At last, he understood. He understood the fervor of Orochimaru, the loyalty of Lee Shimen. Now, he too had been recognized. Granted the title of a two-star priest. A sacred, glorious identity that marked him as a true envoy of divinity. Dragon stood, his body trembling slightly from awe. He didn't dare to look directly into the sky, where the torn heavens revealed an endless, divine realm shimmering beyond mortal reach. Instead, he gazed upward with deep longing. Is that the God realm? Amidst the celestial rift, he saw fleeting glimpses. A world of endless beauty, vast and pure beyond imagination. A massive, coiling figure slithered lazily across the divine clouds. The purple sky python, Orochimaru's pet. And beyond that, the God realm itself, it's growing. It seemed to pulse, expanding ever larger. Meanwhile, atop the altar, Shirahoshi was lifted into the air, wrapped in soft, golden light. Half conscious, her body floated upward. She slowly awoke mid-ascent. At first, she panicked, but then her wide eyes caught sight of the divine world overhead. It was breathtaking. Beautiful beyond any dream she had ever dared to dream. A strange peace washed over her heart. She remembered what Mr. Dragon had told her. As long as you serve the eternal God, humans and merfolk alike will know true peace. Her trembling stopped. Her fear melted away. She closed her eyes, and willingly let herself be carried into the God realm. Beside her, the tray containing 20 devil fruits floated alongside her into the golden rift. Suddenly. Ding. System notification, your followers have sacrificed the mermaid princess Shirahoshi to you. A 1,000-fold increase has been triggered, Shirahoshi has evolved into a 6th-rank rare race, Sea King Empress. Ding. Your followers have sacrificed 20 devil fruits to you. A 5,000-fold increase has been triggered. Congratulations, you have received 20,000 rule fragments. Note. All law fragments were originally incomplete. The system has automatically repaired and optimized them. You have obtained. Law of gravity fragment times. Law of thunder fragment times. Law of fire fragment times. Lucian Carter paused, slightly stunned. Wait, there's this kind of bonus too. It wasn't just law fragments he was receiving from the sacrifice. Mixed among the rewards were animal gene fragments as well. Creatures that could be fused with divine power. And birthed into life inside his god's domain. This is awesome. I don't even need to spend resources to populate my world. Lucian's grin widened. He glanced at the swirling devil fruits drifting upward. So in the One Piece world, devil fruits are actually broken fragments of the laws of reality. What a jackpot. Excitement bubbled inside him. Each 100 minor fragments could be fused into one full rule fragment. Even though he had previously purchased thousands of fragments. Compared to the scale needed to fully evolve his god realm. It wasn't nearly enough. The more law fragments he fused, the stronger the elemental forces of his domain would become. For example, if he gathered 100,000 fire law fragments, he could forge a fire godhead. And with a true godhead, all fire magic cast in his domain would be 10 times stronger. He could even grant fire godheads to his high-ranking believers, turning them into real gods. The possibilities were endless. Lucian's ambition burned brighter than ever. Back in the mortal world, the space freeze over the One Piece world finally lifted. Whitebeard, frozen midair, thudded heavily onto the ground. He gasped for breath, his mighty body trembling. Looking up at the divine figure hanging in the sky. For the first time in his life, Whitebeard felt true fear. Not fear of death. Not fear of defeat. Fear of the unknowable. This was no longer a matter of strength or will. This was an entirely different dimension of existence. All around, the seas fell into eerie calm. The skies remained dark. Except for the island bathed under the eternal god's radiance. Even the distant ships of the red-haired pirates couldn't resist. Shanks, Beckman, and the entire crew collapsed to their knees, pressed down by overwhelming divine pressure. It wasn't by choice. Their strongest wills, their finest hockey. All crumbled under the endless weight of divinity. Compared to the eternal god, their conqueror's hockey wasn't even a spark. From high above, the eternal god's voice rolled out across the sea. Monkey D. Dragon. You, my devout believer, have pleased me greatly. I bestow upon you the body of a dragon, allowing you to transform into the Eastern Azure Dragon. I grant you the thunder of judgment. To punish those who defy civilization and peace. Dragon, trembling with excitement, knelt in the golden light. The divine power surged through him. His body lifted into the sky, green energy coiling around him like a storm. He roared. And his human form stretched and twisted. Transforming into a majestic azure dragon, over a kilometer long, scales shimmering like jade in the sun. From his claws crackled golden bolts of divine thunder. Meanwhile, the eternal god's gaze shifted. Toward the navy. A cold snort echoed across the heavens. A group of dogs serving false gods. Blindly loyal to corruption and decay. Not worthy to live as men. Very well. From today forth, you will serve your penance. Until your sins are cleansed, you shall wear the mark of shame. Speak and it is so. A golden ripple expanded across the waters. Except for Garp, Sengoku, and Akiji. Every single Navy soldier was instantly transformed. Dog heads replaced human heads. Still standing, still breathing. But unable to speak. They could only bark and whimper, trapped in disgrace. When the divine clouds finally faded, the once mighty Navy forces looked pitiful. Garp, Sengoku, and Akiji collapsed to their knees, exhausted. They looked around. And saw their comrades now barking like helpless beasts. Their faces twisted in complicated emotions. Shame, rage, helplessness. In the sky above, Dragon hovered in his new azure dragon form, gripping the divine thunder of judgment in one claw. His voice boomed out. From this day forward, the revolutionary army shall be known as the Eternal God Cult. We shall spread peace and civilization across all beings. All who resist shall be purged without mercy. The celestial dragons are the cancer of the world. Parasites that drained humanity for centuries. Their era is over. Today, by the will of the Eternal God, their guardians have been turned into dogs. A small price for their endless sins. Among the stunned Navy officers, Garp closed his eyes tightly. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles bled. He had fought to uphold justice his whole life. But what kind of justice protected the cancerous celestial dragons? What kind of justice betrayed the innocent? Maybe Dragon had been right all along. Opening his eyes, Garp looked at his old comrades with sorrow. Then he turned to Sengoku and whispered. I'm sorry, old friend. From today onward, I too shall walk under the eternal God's light. Chapter 26, Whitebeard bows, red-haired pirates captured. Across the battlefield, heavy silence hung in the air. The eternal God's light still bathed Belmont Island, casting the world in shimmering gold. On a battered Navy flagship, Sengoku opened his mouth. But no words came out. In the end, he simply let out a long, exhausted sigh. His shoulders sagged. The once proud fleet admiral suddenly looked decades older. If this truly brings peace to the world, then maybe, it's better this way. Nearby, Akiji was half-heartedly teasing the transformed Kizaru, who now had the head of a golden retriever. He waved his hand carelessly in front of Kizaru's nose. Hey, don't bite me, we're still companions, right? Chump. Ugh. Akiji yelped, pulling his hand back. Kizaru's canine eyes glinted with disdain. Who told you to treat me like an actual dog? Let's see how you like it now. Kizaru didn't just bark. Since becoming a dog, he felt stronger. His observation haki and armament haki had both been amplified, twice over. In the next instant, Akiji was slammed to the deck, pinned down by an aggressive yellow blur. All he could do was groan. No fair, you're actually stronger as a dog. The sea wind carried their strange struggle across the fleet. A small, ridiculous echo amid a battlefield ruled by gods. High above, the majestic azure dragon, formerly dragon, descended slowly from the clouds. Electric light danced along his scales. His sharp, golden eyes locked onto Whitebeard. Thunder cracked ominously around him. Edward Newgate. You have two choices. Surrender. Or disband your pirate crew. Choose wisely. Each word rumbled like a divine command. Golden arcs of thunder licked the air, flashing across the shattered landscape. Whitebeard's massive frame stood silent. The Moby Dick rocked gently in the waves behind him. Around him, his sons, the captains and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, abandoned the ship and rushed to his side. But even standing together, under the Azure Dragon's divine pressure, they could barely even hold their swords. Their knees shook. Their breathing labored. The power of the gods was simply beyond mortal limits. Whitebeard gripped his naginata tightly. For a long moment, he said nothing. He thought back. To his youth. To his dreams. To a poor hometown, long lost. To the sons he had gathered, the family he had built with his own hands. A wry, bitter smile tugged at the corners of his lips. If I die here, what will happen to my sons? My body is already failing me. What pride is left to protect? Finally, Whitebeard looked up at the towering azure dragon. His voice was steady. Resolute. Marco. From today onward, the Whitebeard pirates shall be integrated into the eternal god cult. We will be known as the Whitebeard Squadron. Loyal servants of the eternal god. Tears welled in Marco's eyes. He saluted fiercely. Yes, father. As Whitebeard made his declaration, formally surrendering to the eternal god, a group of Revolutionary Army believers approached from the golden altar. They carried thick stacks of books bound in strange, shining leather. Dragon, now in his azure dragon form, smiled down at Whitebeard. His voice rumbled across the air. This is the god's meditative thought. Feel it. Let the greatness of our eternal God guide you. He glanced knowingly at the Whitebeard pirates. I remember, your crew holds dominion over many islands. You rule the seas. But know this, among our believers, only those truly devout may achieve something greater. An eternal lifespan. 10,000 years of life. 10,000 years. The Whitebeard pirates' eyes widened in disbelief. They could barely imagine living a few decades beyond their prime. Yet Dragon offered the promise of an eternity blessed by the gods. Dragon didn't linger on explanations. Instead, he raised a claw. A bolt of golden divine thunder crackled from his palm, lancing toward the sea with a deafening roar. The oceans parted before it. Entire tides evaporating in an instant. And in the path of the divine thunder, the fleeing red-haired pirates were struck. The bow of their ship was obliterated in a flash. The great pirate ship tilted violently, torn apart by the force. Before they could react, Dragon's colossal form appeared above them, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. His brilliant eyes gleamed with mocking amusement. Dignified red-haired pirates. And this is how you run. He chuckled darkly. Below, Shanks and his commanders scrambled to regroup. Weapons drawn, battle ready. Shanks called out with strained diplomacy. Friend, we're just passing through. We have no intention of declaring war on you. His voice was calm, but every muscle in his body was taut. Ready to strike. Dragon's gaze sharpened. You saw my god. You heard his teachings. Yet you chose to flee. That makes you heretics. And heretics must be judged. Shanks narrowed his eyes. You plan to kill us? Dragon's booming voice answered. Surrender. Or die. Without hesitation, Yassop fired the first shot. At the same time, Ben Beckman soared into the sky alongside Shanks, blades flashing with deadly intent. They understood. The so-called god was real. But no god could freely descend into the mortal world at will. He needed priests, spokesmen, believers. If they could kill Dragon. If they could destroy the altar. Maybe, just maybe, the world would remain theirs. They struck together. With every ounce of power they had. Cutting. Slashing. Shooting. And yet. Their blades barely even scratched the dragon's scales. Not a single crack. Not even a dent. Shanks stared in horror. This can't be real. Dragon's voice dripped with pity. Foolish mortals. You still believe that what you see with your eyes is the real world. He didn't even bother defending. He simply allowed them to attack. And when they failed, he moved. With one mighty sweep of his claw. Space itself shattered. Thunder crashed across the battlefield. The sea roared in terror. The red-haired pirate's ship was torn apart like paper. The shockwave hurled Shanks and Beckman hundreds of miles through the air. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Their bodies battered and broken. The rest of the crew fared no better. All of them were gravely wounded. That very same day, the live broadcast to the world resumed. Across every screen, every den mushy. The image appeared. The golden altar gleaming under the divine sky. And beside it, a broken, bloodied crew lying helplessly on the ground. A crude wooden sign had been stabbed into the earth. Upon it, painted in bold letters. For emperors, red-haired pirates. A trophy. A warning. A declaration to the world. That even the strongest pirates could be crushed like ants beneath the gaze of the eternal God. Chapter 27, World in Chaos, Emu's Countermeasures. The entire world was in uproar. What the hell? The crew of the red-haired pirates got crushed. Fake news. How could the four emperors lose so easily? Yeah, sounds like propaganda. No way they're that weak. Skepticism buzzed across every island, every pub, every trading port. Rumors flew faster than the wind. But then, the camera zoomed in. The footage shifted. The battered white-beard pirates appeared on screen, kneeling beside the golden altar, their heads bowed in submission. And at that moment, the whole world exploded into chaos. Newspapers flew off presses faster than they could be printed. Reporters scrambled like madmen, broadcasting the impossible scenes. At Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters descended into panic. Officers shouted over each other. Communications lines jammed with conflicting orders. The world they knew was collapsing. Then the footage shifted again. And what they saw next silenced even the loudest mouths. The image zoomed in, revealing Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, and hundreds of Navy soldiers, transformed into barking, dog-headed creatures. At the sight, Vice Admiral Tsuru slammed her hand against the table in rage. What the hell is going on? Has the entire headquarters been poisoned? Just then, a young girl in a Revolutionary Army uniform, Koala, appeared on screen holding a microphone. She smiled sweetly and offered the mic to Sengoku himself. Marshal Sengoku, would you care to explain? I think the world is dying to know. Why did the sky go dark? Why has the world changed? Sengoku inhaled deeply. His face was stone. Slowly, he stepped forward, taking the mic in a heavy hand. His voice, when it came, was clear and grim. I am Sengoku, Fleet Admiral of the Navy. The darkness that engulfed the sky. The upheaval across the seas. It was caused by the descent of the eternal God upon Belmont Island. You may think I'm lying. You may think I've lost my mind. But behind me stands the truth. 100,000 Navy soldiers were judged and transformed. Punished for their blind loyalty to corrupt gods. And yes, including Kizaru. He, too, is now one of the fallen. But there is hope. Repentance and devotion can restore them. Then, Sengoku handed the mic to Whitebeard. The old pirate spoke simply, his voice like a heavy drumbeat. I am Edward Newgate. The Whitebeard pirates have been dissolved. All my sons, all my banners, have pledged allegiance to the eternal God. From today onward, we serve divine justice. The screen shifted once more. Koala walked among the battered forms of the red-haired pirates. One by one, she turned over the defeated bodies. Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yassop, Lucky Roo. Each of them bruised, bloodied, unconscious. Proof undeniable. Finally, the broadcast panned upward. High above Belmont Island. The mighty azure dragon descended, transforming Midair into a tall, powerful human form. It was Dragon. He faced the camera with a faint smile. And he spoke directly to the world. No doubt, the world government believes this is the power of some devil fruit. You couldn't be more wrong. Soon enough, you will witness the true might of our faith. The world has suffered too long under the rod of the celestial dragons. If not for my God's mercy, the Holy Land itself would already be dust. From this day, Belmont Island is the new Holy Land. A place for all believers, and all who love peace. And by the way, the 7 warlord system is abolished. They, too, have been judged. And reduced to nothing more than barking dogs. The screen showed the once mighty Shichibukai, Doflamingo, Mihawk, Boa Hancock, and others. Groveling, transformed into pitiful, dog-headed creatures. Fear filled their broken eyes. The world watched. And descended into total chaos. The navy crumbled. The world government panicked. The new world erupted like a volcano. The 4 emperors, their era had ended overnight. Far away, in the isolated fortress of Mary Geos, a shadowed figure sat upon the empty throne. Imu, the true sovereign of the world, stared at the unfolding chaos in silence. The 5 elders knelt trembling below. Finally, Imu spoke. Begin the contingency plan. The world must be purged. Meanwhile, in the distant Wano country, Kaido gritted his teeth in rage. Watching the broadcast, the beast pirate king smashed his sake gourd to pieces and roared. His body expanded, transforming into a massive azure dragon, twisting above his fortress. I am the only true dragon of this world. Damn the eternal god. Damn the revolutionary army. The 3 calamities stared at him in panic. Brother, calm down. You can't just charge into that island alone. It's suicide. Even Whitebeard surrendered. Even Shanks fell. Kaido snorted, spitting steam from his nostrils. If you're cowards, then get out of my sight. I don't need trash. He knew it in his bones. If he could defeat that azure dragon, if he could devour its power, he could evolve. He could transcend. The same day, the beast pirates set sail. But Kaido wasn't a fool. Before he moved, he reached out to an old ally. Big Mom. Oi, Lean. Let's talk. The world was spiraling into a new era. An era ruled by gods. Or monsters. Far away, deep within the forbidden halls of Mary Geos, Imu sat atop the empty throne, eyes fixed coldly on the live broadcast. The screen reflected in those ancient, merciless pupils. For a long moment, the ruler of the world said nothing. The 5 elders knelt quietly behind him, heads bowed low, not daring to speak. Tension coiled like a serpent in the grand, silent hall. Finally, Imu broke the stillness. A cold, disdainful chuckle escaped his lips. God. Heh. What a laughable fantasy. There is no such thing. It must be some sort of special devil fruit technique. Some elaborate trick. The 5 elders exchanged cautious glances but stayed silent, awaiting orders. The impact of the broadcast was too great. The Navy, the backbone of the world government, had been publicly humiliated. Admirals reduced to beasts. Heroes forced into submission. The sacred image of their rule had been shattered overnight. They had no choice. They had to strike back. They had to reclaim their pride. Or the world would tear itself apart. One of the 5 elders finally dared to ask. Master Imu, shall we not act immediately? Imu's gaze sharpened like a blade. The ancient monarch leaned back upon the empty throne, exuding an aura of absolute authority. No. Let them bark for a while longer. This so-called eternal god, this cult. They are nothing but insects puffed up by tricks. Besides. A thin, cruel smile curved Imu's lips. I have already sent our assassins. The true shadows of the world. The swords that have kept this world in check for centuries. They are already moving. At these words, the 5 elders shivered involuntarily. They knew what Imu meant. The secret executors. The nightmare agents hidden even from the eyes of the CP organizations. The invisible blade that had erased entire civilizations from history. Without leaving a trace. Compared to them, the 5 elders themselves were nothing but lowly, barking dogs. Imu's fingers drummed lightly on the armrest. A rhythmic, chilling sound. Whitebeard. Dragon. Even Carp. Let them enjoy their little rebellion. Soon enough, they will learn that no one, not even so-called gods, escapes the will of the true king. In the shadows of Mary Geos, ancient assassins stirred from their slumber. Their orders were simple. Hunt. Kill. Erase. Chapter 28, Orochimaru vs. Pain, who's seeking death? Inside the vast expanse of God's domain, the stars shimmered above the endless divine palace. Seated upon his throne, Lucian Carter, the eternal god, embedded the newly harvested law fragments into the fabric of the world. Crackling energy wove itself into the air. The rules of reality tightened. Strengthened. Evolved. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. One sacrifice. And I gained enough fragments to forge 200 new laws. He chuckled quietly. Those cheap bastards at the system store really robbed me blind. Their fragments were barely a tenth as powerful. Humph. I should demand a refund someday. Behind him, Hancock and Shirahoshi stood nervously, stealing glances at the breathtaking world around them. Polished marble halls stretched endlessly. The skies shimmered with aurora-like colors. The rivers flowed with liquid light. The air itself hummed with divine power. So, this is the realm of the gods. Hancock's heart pounded, but she kept her composure, head held high. As an empress, pride was her armor. Beside her, Shirahoshi trembled like a leaf. Despite her transformation into a human-sized sea empress, the timid mermaid princess looked moments from fainting. Lucian rose from his throne and approached them. At once, both women dropped to their knees. We pay our respects to the eternal god. Thank you for your grace, Lord God. Shirahoshi stammered, following Hancock's lead. Lucian's voice was calm and magnanimous. Rise. From today onward, this is your home. Choose any palace you wish as your residence. You need no formal training. Merely chant my name, and divine arts will naturally appear in your minds. Choose whichever spells your heart's desire. Hancock's eyes sparkled. 1,000 years of hardship and longing seemed to melt away in that moment. Yet a flicker of sadness crossed her beautiful face. My lord, what of my people? Those still suffering on Amazon Lily. Lucian smiled kindly. Fear not. Affairs of the lower realm shall be managed by Dragon. And once you reach the 7th rank, you will be granted the right to project your will into the mortal world. You can protect your people yourself. Thank you, my lord. I swear. I will grow stronger. I will never betray your trust. Shirahoshi wiped her teary eyes, determination surging in her chest. She clenched her small fists. I will train too. One day. I'll bring Mother back to life. Meanwhile, within the 10,000 Realms chat group, new notifications exploded like fireworks. For peace, ahem. New pretty boy here. Come bow down and worship. Spirit of the Demon Sword, another crazy one. Ninja Scientist, yo, congrats. New High Priest incoming. For peace, minor accomplishment. Just a little altar built from a few thousand tons of gold, sacrificed the 2 most beautiful women in the world, turned into a dragon, gained thunder magic, you know, the usual. Li'er, Sigma, winky face let me go cry in a corner. Ninja Scientist, damn it. I'm jealous too. Upload the video. In the next moment, a video loaded. Dragon bathed in divine light, transforming into a colossal azure dragon, crowned in bolts of golden thunder. Li'er could only clutch his chest dramatically. Li'er, I'm not talking anymore. I need to go develop more faith before I die of envy. Ninja Scientist, same. Gotta grind harder. Spirit of the Demon Sword, I wanna transform too. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Pirates of the Caribbean, transform. Into a barking dog. Omega winky face. Spirit of the Demon Sword, forget it. Young Master Murong, lagging behind, sighed heavily. Everyone's leveling up so fast. Meanwhile, I'm still riding a damn horse across the mountains. Once I reach Dali, if those nobles don't submit, I'll wipe them out myself. His eyes gleamed coldly. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, a new storm was brewing. Orochimaru, now a high priest of the eternal god, had begun spreading faith across the hidden villages. But in the shadows, a certain man in black robes and orange hair had taken notice. Pain. Leader of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, looking at the figures atop the mountain with a relaxed smile. Finally found you. A man who dares to call himself a god. Today, I will crush your pride. Mere humans daring to call themselves gods. How ridiculous. Standing across from him, 6 Paths of Pain coldly addressed Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. You traitor. You dare come before me today. Are you truly unafraid of death? Afraid of death? Orochimaru and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Then laughed at the same time. Who was really seeking death? Chapter 29, 2-star Divine Art, Blood Curse, Pain is Annihilated. In the Naruto world, Orochimaru retracted his gaze and looked at the figures atop the mountain with a lazy, mocking smile. Finally found you, the man who dares to call himself a god. Today, I'll shatter your arrogance. Mere mortals daring to call themselves gods was nothing short of laughable. Pain stood coldly at the summit, his voice echoing over the mountain. Orochimaru, you dared to return. Traitor. You truly aren't afraid of death. Afraid of death? Orochimaru glanced sideways at Sasuke Uchiha. The two exchanged a knowing look and laughed. Who was really courting death here? From the side, the ground cracked open, and a masked figure slowly emerged. Underneath the swirling mask, the scarlet Sharingan gleamed, making Sasuke Uchiha frown slightly. Who was this? Why did he also have the Sharingan? Sasuke, don't you want revenge? Orochimaru said lazily. That masked man, he's the true hand behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. Hiding behind a mask. Show yourself. Sasuke snorted coldly and pointed forward. A bolt of lightning shot through the air, aiming directly at the masked man. Obito's expression changed drastically. If not for his heightened vigilance, he would have been hit. Is this really Itachi's brother? His strength had already surpassed the Kage level. A voice brushed past his ear. Trash. What are you looking at? Sasuke appeared beside him without warning, clad in golden armor. A golden sword flashed in his hand, its sharp aura locking onto Obito. Obito's heart turned cold. If struck by this blade, even Kamui might not save him. At the critical moment, he activated his intangibility and retreated quickly. The golden blade pierced straight through the body of Hungry Ghost Path, one of Pain's bodies. The so-called absorption ability was completely ineffective against the golden blade. The body collapsed instantly. Impossible. Nagato, who controlled Pain remotely, was shocked. Obito was equally stunned. But Sasuke was indifferent. Like a ghost, he began systematically hunting Pain's other bodies. The human path fell, followed by the animal path. One after another, they were slaughtered. If not for Tendo Pain reacting swiftly with repulsion, even he would have been finished. This is it. Sasuke sneered coldly. The so-called god. What a joke. On the way here, Orochimaru had explained the Akatsuki to him. Among them, there was said to be a man who called himself a god, unmatched in strength. But this was the reality. He couldn't even survive a single sword strike. In rage, Tendo Pain flew into the air and gathered all the remaining chakra. He would use his most powerful move, Super Almighty Push. Mortal, today you will witness my divine power. Super Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain roared. Centered on himself, a terrifying repulsive force erupted. The ground was lifted. Mountains crumbled. The sky turned blinding white. The destructive force was unimaginable. But just as Nagato thought victory was in hand, a golden thunderbolt pierced the blinding light. Once a gap appeared in the repulsion field, it collapsed like a deflated balloon. Tendo Pain froze in the sky as a streak of golden thunder struck him. Boom. His body was completely destroyed in an instant. On the other side, Obito witnessed all of Pain's bodies fall one after another and felt a chill run down his spine. Was it true? Had Orochimaru really received the grace of a true god? The events in the Mist Village, perhaps they really had happened. If this continued, he would die too. Fear took over. Obito turned to flee. Orochimaru smiled lazily. Running already? Sasuke sheathed his blade and asked indifferently, want me to chase? No need, Orochimaru said. He bit his finger, drawing a bead of blood, and traced a strange rune in the air. 2-star Divine Art, Blood Curse. The golden blood rune disappeared into the void. Far away, as Obito was escaping, a sudden chill enveloped his entire body. Before he could react, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. What, when did I get hit? He struggled to think, but no answer came. The man who relied on Kamui, always believing himself invincible, was defeated today by a divine technique he couldn't comprehend. Obito lay there helplessly, powerless to resist. Chapter 30, the puppet plot is always simple, but someone always falls for it. Orochimaru squatted in front of Obito, watching the monstrous hatred swirling in his eyes, and spoke lightly. He knew full well the other man couldn't answer, but he still asked anyway. You know the organization. You've said it yourself, Akatsuki uses force to capture the tailed beasts to achieve true peace. You've repeated this to me many times. But human strength has its limits. I've conducted countless experiments, countless calculations, and what did I get in return? Orochimaru sneered. An ugly, broken body. That's why, he continued, voice filled with fanaticism, when I met my god, I realized, God can grant what humanity can never reach on its own. Now, I possess a lifespan of 10,000 years. Almost eternal life, without any side effects. He spoke to himself more than to Obito, smiling in obsession, while Obito lay trembling. He didn't know what kind of ridicule would await him when the world saw his true face revealed. There were only two people present. Sasuke Uchiha had already gone to Amakura village to retrieve Pain's real body. During the battle, he had sensed chakra fluctuations from that direction and left in a hurry once the fighting ended. Meanwhile, Orochimaru reached for the mask covering Obito's face and tore it away. As expected, it was not Madara Uchiha, just a little brat he knew well, Uchiha Obito. Sure enough, it's you, Orochimaru said. I was wondering which Uchiha survivor was stirring things up from the shadows. If it's you, it all makes sense. Rin's death back then really shattered you. Mentioning Rin made Obito's eyes flicker with emotion. Seeing this, Orochimaru chuckled and coaxed, do you want Rin resurrected? The real Rin, the girl who died back then. Unexpectedly, Obito showed no extreme reaction. He remained disturbingly calm. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Something was wrong. Could it be the Rinnegan? Could Pain's Rinnegan truly revive the dead? Even if it could, the cost would be enormous. Orochimaru studied Obito closely. One of his Sharingan eyes was Kamui, the other was a transplant from another Uchiha. To be cautious, Orochimaru removed both of Obito's eyes, replacing them with ordinary ones, even healing his injuries with meticulous care. After that, he added a minor blood curse, just to be safe. As expected, once Obito was freed from his restraints, he immediately sneered. The Rinnegan can bring back the dead. You better let me go now. If Uchiha Madara is resurrected, you'll be the first one he kills. Orochimaru laughed lightly. Oh. So you still dream of resurrecting him? Without the Rinnegan, what can you do? He found it amusing. Obito still hadn't realized his situation. Grabbing Obito by the neck, Orochimaru asked, where is the Gedo statue? I don't know. Fine then. Sasuke will handle the interrogation. Orochimaru tossed him aside casually. You don't want to talk? It doesn't matter. Once we get what we need from you, you'll be worthless. He glanced at the clock in his mind. 3 minutes left. Enjoy what little time you have left. The minutes dragged painfully by. For Obito, every second felt like a lifetime. He thought about his life, how tragic it was. Orphaned young, losing Rin, stepping onto a path of no return. Was this really how it would end? Facing the terrifying Orochimaru, Obito even began to doubt whether Uchiha Madara could defeat this monster if he were still alive. Not long after, Sasuke Uchiha returned, dragging behind him Konan and a limping Nagato. How's it going? Did you find out where the Gedo statue is? Sasuke asked. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. No. His mouth still tight. Nagato and Konan were stunned. Didn't he claim to be Uchiha Madara? Why did Orochimaru call him Obito? Confusion filled their eyes. TCH, seems there are still things you can't do, Sasuke muttered, throwing Konan and Nagato to the ground, preparing to use genjutsu to force the information out of them. At that moment, Obito suddenly said, weakly but clearly. Wait. If I join you, can the world really find peace? He didn't want to die. He couldn't accept meeting Rin in the afterlife as a complete failure. If there was even a sliver of hope, he had to try. Orochimaru gave him a satisfied smile. Of course. God loves all beings, and so do we, his followers. Obito's face flushed slightly with shame and bitterness. In the end, he gave in completely. He confessed everything. He explained Madara's manipulation, the Eye of the Moon plan, the real reasons behind Akatsuki. Listening quietly, Orochimaru found it laughable. Obito was fooled by Madara, Nagato was fooled by Obito, Akatsuki was fooled by Nagato. A perfect chain of deception. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. Don't you find this whole nesting doll game a little familiar? Every link in the chain relies on using hatred to control others. The only difference is, Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha, and Rin died because of Kirigakure. Obito stiffened. A terrible realization sank into his heart. Sasuke glanced at him with disdain. Don't just sit there like an idiot. You got played too. I bet that woman Rin, she was probably manipulated from the start. Chapter 31, Space Repulsion, Lucian Carter advances to the upper space. Nagato sat silently on the ground, emotions churning inside him. Had he been living inside a lie all along? All this time, trapped in someone else's plan, working just to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Peace for the ninja world. A better world. It was all a joke. Even his Rinnegan had been given to him by someone else. Thinking back to what Orochimaru said, Nagato was overwhelmed with shame, almost wishing he could simply die and disappear. Orochimaru, watching the two sitting in silence, said in a reassuring tone, "Don't worry. As long as you join our faith, true peace is possible. Hand over the Gedo statue. I'm ready to create a brand new altar. This time, I'll show you the true greatness of God." Nagato, disillusioned, didn't argue. He summoned the Gedo statue without hesitation but insisted on one condition: he must witness the sacrifice himself. Having been deceived once, he wasn't about to be tricked again. Orochimaru easily agreed and even gifted each of them 3 meditation scrolls. "Just meditate," he said, "and you'll grow stronger. You'll also be able to glimpse the presence of the true God." Obito looked at the scroll in his hand, his expression mixed with resistance and uncertainty, but when he saw Nagato and Konan already entering meditation, he reluctantly followed. Reciting the divine incantation, the world around Obito suddenly darkened. In that infinite darkness, he saw it. The existence of the eternal God. It wasn't a dream or illusion. It wasn't a fake world like the one Madara once crafted. It was real. He saw countless radiant figures floating around, a river of souls, believers who had transcended death, forming an endless stream of light praising their faith. Tens of thousands of souls. Each one alive in its own right, undying, shining brightly. This is meditation. Obito sat down cross-legged, humbled by the light of the divine realm, strengthening his spirit with every breath. When he opened his eyes again, he realized something incredible. The body that had once been patched together with Hashirama's cells had completely healed. No longer decaying, no longer painful, it was his own body again, fully merged with the power inside. Even the cursed seal planted on his heart was gone. Just by meditating, he had changed so drastically. No forbidden jutsu. No sacrifices. Only the grace of a real God. On the other side, Nagato also opened his eyes. He lowered his head, looked at his fully recovered legs, touched the healthy body he hadn't felt for years, and then immediately knelt in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Nagato bowed deeply, his voice filled with guilt. "I feel shame beyond words. From now on, I dedicate myself to the eternal God, to atone for my sins." The Akatsuki had once stood for hope, to drive out the darkness from the world. But they had fallen into the very evil they swore to destroy, spreading war and suffering wherever they went. If not for Orochimaru and the eternal God, Nagato realized, there would have been nothing left but despair. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "Good. In the future, develop believers. Everyone stumbles. There's no shame in that. Now, work with Sasuke. Start collecting the tailed beasts. I'll begin constructing the altar." "Understood," Nagato said firmly. Meanwhile, in the god's domain, Lucian Carter sat quietly, reviewing his recent gains. His skin shone like flawless white jade, divine power flowing through his body like endless rivers of light. He could feel it, the nursery world was beginning to reject him. "It's time," Lucian muttered, glancing out into the endless horizon. "Time to open Tianmen and move to the upper space. The repulsion is getting too strong. I can't stay much longer." The nursery world was too small. For someone like him, already reaching mid-tier godhood, staying here was almost unnatural. After receiving the sacrifices from Dragon and advancing so quickly, the very fabric of the world was trying to expel him. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be long before beings from the upper realms came down to forcibly remove him. And worse, if the pressure continued to build, the nursery world itself could collapse. It would destroy everything. The central zone of the blazing azure immortal field was the location of Hongshinmen, the gate to the higher realm. Protected by divine light, it was said even main gods could not destroy it. Very safe. Lucian arrived and registered his place in line. Number 7. Meaning there were 6 challengers ahead of him, each also seeking to ascend. Beneath a brilliant golden sky, a tall god stood solemnly before the heavenly gate. His voice echoed across the field. "God seeking ascension today, step forward." A name flashed in golden letters. Challenger, Wang Mo strength, beginner stage main god. God domain size, 100,000 kilometers. Whispers swept through the waiting gods. Wang Mo, the child of the prestigious Wang family of the central divine realm. It had only been 2 years since he first became a god, yet his domain had already expanded to 100,000 kilometers. An incredible achievement. He was considered one of the most powerful second-generation gods. "How long do you think he'll take to open Tianmen?" someone whispered. "I bet an hour," someone else said. 2 hours. 3 hours, guessed another. Even though his god's domain is massive, Tianmen's barrier strength is set for an 80,000 kilometer domain. He's only 20,000 over it. It won't be easy. Everyone remembered what happened yesterday. A god with a 90,000 kilometer domain had needed 6 full hours to open the gate. The stronger your domain, the faster you could break through Tianmen. But strength wasn't everything. Endurance, technique, and pure force of will all played a role. The golden light of the divine barrier shimmered as Wang Mo stepped forward, preparing to challenge the heavenly gate. Behind him, Lucian Carter waited patiently. He didn't mind. He could use the time to adjust his divine energy, ensuring his breakthrough would be flawless. Soon, it would be his turn. And when it came, he wouldn't just break through. He would rewrite the rules entirely. Chapter 32, One punch opens the gate, Lucian's invincible road begins. Wang Mo stretched his body a little, a relaxed expression on his face as he stepped onto the elevated platform. Above him, a beam of golden light fell from the sky, solidifying into a staircase that led toward the towering heavenly gate. 3 layers guarded the gate, each representing a trial he had to conquer to ascend. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mo moved like a phantom, reaching the first golden gate in the blink of an eye. He pulled back his fist and struck out powerfully. Boom. Above him, the illusion of his god domain materialized, countless beings from the jade-green divine land raised their voices together, roaring in unison. The pressure was immense. Yet the heavenly gate didn't budge. Barely a hairline crack appeared. If you weren't looking closely, you wouldn't even notice it. Wang Mo's face flushed red, the recoil of the strike almost knocking him off the stairs. This gate, it was much sturdier than he anticipated. Steadying his breath, he shifted tactics, hammering it with calm, measured punches instead of wild bursts of strength. Time dragged on. In the end, it took Wang Mo a grueling 3.5 hours to punch through all 3 layers of the heavenly gate and ascend to the next realm. At least it wasn't a formal competition, otherwise Lucian Carter would have fallen asleep from boredom waiting. When it was finally time for the next challenger, the gatekeeper called his number. Lucian Carter tucked his number into his hand and moved forward, only to be blocked by a man who rushed from the crowd. "What do you think you're doing?" Lucian asked coldly. "Show me your number," the man sneered, reaching out. "You look like a greenhorn, must have just graduated. Instead of wasting everyone's time, let me go first." Before his fingers could even graze Lucian's number, the world shifted. Lucian's fist blurred forward, powered by thousands of fragments of divine law. A deafening crack echoed out. The arrogant man shot backward like a meteor, blood scattering through the air. He slammed against the divine light barrier at the arena's edge with a dull thud before crumpling lifelessly to the ground. Silence fell over the crowd. Hundreds of eyes widened in disbelief. Someone had just sent a lower god flying with 1 punch. Effortlessly. "Am I dreaming?" someone muttered. "That kid, he just graduated, didn't he? How can he have that kind of strength?" "No way, right," another whispered. "Maybe he's from a super family. Used some secret method to expand his god's domain." "Wait, I know that guy," someone cried. "My brother said he was in the same graduating class. His name's Lucian Carter." Shock rippled through the gathering. He hadn't even been out of school for half a month, and he was already this strong. The golden-armored gatekeeper shook off his surprise and barked out, "Finish your business and step forward. Don't waste time. Others are waiting behind you." "Understood, sir," Lucian replied calmly. Without so much as a change in his expression, he inserted his data card into the heavenly platform slot. The platform scanned him, and then, all at once, the gatekeeper's face changed dramatically. His voice trembled as he announced. "Challenger, Lucian Carter. Current strength, first god level. God domain size, 10 million kilometers." The audience gasped. A normal newly graduated god had around 500,000 kilometers of domain. Lower gods capped around 5 million. But Lucian Carter. 10 million kilometers. He wasn't just strong. He was a monster. "You." The gatekeeper stammered, lowering his voice, "How did you even stay hidden in the nursery world this long? If something happens, neither you nor I will survive it." The protection barrier of this heavenly platform was only meant to handle mid-tier gods at best. Lucian offered a polite smile. "Apologies, sir. I was busy handling a few matters and lost track of time." The gatekeeper studied him a moment longer, then sighed. "You're a monster, kid. If you don't have a divine system yet, consider joining ours." He tossed over a jade token, engraved with a sacred insignia. "That'll give you some protection." "Thank you, sir," Lucian said, pocketing the token. With a calm pace, he walked up the steps toward the heavenly gate. At that moment, countless eyes followed him, from the gods in line, to the powerful divine officials watching from above. Among them, the golden-armored gatekeeper secretly activated his communicator. Jihuang Liuyan's division, listen up, he said urgently. We have a monstrous prodigy about to ascend. Don't let other divine clans steal him. Old Zhang, you serious? A lazy voice replied. Serious as life, the gatekeeper growled. This kind of talent hasn't been seen in 10,000 years. On the other end, hurried shouts could already be heard, mobilizing their forces. Meanwhile, Lucian had already reached the first heavenly gate. Above him, his god's domain manifested. An endless expanse covering the sky itself, shrunk down countless times just to fit. Golden Tao patterns shimmered across the heavens. Open. Lucian clenched his fist, divine law surging into his hand. One punch. Boom. The entire first heavenly gate shattered into powder. The crowd roared in disbelief. Before the dust even settled, Lucian was already standing before the second gate. He didn't even hesitate. Another punch. Boom. The second heavenly gate disintegrated under the force. Shockwaves rippled outward. The upper divine observers leaned forward, frowning, muttering among themselves. Too fast. Who is he? They had never seen anyone move so effortlessly through the trials. Lucian Carter moved on to the final gate, the strongest and most difficult one. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. From this moment forward, he whispered, voice low but full of thunder. I walk the path of invincibility. My name, Lucian Carter, will echo through eternity. With that, he unleashed one final punch. The last heavenly gate, strongest of all, exploded into a dazzling spray of divine fragments. Chapter 33, Peerless Goddess Xiao Wan, Lucian Carter joins the Jihuang Flowing Flame God System. The moment the triple heavenly gate shattered, Lucian Carter was engulfed by divine light and drawn into the upper space. As soon as he landed, a crowd swarmed around him. Hey little brother, come join our God system. We'll throw in a goddess to match you with, just pick anyone you like. Bah, don't listen to them. Their goddesses are all old fossils. Come to our system instead. We have first-class techniques, and all our goddesses are as beautiful as they are gentle. Chen Hai, you bastard. I was here first. Stop pushing. The scene descended into chaos. Lucian stood there, utterly bewildered. Off to the side, another newcomer who had also been lifted up by the divine light assumed that the excitement was about him. Grinning smugly, he straightened his back and called out proudly, everyone, don't fight over me. If any god system is willing to offer me 10 goddesses, I'll join. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Every god present stared at him blankly, sizing him up. Green onions stuck in his nostrils, a face like a beaten pig, and a posture so ridiculous even wild boars would look down on him. If 10's too many, 5's fine, or even 3, he tried to bargain, seeing their unimpressed looks. Worst case, 1 pretty one. Before he could finish, a god next to him kicked him flying like trash. Get lost, you air-polluting idiot. Throw him back down to be remade. Ignoring the fool, the god who had kicked him turned back to Lucian with a bright, flattering smile. You, little brother, what are your thoughts? No rush, whatever conditions you have, just say the word. As long as it's not too outrageous, we'll meet them. Breaking the triple heavenly gate with one punch, such a monster was too precious to miss. Every god present looked at Lucian with burning desire. A true prodigy like him would become the pillar of any god system in the future. No one wanted to lose him. Before Lucian could respond, a cool, mesmerizing voice floated over. Little brother, would you consider joining our god system? The entire crowd froze as the voice swept through them. Realization hit, and they immediately parted, creating a clear path. A woman walked forward slowly, each step commanding the world's attention. She wore a black dress woven like a starry night, sparkling crystal shoes on her feet, and a grace that made the heavens dim in comparison. Lucian stared at her, stunned. No words could capture her beauty, she was beyond breathtaking, a goddess in every sense. The woman's gaze fell on the token hanging at Lucian's waist, and she smiled lightly at the others. I'm sorry, everyone. This little brother is already marked for Jihuang Flowing Flame. You can see the token he's wearing. All eyes shifted to Lucian, and sure enough, they spotted the badge at his waist, the unmistakable crest of the Jihuang Flowing Flame god system. There was no arguing after that. With reluctant sighs and dark looks, the other gods dispersed, leaving Lucian standing alone with the woman. My name is Xiao Wan, she said warmly. I'm in charge of the Jihuang Flowing Flame god system. I have the strength of a 9-star world creator. How about taking me as your master? Lucian's heart leapt. 9-star creation level, that was already near the apex of the divine space. He didn't hesitate for even a second. Bowing formally, he said, Disciple Lucian Carter greets Master Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's smile deepened, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. good. This young man had a firm heart, no arrogance, no hesitation. Exactly the kind of disciple she liked. Come, she said, lifting a hand. The space before them parted like a bead curtain, revealing a new world filled with blooming flowers, singing birds, and endless light. It was the home base of the Chihuang Flowing Flame God system. There was an academy here, along with countless world fragments under their control. Disciples with extraordinary talent like Lucian were granted monthly rights to select fragments for their cultivation. It was leagues above those random outer academies. After personally settling Lucian in, Xiao Wan rose to leave. The divine world encouraged freedom. Disciples were mostly left to their own devices to grow, and Lucian was no exception. Still, even in this short time, he had received a tremendous advantage. For one, he was exempt from mandatory battles between gods. Normally, after promotion, gods were forced to compete constantly for resources. But Lucian, he could quietly cultivate and grow stronger without distraction. He looked down at the ancient divine arts book that Xiao Wan had given him before leaving, excitement bubbling up inside. This wasn't some cheap store-bought rubbish, it was a true divine classic. As he flipped open the first page, strands of ancient runes surfaced before his eyes, bursting with profound wisdom. For the first time, Lucian realized how crude his earlier methods had been. Before, he simply relied on brute force, wasting most of his divine power. Now, with the teachings in this book, he could save 70% of his strength while achieving even greater effects. Just one glimpse into these ancient techniques deepened his understanding of his god domain dramatically. That very night, news exploded across the divine world. The Chihuang Flowing Flame God system had claimed a monster-level genius, a prodigy unseen for countless ages. Jealousy spread like wildfire through the other god systems. Chapter 34, Annihilated Tianlong Temple, Duan Jingming captured. In the world of Heavenly Dragon, Murong Fu finally arrived at the Dali Kingdom. Without delay, he led his forces straight to Tianlong Temple. At the mountain gate, a young welcoming monk spotted the group of martial artists approaching with clear hostility and immediately rushed to block their path. Honored guests, this is a sacred place of the Buddhist faith. It is not a place for martial conflicts. Despite his youth, the monk stood firm, undaunted even in the face of Murong Fu's oppressive aura. After all, in Dali, the emperors themselves often came from Tianlong Temple. Buddhism here was not just a religion, it was the very backbone of the state. The monks had grown used to living without fear. But the young monk had no idea that Murong Fu's goal today was to destroy them. A mere novice dares raise his voice against Murong Fu. Get out of my sight. Murong Fu roared in fury. The force of his voice alone made the monk spurt blood from every orifice and collapse unconscious on the ground. At the same time, Murong Fu's voice carried up the mountain like a clap of thunder. Inside Tianlong Temple, a group of old monks seated in the main hall all opened their eyes in unison. An intruder approaches. Sound the alarm. One of the elders barked urgently. Another monk's expression turned grim. That voice just now, it sounded like Murong Fu. But when did he attain such terrifying internal strength? To project one's voice from the foot of the mountain all the way to the temple above, it was beyond first-rate mastery. The monks' faces turned grave. Master Ku Rong quickly instructed a disciple, "Go, summon reinforcements immediately. Something is very wrong today." Before long, the alarm bells rang. Explosive sounds echoed from the mountain gate. The monks rushed outside, and there, standing casually in front of the shattered stone Buddha, was a young man in black robes, Murong Fu himself, smiling as if he owned the place. The once proud stone Buddha, the temple's sacred protector, had been reduced to a pile of rubble. The sight made the monks' hearts turn cold. So you bald rats finally dare show yourselves, Murong Fu sneered. He reached out and grabbed the crumbling remains of the Buddha with a casual motion. Under his fingertips, the stone cracked and crumbled to dust. Such terrifying brute strength was unheard of. Master Ku Rong swallowed nervously, forcing himself to step forward. His voice trembled slightly as he asked. Murong Donor, what brings you here today? Why destroy the sacred Buddha of our mountain gate? Our young master's purpose is simple, said Feng Boyi, stepping forward with a mocking smile. You monks spend all day chanting and seeking the Western paradise. Since you can't find it yourselves, we've come to bring you the grace of the eternal God. Grace. Had they joined the Taoist sects? Ku Rong's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. If this was merely a sectarian dispute between Buddhism and Taoism, it would not be the end of the world. Donor, the disputes between Buddhism and Taoism have existed since ancient times. If you insist, we will concede. We will seal the mountain and abstain from worldly matters for 20 years. Ku Rong's offer was sincere. Sealing the mountain for 20 years meant surrender in all but name. Murong Fu sneered. Thieving monk, who said anything about Taoism? We are envoys of the eternal God. We have come to cleanse false gods and false Buddhas like you. He pointed at the shattered Buddha, voice like ice. When you led people to eat fasts and chant prayers, did your Buddha ever once show himself? But our eternal God is different. The moment we call, he descends. Murderous intent surged in his voice. There would be no negotiation. The monks' faces darkened. One old monk stepped forward, shouting, "What eternal God? You're nothing but evil demons. I'd rather die than bow to you." Murong Fu turned his chilling gaze to Ku Rong. "And you? Is that your answer as well?" "If the donor is determined to act with violence," Ku Rong said solemnly, "then we monks will defend ourselves to the end. Please, enlighten me." He raised one hand, preparing to unleash his Shaolin martial arts. But before he could move, a figure blurred past Murong Fu's right side. "I'll handle it." Bao Butong, a humble follower of the eternal God, challenges you. With a flash of movement, Bao Butong shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Ku Rong thrust his finger forward, launching a formidable Shaolin Yang finger technique, confident that it would pierce the opponent. But Bao Butong didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he slammed his foot forward. Too fast, Ku Rong had no time to react. With a heavy crack, Ku Rong was kicked flying 100 meters, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. Bones shattered, blood gushed from his mouth. "Master Ku Rong." The monks of Tianlong Temple cried out in terror. They had thought their master was invincible within the mortal realm. But now even he had been crushed like a leaf in the wind. Murong Fu's smile turned mocking. "I'll give you one choice, surrender, or die." In truth, he preferred they chose death. Destroying Tianlong Temple would be a symbol, one that would send fear into the heart of the Dali kingdom. But just when he thought they would resist, Ku Rong, coughing blood on the ground, gasped out one final instruction before fainting. "Surrender." With those words, the spirit of Tianlong Temple collapsed. One of the two great Buddhist holy sites in the heavenly dragon world had fallen in less than an hour. By the time Emperor Duan Jingming arrived with his soldiers, the temple had been desecrated, the Buddha statue smashed to pieces, and the monks stripped of their robes, looking no different from commoners. What happened here? The emperor's voice trembled with disbelief. Less than an hour, how could Tianlong Temple fall so completely? "You must be Duan Jingming," a voice drawled from above. A figure floated down lightly from the mountaintop, landing without a sound. "Our master would like a word with you. Come quietly." Before Duan Jingming could react, he was seized and carried away like a sack of grain. The Emperor of Dali, the proud descendant of Buddhist kings, had been captured without even the chance to resist. Chapter 35, Holding Duan Jingming, Murong Fu commands the Dali kingdom. His Majesty. The guards of Duan Jingming stood frozen in shock as they watched the men in white whisk their emperor away right before their eyes. By the time they regained their senses, Duan Jingming had already disappeared into the forest. "After him. Capture him." The guard captain roared in fury, rallying his men. They charged after the figure, only to be met by a flash of dazzling sword light. The soldiers at the front collapsed to the ground, cut down before they even had time to scream. A deep gully split the earth before the remaining troops, its sheer depth stopping them in their tracks. Their hands trembled on their weapons. They raised their eyes cautiously. On the treetops above, a woman in white stood poised, sword drawn, veil fluttering in the night breeze. It was Wang Yuyan. She said coolly, "Anyone who crosses that line will be killed without mercy." Her voice was as beautiful as her appearance, elegant, graceful. But there was no mistaking the lethal threat behind her words. The flower was beautiful, but the flower was deadly. The captain gritted his teeth and forced himself to ask. "Fairy, may I ask, who is your young master? Why has he captured our emperor?" Wang Yuyan replied calmly. "You don't need to know. But rest assured, we won't kill him." Their goal was not to create chaos. It was to control Dali quietly. As long as Duan Jingming lived, and became a believer, the rest would follow easily. The captain turned back to his men and whispered, "Go notify the prince. The rest of you surround the mountain. No matter who this demoness is, we cannot let her escape." "Yes." The soldiers scattered in every direction. Though they spoke softly, nothing escaped Wang Yuyan's sharp senses. She heard every word, but merely smiled coldly. Rescuers. What could they possibly do? They were masters commanding over 1,000 elite fighters. Even if Dali brought 100,000 troops, they wouldn't be afraid. Meanwhile, Duan Jingming had already been brought before Murong Fu. Looking at the young men before him, Duan Jingming's heart grew heavy. This youth, barely more than a boy, already possessed such terrifying strength. If only he had walked the righteous path. What a pity. But reality offered no time for regrets. "Duan Jingming," Murong Fu said lightly. "You don't need to fear. I have not brought you here to overthrow Dali, nor to take your life. Then why? Duan Jingming snapped, his voice full of suspicion. Tianlong Temple had been destroyed, there was not a Buddha statue left standing, and now he was a prisoner. Who could believe there were no dark intentions? Murong Fu didn't bother explaining. He simply drew his sword, leaned forward slightly, and vanished from sight. The next moment, Duan Jingming witnessed something he would never forget. A towering cliff, tens of meters high, was sliced cleanly apart by a single sword strike. The rock face crumbled into rubble. Murong Fu returned to stand before him, his breathing steady, his face composed, as if he had merely waved his hand. Duan Jingming's legs buckled. He dropped to his knees. His lips trembled as he forced out. Murong Fu, whatever you desire, just spare my people. Speak your demands. Facing such inhuman power, what choice did he have? In Dali, there were few, if any, who could match this man. Murong Fu smiled. A wise man submits to fate. I ask very little, Duan Jingming. Today, your Dali kingdom shall renounce its Buddhist faith. He leaned forward slightly, voice low and forceful. From this day onward, you will revere the eternal God. Gather all rare treasures and riches to build an altar. Prepare the sacrifice for my God. Duan Jingming swallowed. I will have it arranged immediately. Faith. Buddhism. What was the use of prayers when death was at the doorstep? Facing Murong Fu's terrifying strength, Duan Jingming no longer hesitated. All he wanted was to keep his people alive. Yet in the back of his mind, a sliver of defiance remained. He secretly dispatched men to Shaolin Temple, begging for help. Surely the revered monks of Shaolin, and the heroes of the martial world, would not let this madman run rampant for long. As for Duan Jingchun, who led troops to reinforce Tianlong Temple that same day, his fate was no different. He was swiftly defeated and imprisoned. Inside the royal palace, Murong Fu now sat leisurely in the emperor's dragon throne. He raised his goblet and toasted Duan Jingming, who sat opposite him with a forced smile. Your Majesty, Murong Fu said lightly. What materials are available in your treasury to build the altar? Best prepare them soon. Duan Jingming nodded hurriedly. I will have my ministers prepare gold and silver jewelry, rare treasures, whatever you require. Murong Fu's eyes gleamed. Very good. But remember, my God values sincerity above all. Empty your treasury. Gather every scrap of gold, jade, and precious gems. The 15th day of this month shall be our day of sacrifice. Today was only the 5th. There were 10 days left. It would be enough to build a modest altar. That night, as Murong Fu meditated in his chambers, Feng Boi hurried in with news. My lord, he said excitedly. The Duan family really has sent men to seek help. What are your orders? Murong Fu opened his eyes, and his lips curved into a sneer. From today onward, call me Divine Envoy, not young Master Murong. Yes, Divine Envoy. As for their pitiful rescue plans. He laughed, shaking his head. What good are those chickens and dogs? Shaolin monks. Heroes of the martial world. They will kneel before my God all the same. Ever since witnessing Li Shimin soar on a sword, and others burning down mountains or transforming into dragons, Murong Fu had cast aside all doubts. He would follow the eternal God without hesitation. Strength was all that mattered. However, there was still one minor problem. Sacrifices. Animals like pigs and cows were too common. Real treasures were still rare in this world. Murong Fu tapped his fingers against the armrest, deep in thought. Perhaps he should gather beauties from the region instead. Offer them to the god as tribute. After all, even Li Shimin had sacrificed his own sister. Compared to that, what was a mere cousin? Murong Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. He would make sure this sacrifice was worthy, and in return, he would rise above all. Chapter 36, God's Fury. Two little friends scared out of their wits. A few days later, in the Wanjia chat group. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Ding ding punching in. Equals Omega smiley face. Young Master Murong. I'm going crazy over here. These fools, you teach them how to think, but they're all illiterate. I have to explain every little thing one by one. Does anyone know how to make these people learn faster? I can't become a full-time teacher. Ninja scientist. Education is a must, but your situation sounds tough. You'll have to be patient. Young Master Murong. But I want to offer sacrifices soon. Everything is prepared, and I'm stuck waiting because most of them can't even read. Damn it. Ninja scientist. Pfft. You were bubbling around in the group every day. You didn't prepare properly, no wonder you're stuck. You deserve to suffer, salted fish. Spirit of the Demon Sword. No need to panic, little brother, show them the greatness of our God first, then slowly educate them. Very few people in my world could read either. She couldn't help but laugh. It was too ridiculous. How could they carry out a national sacrifice when even basic reading was a problem? Say hello and the people would just stare blankly at you. Secondly, bro, you're thinking too small. Start by training a few teachers first. Teach 1, let them teach 10, 10 teach 100, it spreads fast. That's what I did. Young Master Morone. Is that so? I get it now. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Ugh, it's been rough for me too. I sneak around the Navy every day. Barely scraping together any gold coins. Even robbery is hard lately. God of Eternity. But as far as I know, you're spending more time in taverns fooling around with dancing girls than you are building an altar. Secondly. Sigma, degree winky face WHOA, my God. Young Master Morone. Paying my respects to the eternal God. 4 Peace. Greeting my God. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Worshipping the Great Lord. Inside the Pirates of the Caribbean world, Jack Sparrow, who was happily drinking in a crowded tavern, suddenly spit out his rum. The lively bar fell silent in an instant. Jack's crewmates rushed over, alarmed. Captain. What's wrong? Jack wiped his mouth, sweat pouring down his face. And nothing. But his hands trembled. That message, it couldn't be real. Could the eternal God really see everything he did? Pirate King of the Caribbean. Misunderstanding, Your Holiness. I work day and night to build the altar, but the navies are united. I only have a few ships, it's impossible. God of Eternity. You dare to quibble. Jack Sparrow, born in 1691, you wear a red headscarf, carry a useless compass, and your mortal enemy is Barbassa. Shall I go on? God of Eternity. If you swear you're not drinking in a bar right now, I'll believe you. Jack's entire body went cold. The drink dripped forgotten from his hand. This couldn't be happening. How could God know everything about him? Pirate King of the Caribbean. Knocking head.jpg, I admit it. I was wrong. Please, Lord God, grant me one last chance. I deceived you. 4 Peace. Ahaha, so he really is a liar. Even dared to lie to a god. Ninja scientist. This old scoundrel. I knew it. He told me he was a king. Turns out he's just a lousy pirate. Secondly. Unforgivable. To deceive the gods, this crime must be punished. Everyone was in shock. This was no joke. The eternal God truly knew their lives inside and out. He even knew their thoughts. They broke into a cold sweat. God of Eternity. Since you know fear now, listen well. Everyone may use my meditation techniques, but lying to me is unforgivable. So I offer you 2 choices. First, you die in penance. Your soul will serve me for 10,000 years, and only then will you be forgiven. Second, you have 3 days. Offer a worthy sacrifice. If you fail, your world will wither and perish. The eternal God's voice was calm, but each word struck their hearts like a hammer. He wasn't just bluffing. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Lord God. Please don't destroy my world. I'll start building an altar right away. I swear I won't lie again. Ninja scientist. Didn't you lie before too, you little liar? Spirit of the Demon Sword. Sigma, winky face no. No. You're making things up. Pirate King of the Caribbean. I swear, I will complete the sacrifice within 3 days. Jack Sparrow was trembling, but also breathing easier. At least he wasn't instantly destroyed. But he dared not slack off anymore. The eternal God had spoken. If the world collapsed, there would be nowhere left to hide. Jack wiped the sweat from his brow. His heart beat violently in his chest. One thing was clear now. He would never lie to the eternal God again. Not even in jest. Chapter 37, Dragon Kwai compromised, Red Kwai begins the sacrifices. In the Pirates of the Caribbean world. Jack smashed a bottle on the floor and shouted at his crew. Get up, you drunken fools. It's time to work. The crew froze, exchanging stunned glances. Had the captain lost his mind again? A blind crewman stumbled forward to persuade him. Captain Jack, it's the middle of the night, why not sail out tomorrow? Click. Jack's pistol cocked loudly as he pointed it at the man's forehead. Set sail. Or die, Jack said coldly. God is angry. Very angry. The crew gasped in unison. Just moments ago, they'd been laughing and drinking, dismissing the idea of gods and sacrifices. Captain Jack had tried to build an altar once. But they'd all talked him down, convincing him that gods wouldn't really come, and that it was better to spend their stolen treasures in taverns and casinos. What did they get in return? A good time. Now their captain was serious, and so was the looming fear of divine wrath. Jack gathered everyone on the deck of the Black Pearl. His face was grim as he addressed them. "The eternal God gave me an ultimatum," Jack said, his voice tight. "If I don't complete a sacrifice within 3 days, the world will be destroyed." A chill swept through the crew. "My God, this isn't just bad news, this is the end of the world." "Destroy the world?" "Hiss, what the hell did we get ourselves into?" Jack glared at them, furious. "It's your fault. I prepared treasures, gathered offerings, but you lot gambled and drank it all away." The men lowered their heads in shame. "What do we do now, Captain?" Jack took a deep breath, steeling himself. "We head to the Old Bay. There's Gold, Craftsman, and Elizabeth Swan." The crew stiffened. "You mean, the governor's daughter?" "Elizabeth Swan, famous for her beauty, wealth, and stubbornness. Not to mention, a virgin heiress." "Exactly," Jack said. "We kill the surrounding navy, offer them as sacrifices along with Elizabeth Swan, and calm the eternal god's anger first. After that, we'll hunt for the sea goddess Calypso." The crew looked at each other, then roared in agreement. This time, no one dared slack off. If the world was going to be destroyed otherwise, what did a little bloodshed matter? Meanwhile, in the Legend of Sword and Fairy world, Selenum nibbled anxiously at her fingernail. She'd known from the start that meddling with divine meditation might bring consequences. But she'd been too stubborn, too clever for her own good. Now, with the eternal god's fury sweeping through the multiverse, even the thought of hiding seemed laughable. Red Kwai folded her arms and smirked. "Now you're scared. You stole the meditation technique from me, refused to honor the god properly, and now you're panicking." Selenum hugged her knees, pouting miserably. "I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to always be stuck with you. Every time you bullied me." Red Kwai rolled her eyes. "Enough excuses. If you don't want to get obliterated, you'd better help me build the altar. Quickly." Selenum nodded pitifully. Red Kwai's smile turned cold. In her eyes, the so-called immortals of this world were pathetic hypocrites. Selfish. Cold-hearted. Arrogant. When she was suffering, when she was humiliated. Where were these so-called immortals then? None had come to save her. But the eternal God had given her strength. True strength. Compared to hollow gods and useless immortals, her faith belonged to someone real. "I heard there are descendants of Nuwa here," Red Kwai whispered to herself. "And demons, and ancient spirits. Good. They'll all become sacrifices for my god." With a flick of her wrist, Red Kwai summoned her magic sword. She began carving an altar, taking materials from the soul-sealing tower itself. The monument should have been invulnerable. After all, it had been crafted by a god long ago. But Red Kwai was no longer the same. Her soul had transformed into a hybrid of ghost and flesh, allowing her to draw upon dark powers far beyond ordinary mortals. Swish. Swish. Sword light flashed. The ancient monument shattered like glass. Piece by piece, Red Kwai constructed a crude but sturdy altar. Animal bones formed the base. At the top, she placed a crystal and a glowing night pearl taken from within the tower. 16 exhausting hours later, the altar stood half a meter high. Simple, but brimming with ominous power. Red Kwai stabbed her magic sword into the ground. She took a deep breath, recalling the sacrificial incantation that had been passed down by the god. Closing her eyes, she began to chant. "Great eternal God. Your humble believer, Red Kwai, calls upon you. You who shine brighter than the heavens. You who are older than time. You who are eternal and unchanging. Today, I offer you the soul-sealing tower. And all the creatures of Mount Shu as my sacrifice. Please, descend into this world, and accept my devotion." The wind howled. The altar began to tremble. The true beginning of a divine reckoning had come. Chapter 38, the God of Eternity descends, shocking the 6 worlds. The heavy, resonant voice grew louder, booming through the demon-locked tower and echoing across Mount Shu. Inside the sacred grounds of Shu Mountain, the elders meditating in their secluded halls were jolted awake by the deafening sound. "What's happening?" one of them barked, jolting upright. "Who dares disturb Shu Mountain's peace?" "I'm not sure," another elder replied grimly. The sound came from the demon-locked tower. "Let me see." The Grand Elder, Qing Wei, waved his sleeve. A water mirror formed midair, revealing the scene at the tower's summit. A woman in crimson robes knelt before a crudely built stone altar, praying fervently. Qing Wei's brow furrowed. "It's her. Red Kwai." Standing nearby, Elder Tsangu scowled. That sword spirit has fallen to the demonic path. She dares sacrifice all living beings to some evil god. Wait, another elder, the strategist Lucian, interjected. Doesn't it strike you as odd? Where did Red Kwai gain such overwhelming power? The demon lock tower hasn't had a new evil imprisoned in years. The 5 elders exchanged uneasy glances. They knew Selenum, once a princess of Jiang Nation, whose soul had merged with the demon sword after death. Sealed inside the tower to prevent her from succumbing to darkness, now she was split into 2 beings, Selenum and Red Kwai. And now, Red Kwai had apparently forged a connection with a dark, ancient power. The worst part was, even knowing this, they had no way to stop her. Opening the demon lock tower manually was impossible. It would unleash sealed terrors far worse than Red Kwai alone. Qing Wei spoke calmly, his tone grave. Prepare the great defensive formation. We must not let this evil spirit escape. If she succeeds, the world will plunge into chaos. Tsangu frowned. Isn't that a little extreme? The demon lock tower's defenses are nearly impregnable. Not even immortals can break free once sealed inside. Yuxian gave him a cold look. Have you forgotten that thing? Tsangu shuddered. How could he forget? Decades ago, when they were still young and arrogant, the 5 elders had foolishly used forbidden techniques to purge their own evil thoughts. Those evil remnants, corrupted by their own greed and ambition, merged into a nightmarish creature. A fusion of 5 monstrous souls. Even now, the memory of that abomination haunted them. If it awakened, and joined forces with Red Kwai, the consequences would be catastrophic. Qing Wei's voice was sharp. No mistakes. Begin the sword formation. Above the demon lock tower, countless swords materialized, weaving into a dense canopy of cold light. Brilliant streams of sword chi descended like a waterfall, sealing the tower from the outside. Inside, Selenum looked up at the raging storm of energy overhead, her eyes wide with terror. We've been discovered, she whimpered, clutching her knees. But Red Kwai remained calm, focused entirely on her chanting. The crushing sword energy rained down, but it did not disturb her at all. At that moment, in a deeper corner of the demon lock tower, an ancient figure stirred. The evil sword immortal. He snapped awake, sensing the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Those damn old geezers again, he growled. Every few centuries, they can't help but poke the beehive. His sinister mind stretched outward, and soon, he detected Red Kwai's presence. A twisted smile crept across the evil sword immortal's face. Interesting. A spirit like hers could be useful. Disguising his aura, he began drifting toward her, hiding his sinister intentions. Meanwhile, in the world of the gods, Lucian Carter was quietly studying divine arts when he sensed the birth of a new altar. He paused, feeling the powerful ripple through the layers of the multiverse. This world's reaction is strong. It must be Selenum's doing. Or perhaps, it's time to show these so-called immortals what a true god is. Lucian's gaze pierced through the endless sea of chaos. World after world passed by, each one thin as mist before his eyes. It took him less than 30 seconds to lock onto the immortal sword world. Compared to other worlds he had encountered, this one was sturdier. But to him, it was still just a minor obstacle. Impressive, but still insignificant. His divine will condensed into a single sharp point and stabbed through the world's barrier. Inside Shu Mountain, the 5 elders felt the sudden shift in the heavens. Their faces blanched as they looked skyward. A colossal figure now loomed over the world. A voice, ancient and terrifying, rumbled across the heavens. Before I was born, the world did not exist. Before time flowed, I watched in silence. I am the eternal God. Mountains shuddered. Rivers trembled. All living beings, humans, demons, spirits alike, fell prostrate, overwhelmed by primal terror. At the summit of the demon world's fortress, the demon king Changlo stared upward. Cold sweat poured down his face. He, who feared nothing and no one, now felt his heart seize with dread. What is this being? He whispered. Even more terrifying than Skabo, the strongest fighter in history. The skies themselves turned golden, bathed in the eternal God's divine light. The 6 realms. The human world, demon world, spirit world, immortal world, ghost world, and devil world. All felt the presence of something far, far beyond their comprehension. Chapter 39, Evil Sword Immortal, I'm finished just like that. Just one glance was enough. Changlo, demon lord of the southern border, felt a burning sensation sear through his eyes. No. I can't keep looking, he gasped, tearing his gaze away. If I keep staring, I'll go blind. His vision was already blurring, the heat scorching even through his eyelids. This terrifying existence, he couldn't even look at it directly. Across the heavens, Emperor Fuxi stood frozen, trembling slightly. The once supreme ruler of the six realms believed himself immortal and untouchable. Until today. Now, he realized with devastating clarity. There existed a being even greater than him. Damn it. Fushi clenched his fists tightly, fury and fear twisting across his face. After I exiled Fei Peng, I thought I'd rid the heavens of all threats. I never expected someone even stronger would appear. His heart sank deeper. There were no champions left in the heavens strong enough to stand against this new god. Fei Peng had long been reincarnated. The remaining gods were but paper tigers. And he, Emperor Fushi, master of treachery and schemes. The one who plotted Nuwa's death, the one who tricked Skabu into downfall. Was powerless now. He could only watch helplessly as this foreign god descended upon the six realms. In the southern border. At the Nuwa temple, the saintess who guarded the shrine knelt in despair. The colossal figure in the sky had plunged her soul into terror. The Cthulhu has come. The world will perish, she thought miserably. If only the mother goddess Nuwa still lived to save them. But Zixien, the last descendant of Nuwa, had long fallen in love with a mortal. She wasn't here to help. The saintess could only lower her head and pray silently. In the underworld. The wailing of 10,000 spirits filled the gloomy abyss. Under the god's divine pressure, countless specters found themselves pinned helplessly to the ground. At first, they screamed in pain. But then, something miraculous happened. The rage and resentment festering within their souls began to dissolve. Washed away by the god's radiance. Their pain vanished. Their chains of hatred melted into nothingness. The ghost king of the Yama realm watched, awestruck. Never before had he seen anything like it. Even Emperor Virtue's power paled compared to this. Meanwhile, back at Shu Mountain. Under the scouring of divine power, the once mighty demon-locked tower crumbled into dust. Sacred light wrapped around Red Kwai and Selenum, shielding them completely from harm. In the shadows nearby, the evil sword immortal, who had been hiding, waiting for his chance, grinned wickedly. He, at last. The demon-locked tower is gone. My evil sword immortal is finally free. Thank you, outsider god. In return, I'll gladly devour your believers. Without hesitation, the evil sword immortal transformed into a black mist and lunged toward Red Kwai. Boom. His body slammed into the golden barrier surrounding her. He froze midair. In the next instant, an overwhelming force seized him, locking him in place. Panic flooded his mind. Impossible. I'm beyond the three realms. I'm not bound by any law. No one should be able to touch me. But the gods might crush such notions effortlessly. In the golden sky above. The eternal god shifted his gaze toward the struggling demon. A cold, disdainful voice echoed. Filthy worm. You dare lay hands on my believers? Your punishment is annihilation. Across the mountain, Qing Wei and the other elders of Shu Mountain watched, their hearts trembling. They saw the evil sword immortal, engulfed in purple flames. Screaming and begging for mercy. But the eternal god paid no heed. A few breaths later. The once feared evil sword immortal, a creature beyond life and death, was reduced to nothing but ashes, wiped clean from existence. Dead. Completely and utterly dead. Beneath the golden light, Red Kwai knelt respectfully. Great eternal God, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Your humble believer welcomes your descent. The god's voice rumbled like thunder. I see your efforts. I am pleased with your sacrifice. Though from the mortal's view the demon-locked tower had simply crumbled. In truth, its destruction had been transformed into a magnificent offering, absorbed into Lucian's divine realm. He turned his gaze toward the broken remnants of Shu Mountain. Those proud sword immortals, once masters of the world, now cowered like ants. Lucian sneered. Shu Mountain. A so-called holy land. Its leaders long corrupted by their pursuit of heaven's way. Driven mad by ambition without even realizing it. He raised a hand. The sky darkened. An enormous divine palm, veined with endless law, slammed downward. No. I don't want to die. Tsangu shrieked. The Shu Mountain elders tried to resist. But it was futile. With one deafening boom. The entire Shu Mountain sect was obliterated, leaving behind only birds, beasts, and two trembling girls. Lucian's voice echoed through the heavens. From this day forth, Red Kwai shall be granted the status of a two-star believer. You are permitted to learn second-class divine arts. I bestow upon you 10,000 years of cultivation. And the pure body of colored glaze. You shall establish the supreme church. With Shu Mountain as your holy seat. Golden light rained down from the skies. Half of Lucian's divine power reshaped the ruined mountain, erecting a magnificent shrine 100 meters tall. The eternal shrine. Bathed in divine glory. Red Kuai's strength soared, surging far beyond even Emperor Fuxi himself. Throughout the 6 realms, countless beings felt the shockwave of her new power. The eternal god spoke again. As for your brother, I have already sent word to Solanum. Once she uses meditation, the memories of her past life will return, and she will reunite with you. With the final matter settled, Lucian turned his gaze coldly toward the cowardly deities lurking in the heavens. He snorted disdainfully, then withdrew, vanishing into the swirling sea of chaos. The world trembled in his wake. Chapter 40, Big Harvest, 9 Heavens God Thunder Body. It wasn't until that terrifying figure vanished from the sky that Emperor Fuxi finally let out a long, trembling breath. He wiped the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Even now, he couldn't steady his racing heart. Just then, a priest stumbled in, panting heavily. Your Majesty. That terrifying figure just now, who was it? Outside the palace, chaos reigned. All the gods were panicking, desperate for answers. Fuxi's face darkened. Humph, he snorted coldly. That was a foreign evil god. Some foolish creatures in the mortal world called upon him, which allowed him to intrude upon our realm. The priest gulped. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The 3 realms are in complete disorder. Fuxi narrowed his eyes coldly. Simple. Send forces to wipe out his believers. They're gathered in Shu Mountain. I'm sorry, what? The priest blinked in disbelief. Is he serious? That foreign god had just bestowed 10,000 years of cultivation on his followers with a mere flick of the hand. You want me to take soldiers to fight them? That's suicide. Seeing the hesitation, Fuxi's gaze sharpened into icy blades. What? Are you suggesting I personally take care of this matter? The priest shivered and dropped to his knees. Of course not, Your Majesty. Then do as you're told. Mobilize the troops immediately. Summon Shi Yao as well. And find Fei Peng's reincarnation. We'll kill the enemy together. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, back at Shu Mountain, Solanum slowly stood up, her body still trembling. She glanced at her other self and asked hesitantly. Has the god left now? Hong Kuei shot her a deadpan look. What do you think? Of course he's gone. And you better not expect any rewards this time. You didn't even lift a finger. I was just scared something might go wrong, Solanum stammered, tears brimming in her eyes. And now, so many people in Shu Mountain are dead. It's all my fault. Her heart was racked with guilt. She hadn't imagined that Red Kuai would go so far, sacrificing the entire Shu Mountain sword sect. Hong Kuei rolled her eyes. Silly little softy, she muttered under her breath. Then, seeing Solanum's tear-streaked face, she sighed and patted her on the shoulder. Listen, didn't you hear the eternal god's words? The people of Shu Mountain lost their humanity long ago. They were monsters in human skin. If not for the eternal god stepping in, they would have brought ruin to the entire world. But. Solanum sniffled, still looking heartbroken. If you don't believe me, Hong Kuei said, crossing her arms, then ask the eternal god yourself. He's omniscient. He'll explain it better than I can. Oh, okay. I'll ask. Solanum nervously opened the Wanjia chat group and tagged her god. Spirit of the Demon Sword, at Eternal God, I'd like to ask something. Why did the people of Shu Mountain lose their humanity? I'm not questioning your judgment, I just want to understand the reason. To her surprise, a reply came almost instantly. Eternal God. The Shu Mountain Sword sect was once righteous. But they deviated from their path, seeking strength above all else. After Emperor Fuxi severed the way of heaven, mortals could no longer ascend easily. Even those who reached the peak had to endure impossible trials of lightning. Fuxi did this to tighten his rule, to prevent anyone from surpassing him. In their desperation, the Shu Mountain sect tried to force enlightenment by cutting off all human emotions. But even gods must feel love to create life. How could humans live without desire? The chat exploded. Li-air. Now that the Eternal God explains it, I understand. In the past, both Buddhism and Taoism created harsh dogmas. Not to guide people, but to control them. Ninja scientist. Exactly. Blind worship without understanding leads only to tragedy. For peace. I agree completely. If a general leads a rebellion, even if his soldiers follow him, that doesn't make them righteous. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Subset of, thank you, Lord God. I was ignorant before. Now I understand. If Shu Mountain had been allowed to continue, other sects would have followed. Killing them was the right choice. Watching from afar, Lucian Carter chuckled. Sure, Qingwei and his gang weren't truly evil. But they weren't innocent either. Their descent into madness made them natural sacrifices. Besides, Hongkuei's swift conquest of the immortal sword world was moving faster than he'd planned. Truly, it was a blessing. If anything, Lucian felt he had been too merciful. In truth, he should have wiped out Fushi right then and there. But the Emperor of Heaven was too closely tied to the world's origin. Acting rashly could trigger a full world counterattack. Still smiling, Lucian opened his system panel to review his spoils from this campaign. And when he saw the notifications, his grin widened even further. Ding! Your followers have sacrificed the Demon Lock Tower. Triggered a 3000X boost. You received the Evil Sealing Tower, a 5-star artifact. Ding! Your followers have sacrificed the heroes of Shu Mountain. Their bloodlines analyzed and absorbed. Triggered a 1000X boost. You received the 9 Heavens God Thunder Body. Evil Sealing Tower. 5-star artifact. Possesses 9 layered spaces, capable of imprisoning powerful demons. Can also be used as a trial ground to train believers. 9 Heavens God Thunder Body. A supreme physique of thunder attribute. Spells cast are enhanced by thunder blessings. Magical energy consumption reduced by 50%. And full immunity to any thunder-type magic weaker than the user. Lucian's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Not bad, he murmured, leaning back lazily. Chapter 41, Tanjiro joins the chat group. Li'er. My eternal lord, I have great news. In recent days, I've personally overseen the construction of 20 temples across the region. The effects have been nothing short of miraculous. Even my father, who had fallen gravely ill, recovered completely after only 3 days of meditation. He's full of life again. 3 entire counties have now become sacred grounds for our faith. I wonder how things are going for Tian Dao Song K. I hope he's progressing just as well. God of eternity. You have done well. Those who place their faith in me shall always be rewarded. 4 Peace. Glory to my lord. Since I secured the surrender of the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors, more than 100 kings have contacted me, each begging to establish temples in their lands. Their only request was that we protect them from the tyranny of the celestial dragons. It's incredible, true peace is finally within reach. Over the past few days, countless nations had reached out to pledge their loyalty. One by one, they abandoned the old ways and embraced the eternal God's banner. Their only hope for a future free from oppression. Already, Alabasta alone had established 20 magnificent temples. Kurla's peacekeepers moved swiftly, quelling rebellions and stabilizing the chaos that once ruled the seas. Whitebeard, now restored to his prime. And even legends like Garp and Sengoku had all become firm believers, transforming the once divided world into a domain ruled by divine order. It wasn't just a dream anymore. Peace was being forged in the fires of change. Inside the council chamber, Kurla stood respectfully at Long's side, a document in her hands. Master Priest, she reported. We've received a message from the land of Wano. A woman named Kazuki Hayori, claiming to be the princess of Wano, has requested our intervention. She promises that if we restore peace to her nation, they will build 100 temples in your honor. The name Wano made everyone's expression harden. After all, that territory was Kaido's stronghold. Moving against it meant going to war with a 4 emperor. The room fell into a heavy silence. Until Whitebeard stood up. Let me go. His deep voice rumbled through the hall. I knew Odin, he was my sworn brother. I should have helped his people long ago. The years had worn down his body once. But now, restored by the grace of the eternal God, Whitebeard had returned stronger than ever. Eager to fight once more for justice. Long nodded thoughtfully. You can go, he said. But be cautious. Our intelligence reports that Kaido has allied with Big Mom. You won't be facing 1 monster, but 2. Whitebeard only laughed. His booming voice full of confidence. Olalalala. Let them come. Even before my rebirth, they couldn't defeat me. Now, with my strength restored, they don't stand a chance. Marco, you're coming too. Marco stepped forward, smiling. Of course, Pops. Garp and Sengoku exchanged amused glances from the side. Ever since Whitebeard regained his youth, he'd been itching for a fight. Even threatening to dig up Gold Roger's grave to spar if he could. A lunatic. But a lovable one. As Whitebeard set out, Long turned to Sengoku. You'll handle the new world's eastern seas. Garp, take the west. Divide and conquer, secure all major islands under our faith. Understood, Sengoku said firmly. In the past, the new world was a chaotic mess. But now, with us sitting at the helm, we'll forge a true age of peace. Compared to the old world government, which struggled just to maintain order. The Eternal Church's influence was overwhelming. Believers could reach a vice admiral's strength in just half a month. And after training in hockey, some even touched the threshold of an admiral. What did the crumbling government have left? 3 admirals and a few exhausted veterans. It was no contest. This was a divine crusade. Meanwhile, far across the Grand Line, on the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat Pirates had been anchored for days. They weren't recording magnetic fields. They weren't chasing treasure. They were simply lost. Ever since the broadcast of Shanks being crushed like a dog. Ever since the Navy's highest officers bent their knees to the eternal faith. The world had changed beyond recognition. What was the point of being a pirate anymore? The government. Gone. The Yonko. Crushed. The so-called Kabuki. Reduced to lapdogs. Even Luffy, once filled with dreams of freedom, felt the suffocating weight of reality. Maybe it wasn't about being a pirate anymore. Maybe it was enough just to travel the world. To explore, to adventure. They didn't need titles or bounty posters for that. Suddenly, a ripple of change swept through the Wanjia chat group. Ding. New member detected, Tanjiro Kamado has joined the 10,000 Worlds chat group. Ding. New member detected, Chu Dashin has joined the 10,000 Worlds chat group. Chapter 42, 2 newcomers, the world of the Cemetery of the Saints. In the world of Demon Slayer, a young man in a tattered kimono was practicing sword swings in the mountains. He was only about 15 or 16 years old. His youthful face, usually serious and focused, now carried a deep confusion. What's happening? Why are strange messages appearing in my mind? Tanjiro Kamado frowned, trying to shake off the strange feeling. He even lightly slapped his own head, hoping to clear it, but the unfamiliar sensation refused to leave. Am I going crazy? He had no time to worry. He tightened his grip on his sword and returned to his practice. In order to save his sister Nezuko and turn her back into a human, Tanjiro knew he had no choice but to train harder. Distraction could mean death. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Realms chat group. 4 Peace. Welcome to the 2 new members. If you're confused, check the group files, there's an intro guide there. Lier. Welcome, welcome. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask the Spirit of the Demon Sword, she's here every day. At Spirit of the Demon Sword. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Hey, don't drag me out all the time. Young Master Murong. Another 2 big shots joining. My status in the group keeps dropping. Crying.jpg. Ninja Scientist. Listen up, it's fine to brag, but don't annoy the real big shots here. Especially him. We have a true god in the group. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Cough present and accounted for. Status, -1. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Oh, you finally appeared, Jack. How's your altar building going? I finished mine already. Pirate King of the Caribbean. Still working on it. I just finished the base. I'm trying, okay. I'm begging forgiveness from the God of Eternity. Meanwhile, Chu Dashin, who had just joined the chat group, was speechless. What the heck is this 10,000 Realms chat group? Why did I stumble onto something this weird during a random trip outside? True God. Altar building. What the hell is going on here? Fortunately, he noticed a group files section. Let's see what's in there. He thought, clicking it open. Lier was supposedly the legendary Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Pirate King of the Caribbean was, unbelievably, Jack Sparrow himself. Ninja Scientist was from some bizarre world full of deadly ninjas and fiery breathing techniques. Even the Spirit of the Demon Sword was said to be an actual sword spirit, a soul bound to a weapon. The hell? A talking sword. Chu Dashin felt like he was reading an insane fanfiction. But when he opened the attached videos, and saw the God of Eternity descending, he completely froze. A massive divine figure filled the screen. It stretched larger than mountains and seas, towering above planets, covering the sky itself with golden divine light. Not some special effects movie. It was real. Terrifyingly real. He saw mortals turning into dragons. Old men regaining their youth. Corpses resurrected with a breath of life. And most shocking, those who dared deceive the god were immediately punished. Some were even turned into dogs. Chu Dashin's mouth went dry. This is a real god. And the rewards. 10,000 years of lifespan. Innate magical abilities. Even complete physical transformations. Oh my god. Am I actually lucky enough to join this group? He didn't hesitate anymore. Chu Dashin immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the free meditation technique available to group members. At first, he was skeptical. But the moment his mind entered the meditation space and he saw the shadow of the eternal God, he knew. This was real. This was divine. This was fate. When Chu Dashin opened his eyes again, he casually punched a nearby stone pillar. Boom. A 4-meter-tall stone shattered into countless pieces. Chu Dashin stared at his trembling fist in disbelief. 10 minutes of meditation, and I became a superhuman. This is insane. Meanwhile, in the world of the gods, Lucian Carter, the god of eternity, opened the chat group after sensing 2 new meditation signatures. His divine gaze swept across the names. Tanjiro Kamado. Chu Dashin. Lucian smiled. Tanjiro, huh? The Demon Slayer world's protagonist, a hard-working, pure-hearted boy. Good material for a believer. As for Chu Dashin, Lucian narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it the Chu Dashin from Cemetery of the Saints? The so-called underworld goodman, destined to become the heavenly emperor. Looks like a black-hearted schemer pretending to be kind. Chapter 43, it's just that the opportunity hasn't arrived. Lucian leaned back on his divine throne, deep in thought. If that boy really belongs to the Cemetery of the Saints world, then he's sitting on endless treasure. In that strange universe, even the earth was nothing but an ancient graveyard. The true stars shone far above, hidden beyond layers of space. And the legendary pollen era, the great awakening of spiritual energy, hadn't even started yet. For now, Chu Dashin was just a clueless kid with a good guy persona, bumbling through Kunlun with nothing but a worn-out backpack and a stone box. Still, once the pollen era began, the whole universe would change. Lucian smiled faintly. No rush. It's just that the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, back in the 10,000 Realms chat group. Chu Dashin. N, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, and good friends, do any of you have martial arts manuals? Even basic self-defense would be great. I'm too weak. Li'er. What world are you from? What's your civilization level? If it's martial arts you need, easy. Murong Fu and I will upload some scrolls for you soon. Chu Dashin. Tears streaming.jpg. Thank you, brothers. Li'er. No need to thank us. We'll all be colleagues from now on. By the way, the fastest way to gain power isn't martial arts, it's building an altar and offering sacrifices to the God of Eternity. With faith, you'll receive divine blessings directly. Chu Dashin. I'm crying again.jpg. But I'm stuck in the Kunlun Mountains right now. Even if I hopped a train, it'd take days to get home. There's nothing here except rocks. The best thing I found was a cracked stone box. Young Master Murong. Kunlun, huh? That's a long trek. But if you can find an abandoned town or village nearby, you might be able to scavenge something. Chu Dashin. I'm really envious of you guys. You have armies, cities, temples. And me? I've only got maybe $10,000 to my name. Tanjiro Kamado. Hello, seniors. Are you truly followers of a god? A real god? Ninja scientist. Of course. The God of Eternity is real, almighty, and merciful. But it sounds like you're facing some hardships, little guy. Tell us about it. In the Demon Slayer world. Tanjiro Kamado sat on a patch of grass, his practice sword resting across his knees. Above him stretched a clear, endless sky, but his mind was adrift in a completely different space. He had seen the chat group files. The videos of divine miracles. The towering figure of the eternal God that blanketed worlds with a single breath. Tanjiro was stunned. Yet, cautious. If this god is evil, what happens to Nezuko? But if he is righteous, then maybe I can save her. The boy's fists clenched. His heart firmed. Even if it meant offering his soul, he would save his sister. He steeled himself and typed. Tanjiro Kamado. At God of Eternity, my lord, are you there? I humbly have a question. God of Eternity. Speak. Chu Dashin. Wah. Master God, you actually responded in person. Tanjiro Kamado. My sister, Nezuko, she was bitten by a demon and turned into one herself. Though she still clings to her humanity, she remains asleep. Great One, is there a way to restore her back into a human? A moment passed. Then came the reply. God of Eternity. It is a simple matter. First, you must practice my meditation technique. As your divine power grows, you can channel it into Nezuko, awakening her spirit. Once she, too, is immersed in divine meditation, her humanity will naturally return. Tanjiro Kamado. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. I will never forget this kindness. God of eternity. There is no need for gratitude. All life is precious in my eyes. However, remember this, without building altars and spreading faith, your world will continue to wither. Humans cannot defeat the true demon king by mortal strength alone. Tanjiro bowed deeply before the screen, his heart filled with hope. Chu Dashin. My lord God, may I ask a question too? God of eternity. Speak. Chu Dashin. Are there hidden powerhouses in my world? Like those who can tear space apart with a single punch? The answer came instantly. God of eternity. Yes. In your world, ancient beings slumber in secret places, under mountains, beneath ruins, deep within forbidden tombs. They will awaken when the time is right. Do not lose heart, Chu Dashin. Everything in this life is a matter of opportunity. Upon hearing those words, Chu Dashin's mind raced. Could it be that his cracked stone box was more than just junk? Could it be that he was destined for something greater? Stone boxes, ancient tombs, hidden powers. It's all real. Excitement surged through his veins. For the first time in his life, he felt that he had grasped the corner of fate. Back in the Demon Slayer world, Tanjiro wiped his face, sat down properly, and began the meditation technique that Lucian had granted. Surprisingly, it was absurdly simple. No complicated breathing techniques. No harsh, punishing exercises. Only a single focus. Clear the mind. Embrace the divine light. As Tanjiro fell into deep meditation, his spiritual body floated freely in a dark void. There, in the endless darkness, a single golden radiance shone like a lighthouse. Without hesitation, Tanjiro swam toward it, feeling a warmth that pierced straight through his soul. When he opened his eyes again, his heart was calm, his breath sharper, and a power he could not describe simmered beneath his skin. On the training field, Urokodaki, Tanjiro's master, noticed the difference instantly. Tanjiro, the old swordsman called, frowning slightly. Your rest time is over. Come, face me. Yes, master. Tanjiro stood, his movements lighter than air. As he stepped forward, a faint shimmer seemed to dance around his body. His master narrowed his eyes. This boy, what happened in just one break? But Urokodaki said nothing. It didn't matter. A blade was a blade. The real answer would come out during combat. Chapter 44, Lin Taki, I almost got killed because I didn't control my strength properly. The clearing was quiet, filled only by the faint rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. Tanjiro Kamado stood poised with a wooden sword, facing his master, Sakanji Urokodaki, the former water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. They stood exactly 3 meters apart, the traditional starting distance for a practice duel. Urokodaki squinted behind his Tengu mask. He didn't know why, but something about Tanjiro felt completely different today. There were no openings in his stance. Not even the smallest gap. It was as if the boy standing before him was not the clumsy apprentice he knew, but a seasoned warrior. What's going on? How can a 15-year-old kid make even my instincts scream at me like this? A chill ran down the old swordsman's spine. His body, honed by decades of battle, trembled without reason. Was he dreaming? Tanjiro raised his wooden sword and asked seriously. Master. Do you believe there are true gods in this world? Urokodaki frowned behind his mask. He hadn't expected that question. Of course, the old man replied simply. The world is vast. Gods, demons, all exist. Tanjiro's expression grew firm. Then please be careful. Because I met a true god. And I received his blessing. I'm much, much stronger now. Before Urokodaki could even respond, Tanjiro moved. Breath of water, third form, flowing dance. Boom. The ground beneath Tanjiro cracked as he launched forward. It was like a flood bursting through a dam, the very air roared as he moved. Dozens of afterimages trailed behind his sprinting form, making it seem as if hundreds of Tanjiros were charging at once. Urokodaki's heart nearly stopped. So fast. He instinctively countered, raising his own blade. Breath of water, fourth form, striking tide. A swirling torrent of water surged from Urokodaki's sword, forming a massive defensive spiral. He thought it would be enough. He was wrong. Tanjiro's figure blurred again, breaking through the spiral with terrifying speed, and appeared right next to Urokodaki's side. The wooden sword flashing like a comet straight toward his shoulder. Crack! The wooden blade struck with the force of a battering ram. Urokodaki flew backward like a rag doll, smashing into a tree with a sickening crash. The tree itself cracked and splintered from the impact. A low groan escaped from the wreckage. Tanjiro, you damn brat. Are you trying to kill your master? Tanjiro immediately dropped his sword, horrified. Master. I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength. He sprinted over, finding Urokodaki lying in a heap. The old man's Tengu mask was shattered, revealing a badly bruised, and extremely angry, face. Every breath Urokodaki took sounded like gravel grinding together. Clearly, several ribs were broken. Help me up. Urokodaki wheezed, grimacing. I think my bones turned into tofu. Yes, sir. Tanjiro said frantically, helping him to his feet. All training was cancelled for the day. Back at the cabin, Tanjiro carefully laid Urokodaki on a futon and wrapped his injuries. He prepared to fetch herbal medicines, but then he paused. Wait, the Eternal God's meditation. The chat group said it can heal injuries, even serious ones. Tanjiro hesitated. Then, gathering his courage, he asked. Master, would you be willing to try a divine meditation technique? It was given to me by the Eternal God. I believe it could heal your injuries. Urokodaki's eyes narrowed. You fool, how can you share divine teachings so casually? You'll bring the God's wrath down on us. Tanjiro shook his head firmly. No, Master. The God of eternity is merciful. As long as you believe sincerely, he will not punish you. He welcomes all who seek strength and healing. Without waiting for a reply, Tanjiro quickly wrote out the meditation method from memory and handed the paper over. Urokodaki stared at the neat lines of characters, skeptical, but finally sighed. What else can I do? If this can strengthen us against the demons, it's worth it. With that thought, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. 1 hour later. Sakanji Urokodaki slowly opened his eyes. And gasped. His body, the aching, battered shell that had suffered for decades, felt brand new. The shattered ribs were healed. His muscles thrummed with vitality. His spiritual power had surged like never before. Even stronger than during his prime as a Hashira. He rose from the bed, tested his body with a few stretches, then grabbed his katana. He stepped outside, facing the dense forest. Slash. A casual swing. Boom. A golden flash of light exploded across the woods. In an instant, hundreds of trees were sliced into powder, their remains rising into the air like a cloud of glittering sawdust. Urokodaki stared at his own sword in disbelief. This strength, this is not just surpassing a normal Hashira. I could kill an upper moon demon with one blow. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the divine energy surging within him. This is the power of faith, the true blessing of the Eternal God. He immediately rushed inside, sat down, and began composing a letter. To Master Oyakata-sama. There is a boy, Tanjiro Kamado, blessed by a true God. The God offers salvation, strength, and healing, requiring only sincere faith. If all members of the Demon Slayer Corps learn the divine meditation, the era of demons will surely come to an end. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Sajiri, Nezuko Kamado, still sleeping inside her box, suddenly stirred. A faint golden light flickered around her delicate form, unseen by the human eye. The seed of salvation had been planted. Soon, the world itself would change. Chapter 45, Slaying the Sound Pillar instantly, the power of the Eternal God is beyond question. 1 day later. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. The sickly leader, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, sat quietly in the courtyard, feeling the warmth of the sun on his frail skin. Due to his curse, his body was weak, his face scarred and pale, and even his sight had faded into permanent darkness. Still, he listened attentively as his wife, Amane Ubuyashiki, unfolded a newly arrived letter and began to read it aloud. It's from Sakanji Urokodaki, Amane said softly. Greetings to our honored leader. I bring joyous news. The boy named Tanjiro Kamado, whom I had once recommended, has received the blessing of a god. His strength has risen unimaginably. In a single exchange, he defeated me, a former water Hashira, without effort. The courtyard fell silent. Amane continued. The Eternal God bestows power upon any believer with a kind heart. There are no strict requirements, only sincere faith is needed to receive his strength. Moreover, injuries that would normally require months to heal can recover fully in mere moments through the meditation he grants. I have personally witnessed and experienced it myself. I am escorting Tanjiro to headquarters to demonstrate this power. Please summon all the Hashira. The age of struggling in darkness may finally be over. Amane's voice trembled slightly as she finished reading. Kagaya Ubuyashiki sat frozen for a long time. Then, tears slid silently down his cheeks. At last. He whispered hoarsely. After all the sacrifices, all the despair, we might finally have a future. He turned his scarred face toward his wife and smiled faintly. Tianyin, please help me, summon the pillars with an emergency order. We must prepare. Yes, my lord. Amain wiped her own tears and immediately began writing the urgent summons. Within 2 days, the 9 current Hashira gathered at headquarters. Tension filled the air. After being assembled, the pillars were shocked to find there was no battle plan, no mission briefing. Instead, their leader calmly explained the reason for their gathering. To witness the power of the eternal God. According to Urokadaki's letter, if they believed in this deity, they could achieve strength surpassing even the marked ones. For a moment, there was only stunned silence. Then, displeasure. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, let out a cold laugh. Ha! What a joke, he said, sneering openly. Since when do we throw our swords away and start praying to gods? The stone Hashira, Jyomi Jima, frowned but said nothing. Meanwhile, the snake Hashira, Abanai Iguro, narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The mist Hashira, Machiro Takito, looked disinterested, as always. But it was the sound Hashira, Tingin Yuzui, who voiced everyone's growing skepticism. Master, he said respectfully, though his tone was firm. I mean no offense, but divine blessings sound a little too convenient, don't they? If gods exist, why have they ignored our suffering for centuries? Where were they when countless innocent people were eaten alive? Some of the pillars nodded in agreement. Only the flame Hashira, Kayajuro Rengoku, remained thoughtful, stroking his chin. Facts speak louder than words, Rengoku declared loudly. Rather than arguing, why not witness this boy's power directly? Agreed, Kagaya Abuyashiki said with a faint smile. Indeed, he has already arrived. Ha! The pillars all looked around, but saw nothing. Until ripples shimmered in the air beside Abuyashiki. A figure stepped forward, as if emerging from thin air. It was Tanjiro Kamado. He had been standing invisibly at the master's side all along, cloaked perfectly with his water magic and divine concealment. The Hashira gasped. To think that all 9 of them, the finest warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps, hadn't even noticed him. Not a single breath. Not a single movement betrayed his presence. The wind Hashira's smirk vanished. The sound Hashira's playful grin froze. Tanjiro bowed respectfully, then looked up with clear, unflinching eyes. I heard some of you doubt the eternal God's power, he said quietly. I don't blame you. But words alone are meaningless. Let's settle it with action. He reached for the wooden sword at his waist. I challenge you, Tanjiro said calmly. All of you, together if you wish. 1 against 9. The courtyard plunged into stunned silence. The pillars exchanged glances. Was this child insane? Sanemi snorted. This brat's got a death wish. Yuzui chuckled loudly. Fine. I'll play along with your little fantasy. He swaggered forward, drawing his own blade with a flourish. Come on, kid. Let's see you touch. Flash. A streak of light crossed the courtyard. Crack. A loud thud echoed as Yuzui Tingen was hurled backward like a rag doll, crashing through 3 trees before skidding to a stop. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Everyone stood frozen. It had taken less than a blink. They hadn't even seen the attack. Only the aftermath remained, a smoking crater where Tanjiro had moved, and Yuzui groaning weakly on the ground. Impossible. Murmured Iguro, his face pale. The sound Hashira, defeated instantly. Takito muttered, his usual detached demeanor cracking. Sanemi's mouth worked soundlessly, fists clenching at his sides. That. Kayajuro Rengoku finally said, voice shaking with awe. Was not human strength. Tanjiro calmly sheathed his wooden sword. He bowed toward the shocked pillars. This is the mercy of the eternal God, he said. If you still doubt his existence, you are welcome to test your strength against me again. He straightened up, his youthful face radiant with divine confidence. Chapter 46, 9 pillars become devout believers, and Shinobu's heartfelt wish. If I had used a real sword. Tanjiro said as he calmly lowered his fists. You would already be dead. His voice was steady, almost indifferent. As if he had merely pointed out a fact, not flattened one of the most powerful Hashira in an instant. The courtyard remained deathly silent. None of the pillars could find their voice. Was this really the same boy they had once seen as little more than a stubborn fledgling? The Tanjiro who had once seemed so soft-hearted, so weak? No, this was something else entirely. Tomioka just stepped forward stiffly, disbelief clouding his usually stoic eyes. Tanjiro, does your power truly come from a god? He asked. Tanjiro nodded without hesitation. Yes, Jusan. It's all thanks to the grace of the eternal God. And, because of him, my sister Nezuko, she's become human again. At those words, the Hashira visibly jolted. Nezuko became human again. Mitsuri Kenroji, the love Hashira, stepped forward anxiously, pink hair fluttering. Impossible. A demon turning back into a human. Even with divine intervention, that's too much to believe. Several other pillars wore similarly skeptical expressions. After all, demons were no longer human, their humanity devoured by Musan's curse. How could a miracle like that be possible? Tanjiro smiled softly, as if expecting their doubt. Without further explanation, he turned toward the nearby sliding door. "Nezuko," he called, voice warm, "come out and meet everyone." A sweet, gentle voice responded. "Coming, Oniai-chan." Moments later, Nezuko stepped out into the courtyard, dressed in a simple black kimono. She was no longer the horned demon girl they remembered, but a petite, delicate young girl with clear, lively eyes and a radiant aura of innocence. For a moment, no one could even breathe. Tomioka Ju's hand fell slack at his side. I fought her before," he whispered hoarsely. She was a demon. She attacked me." The love Hashira gasped, clasping her hands over her mouth. The stone Hashira bowed his head in silent reverence. Even the wind Hashira, Sanemi, who had always treated Tanjiro and Nezuko with contempt, had no words. She was human again. And the one responsible for it was the eternal god. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Tanjiro took a step forward, voice strong and unwavering. "Now you understand," he said. "This is the greatness of the eternal god. As long as we believe," he continued, "the threat of demons will no longer exist." Then he paused, and added with a sly smile. "And that's not even the most important thing." Everyone stared at him, hanging on his every word. Tanjiro drew a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "The God of eternity once said, if we spread his faith and offer sacrifices with sincerity, he can grant any wish, even bringing the dead back to life." The courtyard exploded into chaos. "You mean resurrecting the dead? That's absurd." "No. If turning a demon back into a human is possible, then maybe." The Hashira exchanged wild, desperate glances. Everyone here had lost someone, siblings, friends, parents, all devoured by Musan's wretched demons. The thought of seeing those faces again, smiling and alive. It was a temptation too great to ignore. Shinobu Kocho, the graceful insect Hashira, suddenly stepped forward, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Please," she said, her violet eyes glistening. "What sacrifice must I offer? I want to bring my sister Kane back." Her voice cracked slightly at the end. Everyone turned toward her, their hearts aching. Tanjiro's expression softened. "I don't know the exact cost yet," he said gently. "I only received the god's blessing passively, without making a formal sacrifice. But what I do know is this. The greater the sincerity of the offering, the greater the miracle." Shinobu bit her lip, fists clenched at her sides. Whatever the price, she was willing to pay it. Even if it meant her own life. Even if it meant her happiness. As long as her sister could smile again. At that moment, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the frail master of the Demon Slayer Corps, raised his voice. "Listen well, my children." His voice was calm but resolute. "Resurrection may be possible, but that is for the future. For now, we must focus on strengthening ourselves." His cloudy, blind eyes gleamed faintly under the sunlight. "I gathered you all here to learn the meditation Tanjiro spoke of. The priority is clear. Become strong enough to wipe Musan Kibutsuji from the face of the earth." At his words, the Hashira all knelt without hesitation. Their hearts burned with a new determination. If it was possible to destroy all demons, to end the centuries of sorrow, then they would gladly offer their faith. That very day, the 9 Hashira received the divine meditation technique from Tanjiro and Urokodaki. One by one, they entered the world of eternal meditation. And one by one, they returned, transformed. Their breathing techniques, sword arts, and strength skyrocketed. It was as if the human body's natural limits had been shattered. Even the sickly Ubuyashiki, after his first session of meditation, regained partial use of his legs and even his eyesight. His decaying body slowly beginning to heal. It was the dawn of a new era. From this day onward, the Demon Slayer Corps were no longer ordinary mortals struggling against the night. They were champions blessed by the gods. That evening, under the serene, starlit sky, Tanjiro sat atop the tiled rooftop, gazing at the moon, when a soft voice called out. "Tanjiro-kun." He turned and saw Shinobu Kocho climbing up to sit beside him. Her petite figure, draped in butterfly-themed haori, looked fragile under the night wind. But her eyes shone with unyielding strength. I want to know," she said quietly, hugging her knees. "How much sacrifice would it take to bring Kane back?" Tanjiro hesitated. "Sacrifices don't have to be treasures," he said honestly. "The god values sincerity above all else." He looked at her thoughtfully. "In many worlds, sacrifices can be anything. Treasures, relics, pure souls, even the offering of one's own happiness. Shinobu listened silently, her heart pounding. So, she said softly, resting her chin on her knees. If it's sincerity he wants, then no matter the price. I will offer everything. She turned toward Tanjiro, a bittersweet smile on her lips. Even if it means giving up my future. Tanjiro's heart twisted painfully. You're not alone, he said firmly. My family. I will bring them back too. The two of them gazed up at the endless stars. Two souls bound by grief, hope, and an unwavering faith in the eternal God. Under the vast, eternal sky. They made a silent promise. No matter the cost. They would not fail. Chapter 47, Blood Sacrifice from Jack. Butterfly Mansion, Demon Slayer World. The moonlight poured in through the window, casting a soft silver glow on the floor. Shinobu Kocho sat quietly, hugging her knees to her chest, as she whispered. If it takes my sacrifice to bring my sister back, I will do it. Her delicate voice trembled slightly. Her face bore a small, composed smile, a habit she had developed to hide the bitterness gnawing inside. My sister was 10 times more beautiful than me. She was gentle, strong, and kind. Unlike me. She lowered her head, voice growing faint. With these small hands and feet, always powerless. Memories flickered in her mind. Kane's smile, her warm hand on her head, her unwavering strength even in the face of death. It had been so long, but the pain remained fresh. The world had taken too much from her, her parents, her sister, her childhood. And what had the world given in return? Demons roaming freely. Good people dying unjustly. A bottomless hatred burned quietly in her chest. Tanjiro, seeing the turmoil in her expression, stepped forward hurriedly. But, don't worry, Kocho-san, he said warmly. I'll tell you when the altar is ready. Thank you, Tanjiro-kun, Shinobu whispered, her voice barely audible. She stood up slowly, wiping the corners of her eyes, and left to assist in building the altar, her heart heavy but her steps determined. Meanwhile, far across the seas. Caribbean world, Port Royal. The bay stank of blood and salt. Jack Sparrow had descended into a frenzy over the past 3 days. Ever since the god of eternity had caught him lying, he knew there was only one way left to survive. He had gone mad with desperation. First, he raided a wealthy port town, plundering all the gold and jewels he could find. Then, he defeated the governor's forces and enslaved the island's craftsmen, forcing them to build a towering altar. Now, on the 3rd day, the altar stood completed, barely 1 meter tall and divided into 6 ornate tiers. The base encrusted with pearls, the middle adorned with emeralds and rubies, and the pinnacle crowned with a single giant sapphire. It glittered menacingly under the moonlight. Jack, hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights, checked his battered pocket watch with trembling hands. 3 hours left. He muttered, pacing anxiously. If he failed, he knew death would be the least of his worries. A blind old crewman scuttled over, waving his hands excitedly. Captain. It's done. The altar's finished. Jack's gaunt face twisted into a manic grin. Good, he rasped, snatching his tricorn hat and shoving it onto his head. Bring Elizabeth Swan to the altar, and prepare the prisoners. Tonight, the blood sacrifice would begin. Port Royal's main square. Thousands of terrified citizens had been herded into the square, forced to kneel before the grotesque altar. Children sobbed. Mothers clutched their families tightly. The air reeked of fear. At the forefront knelt Elizabeth Swan, clad in a pure white dress, a gift Jack had chosen personally. Her beautiful blonde hair shimmered in the torchlight, her face pale but composed. Behind her, hundreds of captured Royal Navy officers stood bound and gagged, their faces grim. Elizabeth clenched her fists secretly, fury boiling in her chest. She wanted to fight back. She wanted to scream. But after seeing what Jack did to Will Turner, she knew better. She lowered her head obediently, swallowing her pride to protect what little remained of her family. Jack swaggered up the steps of the altar, facing the sea of terrified faces. Ahoy there, fine ladies and gentlemen, Jack crooned, arms open wide in mockery. I know ye hate me. Some of ye may even want me dead. He flashed a grin full of madness. But tell me, did your precious governors kill fewer of you? Did they not hang thieves and starve the poor? Murmurs of confusion and anger rippled through the crowd. Jack pointed dramatically at Elizabeth. And tonight, our white swan, Elizabeth Swan herself, shall be offered to appease the anger of the god of eternity. A shiver ran through the square. At his signal, the first of the captured Navy officers was dragged forward. Without ceremony, Jack's men slit his throat, his blood splattering the base of the altar. One after another, the executions began. Screams and sobs filled the night. Elizabeth bit her lip hard, tasting blood, but remained motionless. For every life spilled, the altar seemed to pulse faintly, absorbing the blood, the fear, the despair. Jack stared up at the sky, heart pounding. Please, let this be enough. High above. Thunder rumbled ominously. But this was no natural storm. The heavens split open. And from the breach poured 3 colossal bolts of lightning. Purple. Gold. Blue. They danced across the sky like angry serpents, tearing apart the very fabric of reality. The sea itself churned violently, massive waves crashing against the shore. Boulders cracked. The ground trembled. Fishermen fled their boats. Merchants abandoned their wares. Even the bravest pirates dropped to their knees, whimpering prayers. A mother in the square hugged her child tightly. "Mom, are we going to die?" The little boy whimpered. Tears streaming down her face, she whispered. "Pray, my dear. Pray hard." The sky exploded again, and from the heart of the lightning storm descended a blinding pillar of light. It touched the altar like the finger of a god. For one moment, everything, air, earth, sea, thought, froze. Then, boom. Reality shook. The second sun had risen, and its name was eternity. Atop the altar, Jack fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Great God of eternity," he cried out, "I offer thee the souls of 3,000 warriors and the fairest maiden of the seas. Please, calm thy righteous fury." The air distorted under the pressure of the divine presence. All across the Caribbean Sea. From Tortuga to Nassau. Every creature, man or beast, felt the weight of an ancient, boundless power. Even deep beneath the waves, sea monsters fled into the blackest abysses. Chapter 48, the sour Captain Jack, regretting past mistakes, smokes in frustration. Port Royal, Main Square. The world itself seemed to bow beneath the presence of the eternal God. A single glance upward, and Elizabeth Swan's heart froze. Thunder dragons raged across the heavens, roaring with unspeakable power. Each flash of lightning illuminated the colossal outline of the god, no, not even his full figure, just a pair of eyes. Eyes so vast they seemed brighter than the sun, deeper than the ocean. The skies, the sea, the earth itself, all trembled under his gaze. Elizabeth's hands clutched her dress tightly, her legs quivering. This was no mere evil spirit summoned by a crazed pirate. This was something far beyond human comprehension. An existence that could erase the world with a mere breath. She had once read myths of gods like Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. But now, looking up, Elizabeth understood. Those so-called gods were mere insects compared to this being. Jack Sparrow, too, stared up in stunned awe. His throat bobbed as he struggled to breathe. Damn. What kind of terrifying being did I just summon? Still, years of being a slick-talking rogue kicked in, and he found his voice. Throwing off his hat, Jack fell to his knees and howled with religious fervor. The great God has arrived. You fools, bow down. Bow down to my God. He is the eternal God, the infinite one. His shrill screams snapped the crowd out of their stupor. One by one, the people, citizens, pirates, navy officers alike, collapsed to the ground, faces pressed against the blood-stained stone, trembling. Chants began to rise. Great God of eternity, please forgive our ignorance. We shall offer sacrifices. Treasures. Our loyalty. We are your believers now, and forevermore. The square became a sea of prostrated figures, their prayers overlapping in chaotic desperation. Even the priest of Port Royal, once a loyal servant of the Lord, tore off his own holy robes and spat on his discarded Bible. The false god I served was a lie, he muttered, tears streaming down his face. Only you, eternal God, are real. The scene would be laughable if it weren't so utterly pathetic. From the shadows, Luce, the eternal God, observed everything with cold detachment. Typical human nature. Fear first, then obedience. But the flood of fresh faith and sacrifices delighted him nonetheless. System notifications. Ding, your deep believer Jack sacrificed 3,000 human souls. Reward, 3,000, soul crystals, boosted 10,000x 3,000, purple ghost souls. Ding, you gained a strand of faith, boosted 10 million times transformed into 2,000 units of original divine power. Purple ghost souls. The purest form of soul energy. Can be forged into weapons, used as medicine, or fused into the divine realm to strengthen death and soul laws. Luce smiled faintly. Good, very good. Jack Sparrow had finally understood who held his fate. And now, this entire world would soon fall under his domain. The storm clouds began to recede. The terrifying pressure lifted slightly. A gentle golden light bathed the island. The wounded gasped in shock as their injuries knit together. Old scars faded. Missing limbs reappeared. Children wept tears of joy as blind eyes regained sight. Elderly men dropped their canes and danced like youths. Exclamations of awe filled the air. My lame leg, it's healed. My eyesight. I can see. My son, his fever is gone. The former priest, sensing an opportunity, immediately seized the moment. He threw himself forward, crawling on all fours toward the altar, shouting at the top of his lungs. This is grace, you fools. Grace from the true God. Kneel. Thank him. Dedicate your souls to him. Jack's eyelid twitched violently. That damned priest. Trying to steal my limelight. He gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at the groveling cleric, but he dared not interrupt. Not with the god's blazing eyes still hanging high in the heavens. Jack could only suppress his fury and force a fake smile. Fine. Let him bark for now. We'll settle scores later. Meanwhile, the priest sobbed loudly. Great God of eternity, I am your lost lamb. Fooled by liars for so long. Now that I see your radiance, I reject all false gods. Please, accept me as your humble servant. The words were delivered with such pitiful sincerity that even Luce almost laughed. Heh. Not bad. This one knows how to please. Very well. He would make this priest a living example of the rewards awaiting loyal believers. Luce's voice thundered across the heavens. Lanster. The priest froze. His blood turned to ice. He knows my name. Tears gushed from Lanster's eyes. His forehead slammed into the ground with a loud thud. I, Lanster, heed your command, my God. His voice cracked with terror and ecstasy. The eternal God's words rolled across the land like a divine decree. From this moment forth, you shall become my second high priest in this world. Spread my name. Preach my glory. But remember, do not abuse my name for selfishness. If you harm innocents or betray my faith, even your soul shall be obliterated, never to reincarnate. Lanster's face turned pale. He slammed his head against the ground again and again, swearing his loyalty. I shall obey. I shall never defy your will. A bolt of purple lightning fell from the sky. It crystallized into a magnificent spear, humming with divine energy, and embedded itself before Lanster. The spear radiated terrifying power, the authority of thunder and judgment. At the same time, a stream of divine energy surged into Lanster's body. Muscles swelled. Bones hardened. Power beyond human limits coursed through his veins. Lanster had ascended, a mere mortal transformed into a high-ranking believer blessed by God. He wept uncontrollably, hugging the spear to his chest like a child clinging to a parent. Meanwhile, Jack Sparrow watched the whole scene with a face greener than seaweed. Smoke practically poured from his ears. Bloody hell, if only I hadn't lied back then. He bit his knuckles in frustration. Seeing Lanster get a divine weapon and a body enhancement. Jack wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Regret gnawed at his guts. He, Jack Sparrow, who once danced between kings and pirates with ease, had finally met someone he couldn't outwit. The God of eternity. Damn it. I'll make it up. I'll work harder. Jack swore to himself. Otherwise, he might not live to see another sunrise. Chapter 49, Luce, punish you with 300 years of inhumanity. Port Royal, Broken Square. The moment Luce's vast, divine gaze fell upon Jack Sparrow, the roguish pirate instantly felt his heart lurch into his throat. His legs gave out, his face plastered itself flat onto the cold, blood-slick stone, and his body trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. I'm doomed. The god still hasn't forgiven me. Beside him, his terrified crew barely dared to breathe. Many covered their heads, leaving only their nostrils exposed like terrified ostriches. When the eternal god arrived earlier, they had dared to hope that their captain's sacrifices, all those bloody souls and priceless treasures, would earn forgiveness. But now, it was clear. The god had not forgotten Jack's earlier deceit. And divine wrath was absolute. The suffocating divine pressure felt heavier than a mountain. Jack's mind spun wildly. He wanted to beg, to cry, to grovel. But his tongue was stuck like stone in his mouth. Luce's voice, vast and solemn, rolled through the heavens. Jack Sparrow. It was like a thunderclap. Jack clutched the ground harder, his teeth rattling. Behind him, his men whimpered like beaten dogs. The eternal god continued, tone neither angry nor kind, but like a cold judge reading a verdict. At the beginning, I granted you extraordinary power. But you squandered my grace. You drank, you whored, you lazed. You betrayed the trust given to you. The words hammered into Jack's heart like nails. Each one heavier than the last. However, there was a slight turn in the divine decree. But since you now recognize your mistakes, and since you have strived to redeem yourself through blood sacrifice, I shall punish you lightly. Jack shuddered. Light punishment. He dared not hope, but he still trembled like a leaf. Then came the sentence. For 300 years, you and your crew shall live in human lives. You shall forsake the pleasures of the flesh. No woman shall you touch. No lust shall you know. If you labor diligently, and spread my doctrine across the seas, your sentence may be lifted early. Fail, and you shall die mortal deaths, forgotten by time. Boom. As the divine judgment ended, a rain of shimmering petals, dream flowers, cascaded down from the sky. Each flower brushed Jack and his crew. Immediately, they felt their bodies strengthened, vitality surging. But at the same time, a certain urge was sealed away. Forever suppressed. Jack's jaw dropped. Wait, what the hell? No women for 3 centuries. He almost coughed blood on the spot. But compared to death, compared to obliteration, this was still a mercy. At least I'm alive. At least I still have strength. Around him, the citizens of Port Royal, and even his own crew, began looking at him with undisguised contempt. Whispers rose. Serves him right. Even tricked a god. Only pirates could be so brazen. Luckily the eternal God is merciful, or we'd all be dead by now. Jack's old reputation as a cunning rogue had now firmly evolved into that of a cunning fool. Jack banged his forehead against the ground again, blood smearing across the cracked stones. My great God, he cried loudly. I, Jack Sparrow, swear by the winds and tides. From this day forward, promoting your name will be my life's only mission. He kowtowed again and again until his forehead cracked open. What is pride? What is shame? Before the true God, those things were less than dust. Jack gritted his teeth and vowed to himself. Just you wait. I still have the Wanjia chat group. I, Jack Sparrow, shall rise again. The eternal God's voice softened slightly. Continue to labor, Jack Sparrow. This island shall become a sacred place of pilgrimage. And as for Elizabeth Swan, she shall follow me into the divine realm. A dazzling ray of 7-colored divine light descended. It enveloped the beautiful Elizabeth, lifting her gently into the skies. The entire island stared, slack-jawed. She was going to the abode of the gods. She would become an immortal servant of the eternal God. An honor beyond mortal comprehension. The people watched, envy burning in their hearts. When the light faded and night returned, it took them a long time to realize. Meanwhile, Jack turned to Lanster, the priest who had stolen his moment of glory. Looking at the men now clad in thunderous divine energy, Jack forced a twisted smile. Brother, let's work together, shall we? We can spread the faith faster that way. But Lanster snorted coldly. Cooperate, he sneered, brushing Jack's hand off rudely. With someone who even dares to deceive a god. Dream on. Jack's face darkened. Lanster lifted the glowing thunder god's spear gifted by the eternal God, the lightning crackling around him as he sauntered away, whistling. Every step mocked Jack's helpless fury. Damn bastard. Jack clenched his fists. He wanted to grab that self-righteous idiot and throttle him. But alas, he had no choice. Not now. The blind man, Jack's loyal first mate, scurried over, his expression bitter. Boss, what do we do now? Jack gritted his teeth until he almost snapped them. Then a sinister glint lit his eyes. Simple. He smirked. We find smarter people to help spread the faith. Who? The blind man asked. Jack tapped his temple meaningfully. Who else? Elizabeth's father, the governor. A governor's influence was massive. Through him, Jack could lay foundations far broader and stronger than a mere priest's efforts. He would build the largest congregation the Caribbean had ever seen, and redeem himself fully. Lanster. You want to fight me? Ha. Just watch me. Jack touched the Pirate King token hidden in his clothes. When the time came to truly sacrifice treasures and legends like Calypso, he would show the world who the true favored envoy of the eternal God was. In the dungeon, Governor Swan sat gloomily in his cell, head bowed. Pride warred with fear in his heart. His daughter had ascended to the heavens. How could he not feel proud? Yet, what of himself? Would he rot here under Jack Sparrow's cruel hand? Click. The cell door opened. Torchlight revealed Jack Sparrow standing there, grinning slyly. Mr. Governor, Jack said with a theatrical bow, shall we discuss a little cooperation? Chapter 50, Dragon, women will only affect my sword. Port Royal Dungeon. The flickering torchlight cast wild shadows against the damp stone walls. Facing the grinning pirate captain, Governor Weatherby Swan brushed the dust from his tattered noble coat with deliberate slowness, straightening his posture. Even though he was a prisoner, his aristocratic bearing was undiminished. The aura of diplomacy radiated from him like a seasoned chess master preparing for a delicate match. Jack Sparrow clapped his hands dramatically. Cooperation, Mr. Governor. Jack chirped with his usual roguish grin. And just what sort of cooperation are you proposing? Weatherby asked mildly, raising an eyebrow. Although he had no chains around his ankles, it was obvious who held the real power in this negotiation. The men who had seen the descent of a true god did not fear mortal pirates. Jack's expression turned slightly serious, a rare sight. You saw the miracle yourself. I may have tricked the gods once, Jack said, scratching his head awkwardly. But I've been forgiven. Given a new mission. The governor made a sound halfway between a hum and a chuckle. You want me to help you develop the eternal god's faith, he said coolly. But you forget. England is ruled by bishops and priests. The churches are everywhere. You alone cannot uproot centuries of doctrine. Jack's grin returned. That's why I need you, old boy. You have the Queen's ear. You can push for change. Weatherby Swan shook his head, pretending to sigh. Mr. Sparrow, you've overlooked a crucial detail, he said, voice full of sly amusement. Jack tilted his head, confused. The governor leaned closer, dropping his voice. The eternal god declared this island a place of pilgrimage. Jack's eyes widened slightly. Pilgrimage. Holy land. The most sacred of sacred sites, a beacon for all believers. The governor smiled faintly. In due time, the Queen herself will come here to offer prayers. There's no need to force change. You simply need to be patient, and amplify your influence naturally. Jack slapped his forehead. Bloody brilliant. Weatherby continued smoothly. Strengthen pirate forces slightly. Cause setbacks for the Navy. Grow your reputation. Then, when the Navy suffers enough embarrassment, I, the governor, will lobby for reform. And when the Queen herself is interested, when nobles begin to pilgrimage here, the name of the eternal god will spread across the world like wildfire. Jack's eyes gleamed. This man is dangerous, Jack thought with admiration. Dangerous, and incredibly useful. All right then, Governor, Jack said, bowing exaggeratedly. Let's rewrite history together. Meanwhile, in the Wanjiet chat group. The chat was unusually lively today. Chu Dashin, another long day on the road. The stars accompany me again. Glowing star. Spirit of the demon sword, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, good poem, good poem. Ninja scientist, bro, you still haven't made it home yet. Chu Dashin, nah. Just reached the train station. My ride's tomorrow morning. Anyone got any new sacrifice videos uploaded? I'd love to witness a miracle before I sleep. Li Lao Air, you should ask that old liar, at Pirate King of the Caribbean. He recently made a big sacrifice, right? Pirate King of the Caribbean, oi. Who you calling a liar? I've reformed. I'm clean. I'm pure. No booze, no women, nothing but loyalty to the eternal god. Chu Dashin, eyes damn, that's tough. No drinking I could maybe survive. But no women for 300 years. That's hardcore punishment, bro. Pirate King of the Caribbean, loudly crying face cries in pirate you have no idea, it's hell. Second brother is officially retired for 3 centuries. Li Lao Air, ahahaha. No wonder you're suddenly acting so disciplined. Ninja scientist, LMAO 666. Spirit of the demon sword, this is why lying is bad. Don't deceive the gods, kids. Ghost. For peace, women will only affect my sword. Stay strong, Pirate King. Pirate King of the Caribbean, you lot can laugh all you want. Meanwhile, the god casually granted another believer powers equal to mine. The group fell eerily silent. Li Lao Air, wait. What? Ninja scientist, hold up. You mean there's competition now? For peace, so the envoy position isn't permanent. Spirit of the demon sword, Sigma, degree winky face I thought as long as you got noticed by the gods, you were set for life. Pirate King of the Caribbean, think again. The god favors the diligent. Slack off, and poof, you're replaced. A video notification popped up. Pirate King of the Caribbean uploaded a video, blood sacrifice ceremony, Port Royal. Within a minute, everyone in the chat downloaded it. The video showed Jack's bloody sacrifice, the 3,000 Navy deaths, Elizabeth's ascension into the divine realm, and the thunderous descent of the eternal god. Li Lao Air, skull gotta go. Gotta write the new faith propaganda. Ninja scientist, me too, time to hustle. For peace, +1, no time to waste. Spirit of the demon sword, I'm going to help Sister Honkue promote too. Woman running dashing away. Cemetery of the Saints, Chu Dashin's world. Chu Dashin sat on a cracked boulder under the night sky, hugging his strange stone box tightly. Above him, the stars blinked. Seems like. I can't open it yet, he muttered. Inside the box were only 3 simple seeds. Yet something about them pulsed with silent power. Chu Dashin had a feeling. The box, the seeds, were connected to some greater opportunity. Something, world-shaking. Maybe the chance is the seeds, he whispered. Maybe it's not time yet. He scratched his head and smiled helplessly. Whatever. When I get home, first thing, build an altar. He glanced at his battered wallet. Maybe I can only afford a low-grade wooden altar. Chu Dashin sighed. Even so, he still felt hope. The path is long. The stars are lonely. But faith is eternal. Chapter 51, The Pollen Road opens, the beginning of the world's change. 1 Jia chat group. After a flood of messages and videos, the chat gradually quieted down. Chu Xianfeng, still under the nickname, Chu Dashin, leaned back in his hotel bed, eyes half-lidded. I'm really late compared to that little guy Tanjiro, huh? He chuckled, tapping lazily at the group list. Although part of him had once doubted whether a true god could exist, the evidence was overwhelming now. One video after another, miracles, thundering divine descents, monstrous strength gained through meditation. And that feeling, the way meditation had strengthened his body and mind, that couldn't be faked. Chu Xianfeng sighed, folding his arms behind his head. Maybe, the eternal god isn't a god from China's traditional pantheon. Or maybe, he is. Just by another name. He remembered the description of the eternal god's descent. Eyes like suns, a body larger than the sky itself. That kind of existence, only Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, came close. Whatever, Chu Xianfeng muttered, turning off his phone. Overthinking won't get me anywhere. Sleep first. Tomorrow's another journey. The next morning. After a long train ride, Chu Xianfeng finally returned to his hometown. The train rumbled slowly through hills and plains, but Chu's mind was elsewhere. He clenched his fists absently. Ever since practicing eternal meditation, his strength had increased to terrifying levels. One casual punch could smash through thick steel, thousands of kilograms of force condensed into his body. His senses had sharpened frighteningly, within 100 meters, he could even hear the buzzing of flies. If an opportunity really comes, I will definitely rise to the top. He stared out the window at the blurring scenery, his heart burning with excitement. It was at that moment the fat man beside him, Joe, suddenly gasped. Whirlwind. Bro. Look at this. Plants floating in the sky. It's not fake news. Huh. Chu Xianfeng sat upright immediately. Plants, floating. He snatched the phone and scrolled through the news. There it was, countless reports, images, and videos. Trees the size of mountains hovering midair. Vines spiraling endlessly into the heavens. Fields of glowing flowers swaying despite no wind. It had begun. The opportunity the eternal god mentioned. Chu Xuanfeng's pupils shrank. This was the world's change. Passengers nearby noticed too, craning their necks to peer at their screens. Ha! Looks fake as hell. Some sci-fi marketing gimmick, a dismissive man said, waving his hand. But someone else retorted sharply. No. Look. The Federation officially confirmed it. It's real news. Several people opened the train windows to see for themselves. Immediately, a heady fragrance washed over them, thick enough to taste. Fatty Joe wiped his mouth, jumped down from the train, and came back moments later, proudly holding a bunch of glittering fruits. Look. They smell amazing. I'ma eat. Stop. Chu Xianfeng barked instinctively. But it was too late. Several others had already taken bites, lured by the tempting fragrance. Chu Xianfeng gritted his teeth. Something wasn't right. The god had mentioned opportunity, but opportunity was always accompanied by danger. He immediately opened the Wanjia chat group. Chu Dashin, urgent. Lord God. Plants are floating into the sky, strange fruits are growing everywhere. Can we eat them? He even uploaded a shaky video he'd just recorded. Moments later, a reply came. God of Eternity. No. They are poisonous. Pollen can be harvested, but fruits and plants are unstable. Do not eat. Chu Xuanfeng's heart thudded. His face darkened when he glanced back at Joe, happily munching away. Chu Dashin, my friend already ate some. Will he, die? God of Eternity. No death. But the body will be unable to handle the energy. Mutation, sickness, possible deformities. He must meditate immediately to contain it. Chu Dashin understood. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least Fatty wouldn't drop dead on the spot. Still, Chu Xianfeng now viewed the lush fields and vibrant trees outside with caution. They were beautiful, yes, but dangerous. The great mutation spreads. All around the world, the phenomenon continued. Forests grew taller, rivers shined with unnatural light, and even cities found flowers blooming through concrete. The planet was awakening. The pollen era had begun. Chu Xianfeng quickly sent a message to his parents. Don't eat any wild fruits. I'll explain when I get home. It took hours before the broken tracks were repaired and the train rolled forward again. But it wasn't the same anymore. Distances had stretched. Mountains shifted. What had once been 100 miles was now 1,000. The natural world was warping. Chu Xianfeng quietly sent his friend Zhou, who was now groaning from stomach cramps, home first. Then, tightening the laces on his shoes, he set off alone toward the mountains. His goal: harvest pollen, hunt beasts, strengthen himself. The Taihang Mountains. Strange beasts roamed here now. Giant birds, like metal helicopters, soared through the clouds. Vines as thick as buildings wrapped around mountainsides. Chu Xianfeng moved like a ghost through the terrain. Even though he deliberately slowed himself to avoid suspicion, he still moved faster than Olympic sprinters, 30 meters per second at least. Had he unleashed his full power, he could vanish over the horizon in a blink. In one afternoon, he killed over 10 mutated beasts, each more grotesque and terrifying than the last. He collected blood samples, strange bones, and pieces of tough, glittering skin. He even managed to find tiny amounts of golden pollen sticking to some flowers. Everything he gathered would be priceless for his future growth. But then, while climbing a rocky ridge, he encountered it. A golden calf, larger than a horse, its muscles rippling like molten metal. It stood proudly atop a boulder, gazing down at him with intelligent, chilling eyes. Those eyes. They weren't mindless like the beasts he'd fought before. They gleamed with understanding. Recognition. Chu Xianfeng's scalp tingled. This beast, it's sentient. Chapter 52, Terrible Divine Art, Conquer the Little Beast. The golden-scaled calf, about the size of a small tank, stood atop the broken slope, staring at Chu Xianfeng with tense, wary eyes. It had instinctively sensed danger. This human in front of it was different from the others. He was strong, terrifyingly strong, even stronger than many ancient creatures it knew of from bloodline memory. The calf snorted violently, twin jets of white smoke blasting from its nostrils as golden light pulsed beneath its hooves. It had to fight seriously. If not, it might truly die here. Facing this beast, Chu Xianfeng cracked his neck lazily, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yo, little golden cow, he said, hands in his pockets. How about this? You follow me, huh? I'll be an envoy of the eternal God, and you'll be my first little brother. The golden calf narrowed its bright eyes in disdain. Follow him. Just a half-baked human who had only recently started absorbing heaven and earth essence. Ridiculous. It stomped once, lowering its horns threateningly. A clear rejection. Chu Xianfeng chuckled. Okay, you want it the hard way. Without any warning, he launched forward like a thunderbolt. The golden calf reacted instantly, spewing a deep white mist, breath technique, its innate ability to augment its strength. Boom. A collision shook the earth. However, the calf's reinforced strike was completely overpowered. With a thundering bang, Chu Xianfeng's bare fist crashed into the calf's forehead, sending it flying backward like a broken kite. Crash. The creature smashed through several thick trees before landing hard against a boulder, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the impact. The calf groaned miserably, blood leaking from its nostrils. Its legs trembled. Impossible. How could its breath technique be crushed so easily? It tried to get up, but Chu Xianfeng was already there, fist raised again. Moo. Moo. The golden calf desperately bleated, attempting to surrender. But the human didn't stop. Bam. 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 Blow after blow rained down like meteors, beating the proud beast into a miserable ball of bruises. All its previous arrogance evaporated like mist. Forgive me, it wanted to scream. I'm sorry I ever looked down on you. But sadly, it couldn't speak human language, only pitiful mooing escaped. Chu Xianfeng finally halted, breathing evenly. He wiped his knuckles and looked down at the twitching beast. You done? The calf barely managed a weak blink. Chu grinned. Good. If you surrender, blink once. If not, a massive fireball the size of a basin ignited in his palm. I'll turn you into roast beef. The golden calf's eyes nearly popped out of its head. Instant surrender. It blinked rapidly like a broken signal lamp. Chu Xianfeng nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. You might be a little dumb, but you're not suicidal. He casually tossed the fireball behind him. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion sounded, and a black panther the size of a small truck, which had been sneaking toward them through the forest, was vaporized into dust. Not even ashes remained. The golden calf shuddered violently. It stared blankly at the scorched crater, truly understanding now just how monstrous this human was. That black panther, its aura had been only slightly weaker than its own. Yet it had been annihilated like an ant. Chu Xianfeng saw the fear in the calf's eyes and clapped its shoulder cheerfully. Haha. Don't worry. Join us, and you'll be able to learn divine arts too. The calf hesitated. But ultimately, its survival instinct won out. It lowered its bruised head in submission, its golden tail drooping limply. Moo. Whatever it takes to survive. One day. I'll flip the tables, it swore silently. Of course, Chu Xianfeng wasn't naive either. He snickered internally. Hey, wait till I offer a sacrifice. Once I get access to 2-star divine arts, I'll bind you with a contract spell. Rebel. Dream on. To show good faith, Chu Xianfeng generously offered a vibrant fruit to the calf. The calf sniffed suspiciously, and immediately rejected it. Instead, it carefully peeled off a few leaves to chew. Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Ah, smart little guy. The eternal god warned us, fruits are poisonous, but leaves are safe in small quantities. This little calf clearly had good instincts. It was a true, high-level alien beast. Half an hour later. The calf's minor injuries healed under Chu Xuanfeng's spiritual guidance. It snorted proudly again, its golden hide gleaming under the strange new sun. Chu Xianfeng chuckled and slapped its thick neck. All right, little brother. From today onward, we'll dominate Taihang Mountain together. First, sweep the beasts. Second, gather materials. Third, build my altar. And lastly, look for some good sacrifices. He stretched lazily, eyes gleaming. And don't worry. I won't sacrifice you. I'm not that kind of person. For now, he added silently. The calf. Why does that feel more threatening than reassuring? Taihang Mountain, later that day. Slaughter. Absolute, unstoppable slaughter. The duo, a grinning madman and his grumpy golden calf, rampaged through the forests. Weak beasts were crushed. Dangerous monsters were vaporized by Chu's divine magic. By sunset, the mountain air was thick with the rich metallic scent of blood and scorched fur. During the breaks, Chu Xianfeng practiced absorbing the new pollen floating everywhere. Unlike normal humans, whose bodies would rupture from overdosing on ambient energy, Chu devoured it like candy. In just one afternoon, he absorbed the pollen of 10 different mutated plants. Each time, his muscles and bones resonated, his cells vibrating in joy. He felt himself growing stronger, faster, tougher, every second. Meanwhile, the golden calf was stunned into silence. It had only dared absorb 3 wisps of pollen. Any more, and it would have exploded like an overripe watermelon. What the hell is this human? Why can he absorb so much? Is he a monster? Chapter 53, 3 Winding Ghosts Slain, Ghost King's Fury Ignites the World. In the Wanjia chat group, the early morning buzzed with chatter. Ninja Scientist, at Chu Dashan, how's your world these days? The videos I saw are incredible. Strange flowers, exotic fruits. Looks like you're about to ascend. Chu Dashan, hee hee, I hope so. I just accepted a little brother today, a golden calf. I killed dozens of strange beasts, absorbed a ton of pollen. I swear, I feel like I could punch through a 100-meter mountain with one fist. Woo, meeting the eternal god saved my life. Otherwise, surviving in this new world would have been hell. Somewhere in Taihang Mountain, Chu Xianfeng looked at his chat interface while petting the bruised but obedient golden calf beside him. They were camped under a newly sprouted floating banyan tree the size of a skyscraper. Li Er, you kid kept asking what sacrifices were good, aren't those strange beasts the best sacrifices now? Find a strong one, offer it to the eternal god, you'll soar like a rocket. Demon sword spirit, exactly. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, remember, even Ninja Scientist sacrificed his pet. Poor little thing became divine energy. Chu Dashan, Sigma, winky face that's wild. Thanks, brotherly. You're all amazing. Li Er, hey, it's nothing. We're all comrades under God now. Honestly, I wish I had strange beasts to offer. Right now, I'm stuck expanding the temples and hunting for pretty girls to sacrifice. Sigh. Chu Dashan, how many temples have you built now? Li Er, not many, only 50 so far. Waiting until I hit 100 to hold a grand national memorial service for the eternal god. In his own world, Li Shimin smiled proudly. Not only had he incorporated half a kingdom into the faith already, but even the mighty Song Ke had willingly offered his daughter, Song Yuji, as a future saintess. A true, strategic victory. Young Master Murong, you guys are so fast. I just finished subduing the Dali kingdom. We're building temples too, but these local craftsmen are horrendous. I had to personally teach them altar crafting techniques. Li Air, haha, that's rough. But good job, Murong. Young Master Murong, by the way, where's that new kid, Tanjiro? Feels like he's been lurking quietly these days. Tanjiro, sorry, everyone. I've been too busy killing ghosts recently, barely had time to check the group. Demon Sword Spirit, eek, ghosts. So scary. Shivering.jpg. Li Air, buffed, says the Sword Spirit who's technically half ghost herself. Demon Sword Spirit, winky face. Ah, you're right. Never mind then. Tanjiro, haha, no worries, Sister Spirit. By the way, the ghosts in my world aren't spirits, they're humans transformed into demons by another monster. Tanjiro uploaded a short video clip. The members watched attentively. A grotesque humanoid demon screeched in the dark forest, its body grotesquely mutated, its speed and strength far beyond human limits. Demon Sword Spirit, Yuwa. That's a demon. It's like a zombie, but way faster and deadlier. Tanjiro, yeah, my sister was like that once. But thanks to the eternal God's blessing, she's fully human again. He bowed deeply through the screen. Tanjiro, right now, the Demon Slayer Corps is building an altar made of sunstones to properly worship the eternal God. Without his help, we would have been wiped out by now. For peace, good. You're a fine young man who knows gratitude. I'm optimistic about you. For Peace uploaded a guide to training 3-color hockey, domineering techniques. Tanjiro, hi. Thank you very much. I'll definitely master it. Meanwhile, in the Demon Slayer world. Boom. A crash shook the quiet halls of Musen-Kibutsuji, Ghost King of the Demon World. Fragments of shattered glass twinkled in the moonlight as Musen stood there, hand bleeding from crushing a laboratory flask. His crimson pupils burned with wrath. Another death. Another failure. His fingers twitched uncontrollably. Dead. Musen hissed through clenched teeth. The fifth upper moon, Gyako, slain. By a mere human. For hundreds of years, the 12 Kazuki, especially the upper moons, had been invincible. Ghost slayers could barely scratch them. But now. Killed by a child. Useless, a bunch of garbage. Musen snarled, his handsome face twisting hideously. Crack. The marble floor beneath him splintered from the pressure of his rage. Before he could process Gyako's death, a new wave of agony slammed into him. A second death notice. Daki, the sixth upper moon, obliterated. Gone. Her soul wiped from existence before she could even send a warning. What? Musen's fury boiled over into madness. He had no time to mourn before a third death tremor shattered his mind. Half-Daydog, the fourth upper moon, dead. Boom. Another explosion. Entire laboratories collapsed under his uncontrolled power. Musen stood there, blood dripping from his palms, chest heaving like a rabid beast. He roared into the empty night. Who? Who gave them such power? There were no marks. No mysterious breathing techniques. Only overwhelming, pure might. Somewhere, somehow. The Ghost Slayer Corps had evolved. And they were killing his elite warriors like squashing ants. Back in the Ghost Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro stood respectfully alongside Jutomioka and the other Hashira as the sunstones were carefully being shaped into an altar. With the first light of the eternal God's faith descending into their world, even the centuries-long night felt thinner. Tanjiro glanced at the sky, hands clasped together. Lord Eternal, please continue watching over us. We will offer sacrifices, we will build temples, we will spread your name, and we will destroy Musen. Meanwhile, Musen's anger did not fade. He roared to the nearest windings, mobilize everyone. Hunt those slayers down. Bring me their corpses. The three surviving upper moons, Kokoshibo, Akaza, and Doma, opened their eyes simultaneously. The hunt had begun. And the world would soon drown in blood. Or so Musen thought. Because he didn't know. The gods had already intervened. And the world he once ruled was slipping beyond his grasp. Chapter 54, Kagaya Ubuyashiki's calculations, the ceremony begins. Under the bright moonlight, Kagaya Ubuyashiki stood quietly, gazing at the sky with a faint smile. To have angered Musen-Kibutsuji into such a frenzy, it was precisely what he had hoped for. Let him rage. Let him thrash about. The time when the Demon King could run rampant was coming to an end. For thousands of years, Kagaya murmured, our clan has dreamed of this moment. Finally, Musin, it's time to wake up. Their family had fought against the Demon King for generations. Now, at long last, the conclusion was drawing near. Beside him, Amain Abuyashiki, his devoted wife, spoke with a trace of worry. Husband, was it really wise to provoke him so openly? What if he retreats again into hiding? Wouldn't we be locked in the same stalemate as before? Her concern was not unfounded. Whenever Musin felt pressured in the past, he would simply vanish. Decades would pass, the strongest demon slayers would age and die, and then Musin would emerge once again to spread death and terror. Even though they had received good news after good news recently, unless Musin himself was slain, the demon threat would never truly end. Kaguya chuckled softly. You're too cautious. Now that we have the grace of the eternal god, we can ask him for a method to track Musin down. He dared not hope the eternal god would personally intervene to kill the demon king, that would be too much to ask. But requesting the ability to locate Musin's position. That was a humble wish, well within reason. Amain's eyes brightened in realization. So that's the plan. I see. Oh, by the way, she added, Hina and Hinaki have agreed to your idea. They are willing to serve as sacrifices for the eternal god. Kaguya smiled warmly. Thank them on my behalf. I am proud to be their father. As members of the Abuyashiki family, they understand. We all do, Amain said gently. Even if it pained her to send their daughters as offerings, she knew it was necessary. The Abuyashiki clan had battled demons for generations. A few sacrifices, if it meant victory, were a price they were willing, and proud, to pay. Early the next morning, the entire demon slayer corps assembled. Everyone was dressed neatly in formal robes. Their youthful faces were a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and awe. Though through eternal meditation they had glimpsed the divine body in visions, today would be different. Today, they would witness a true miracle. In addition to summoning all demon slayers, Kaguya had cleverly invited high-ranking government officials to witness the ceremony firsthand. Tanjiro had once explained, the eternal god needed believers. What better way to spread his name than by inviting the powerful and influential? Inside the meeting hall, murmurs of amazement spread among the officials. Many stared at Kaguya in disbelief. The man once cursed and bedridden now sat tall and healthy, vitality returning to his frail body. An elderly official with graying hair sighed deeply. I never thought I would witness divine power with my own eyes. Since it is a true god, another said reverently, it is only natural that it transcends our understanding. I heard the god is called the eternal god. If he truly appears today, I will build a temple myself. This man was not an ordinary bureaucrat, he held military command, and he knew about the existence of demons. The government publicly denied their existence, but within elite circles, the truth was well known. Monsters lurked in the dark, and many fine warriors had perished over the years. Everyone present was eager, even enthusiastic, about the eternal god's arrival. Except, perhaps, the elder priests. Their faces were strained, uncomfortable. Among them, the head priest fidgeted. In all their ancient scrolls and records, there was no mention of an eternal god. It shook the foundations of their beliefs. Were they really about to accept a god even greater than Amaterasu herself? If it weren't the Abuyashiki clan leading the ceremony, they might have attempted to resist. But against the demon slayer corps, and against visible divine miracles, they could only swallow their unease. Half an hour later, a solemn bell tolled across the grounds. The hour had arrived. The sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. Kaguya stood and smiled calmly. Everyone, please move to the courtyard. The ritual will now commence. The crowd followed him outside. There, in the center of the courtyard, stood a magnificent altar built of gleaming sunstone, shining with a faint divine aura. Near the altar, kneeling in silent reverence, were several young women. They were Kaguya's daughters, Hinaki, Nachika, Kiriya, and Kanata, as well as Shinobu Kocho and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Originally, Shinobu hadn't intended for Kaneo to participate. This was a sacred offering, not a casual visit. But Kaneo had clung to her stubbornly, refusing to leave her side. In the end, Shinobu relented. Kaneo, after all, was like a true younger sister to her. A dignified voice rang out across the courtyard. The auspicious hour has arrived. Divine Envoy Tanjiro Kamado, please preside over the ceremony. Amidst respectful murmurs, a young man stepped forward. Tanjiro knelt solemnly before the altar and began chanting the ancient sacrificial text. Whispers broke out among the government officials. Why is a child presiding? Shouldn't the head of the Abuyashiki family lead? Maybe the boy has special talents. What talent could a child have? Maybe it's because his heart is pure. I heard that only those with pure hearts can serve the gods directly. Nearby, the elder priest could barely conceal his disdain. To him, this was blasphemy. A child reciting rituals. A god no one had ever heard of. He clenched his fists under his robes. Even if the eternal meditation seemed real, he would not bow so easily. His faith would not waver. No matter how dazzling the miracle ahead might be. Chapter 55, The Captured Souls, the Dead Come Back to Life. The World of the Gods. Lu Che sat in the Academy of the Heavens, quietly listening to Master Xiao Wan's personal lecture. Her teachings were simple and concise, she only explained the principles behind divine arts, but refused to impart any specific techniques. Every god walked their own path. Too much interference would only damage their potential. Remember, Lu Che, Xiao Wan said solemnly, do not become lost in desire. Strength is the foundation of everything. In a few days, there may be others who challenge you. Be ready. Yes, Master, Lu Che replied respectfully. After watching her leave, Lu Che packed his things and prepared to return to the heavenly palace. But just as he turned, he suddenly sensed something through the system. Oh! Someone is making a sacrifice. Let's see which world it's from. His divine sense swept out, and Lu Che's expression became slightly amused. The sacrifice was coming from the world of Demon Slayer. The chief priest was none other than Tanjiro Kamado, and along with offerings of cattle and sheep, there were also 6 girls presented. The 4 daughters of Kagaya Abuyashiki. And Shinobu Kocho and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Looks like the Ghost Slayer Corps' beauties have all been rounded up, Lu Che chuckled. Shaking his head lightly, he murmured. Forget it. Even though the Demon Slayer world is a bit low-level, at least their faith is pure. Accepting them will add some liveliness to my heavenly palace. At the altar. A solemn prayer began to echo across the ceremony site. When you came, heaven and earth had not yet appeared, time had not yet begun. You were the only god, all others were false. O great eternal God, Tanjiro Kamado prays to you. The priests who heard these words from the distance instantly turned pale. What does that mean? All other gods are false gods, one of them muttered, face twisted in disbelief. Did that mean everything they worshipped before was just trash? No. It's a lie. Our god isn't a false god. One priest roared in anger, unable to bear it any longer. He stood up, prepared to rush forward and challenge this heretical claim. Kagaya Abuyashiki, who was overseeing the ceremony, noticed immediately. He frowned and was about to signal his guards to stop the priest. But then it happened. A sudden, catastrophic change. The clear blue sky instantly darkened into pitch black. Day turned to night in less than a second. The roaring heavens silenced every soul. The angry priest froze mid-step, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Everyone, soldiers, swordsmen, villagers, instinctively lifted their heads to the sky. They stared in horror. When I was born, the chaos of the world was split apart. Before my awakening, all was withered and destroyed. When I opened my eyes, there was light, the sun and moon were born, my breath shook the heavens. The deafening divine voice rolled across the world like a tidal wave. It was 100 times louder than any thunder they had ever heard. And yet, strangely, not a single person was harmed. That voice was not aimed at their bodies. It directly struck their souls. Above the altar, dazzling beams of light fell upon the 6 sacrificial girls. Petals of pure divine light rained down from the heavens. Their mortal bodies were refined under the eternal God's gaze, infused with the power of heaven itself. In the midst of the brilliance, the light dimmed slightly, revealing the vague silhouette of a figure in the sky. Even with extreme effort, they could only see his upper body. Just his eyes alone were brighter than the sun itself. When his gaze swept downward, the rebellious priest collapsed onto his knees without resistance. His faith shattered. Tears welled in his eyes. To be a messenger of such a god was the greatest blessing of his life. Lu Che smiled faintly and said, Tanjiro Kamado, I have long known about your deceased parents. Today, I shall allow them to reunite with you. With a casual motion, he reached into the void. A gray river of souls was pulled from the depths of the world. Countless wandering spirits drifted in its current, letting out soft wails. This are those souls. Is this the true underworld? The onlookers trembled as they watched the terrifying scene. The river was vast beyond imagination, but in Lu Che's grasp, it seemed small and fragile. Within it, countless silhouettes floated aimlessly. Without hesitation, Lu Che reached in and pulled out several solitary souls. These souls, filled with fear and confusion, had no strength to resist. With a flick of his finger, a divine light engulfed them. Golden brilliance enveloped their ethereal forms. As they descended to the earth, their physical bodies rematerialized. They were resurrected. So easily. So casually. Without the slightest strain. Standing bewildered among the living once again, Tanjiro's parents blinked in confusion. Didn't we die? Why are we alive again? Tears streamed down Tanjiro's face as he rushed forward. Father. Mother. He knelt before them, bowing low in gratitude, not just to them, but to the sky above where the eternal God gazed silently down. Chapter 56, except for the great eternal God, the rest are old liars. The entire venue of the sacrificial ceremony fell into silence. Everyone was terrified by the sight before them. The underworld had been grasped and pulled forth by hand, and the dead were brought back to life. The power of the God of eternity far surpassed anyone's imagination. Tears streamed down Tanjiro Kamado's face, his teeth chattering with excitement. His father, who had died from illness. His mother, and his younger siblings, who had been devoured by demons. They were all truly resurrected. Nezuko Kamado, who had been kneeling nearby, also ran over joyfully. The Kamado family reunited at last. It was a scene that made all who witnessed it envious. At this moment, Shinobu Kocho, who was kneeling at the altar, bit her lower lip. Tears shimmered in her amethyst eyes as she pleaded. My Lord God, may I also resurrect my sister? I am willing to sacrifice myself and Kaneo Tsuyuri in exchange for a chance for you to act. Her delicate hand tightly held onto Kaneo's. Her entire being radiated pure, desperate prayer. Many who knew of Shinobu's story clasped their hands together and prayed in their hearts. Hoping, longing, that these sisters could be reunited once again. Countless threads of faith gathered at that moment, pouring into Lu Che's divine body like endless rivers. The eternal God, moved by their sincerity, responded warmly. For the sake of your deep love and devotion, I shall grant your wish. His colossal hand once again plunged into the soul river, pulling out a graceful figure. A beautiful girl with butterfly-patterned hairpins and soft, violet eyes. Kane Kocho. Through Lu Che's divine power, the deceased Kane was brought back to life. However, Lu Che did not immediately release the newly resurrected souls. Instead, with a sweep of his hand, he gathered all the offerings on the ground and transferred them into his divine realm. Then he spoke to Tanjiro and the others. I am very satisfied with this sacrificial festival. Not because of the offerings, but because of your unwavering faith. Many believers mistakenly think I desire only precious treasures. But they ignore what truly matters. It is not wealth that moves me. It is your faith. From now on, this place shall be consecrated as a sacred site of worship. The altar shall become a temple. It cannot be destroyed. Even if the world itself falls into ruin, ***. His words carried the weight of divine law. Following his decree, the 1-meter-high stone altar was enveloped in rainbow-colored divine light and began to rise into the sky. It grew bigger and bigger. Until it transformed into a golden temple hundreds of meters tall. In the distance, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain crumbled to dust from the shock waves. With a thunderous boom, the colossal golden temple settled atop the newly formed peak. Inside, a magnificent statue of the eternal God was enshrined. And henceforth, worshippers would no longer need meditation to connect to him. Their faith alone would feed the divine realm. At this moment, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the head of the demon slayer corps, stepped forward. He knelt reverently, pressing his forehead to the ground. ***, your humble servant, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, prays for a blessing. Please grant us a means to track down the demon king, Musenkibutsuji. Even if we possess overwhelming power. It will be meaningless if we cannot find him, ***. Lu Che smiled faintly and replied. ***, there's no need to worry. With Tanjiro Kamado, my chosen envoy, in this world. The demon king has no place to hide. If he exists, we will find him, ***. Only then did Kagaya realize. In front of a true God, no thought could be hidden. Ashamed, he bowed even lower. Thank you for your boundless grace, great God of eternity. Slowly, the heavenly vision faded. The incomparably beautiful divine realm closed its doors. As the heavens and earth returned to normal, the people finally awoke as if from a dream. The God had already left. The crowd erupted in murmurs. So this is what a real God is. Able to bring the dead back to life. No wonder our prayers to the old gods were never answered. It turns out they were all false gods. ***, that's right. If the eternal God descended so magnificently, why didn't those other so-called gods dare to show their faces? Clearly, they are frauds, ***. Amaterasu. Ha. Lies and nonsense. They're all just old liars. ***, we are believers of the eternal God now. When we die, we will ascend to the divine realm, ***. Their once unwavering faith in the old gods crumbled into dust. Among them, the chief priest stood stiffly, a complex look in his eyes. He stared at his sacred robes. Then lowered his head. The true clown was himself. Their family had served a god for thousands of years, Yet not once had they received a true miracle. The so-called blessings were always vague half-promises, interpreted through endless speculation. False gods. Hypocrisy. Ugly lies. The priest suddenly roared. To hell with you, Amaterasu. I quit. Our clan slaved away for thousands of years. All our strength was built by our own hands. Not from you. I spit on you. In a frenzy, he tore off his ceremonial robes and headdress. He stomped them into the ground with savage fury. The onlookers exchanged glances but said nothing. They understood. Any family deceived for millennia would reach this same breaking point. Kagaya Abuyashiki watched with compassion. He turned to his wife, Amain, and said quietly. ***, go and comfort the elders. After all, the priests helped us greatly in the past, ***. Amain nodded silently and went over to assist. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's family, newly reunited, gathered around him. His father spoke earnestly. ***, my son, in the future. You must serve the great God of eternity with all your heart. Do not grow arrogant or forget humility. The Lord God resurrected us. Surely at a great cost. Never forget that grace, ***. They could only imagine how much divine power had been spent. But even their guesses were far from the true price. Nezuko Kamado, clinging to her brother's arm, nodded firmly. ***, I'll work hard too, with brother. From now on, I'll help spread the God's teachings. Next time there's a festival, I'll be like Sister Shinobu, offering my service to repay the kindness of the eternal God, ***. Knowing gratitude is a virtue. And when the gods had restored their very lives, no amount of service could ever fully repay it. Chapter 57, Kayajuro Rengoku, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you couldn't even survive one attack. After the sacrificial festival, Kagaya Abuyashiki summoned the 8 pillars and said. ***, this time, we killed 3 upper moon demons. Muzan Kibutsuji will definitely be enraged. But he will also be afraid. Therefore, Tanjiro, your task is to find Muzan. As for the rest of you, your duty is to guard against attacks from the other upper moons. If we're lucky, we might even encounter something tonight before sunrise. In the future, all swordsmen will also become believers and help spread the teachings of the eternal God, ***. Yes, we obey. Although Tanjiro Kamado had become the god's envoy, everyone still instinctively followed the commands of their master, Kagaya. Watching his busy comrades, Kagaya turned to the officials and smiled warmly. We'll need your help to develop the religious mission. One of the senior officials chuckled. ***, of course. Earlier, when the eternal God descended, all our old internal injuries vanished, and we were filled with new strength, stronger than even the young swordsman. With such miracles, spreading the faith is only natural, ***. Yes. We are believers now too, how could we dare to slack off? After all, if even the dead could be resurrected, then surely with dedicated worship, a longer life of hundreds of years wasn't impossible. Their desires were modest, just a few extra decades of life would be enough. Then, I thank you all. Kagaya said with a smile. Although the miracle hadn't yet spread across the world, among the demons, what had happened today caused absolute fear. Lower-ranked demons were directly killed by the shockwave. Upper moon demons cowered in caves, trembling. Even Muzan Kibutsuji himself broke out in a cold sweat. ***, what the hell was that just now? Was it truly a god? No. Gods don't exist. It must have been an illusion. He muttered to himself in denial. However, in the depths of his heart, he could not hide his terror. In the end, Muzan ordered the remaining upper moons to move together and investigate personally. Because if they didn't, they might be killed at any moment. Night fell. In the howling wind of the dark forest, 3 figures rushed toward the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. Tong Mo laughed as always. ***, if the gods have granted the Demon Slayers power, we won't stand a chance with our own strength. Muzan-sama sent us here just to die, ***. Hentengu, cold and irritable, snorted. ***, if you don't come, you die. What choice is there, ***. No one wanted to die, but they had no choice. If they disobeyed, their bodies would explode instantly, beyond recovery. Kokoshibo, walking ahead, said deeply. ***, so what if they're messengers of a god? As long as the god himself doesn't intervene, I'll kill them all. It's not like I've never killed strong ones before, ***. As expected of the boss. Truly worthy of someone who has survived for centuries, ***. Tong Mo flattered him shamelessly. Before long, they arrived at the mountain. A golden light shone brightly in the distance. Looking closer, they saw a majestic golden temple. Temple of the Eternal God. Asterisk asterisk this is their temple. It's beautiful. I want to seize it for myself. It's far more luxurious than my own little cathedral, asterisk asterisk. Tong Mo's eyes gleamed with greed. He was, after all, the pope of his own church. But compared to this, his place was a dump. If I had a temple like this, I'd draw in countless believers. And then I could feast endlessly. Before he could dream further. Breath of flame, first form, unknowing fire. A roaring, fiery wave erupted from below, setting the entire mountainside ablaze. The fierce temperature scorched their hair instantly. Tong Mo's expression changed dramatically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The flaming meteor was already upon him. The speed was simply too fast. No wonder the other demons had died so easily. Kokoshibo had already sensed the danger and retreated immediately. Hentengu, too, fled with sharp instincts. But Tong Mo, caught in the middle of the flames, was burned alive. His entire body reduced to ashes along with the mountainside. This terrifying sword technique stunned Kokoshibo. The sense of helplessness he felt. The feeling of facing an overwhelming power. Was exactly like facing his elder brother, Yuriichi Tsujikuni, once again. A complex blend of fear and frustration filled his heart. Asterisk asterisk I can't believe, the strength gap has been completely reversed. It's all thanks to the Eternal God. Now we can even slay upper moons with a single blow, asterisk asterisk. From below the mountain, Kyajuro Rengoku appeared, carrying his brilliant sun Nichiren blade. Behind him, the other pillars arrived one after another. Asterisk asterisk hey, Kyajuro. That was dirty play. We agreed to wait until they reached the summit before attacking, asterisk asterisk. Tengen Yuzui complained, clearly unhappy. He had wanted to show off too. Now there were fewer demons to split among them. Kyajuro scratched his head and laughed heartily. Asterisk asterisk sorry. I couldn't help myself. Seeing those three chatting casually infuriated me, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk fine, fine. So how do we split the leftovers? Let me have one, asterisk asterisk. Sanemi Shinazugawa grinned viciously. With a sudden flash, he rushed toward the two remaining demons. The other pillars had the same idea. No one wanted to miss out. In an instant, Kokoshibo and Hentengu were engulfed in a storm of sword techniques. Breath of Love, sixth form, cat-legged windswept cherry blossoms. Sound breathing, sixth form, roar of thunderous bombs. Every pillar unleashed a fierce, innovative move. All inspired by the arrival of the Eternal God. Moon breathing, ninth form, waning moon swift. Moon breathing, 14th form, cataclysmic full moon. Kokoshibo, unwilling to die, activated his full power. Chapter 58, Musen, I feel like the whole world is targeting me. Using two consecutive sword techniques, Kokoshibo thought he could block the attack of the demon slayers. Yet to his shock, his proud swordsmanship crumbled before the swordsman who had awakened through meditation. The crescent slash was crushed. Powerful force sealed off every possible escape route. In the next instant, searing pain erupted across his entire body. The once dominant Kokoshibo, tyrant of hundreds of years, was turned into a sieve by countless strikes. And worse, these swords carried devastating divine energy. Every cell in his body began to wither and die. His ghostly regeneration failed completely. No. I don't want to die yet. I still want to become stronger. Kokoshibo's body shattered, only half his head remained, still struggling pitifully. At that moment, a meteor hammer descended. The traitorous swordsman who had abandoned the demon slayer core finally met his end after centuries of wickedness. As for Akaza, he had already been utterly destroyed by the earlier sword strikes. Jyomi Haimjima surveyed the wreckage of the forest, folded his hands together, and murmured a prayer. Asterisk asterisk now, it's all up to the divine envoy. Today, every upper-ranked demon has been slain. I hope he finds success as well, asterisk asterisk. Since the sacrificial festival was still ongoing, Tanjiro Kamado set out under everyone's urging. After traveling for a day and a night, he was now close to Musen Kibutsuji's true hiding place. Inside a bustling, magnificent city, Tanjiro sat quietly by the street, patiently waiting for Musen to emerge. There were too many civilians here. If a battle broke out, countless innocents would die. For their safety, Tanjiro decided to wait until Musen showed himself. I hope I won't have to wait too long. He held a bowl of ramen, eating quietly. The fragrant udon noodles were delicious and cheap, his favorite simple meal. Even after becoming a divine envoy, Tanjiro remained humble. He didn't think of himself as special. Upon becoming a 2-star envoy, he had chosen to learn the divine tracking art. An extremely specialized ability. But it required no cultivation. Just understanding the principles was enough to use it. To find someone, you simply needed a medium. This was easy. Ghosts carried Musan's blood. By tracing it back to its source, he could locate Musan's position in the vast sea of people. It made Tanjiro marvel at how powerful the gods were. Just one technique could track someone with pinpoint accuracy across the world. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion across the street. Husband, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's already so late. Why are you still sitting alone in the study? A gentle woman in a beautiful dress called softly. But instead of a kind reply, she was met with a furious roar. Don't meddle in my business. Get out. Yes. Please take care of yourself. The woman bowed her head and left silently. Unaware that the man she loved for 3 years was no longer human. Inside the wrecked study, glass shards littered the floor. Furniture lay overturned. Musan Kibutsuji clenched his fists, snarling. Damn it. Why does it always feel like the world is against me? First the Demon Slayer Corps. Now even gods. How much longer must I keep hiding? All he wanted was to live happily. Was it really so difficult? Musan gnashed his teeth in frustration, then opened the window. He knew he had to flee again. It was no longer safe here. The Demon Slayer Corps would soon come for him. This time, they were different. He had a bad feeling all day, his left eyelid twitched non-stop. His body felt strangely uncomfortable. It was an omen, something terrible was about to happen. No one can kill me. No one, not even the gods. With a flash, Musan transformed into a shadow and darted out of the city, heading toward the deep mountains. Suddenly, he halted midair. With a snarl, his arms turned into countless razor-sharp tentacles, striking fiercely into the darkness behind him. Clang clang clang. Metal clashed loudly. Out of the darkness, a figure appeared. Tanjiro Kamado stood there calmly. Musan Kibutsuji. I've been waiting for you. This time, you die, Musan's expression twisted into rage. You lowly human. You dare speak so arrogantly to me. Do you think I'm like those useless worms you've killed? In a flash, Musan turned into a blur, intending to slaughter this insolent swordsman immediately. But he made a fatal mistake. He didn't realize. It wasn't an ordinary swordsman chasing him this time. It was a divine envoy of the eternal god. Breath of water, stormy sea. Tanjiro unleashed a devastating sword technique. A tidal wave of sword energy, stretching over 1,000 meters, crushed everything in its path. There was nowhere to run. In Musan's vision, the whole world turned into a boundless ocean, crashing down upon him. No weaknesses. No escape. No mercy. The attack was flawless. Rumble. The earth collapsed under the weight of the torrent. Musan Kibutsuji howled in agony. His body was crushed into minced flesh. Divine power tore through him, all the way into his very soul. If I had known. I would never have turned back. Musan frantically tried to split off a piece of flesh to escape. He had used this trick before. Escaping death at the hands of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. But this time. Chapter 59, Expensive Divine Stars, Luce's Arrangements for the Goddesses. Chunks of twisted flesh attempted to recombine. Then they broke apart again. What tenacious vitality. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good thing. Tanjiro Kamado gazed at the pieces of meat struggling within the bubbles and sighed. There's no need to struggle anymore. My technique carries the power of the gods. Even a demon like you cannot escape it. I understand your desire to live. But your survival would mean the deaths of countless others. I'm sorry. But I cannot allow you to continue existing, ***. The azure Nicaran blade sliced into the water bubble effortlessly. As the blade fell, countless sword auras were released, forming thousands of tiny needles that continuously obliterated Musan's flesh. The divine technique carried the might of godhood. As long as Tanjiro willed it, it could even erase Musan's soul. With such a sinful existence, he wouldn't even allow reincarnation. After carefully inspecting the area to ensure no remnants remained, Tanjiro smiled faintly. The ghost story is over. From today onward, he would work even harder as a divine envoy, bringing happiness to more people. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods. After returning home, Luce began organizing his rewards from the sacrificial offering. At the moment, his divine realm was expanding. This sacrifice had brought him a tremendous harvest. 10,000 units of original divine power. The reason the yield was so high was due to the sheer number of new believers. Sacrifices made through grand ceremonies were different from personal offerings. Even though the individual world's strength was low, the mass of faith collected was enormous. With this newfound divine power, Luce immediately thought about purchasing more resources. After all, he was severely lacking in many areas. He skillfully opened the store interface. Because he had now officially left the nursery stage and become a true god, the items available for purchase had vastly expanded. After refreshing the list, rows of life planets appeared before him. Luce couldn't help but gulp. They even sell divine stars now. But the price is outrageous. A full 20 million units of original divine power. He clicked on one of them. Product name, Garuda Ration. Population. Strength, high intelligence planet. Race, Garuda clan. Evaluation, if you don't urgently need combat power, it is not recommended to buy. Belief development on this planet is extremely slow. Luce nodded thoughtfully. As expected, the stronger the world, the slower faith development becomes. Even the store itself leaves a warning. The teacher's teachings were right after all, The stronger the native civilizations of a world, the harder it was to earn their true worship. While you could rule them by force, faith generated by fear was meager. Only genuine belief from the heart could yield abundant faith power. For example, the Demon Slayer world, despite being relatively weak, was offering him the most faith power currently. Because their world was in crisis, and Tanjiro's group carried strong destiny. Their wholehearted belief in the eternal God had boosted Luce's share of world fate by over 50%. If it were Chu Xuanfeng's Cemetery of the Saints, that world would be completely different. A vast and terrifying world filled with fairy kings and upper-dimensional beings. Luce estimated. Even gods at the noble god level could naturally arise there. Maybe even higher. Suppressing those distracting thoughts, Luce turned back to choosing resources he truly needed. He browsed cultivation items and materials. Rows of items refreshed before him. After careful consideration, Luce purchased medicinal herb seeds and rare ores. His divine realm currently lacked a medicine field. He didn't personally need it. But it would be great for nurturing gifts to bestow upon believers. And it was dirt cheap. 1-star magical herbs, 1 unit of divine power equals 1 million seeds. 2-star magical herbs, 100 times more expensive, but still manageable. 3-star magical herbs, 10,000 units of divine power for 1 million seeds. 4-star magical herbs, not for sale at all. Luce curled his lips. Later I'll just have Chu Xianfeng gather medicinal herbs daily in his world. Who cares about these expensive store prices, Up to this point, he had reached an important conclusion. While the divine store offered many options, the true core of his strength came from the sacrifice system's multipliers. That was his main source of divine power. Still, for now. Let's cultivate these magical herbs. I can't just let the little goddesses idle around all day. They need proper work, Luce didn't want these talented women to be mere vases for decoration. For example, Butterfly Shinobu could be tasked with managing the medicinal gardens. Boa Hancock could raise the newly hatched purple jade python. Sure Feishuan and Hancock, the two of them together, could assist in managing daily affairs for now. He had grown too used to having their company. It would feel lonely to sleep in an empty bed again. The only issue that gave Luce a bit of a headache was how to arrange roles for the 4 daughters of Kagaya Abuyashiki. What should he assign them? Looking at the 4 obedient, clever little girls, Luce finally decided. You'll take care of the cranes in the divine realm. After all, this was an Eastern-style divine system. Without elegant cranes flying around, the atmosphere would feel incomplete. Chapter 60, Hancock, it must be the reincarnation of a shameless fox who pretends to be noble. Boom. 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 The crisp, melodious bells echoed through the divine realm, awakening the goddesses who were cultivating. They slowly opened their beautiful eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across their faces. Why were the bells ringing? At that moment, a divine voice floated into their ears. I have something important to announce. All of you, gather before the steps of Ziwei Palace. In an instant, a fragrant breeze filled the air as the goddesses descended from the sky, assembling neatly at the stone steps. 100 flowers bloomed in competition. Each woman was a first-class beauty, each with her own unique temperament. It was so stunning, so breathtaking, it made one's heart tremble. Sure Feishuan wore a pure white dress. Her presence seemed even more transcendent than before. But whenever her gaze landed on Luce, a subtle shyness would color her cheeks. Even after serving him countless times, she remained adorably bashful. Truly too cute. Elizabeth Swann, meanwhile, wore a light yellow gown. Her slender waist and stunning curves proudly declared her charms. Among all the women, probably only Shirahoshi and Hancock could match her figure. Sure Feishuan's gaze drifted across Bai Xing, Shirahoshi, and the others, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. As a goddess, how can they dress so sloppily? Sooner or later, they'll lose favor, When Hancock caught Sure Feishuan's disdainful look, she was utterly unbothered. Instead, she raised her chest provocatively. As for the three newly joined sisters, Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, and Kaneo, they stood quietly in their matching Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. Their attire looked a little pitiful compared to the others. But their natural beauty easily made up for it. Though petite in stature, they exuded a unique, delicate charm. Just as silent tension was building between the goddesses, the sound of Lu Che's footsteps approached. And immediately, all small rivalries ceased. Lu Che stood atop the steps, smiling down at them. I've been thinking lately. Leaving you all in the palace with nothing but cultivation and bed service must get dull after a while. I don't want you to get bored, At those words, panic swept through the gathered women. Were they being abandoned? Was he already tired of them? Were they going to be replaced by newcomers? Sure Feishuan's heart clenched painfully. She immediately knelt down, her voice trembling. I am not bored, my lord. Please don't abandon me, The others followed suit in a panic. We're not bored either. Please don't throw us away. Bai Xing even sounded on the verge of tears. For a moment, the scene descended into chaotic pleading. Lu Che couldn't help but laugh helplessly. When did I ever say I was abandoning you? Then what did you mean? Sure Feishuan asked, wiping her tears. I meant that to keep you from boredom. I plan to develop new things in God's domain. And assign you some meaningful work, Realization dawned on Sure Feishuan's face, and her cheeks flushed bright red. The others, realizing they had misunderstood, looked equally embarrassed. Lu Che first turned to the three butterfly sisters and said, from now on, you will manage the magical medicine garden on the green meadow of God's domain. These are 1-star herbs. The cultivation guide is inside the seed sphere, He placed a bubble-like sphere gently on the ground. Inside were the seeds and a detailed guide. Butterfly Kane carefully picked up the sphere, handling it as if it were the world's most precious treasure, worried that her still clumsy divine power might accidentally harm it. Next, Lu Che turned to Hancock. You'll be responsible for the purple jade pythons. Those little guys are about to hatch. If you encounter any problems, use this communicator, Yes, my lord. Boa Hancock threw a flirtatious glance his way, then tiptoed off gracefully toward her assigned task. Lu Che continued. Bai Xing, Elizabeth Swann. You two will manage the Yulan Bingrui at the Ice Crystal Coast. Shirahoshi and Elizabeth exchanged glances and respectfully bowed. Yulan Bingrui. Grade, 2-star magical herb. Effect, slowly heals wounds to the soul. Requires protection and nurturing through water divine power. Given that Shirahoshi mastered the tidal divine powers, pairing her with Elizabeth was a perfect arrangement. As for you 4 little ones, Hina, Hinata, and the others. You'll be in charge of tending the cranes and my bedchamber, Yes, master. The 4 adorable girls bowed together, their small faces full of determination. At last, only Sure Feishuan remained standing in the square. My lord. She asked softly. What about me? Is there anything special you need me to do, Her bright eyes shimmered with anticipation. After all, she was his first goddess, and surely she deserved a unique role. Lu Che chuckled, pulled her slender waist into his arms, and soared into the sky. Sure Feishuan flushed crimson but leaned gently against him without resisting. I know you don't like tending herbs or playing with cranes. So, from now on, you'll be in charge of the weather in God's domain, As long as you command it, my lord. I, your humble servant, will do anything, Laughing lightly, Lu Che carried her into the clouds. That day, the skies over God's domain were filled with joy. Clouds twisted into heart shapes, celebrating their bond. Below, Hancock, who was tending the soon-to-hatch pythons, couldn't help but curse sourly. Humph. Pretending to be noble, huh? Such a shameless fox. Stealing the limelight every time, Double standards, absolutely. She always played the aloof, dignified goddess. Yet snuck away to monopolize the master whenever she could. Asterisk asterisk maybe I should try that next time. Who knows? Maybe the Lord will love it, asterisk asterisk. As she thoughtfully tossed a piece of meat into a baby python's mouth. Hancock's beautiful eyes swirled with mischievous plotting. Chapter 61, Chu Xianfeng, from now on, I will dedicate all those saints to my God. 10,000 Realms Chat Group. Tanjiro Kamado. Thank you so much for today, Lord Eternal God. Originally, my sister wanted to accompany Butterfly Shinobu to serve you, but she misses our family too much, so she stayed behind this time. However, Nezuko said that in the next sacrificial ceremony, she will personally return your kindness, my lord. Murong Fu. You're offering sacrifices too? Underscore. Tanjiro Kamado. Yes. And, my family has already been resurrected. Chu Xianfeng. Li Shimen. The spirit of the demon sword. Ken's hero, 4-piece. Pirate King Jack Sparrow. Tanjiro, upload a video for us to see. Tanjiro Kamado. Oh, almost forgot. He had been so caught up in his joy that he nearly forgot to share it. After every sacrifice, it had become customary to upload a video. Group member Tanjiro Kamado uploaded a video. Almost instantly, everyone downloaded it. After all, no one had ever seen a resurrection before. Their curiosity was overwhelming. The footage showed the eternal God pulling souls out of the underworld with his bare hands, reshaping them into new bodies. Scene after scene unfolded before the viewers. It might have looked simple, but even the first step, touching the soul river, was far beyond what any of them could comprehend. Chu Xianfeng. So this is the divine might of the eternal God. The world of souls is like a child's toy in his hands. Truly terrifying. Ken's hero. Worthy of worship. Incredible. Li Shimen. Our God is mighty. Spirit of the demon sword. Mighty and awe-inspiring. Jack Sparrow. I'm really jealous of Tanjiro. He not only has a temple now, but he's also earning a steady stream of faith from it. Murong Fu. Jealous? You could build one too. Make a temple centered around an altar. But I bet you're too cheap to spend the money. Jack Sparrow. Nonsense. I've turned over a new leaf. Now it's my sacred duty to spread the doctrine of the eternal God. Saints Cemetery World. Over the past few days, as the world continued to change, people had finally begun to accept the new reality. The world was expanding. But human status was steadily declining. The internet was flooded with news spread by the three rising powers. The silver-winged angels, the Vajra kings, and countless other strange beings. New phenomena and powers were emerging every day. The once powerful social elites found themselves unable to accept their fall from grace. But now, only strength mattered. After watching Tanjiro's video, Chu Xianfeng turned to the yellow ox, who had just finished cultivating, and asked. Second brother, what do you think the price of resurrecting the dead might be? The ox squinted at him, an expression of disbelief and amusement in its eyes. As if looking at an idiot. Smack. Chu Xianfeng slapped the ox's head. Its intelligent eyes flared with anger as it scrawled a line in the dirt with its hoof. Why did you hit me? Chu Xianfeng sneered. Don't think I can't read your face. You were clearly laughing at me. The ox scratched out another line. Resurrecting the dead. Impossible. Impossible, huh? Chu Xianfeng grinned proudly. But my God can do it. He resurrected 5 people at once. The ox's jaw nearly hit the ground. Was this human serious? Bringing the dead back to life wasn't just difficult, it was supposed to be impossible. Seeing the ox's stunned face, Chu Xianfeng sent the video directly into the ox's mind through the group's permissions. As the scenes played out in the ox's mind. The eternal God towering taller than planets. The soul river being pulled forth like a plaything. The ox froze in complete shock. What inheritance? What master? The power behind this human wasn't just immense. It was beyond comprehension. Moo. The ox's eyes welled with tears as it scrawled desperately. Please accept me into your faith. Chu Xianfeng grinned. You want to join our sect now, huh? The ox nodded furiously and wrote. Asterisk, didn't you say I'm already your little brother? Then I should officially become a follower of the eternal God. Once I become stronger, I'll protect you as your divine bull, asterisk. To prove its sincerity, the ox spilled everything it knew. The true nature of the world. News that the world's expansion would soon draw the attention of powerful forces from the starry sky. And how elite beings would soon descend to claim the earth for themselves. Chu Xianfeng inhaled sharply. So they're treating our earth like an orchard. Ripe for the picking whenever they please, asterisk asterisk. His eyes darkened. Damn it. Fine. I'll sacrifice every one of those powerful so-called saints to my god. Let's see them try to take what belongs to us. Since the natural barrier prevented these high-level beings from descending freely, he had nothing to fear. Let them come. The more, the better. They would all become sacrifices for the eternal god. The ox, now fully committed, urged him on. Then what are we waiting for? Let's head to Taihang Mountain. There are hordes of strange beasts there. Sacrifice them and receive the eternal god's blessings. Chu Xianfeng nodded in agreement. Exactly. I remember there's a blood sacrifice method included in the sacrificial rites. It'll be perfect for this offering. He paused, then added. I'll pass on the meditation technique to you now. We leave for Taihang Mountain at dawn. The ox nearly wept with joy. Finally. The chance to become divine and rise to greatness has come at last. Chapter 62 Rock as the foundation, forging a blood altar. The next day, the weather was clear and bright. Chu Xianfeng led the ox into the Taihang Mountains. However, the mountains were unusually crowded today. Many outsiders had gathered, and as soon as they spotted the lone man and his ox, they immediately moved to drive them off. This is the territory of the Celestial Organization. Take your pet and get lost. A group standing on a nearby hillside noticed Chu Xianfeng approaching and barked out the warning. Tension rippled through the valley. Onlookers turned their heads curiously. When they realized the Celestial Organization was confronting a lone wanderer, mocking smiles spread across their faces. Poor guy. Wandering into the Celestial's turf. If he doesn't leave soon, he'll probably be killed. Celestial Organization. Never heard of such a garbage name, Chu Xianfeng replied coldly. But since you've gathered so many dogs here today, you'll make fine offerings for my blood sacrifice. I'll start with you. The ox stiffened at Chu Xianfeng's words. Oh no. Another group of idiots mocking this man's black hand. And in the name of a god, no less. Some people are just born unlucky. You'd think they would have picked a better name than Celestial Organization. Too bad for them, this man is an emissary of the eternal god. The celestial fighters standing atop the hill sneered and immediately launched a full assault. More than 20 rocket launchers locked onto Chu Xianfeng's position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A violent series of explosions rocked the mountainside, smoke billowing everywhere. But before the dust could settle, a figure soared into the sky. Kill him. The Celestial's leader roared, blue flames blazing from his mouth. A 3-meter radius around him became a raging inferno. The others pulled out firearms, aiming at Chu Xianfeng. Wind divine art, gale slash. Boom. A blue storm surged from Chu Xianfeng's hand. It didn't just extinguish the flames. It shattered the mountaintop into rubble. The 20-man squad froze in stunned silence. Their bodies, along with the rocks beneath their feet, were pulverized into dust. The spectators nearby felt their scalps go numb, cold sweat dripping down their spines. Even standing upright felt impossible. This man is ruthless. His first move was a killing blow. Like a demon king. Moo. The ox, who had been gathering blood for the ritual, let out a frustrated sound. You crushed both the people and the rocks. How am I supposed to collect the blood now? Cough. Maybe I overdid it. Chu Xianfeng scratched his head awkwardly. Let's find another target. This lot's blood probably wasn't good enough for the ritual anyway. Let's look for higher grade blood. The crowd nearby trembled as they overheard this. Blood. Ritual. Cultists, definitely cultists. Better stay far away. Lunatics like these can't be reasoned with. Chu Xianfeng noticed the fearful, evasive stares and smiled brightly. Don't be afraid, everyone. We're emissaries of the eternal god. You're welcome to join us too. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. What benefits would we get from joining your god? Benefits. Too many to count. Chu Xianfeng declared proudly. Once you witness my god's greatness, you'll understand just how powerful he truly is. We'll talk later. With that, he and the ox headed deeper into the Taihang Mountains. White Snake Ridge. Countless experts and strange beasts had gathered at White Snake Ridge. At the summit stood a massive black bull. That's the Kunlun bull. I can't believe it's here too. Chu Xianfeng murmured. The number of beasts around White Snake Ridge kept growing. After observing for a while, Chu Xianfeng whispered to the ox. You take the left side. I'll take the right. Gather as much blood as you can. I suspect there's something big controlling these beasts. Let's finish this in 10 minutes. Moo. The ox nodded, signaling its understanding. Thousands of strange beasts crowded the area. Most remained still, suppressing their predatory instincts, clearly waiting for a leader to arrive. Chu Xianfeng spotted the massive black bull. The bull recognized him too, but what happened next left the Huiyanshan black bull stunned. The human who had once been weak and insignificant, now struck with terrifying force. Each punch and palm strike shattered mountains and sent the beasts flying. None could withstand even a single blow. What the hell? When did this human become so powerful? Within minutes, dozens of beasts were either dead or incapacitated. Chu Xianfeng dragged them onto a stone platform and drained their blood. The black bull cautiously approached. "What are you doing, kid?" "Building a blood altar," Chu Xianfeng replied with a grin. "So many beasts gathered in one place, my god will love this offering." Nearby, the ox worked diligently, carving divine patterns into the rock with its hooves. The black bull glanced at the scratched-up ground but couldn't make sense of the design. It lowered its voice. "You do realize there's a king behind this beast horde, right? He'll probably come out and kill you for this." "You worry too much," Chu Xianfeng said dismissively. "My god is eternal. That so-called beast king is nothing but a fart in his eyes." Unfortunately, his bold words reached the ears of the beast king of White Snake Ridge. An enraged voice echoed from deep within the ridge. "Is that so? Then summon your god. Let's see if he's really as powerful as you claim." Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Chu Xianfeng, what are you afraid of? All is powerless before God. The strange beasts, who had been quietly observing, suddenly knelt one after another. Even the enormous birds, each as large as helicopters, folded their wings and landed. The king of White Snake Ridge had arrived. No creature dared hover overhead. All beasts bowed low. A silver-white serpent's head emerged at the peak of the mountain, its cold gaze locking onto Chu Xianfeng and the ox. The earth trembled continuously. In moments, the serpent's vast, snow-white body coiled across the mountain, covering it completely. My god, what kind of monster is that? It's the king of White Snake Ridge. This is its domain, we should never have come here. No wonder the beasts were so restless. They were waiting for their king. How many people will die this time? Die. The white snake might slaughter the entire city. A Bodhi organization stranger spoke coldly. Among the gathering, a woman frowned as she stared at Chu Xianfeng from afar. Is that my ex-boyfriend? Lin Naoyi couldn't believe her eyes. Why is he here? Find an opportunity to retreat, one of her subordinates whispered urgently. With the White Snake King present, it's bound to be a massacre. Taihang Mountain will be bathed in blood. We'll cover the exit. Honestly, that idiot really pushed things too far. Provoking the White Snake King like this, now we can't even negotiate. Curses rippled through the crowd. But no one dared move. The White Snake King's presence blanketed all of White Snake Ridge. Any sudden movement would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Chu Xianfeng calmly examined the massive serpent. Then he sneered. You. Just a little earthworm. If my god were to descend, you'd cower in the dirt. The eternal god's purple serpent stretches over 10,000 meters. Its body is as strong as mountains themselves. This puny white snake. It wouldn't even survive a fart from his divine beast. The White Snake King narrowed its eyes and lashed out with its tail. 1,000-meter-tall mountain was smashed to rubble in an instant. Countless shards became deadly shrapnel, cutting down humans indiscriminately. Chu Xuanfeng's face darkened. This snake's cruel, it kills without hesitation. Enough talk. If your so-called god doesn't show up soon, everyone here will die. The serpent's voice rumbled like thunder. Then came exclamations from the outskirts of the ridge. The crowd turned to see that not just thousands, but tens of thousands, of beasts had surrounded the entire Taihang mountain range. Escape was no longer an option. Damn it. I got greedy, now there's no way out. Contact the other branches. We'll need a coordinated breakout. The White Snake King might be powerful, but it can't kill everyone at once. We can take down the lesser beasts. Yes. We'll fight together and break through. The three major factions and smaller groups sprang into action. Meanwhile, the black bull standing beside Chu Xianfeng was quietly cursing. I knew this kid was trouble. Why did I ever stick with him? Now, even escaping will cost me dearly. The black bull lowered its voice. Kid, how confident are you, really? This world is protected by supreme powers. Even ancient legacies can't break those restrictions. High-level forces can't descend into this world. I better remind him, if he overplays his hand, we're both dead. Chu Xianfeng didn't answer. He kept moving, descending from the platform to the foot of the hill. The stone platform he'd created had been transformed. Ancient, mysterious symbols were etched into the rock. Spectators squinted at the markings. What do these lines mean? No one understood. Even Lin Naoi, despite her powerful lineage, couldn't decipher them. She had someone photograph the altar and send it to her family. But the reply was the same. It's mysterious. Possibly powerful. But unknown. 10 minutes passed. The ox finished its work, returned to the platform, and began bleeding the strange beasts. The blood flowed into the etched symbols. Something incredible happened. What had seemed like mere carvings now glowed with a hazy red light. On the other side, Chu Xianfeng completed his preparations. He swept his gaze across the crowd, finally focusing on the White Snake King. The blood altar is complete. As the eternal god's envoy, I have summoned my god. Originally, I planned to sacrifice other beasts today, but since you've presented yourself, White Snake, it seems fate has chosen you. The entire altar pulsed with red light. The more blood it absorbed, the brighter it became. Chu Xianfeng wiped the blood from his hands, then knelt before the altar, raising his eyes skyward. Great eternal God, I, your humble and devoted servant Chu Xianfeng, offer this mountain as your altar and blood as your offering. I forge this blood altar in your name. Chapter 64, A Great Harvest, Chu Xuanfeng's Blood Sacrifice. Thousands of strange beasts and tens of thousands of warriors stood watching Chu Xuanfeng's actions. This guy's hilarious. What kind of ritual dance is that supposed to be? Ha! Maybe he's some lunatic who escaped an asylum. Probably ate some weird herb that gave him freakish strength. I've heard of the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Emperor, the Three Pure Ones, even Lord Zeus. But this eternal god? Never heard of him. Exactly. If he were real, wouldn't he be famous already? Yeah, makes sense. Although the blood altar Chu Xianfeng had created looked impressive, using mountain stones as a foundation and pouring the blood of dozens of strange beasts into it, it seemed to have no real effect beyond a faint red glow. If anything, the slaughter of so many beasts only agitated the others in the distance. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, ratcheting up the tension. The three great factions, who all had ancient heritages backing them, didn't mock the altar openly. But the contempt in their eyes was clear. There was no spiritual energy emanating from the altar. What did that mean? Either the altar was a bluff, or it was simply unfinished. Moo. As the blood runes across the altar fully lit up, the ox gave a timely reminder. Chu Xuanfeng's eyes snapped open. Kill. The remaining strange beasts were struck down by the ox's hooves. Roar. More than 20 beasts died. Seeing this, some of the other beasts could no longer hold back, they charged down from the mountain. The rest followed as the White Snake King did not command them to stop. Thousands of beasts stormed the hillside. The black bull and yellow ox standing nearby turned pale. Their legs trembled. Crap, are you sure this is going to work? If your god doesn't show up soon, I'm making a run for it. Ding. Your follower has sacrificed a strange beast. A hundredfold critical strike has been triggered. You receive 1000 rank, 5 holy beasts, howling moon tigers. Ding. Your follower has sacrificed a strange beast. A 1000-fold critical strike has been triggered. You receive 10,000 rank, 1 spirit beasts, violet moon cranes. Ding. Your follower has sacrificed a strange beast. A 10,000-fold critical strike has been triggered. You receive 100,000 rank, 5 divine beasts, flowing cloud sky leopards. Ding. Your follower has sacrificed a strange beast. A 10,000-fold critical strike has been triggered. You receive 1,000 rank, 8 divine beasts, black flame phoenixes. Double critical hit triggered. You also receive the divine level magic, indestructible black flame. Divine realm. In a magnificent palace, Lu Che was sparring with a high-ranking god in a training match. Suddenly, he heard the notification tones from his system. Brother, I'm sorry, I have something urgent. Let's stop here for today. The alerts kept coming, along with a surge of divine power. Someone was performing a large-scale sacrifice to him. It could only be from the cemetery of the Saints' World. His sparring partner, Chen Dao, another disciple of Master Xiao Luan, waved him off. I understand. If you want to spar again, just call me. Chen Dao opened a spatial gate and disappeared. Lu Che turned to the new power he had gained. Indestructible black flame. The ultimate mastery of fire laws. The black flame is eternal. It has 6 cultivation levels. At its peak, the caster can become an immortal black flame incarnate. Well. I wasn't expecting divine magic out of this. As expected of the cemetery of the Saints' World. He smiled. This harvest is too good. I should show the chat group my true power. Closing his eyes, Lu Che's soul projected into the sea of void. This time, he moved faster than ever. In a single thought, he crossed thousands of miles. The divine consciousness of other gods shattered before him like fragile glass. Soon, he arrived. A refined yet incomplete world egg hovered before him. It was the world of Demon Slayer, fragile, nearly shattered. The slightest tremor could destroy it. But the cemetery of the saints' world was different. It was massive, towering like a great palace. Its dense barriers blocked intruders. Even most first-class gods or lower gods couldn't breach it. But Luce was no ordinary god. Earth. White Snake Ridge. The entire world was watching the live broadcast of what was unfolding. Thousands of beasts charged down the slopes. The tension was suffocating. The fastest cheetah reached the ox first. Moo. Before the cheetah could strike, the ox's golden hooves crushed it. Blood spilled over the sacred runes of the altar. Chu Xianfeng slew 3 more beasts himself. His strength stunned the spectators. Ding. Your follower has slain a strange beast. A 10,000-fold critical strike has been triggered. You receive 1,000 rank, 3 divine beasts, thundercloud sky leopards. In his divine realm, Luce opened his eyes. A notification pinpointed the location of the sacrifice. White Snake Ridge. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Luce arrives, the graveyard world trembles. This was the land where Chu Xianfeng had begun his rise. It was home to a mighty white snake, so powerful that it could even threaten Chu Xianfeng, who had now awakened meditation techniques. Luce watched in silence. He did not intervene. Sometimes, people don't cherish what comes too easily. Humans are simple like that. Let them struggle. Even if Chu Xianfeng was his believer, he needed to prove his worth. The world was vast. For Chu Xianfeng, this was just the beginning of his journey. Luce didn't want him to develop the bad habit of always relying on divine intervention. Buh. Roar. The roars of beasts echoed endlessly. But the skies remained unchanged. Chu Xianfeng grew anxious. Were the sacrifices still not enough? Something wasn't right. He didn't know what had gone wrong. But there was no time to ponder it. The only thing he could do was keep offering sacrifices while fighting, otherwise, he would be killed. The ox glanced at the glowing altar and charged forward without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Xianfeng shouted. Moo. The ox's voice was steady as it placed itself in front of the altar. The Black Bull King stepped forward too. This won't end peacefully, kid. Keep offering sacrifices. We'll cover you. Chu Xianfeng gritted his teeth and stayed put. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, shutting out the chaos around him. The 2 bulls became living shields, ruthlessly slaughtering the beasts that rushed in. The other cultivators at White Snake Ridge realized this was no longer a spectacle, they needed to act. In the midst of the turmoil, they took the chance to fight back. If they were lucky, they might even find an opening to escape. The battle blazed into a frenzy. Jing'ang and the Silver Wing God Society, rival factions, were forced to cooperate just to carve a path out. As soon as they attacked, the surrounding beasts counterattacked. Thump. Thump. One by one, slain beasts were hauled up to the altar by the bulls. Blood flowed like a river. But none of it spilled into the canyon below. The altar greedily absorbed it all. Soon, the pile of corpses atop the altar grew into a mountain. So high that it concealed even the divine patterns carved into the stone. The white snake's eyes grew cold. Its massive tail reared up and swept toward the altar. Careful. The Black Bull King cried out. He yanked the ox aside and leapt clear. At that moment, Chu Xianfeng's chant drifted into the heavens. He had already let go of all distractions. His entire being focused on one desire. To summon the eternal God. It was as if he floated above the clouds, standing beneath the stars. Suddenly, he felt a presence watching both his world and him. The gaze was more intense than the sun. Yet there was no fear. Only warmth. Yes. It was the gaze of his God. The eternal God had arrived. Chu Xianfeng's eyes flew open. The white snake's enormous tail came crashing toward his face. He didn't flinch. He didn't even move. Moo. The ox cried out in terror. What are you doing, buddy? Don't just stand there. You'll die. But Chu Xianfeng stood firm. Far above, Luce smiled. Your sincerity and sacrifices are enough. Now, it's time for me to act. This time, he would give Chu Xianfeng a true blessing. A gift that would remain etched in memory forever. Luce wasn't worried about provoking ancient immortals or even gods of the 3 heavenly emperor level. He was a direct disciple of Shao Wan, one of the creator gods. If any threat appeared, the protectors of his divine system would intervene. Even a being capable of creating life wouldn't be able to challenge the god's realm. Why was he so confident? Because no matter how strong the natives were, they were still just natives. Even if they shattered world barriers and reached the higher divine plane, they would face even more terrifying gods ready to teach them their place. Lu Che had studied the latest intelligence reports. There were many powerful divine systems at work. Plenty of gods gathered faith across countless worlds, just like he did. Of course, conflicts happened. These gods often stole worlds from each other like ranchers rustling livestock. No one simply sat by and watched. But even so, no matter how strong a native god became, if they dared to rebel, the great gods could erase them across time and space. The world of the gods was supreme. Every divine system ruled over its own cosmic crystal walls, and even higher realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called god systems at all. As Lu Che thought, he projected himself into the cemetery world's lower plane. He had already tested how much divine power the space could handle. His appearance wouldn't cause it to collapse. But when Lu Che descended, the entire world was shaken. The powerful beings monitoring Earth suddenly felt the change. Wherever he arrived, light dimmed. This was the underworld plane, where all things had already died. The living merely thought they were still alive. But Lu Che was a god, his existence transcended even the forces of life and death. Under this starry sky, countless masters felt the suffocating heat and spontaneously combusted. They were reduced to ashes within moments. Even beings at the Shadow King level couldn't withstand it. Under Lu Che's divine pressure, all that remained were vague, flickering silhouettes. Like shadows before a blazing fire. Chapter 66, Faith collapsed, the God of eternity is the true God. What a terrifying existence this was. Could he be an ancient power born of the earth itself? But why did none of them remember him? Countless shadow-level beings stirred from their slumber, their eyes drawn toward the brilliant light beneath the distant starry sky. And as they beheld it, an overwhelming fear took hold. None dared to approach. None dared to display hostility. Even the mere act of looking at him might provoke a fatal response. The higher the being's level, the more senseless and absolute the killing could become. They knew this truth all too well. The creature guarding the entrance to the little netherworld also sensed the terrifying presence and shuddered violently. What is this presence? Why are we all so afraid? I don't know, but we must not investigate. The ancestors once warned us, there are unspeakable horrors in this world. Exactly. We should not pry any further. On Earth, White Snake Ridge. The massive tail of the serpent finally descended. It had aimed for the altar, but now it simply hung in the air, unable to strike. No barrier stopped it, yet the White Snake King found itself frozen, incapable of movement. A wave of fear surged within the ancient beast. Chu Xianfeng burst into laughter, gazing up at the serpent's immobilized tail. God has finally answered me. White Snake Ridge, once filled with noise and defiance, now fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared up at the heavens, faces pale, hearts pounding. Something terrible was about to appear. They could feel it deep in their bones. What the hell is this? Why does it feel like I'm about to die? I don't know. Could it be the God of eternity? Gods, do they really exist? Who knows? This world has legends of Zeus, the Jade Emperor, even the Heavenly Mother. Surely, gods must be real. I heard this land is ancient, that countless terrifying beings were born here. Could that be true? Lin Nei's knees buckled under the pressure. She fell to the ground without meaning to. One by one, the others also knelt. Only by kneeling did the unbearable weight seem to ease. Even the once arrogant monsters were now groaning, pressing their bodies against the ground and whimpering like beaten dogs. The Black Bull King dripped with cold sweat, his enormous frame trembling. Though incredibly powerful, he lasted only a second longer than the others before collapsing to his knees. God. The God of eternity truly exists. The old ox beside him snorted, striding over to Chu Xianfeng like a sacred guardian bull. He alone stood firm, unaffected by the divine pressure. Through days of meditation, he had discovered how to resist such coercion. Chu Xianfeng shouted ecstatically, voice echoing across the ridge. Do you see this? My God has come. Who will ever dare question the eternal church again? A fierce wind swept across the earth as the oppressive aura grew even stronger. Many strange beasts howled in despair. They had once dreamed of rising above all, becoming rulers. But reality struck them like a slap in the face. Even in this age of spiritual revival, a beast remained a beast. They could only submit. Across the world, countless fanatics erupted into celebration. They believed their God had finally appeared. They bowed low, banging their heads against the ground, dancing in frenzied devotion. One after another, they wept with joy, as though celebrating the new year. Look. Look over there. Thunderclouds rage across the sky. Multicolored lightning sweeps the world. This must be Zeus. I see a halo in the air. The Buddha must have come. No, no, it's an angel descending. But in the next instant, all their hopeful dreams were shattered. A divine voice resounded through the starry sky. My name is the God of Eternity. I existed before the birth of the world. The crowds who had been celebrating froze. One by one, their faces went blank. The God of Eternity. Not their gods. Not Zeus. Not Buddha. Not angels. Ah, this. The world continued to shift. Countless chains, though more like domains than mere bindings, rushed toward Luce, trying to restrain him. But these laughable powers were nothing in his eyes. The strength of saints might seem impressive. But even their greatest techniques couldn't compare to the simplest divine rune methods in his arsenal. Still, Luce did not destroy them outright. To protect Chu Xianfeng and his orchard from future threats, he chose to suppress rather than annihilate. That way, the defenses would automatically restore themselves once he departed. Unless Chu Xianfeng and his followers left the area, those protections would endure forever. When Chu Xianfeng heard the divine voice, he instantly dropped to his knees and cried out. Welcome the coming of the God of Eternity. His face radiated absolute devotion. His tone was firm. His posture was meticulous. The heavenly vision slowed. A figure gradually appeared before all the world. The divine voice continued, recounting the God's origins. He was born before the world itself. He merely slumbered, forgotten by all. He transcends time and space. All things are but tools in his hands. All who knelt, if they silently recited the name of the God of Eternity, the crushing pressure would vanish. Some would even comprehend the path of eternal meditation. This was the new method Luce had developed. To create fear through divine pressure. And to gather faith through divine revelation. Chapter 67, the Lotus Magic Technique, ascend to the sky in one step. At White Snake Ridge. The people kneeling on the ground began to murmur softly. Alongside them, the members of the three major factions also became pan-believers under the divine radiance. They chanted meditative mantras, and in their hearts, the vague outlines of formless beliefs began to deepen. Their old faiths quietly replaced. He was the only one. The Eternal One. Transcending all existence. Among the humans who had survived at White Snake Ridge, not a single one escaped the power of Luce. At that moment, a beam of divine light descended from the heavens. Everyone felt as if their bodies were snowmen touched by the summer sun. Their forms seemed to melt. Even Chu Xianfeng and the old ox could not withstand the radiance of the divine light. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. Black smoke began to rise from their bodies. What is this? The Black Bull King cried out in panic. It collapsed to the ground in terror, almost burning itself in the process. It writhed uncontrollably, but it could not stop the black smoke from pouring out of its body. After some time, a refreshing warmth spread through its being. The bull sighed in relief. Ah, this feels so good. It's like bathing in a hot spring. Chu Xianfeng didn't mock the Black Bull King. He, too, was quietly enjoying the radiance of the divine light. It was a blissful experience for them. But for the alien beasts, it was pure torture. They could no longer even cry out. A faint blue flame flickered to life on the bodies of the alien beasts. Then another beast ignited. Within moments, all of the beasts, except for the White Snake King, were burning like firewood. Their bodies crackled as they burned, eventually turning to ash and falling to the ground. The White Snake King was terrified. But it could not move. The cold snake eyes now held only pleading. All the previous brutality was gone. The divine voice continued to chant, leading the people deeper into a meditative space. When they emerged from the trance, their expressions were pious. One by one, they approached the altar and knelt down without hesitation. The figure of the god stood shrouded in a colorful glow. He was the incarnation of holiness. The supreme being. As he descended, the faithful rejoiced. The newly reborn cheered in joy. As chief priest, Chu Xianfeng ascended the altar. Welcome the coming of my god. He knelt again in sincere reverence and bowed respectfully. Rise. The voice was gentle but carried unquestionable authority. Luce cast his gaze over the earth. He saw countless paths. The poor masses, the number one beauty demoness of the land, and others. What was there to say? Their fortunes were bleak. Their strength was lacking. They had only themselves to blame for falling to such a state. The White Snake King's heart turned cold. It had completely given up hope. A beast that dared defy God could only expect destruction. It was likely that the moment it felt that divine aura would be the moment its life ended. It would burn like dry wood and become ash. It thought back on how it had slumbered for hundreds of years. Only to end up in this pitiful state. It felt as though it had slapped itself in the face. Why was I so foolish? Chu Xianfeng. The believers are here. The voice of God was ethereal, as though coming from beyond the mortal realm. It carried an elusive, unfathomable tone. Chu Xianfeng looked up excitedly at the figure in the sky. He didn't even know what he wanted to say. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Though the divine had allowed him to stand, he still wished to kneel and bow to show his respect. Lu Che gazed down and spoke calmly. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Though your achievements are modest, do not become arrogant. My believers, until now, were only you and the old ox. Now, these kneeling souls may also be accepted as followers. Those who believe in me shall enter the God realm after death and await rebirth. Those who do not believe, their souls will perish, never to transcend. Though your world belongs to the netherworld, where even physical bodies no longer exist, those who embrace my faith shall receive my blessing. They will gain true physical form, cast off the mark of the underworld, and become real people once more. From this moment forward, you shall be my two-star divine envoy, charged with spreading the gospel and baptizing all living beings. Chu Xianfeng and the nearby followers were stunned. The netherworld. Were they all dead? Chu Xianfeng had no time to dwell on the thought. He quickly stepped forward and kowtowed deeply. As your divine envoy, I, Chu Xianfeng, accept your blessing. I shall take the mission of spreading the gospel as my sacred duty. All false gods shall face your judgment. Good. Lu Che smiled faintly. He extended a finger toward Chu Xuanfeng's brow. A colorful glow gathered into a lotus flower and settled into his mind. 5-grade technique, lotus magic method. A divine art is a divine art. A cultivation method is a cultivation method. They are not the same. With this technique, Chu Xuanfeng's cultivation speed would soar. All the way to the 5th-grade divine level. Moreover, the lotus itself contained a trace of divine power. It served as a protective talisman. Chu Xianfeng, once shackled by worldly limitations, now broke free of the boundaries of this world. Visualization. Early bloom. Form shaping. He advanced rapidly until he reached the golden body stage. He had ascended to the heavens in a single step. The next realm would make him a minor saint, Yasheng. Lu Che, however, did not wish to hasten his growth too quickly. So he allowed him to stop there, for now. Chapter 68, the gods have given us so much, we must give back even more. At that moment, Chu Xianfeng radiated golden light. The overwhelming power flowing through his body was beyond imagination. He could see countless shackles breaking apart. A dark mark within him shattered beneath the blooming golden lotus. Was that the mark of the underworld? Suddenly, Chu Xianfeng understood. At last, the meaning behind the eternal God's words became clear. He had been living in the world of the dead all along. This entire world was nothing more than a ruined graveyard. A vast, silent cemetery. In a sense, what the God had given him was nothing short of a new life. The God had been too generous. I only slew a few strange beasts, Chu Xianfeng thought, and in return, he gave me all this. The grace of the eternal God was like the sea. Deep, boundless, immeasurable. Chu Xuanfeng's faith solidified completely. From this day forward, he would never waver again. I must devote myself to repaying this kindness. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of his grace. An old saying echoed in his mind. To hear the Tao in the morning, one can die at night without regret. That was how he felt now. He knelt on the ground, his forehead and arms pressed flat against the earth. Thanks be to the grace of my God. I never understood my own insignificance until today. The offerings I have sacrificed before were truly pitiful. Utterly unworthy of the blessings you have bestowed upon me. It is shameful. Lu Che chuckled softly. There is no need to feel inferior. No need for sorrow. You are my envoy. You should face the world with your head held high, proudly proclaiming the name of your God. There are still many enemies beneath this starry sky for you to overcome and grow stronger. Child. I will watch over you from the God realm. No one in this world can kill you, except me. His figure gradually grew hazy. Finally, he vanished into the heavens and earth. But his voice resounded across the entire starry sky. A divine proclamation to all shadow-level beings. This child is my divine envoy. If you dare to harm him, come. Try. The light that had pierced the starry sky slowly faded. The cold, heavy atmosphere returned. Only then did the people finally regain their senses. God had left. When he appeared, the sky had blazed with light. The world itself had seemed to bend in reverence. When he departed, it was like a wisp of dust. Silent, subtle, profound. The God watches this world, they thought. But even he mourns that no one remembers his name. All hail the God of eternity. The voices of the humans at White Snake Ridge rose as one. Their faces burned with fanatical devotion. Their eyes reflected unwavering faith. After the divine baptism, they realized their empty lives had possessed no meaning until now. After all, none had ever imagined they were dead men walking. Chu Xianfeng rose from the ground and shot into the sky. His divine aura spread across all of White Snake Ridge. The wind danced around him. Even the drifting clouds gathered at his command. From today onward, this place shall be a holy land for the eternal church. No matter the cost, we will build a temple here to commemorate the arrival of my God. The old ox shall be the left guardian. The black bull shall be the right guardian. And as for that brazen white snake, his eyes grew cold. Damn it. Chu Xianfeng struck with a single fist. Flames engulfed the mountain peak. The 1,000-meter-high ridge melted into molten stone. Even though the eternal God disdained to strike personally, he would not allow such defiance to go unpunished. Everyone watching gasped in awe. Is this the power granted by God? It was terrifying. The mighty white snake, once thought unstoppable, was obliterated along with the mountain itself. What a fearsome display of divine might. Standing atop the altar, Chu Xianfeng looked down upon the gathered crowd. I don't care what faction you once belonged to. But today, you have all been bathed in the grace of God. From this day forward, you are all believers of the eternal church. Henceforth, we are brothers and sisters. We will spread the God of eternity's name, conquer new lands, and expand our faith. If any of you refuse belief, you may go. But you must return the blessings of God before you leave. A chill swept through the crowd. Return God's blessings. Everyone understood what that meant. Death. Who could not comprehend this? The members of the three great organizations dropped to their knees and bowed. My Lord God, we are willing to spread the faith. From this day forth, we renounce all past allegiances and beliefs. Only the God of eternity shall reside in our hearts. Please, Lord, enlighten us. We will follow the same path together. One by one, the leaders and warriors of the three factions swore allegiance. No one dared refuse. Chu Xianfeng smiled, pleased. So what if we reside in a graveyard? As long as we spread the faith and baptize living souls. Even if we are a legion of the dead, we can still rise and triumph over all. But I must ask you all one thing. You keep speaking of surrender. But how should I trust you? His piercing gaze swept across the crowd. The meditative doctrine of the eternal church was already imprinted in their minds. If they chose, they could spread it to others in mere minutes using their communicators. Faced with Chu Xuanfeng's naked killing intent, even Lin Nei, once his lover, shuddered involuntarily. His eyes were sharp as blades. If anyone gave the wrong answer now, their head would surely fall. Chu Xianfeng, what must we do to earn your trust? A gentle voice called out. It was Lin Nei. Despite the fear, she gathered her courage and stood under her clan's urging. She was as graceful and pure as ever. Like a lotus blooming from mud, untouched and noble. Chu Xianfeng remained silent. Instead, he raised a finger to the sky. You should not be asking me. You should ask yourselves. The God has given us new bodies. How should we repay him? Do you believe there is no need to give anything in return? Silence gripped the crowd. Everyone's eyes drifted toward the blood-red altar. They couldn't deny it. Just moments ago, many had thought exactly that. That God's blessings were a free gift. Now, hearing Chu Xuanfeng's words, they were ashamed. But how could we possibly repay God? Would he even notice our offerings? Lin Nei opened her mouth but could not speak. Return something. What could they possibly offer that would matter to a god? Sigh. Seeing their bewildered faces, Chu Xianfeng sighed with disappointment. Your vision and understanding are too shallow. Faith is not about material value. It's about sincerity. Even a single flower or a blade of grass, if offered with a willing heart, is meaningful. That is what I seek. If you only offer treasures valuable enough to impress the gods, you are not offering sincerity, you are seeking to trade. Realization dawned on the crowd. So that was the answer. A sincere heart. That was what mattered. Words alone were meaningless. After all, no one could truly see into another's heart. Of course, Chu Xianfeng added, offering just any random flower or blade of grass won't suffice. Then, what should we offer? Someone asked nervously. Chu Xuanfeng's lips curled into a strange smile. The crowd instantly felt a chill. They regretted asking that question. This is an excellent question. The world is reviving. Rare exotic plants, mystical fruits, and alchemical herbs are valuable offerings. And even pure women are acceptable. A beautiful young woman nearby, her delicate wings trembling on her back, shivered involuntarily. She quickly noticed that many of those around her had turned their eyes in her direction. Chapter 69, Complete Blackening. I only hate that I am not strong enough. Damn it, it's all because of me. I'm Baihu's younger sister. Lucian's expression turned extremely grim. She didn't need to guess, she already understood what these people intended. They wanted to offer her as a sacrifice. My lord, someone stepped forward, what about this woman? She's Baihu's younger sister. Beautiful as a flower, pure-bodied. Acceptable, Chu Xianfeng replied calmly. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at those words. Even Lin Naoyi, standing nearby, subconsciously relaxed. Chu Xuanfeng's woman frowned and spoke to Lu Shiyan coldly. Don't think of a sacrifice as a death sentence. In fact, you'll be sent to the god himself, to serve at his side. Do you realize what a rare opportunity this is? It's like ascending to the heavens in a single step. I once witnessed a snake, far smaller than the white snake, offered to another god. Now, its body stretches across thousands of miles. Its breath summons storms. Its voice commands thunder. Is it really so incredible? Everyone seemed puzzled. If that was the case, was this really a sacrifice? It sounded more like a blessing. Enough, Chu Xianfeng interrupted. This discussion is over. Consider what offerings you will give in return to our god. Also, contact the organizations behind you. Let them weigh their options carefully. When the temple construction is complete, I'll summon the heroes of the world. Anyone who refuses to attend will be considered an enemy of the Eternal Church. His words carried a chilling killing intent. But no one thought he was going too far. This was about faith. About religion. Since ancient times, these were no light matters. The representatives of the three major forces exchanged glances. They retrieved their communicators and began contacting their families. Without exception, every reply they received carried the same message. Submit. All factions beyond the starry sky were useless. None compared to the eternal god. Lu Shiyan was sold out by her family without a second thought. They didn't even bother offering resistance. Other powers immediately prepared vast amounts of rare materials, ancient tomes, and treasures to offer as sacrifices. No one felt ashamed. In truth, without Lu Chei's rise, they would have already submitted to someone else. That's the greatest difference. The law of the jungle, the rule of the strong over the weak, was fully revealed. Fairy Sword World. A few days ago. Yong'an City. A group of strange people had suddenly appeared and abducted a young man named Jing Tian, Sedum. Hey! What are you doing? Don't grab me, I didn't break any laws. Jing Tian shouted. What's going on? Help! Somebody, help! He struggled fiercely but couldn't break free of the strange figure's control. Even worse, though he cried out at the top of his lungs, no one around him seemed able to see or hear him. A cold breeze swept across his forehead. Oh no. This is supernatural. What do I do? Someone save me. Jing Tian's thoughts raced in panic. His mind went blank. Eventually, they brought him to a ruined temple. Once inside, the black-cloaked figures dropped their disguises. Beneath the cloaks, they wore golden armor and carried themselves with extraordinary poise. General Fei Peng, long time no see. The leader smiled as he addressed Jing Tian. But to Jing Tian, that smile looked sinister and disgusting. Who are you talking to? I'm not some General Fei Peng. I'm just an ordinary guy from Yong'an. My name's Jing Tian. You've got the wrong person. Several of the golden-armored figures chuckled. The leader explained patiently. You are General Fei Peng. But, the seal over your current incarnation hasn't been lifted yet. That's why you don't recognize us. Let me put it simply, we're all gods. An invasion of evil spirits is underway. You must return to your rightful place. Jing Tian backed away, eyes wide in disbelief. I can't fight. You've got the wrong person. Go find someone else. I'm not Fei Peng. He turned to run. But before he could escape, a golden beam of light struck him. It was a divine spell bestowed by the Jade Emperor himself. Meant to awaken Fei Peng's true spirit and bind him to his celestial duty. With a dull thud, Jing Tian fell to his knees. The light in his eyes dimmed. Is it done? Yes. The Jade Emperor ordered this. Good thing we acted quickly. Reports say the demoness has already arrived in Yong'an and is searching for him. Hey, let her look, the priest sneered. The Jade Emperor dispatched us personally. Even with her power from the evil god, she can't defeat us with just a few followers. What nonsense. The priest thought to himself. No way she can stand against heaven's will. Several days passed. Jing Tian, or rather, Fei Peng, slowly rose from the ground. Why did you wake me so early? My cycle of reincarnation isn't finished yet. His calm, composed voice carried an overwhelming sense of security. General Fei Peng had returned. The priest approached respectfully. General, there's a dangerous demoness in the mortal realm. She's a follower of the evil god and is spreading her dark faith. His Majesty has pardoned your past transgressions. If you slay her, you'll be allowed to return to the heavenly realm. Very well. Take me to her. A silver light flashed. Fei Peng's battle armor materialized around him, forged by the power of the immortals. A long sword was presented by the priest. But none of the proud celestial beings noticed the disgust flickering in Fei Peng's eyes. Summoned once again. Am I nothing more than a dog to them? He clenched his fist. Then, without complaint, he transformed into a streak of light and followed the priests. Soon, they returned to Yong'an City. As they arrived, a blue figure appeared in Fei Peng's mind. Memory surged into his heart. Selenum Nigrum. It's Selenum, yes. But, how can she be here? Fei Peng stood in silent shock. The priest beside him pointed at Long Kuei and said coldly. It seems the general has locked onto her. That's right. This demon girl is a follower of the Cthulhu. Fei Peng's expression tightened. He grabbed the priest's collar and snarled. What nonsense are you spouting? She's my sister. This is the Jade Emperor's command, the priest replied without fear. Even if Long Kuei is your sister, she is also a worshipper of the evil god. Do you truly intend to disobey the Jade Emperor's orders? He stared back without the slightest concern for the murderous rage in Fei Peng's eyes. Don't think I have no leverage, the priest thought smugly. The divine light that had awakened Fei Peng was a double-edged sword. If Fei Peng dared resist, the priest held the means to destroy him. High in the sky, 5 figures stood at an impasse. Below, Long Kuei sensed her brother's turbulent emotions. She raised her head and met his gaze. Brother and sister locked eyes. But the moment stretched only briefly. Suddenly, countless chains of light bound Fei Peng's body. The priest sneered. Since the general refuses to carry out righteous justice, I'll handle it myself. With a twist of his hand, Fei Peng was forced to his knees. Cold sweat ran down his face. Only then did he understand. The Jade Emperor had only awakened him as a tool. If he obeyed, he was useful. If he resisted, he would be punished like a disobedient captive. There was no longer even a pretense of dignity. A flash of blue light. Long Kuei appeared before the priest, her eyes blazing with anger. What are you doing? Release my brother, she demanded. Release him. The priest laughed arrogantly. Which, you brought this upon yourself by worshipping the evil god. Now, I give you 2 choices. Submit yourself willingly, and I'll release General Fei Peng. Or refuse, and I will crush his true spirit. Long Kuei froze. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this. If I die, my brother dies too. It was a dilemma she had faced once before. 1,000 years ago, she'd chosen death. As a result, not just her, but all her siblings had been slaughtered. And now? Her eyes turned cold. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. A chilling, tragic smile. It made the scalp of everyone present tingle. It wasn't the smile of a gentle princess. It was the smile of someone utterly unafraid. Good people always get bullied, she thought. As her laughter faded, her thick black hair gradually turned silver white. Then kill him. If you kill only my brother, then I'll kill every god in the heavens. Let's see who's more ruthless. Her voice was hoarse and indifferent. A sound that chilled everyone to the bone. Is this still the timid Princess Jiang? Or has the crimson demoness truly returned? The priest's eyes narrowed in alarm. He gritted his teeth. Are you truly unafraid of him dying? The only response was a blinding streak of sword light. Long Kuei had blackened. The blackened Long Kuei would accept no threats. Even if her brother died. She knew the gods would only manipulate his soul anyway. In that case, why be afraid? Just kill. Once the heavenly gods lay dead and the temples of the 3 realms open, her brother would naturally return to her side. You forced me into this. The demon girl will die. The priest, both furious and fearful, slashed his sword downward. At the same time, he shoved Fei Peng forward and detonated the seal placed within him. A terrifying surge of power erupted, tearing apart Fei Peng's true spirit. As he lay dying, Fei Peng, tears in his eyes, whispered. Sister. I'm so sorry. I only wanted to see you once more before I died. He wasn't foolish. He had already realized the Jade Emperor's scheme. But he hadn't expected such treachery. That they would detonate his true spirit without hesitation. Boom. The sky and earth trembled. The blast obliterated the city below. The priest quickly fled with his followers. The strongest god in the heavens had self-detonated. That should be more than enough to destroy the demon girl. Even if only half of his soul exploded, she couldn't possibly survive. The priest felt certain of it. But as he retreated, a crimson figure blocked his path. Hong Kuei smiled coldly. My, aren't you ruthless? I thought your heart was black, but it turns out it's blood red too. The priest's eyes fell on her hand. She held a still beating heart, blood dripping from her fingers. Whose heart? He looked down. A gaping hole had appeared in his own chest. How? I didn't even feel it. He muttered weakly, coughed up blood, and plummeted toward the earth. Hong Kuei's pale fingers clenched. More blood spilled over her hand. TCH. Hong Kuei licked the blood from her fingertips and spat in disgust. What kind of god bleeds with such a stench? The three remaining gods were visibly shaken. They scattered in all directions, trying to escape and confuse her. But it was useless. Hong Kuei's power had long surpassed their comprehension. Her crimson sleeves fluttered. A demonic sword appeared in her hand. Sword aura tore through the sky, piercing space itself. In the blink of an eye, all three were slain. If you knew that Long Kuei and Fei Peng were dangerous, why didn't you stop this? A new voice rang out. Shi Yao stepped forward from within a shattered seal, fury burning in her eyes. Her chest heaved as her emotions surged. The men she had secretly loved for so long had perished. How could she not be enraged? Slap. Hong Kuei struck her across the face without hesitation. What are you? Hong Kuei's voice was cold, each word sharp as a blade. A dog raised by the heavens, and you dare shout at me? First, figure out your own status. Where were you when the Jade Emperor punished my brother and forced him into reincarnation? Wasn't he your enemy then? I truly find this laughable. You didn't dare bare your fangs at the Emperor, so now you come running to bark at me. Why didn't you stop those 4 lapdogs who accompanied him? Every word struck like a whip, cutting deep into the heart. Shi Yao clutched her fair cheek but could find no words to refute. She had no excuse. Yes, the Jade Emperor had harbored malicious intent. If not for him, why else would Fei Peng have been forced into reincarnation? Aside from her silent, unrequited love, she had offered nothing but a single fruit over the years. How pitiful. How laughable. Deep down, she feared death. Seeing Shi Yao's silence, Hong Kuei sneered. My brother is dead, she said calmly. But I have my own ways to bring him back. But she, Hong Kuei gestured toward Shi Yao, cannot. If she doesn't suffer a deep enough wound, she'll never understand what true cruelty is. Hong Kuei knew her rival all too well. Shi Yao was still just a foolish, naive girl. Always believing others had no ill intent. Always keeping a kind, gentle heart. But people like her were the ones who suffered most. So Hong Kuei used this moment to force her to awaken. As for you, Hong Kuei continued, narrowing her eyes. Goddess of the heavens Shi Yao. When the time comes, I'll sacrifice you to the god of eternity to bring my brother back. Shi Yao said nothing. She simply stared up blankly at the drifting clouds. If offering my life could bring Fei Peng back, that wouldn't be so bad. The smoke finally cleared. The battered figure of Long Kuei appeared on the ground. Her once beautiful, flowing fairy robes were in tatters. Her long hair had been burned away in places. She looked pitiful, enough to make even Hong Kuei hesitate. Hearing footsteps approach, Long Kuei rasped. Are you satisfied now? Her tone was weary and sorrowful. It was easy to imagine how much her heart had endured in such a short time. Hong Kuei sat down beside her, knees bent. She looked at Long Kuei's arms, only scraps of rough cloth remained. For a long moment, she said nothing. Once, I was naive, Hong Kuei whispered. I gave you everything. You even fought for me, despite your wounds. I never imagined it would hurt this much. Her face remained expressionless, but a single tear fell to the earth. Yes. Back when she had been sealed inside the demon-locking tower, she had survived only by relying on her will and her strength. Step by step, she had climbed upward. But who could understand the suffering she had endured? Long Kuei clutched what remained of her clothes and sobbed. So. From now on, I'll be even more ruthless than you. I'll make sure no one in this world can ever bully us again. I'll bring my brother back. I'll become the ruler of this world. Demon. Devil. Without power, those labels meant nothing. The powerless were just ants to be trampled. Long Kuei had blackened. But more than that, she had awakened. She finally understood why she had failed to protect her brother before. It wasn't Hong Kuei's fault. Nor the fault of the God of Eternity. It was because she had been too naive. Blind to the reality of a world ruled by strength. If she had followed Hong Kuei's example sooner. If she had accepted sacrifice early on. If she had become a 2-star divine envoy. If she had learned every form of divine magic. Then even if the Jade Emperor himself appeared, he would have no choice but to kneel before her. It's good that you finally understand, Hong Kuei said quietly. Now, let's go home. I recently gathered some new followers. Come help me spread the faith of the God of Eternity. Hong Kuei helped Long Kuei to her feet. The two flew toward Mount Shu, with Xiao trailing silently behind. By now, the area surrounding Mount Shu had become the stronghold of the Eternal Church. People lived in peace there. Unlike the Buddhist temples, they didn't have to burn incense or chant sutras daily. Everyone went about their lives freely. Except for 1 hour each night, when all gathered for prayer. A temple stood every few miles. Blessings radiated from each, and powerful believers guarded them. No demons or monsters dared approach and cause trouble. In fact, even the faithful among the demon races were welcomed into the Eternal Church. After a few days of rest, Long Kuei prepared to set out for the southern lands. She had heard rumors of descendants bearing Nuwas bloodline living there. They would serve as the next sacrifice. Chapter 70, come on, Sister Long Kuei. Kill the Emperor, you are the true Heavenly Emperor. 10,000 Worlds Chat Group. Li Air. Why hasn't Sister Selenum, Long Kuei, spoken recently? Ninja Scientist. I noticed too. She used to be the most active. 5 days ago, she said she was close to finding her brother. Tanjiro. Maybe she's just spending time with him. A family reunion after so long is worth celebrating. Chu Dashin. Ahem. Brothers, I recently succeeded in offering a sacrifice. Something major happened. For peace. Bathed in God's grace. Or did you grow stronger? We're all like that now. Nothing special. By now, everyone in the group was used to bathing in divine grace. It was no longer surprising. At most, it meant growing stronger. Chu Dashin. You don't get it. Didn't I say before that everything seemed plain? But after God's guidance, I learned the truth, our world is a cemetery. Li Air. Cemetery. What do you mean? Curious.jpg. Chu Dashin. Put simply, the world we live in is already dead. There may be terrifying beings here, but we're already in the underworld. We were born dead. Li Shimin took a sharp breath. Such a bizarre truth? Chu Dashin. You might not believe me. I didn't either at first. But when the God reshaped my body, I felt it, the coldness of the world itself. That kind of cold that no living person can imagine. I used to feel warmth under the sun. Now. I can't feel even a hint of heat. Li Air. Oh, terrifying. Ninja Scientist. It's hard to imagine. A world of the dead, yet no one knows they've already died. They can bleed, feel pain, but remain unaware of their death. That's terrifying. Chu Dashin. I'll show you. Here's what our new lives look like now. Group member Chu Dashin uploaded a video. In the footage, a blood altar built from the remains of strange beasts stood tall. A fierce battle raged. But when the god appeared, everything changed. The world looked ordinary. Normal, even. But when divine light fell, they could feel the chill, the black mist pulling something from their bodies. The starry sky itself had died. Li Air. What do you mean by starry sky? Are there people living among the stars? Chu Dashin. Yes. We're on Earth. Outside is the Milky Way, and beyond that, countless galaxies. According to God, do you know how many living beings there once were? But they've all died. It's ridiculous. Some of the beings powerful enough to destroy stars with a wave of their hand didn't even realize how or when they died. In the ninja world. Orochimaru licked his dry lips. He realized how little he truly knew about the gods. So there are planets beyond Earth. That means I could conquer aliens in the future. Ninja Scientist. It can't be that every world is Earth. Your world might be even bigger. God of Eternity. Don't doubt. There are aliens in your world. Look at the moon, you can see those white-eyed clans. Even the mother of the Sage of Six Paths is an alien. Ninja Scientist. Shocked. God is online today. Worship. Li Air. I greet my God. My God is eternal. Is it the same in my world? God of Eternity. Your world is smaller. But beyond the central plains lie countless unruly races. They are savages. Li'er. Understood. I'll conquer the central plains first, then wipe out the rest. Chu Dashan. I greet my god. At Li'er, brother. I have a map from your era you can use. Li'er. Thanks. For peace. The world is vast and full of wonders. I now realize how small I truly am. Tanjiro. I don't fully understand what you're all saying, but it sounds amazing. There are people living on the moon. Spirit of the demon sword. I thank my god. In the past, your follower Long Kuei was ignorant and angered you. From now on, my sister Hong Kuei and I will offer countless tributes. Li'er. Sigma, winky face shocked. Long Kuei isn't cute anymore. She's become so serious. I really don't like it. Ninja scientist. People change. Don't underestimate her growth. Pouts.jpg. Tanjiro. Sister Long Kuei is good. Chu Dashan. Sister Long Kuei must be very happy to be reunited with her brother now. After 1,000 years apart, there must be so much to say. For peace. Congratulations. A family reunion deserves a toast. Pirates of the Caribbean. People always grow, just like me. Once a lost lamb. For peace. No, you were never a lamb. You've always been an old con man. Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, give me a break. Call me your father if you must. For peace. Ahem. I'm just reminding you not to deceive the god. Is that so wrong? Pirates of the Caribbean. Integrity is the only thing in my dictionary. I even carved it into my arm. No reminders needed, got it. Spirit of the demon sword. My brother, he was killed right in front of me the day we reunited. The lively chat group suddenly went silent. It was too tragic. 1,000 years of waiting. She had just found him again. A few days ago, Long Kuei had even happily promised to introduce him to everyone. They could still remember her joy. Li'er. Silence. Let's focus on inviting the god of eternity to resurrect him. Tanjiro is already a good example. Chu Dashan. Sorry. I didn't know the situation. For peace. Sorrow. Ninja scientist. Stay strong. Focus on gathering believers. When the god sees your dedication, the siblings will reunite. Tanjiro. Sister Long Kuei, don't cry. I understand your feelings. My family was slaughtered a year ago. I know the anger and helplessness you feel. Ninja scientist. You and her aren't the same. Long Kuei has waited 1,000 years. Tanjiro. 1,000. I misunderstood. Spirit of the demon sword. You don't need to comfort me, but thank you. From this, I've realized, without power, there's only helplessness. If I had been stronger before, I wouldn't have cared about insignificant people. I wouldn't have angered the god. No one is more important than my brother. Being kind-hearted is a sin. Especially when that kindness is wasted on strangers. You only end up hurting yourself. I've learned from the goddess Xiao that my brother was once the god of war. The Jade Emperor, out of jealousy, forced him into reincarnation. Because I worshipped the Lord God, the Emperor panicked and located my brother before I did. When we finally met, they tried to force my brother to kill me. He refused and was imprisoned. Then they gave me a cruel choice, my death, or his. I already knew their true intentions. Even if I died, they would just use the same trick against Hong Kuei next. So they detonated my brother's true spirit. Li'er. That kind of trash dares call himself Emperor of Heaven. No wonder the god says all others are false gods. Damn him. For peace. Except for my god, none of those self-proclaimed gods are truly benevolent. Ninja scientist. Agreed. In my world, even the so-called six-path sage's family turned out to be aliens. Ninja scientist. And did you know? Our world's 3 great holy places, frogs, slugs, and snakes, are all suspicious. They probably manipulate the world's development for their own benefit. Chu Xianfeng. Is that even a question? If they are not my race, their hearts must differ. Pirates of the Caribbean. I support Sister Long Kuei. Come on, destroy the Emperor. Become the ruler of the 3 realms. That day, the chat group was in chaos. Aside from a few words early on, Lu Che chose to remain silent, just quietly watching. The reason was simple. The gods must remain mysterious. Lu Che preferred to simply observe their situation silently. As for the death of Jing Tian, Sedum, it had been expected. However, he hadn't anticipated that Hong Kuei would be so ruthless. In the end, he allowed Long Kuei to handle it. And as a result, Long Kuei endured a harsh blow. An awakening born from agony. Among the chat group members, only Murong Fu had yet to build an altar. Everyone else had already established theirs. The current fanatics included Orochimaru, Long, Dragon, Chu Xianfeng, Tanjiro, and Li Shimin. Now even Long Kuei had become a fanatic. It seemed the first world would soon be fully reclaimed. If there were no accidents, it would either be the ghost world below or the world of Datong Shuanglong. Both worlds were progressing quickly. Temple after temple was being built. The dominion of their god expanded endlessly. And the divine powers they could wield grew stronger with every offering. As long as an entire world could be recycled, Lu Chei's strength would break into a terrifying new stage. At that point, it would be laughably easy to erase the so-called native gods. Like those in the cemetery of saints. Lu Chei smiled faintly and silently descended into the god's domain. At this moment, the god's domain was full of life. After Chu Xuanfeng's sacrifice, many new sacred beasts had been born. "Welcome, Lord God," Hinata and Hanabi said softly, bowing at a perfect 180 degrees. The two little girls had grown a bit since he last saw them. Their once short, silver-white hair now flowed all the way down to their heels, making them look even more adorable. Lu Chei gently patted their heads and asked with a smile. "Good girls. Where's your elder sister?" Hinata pointed toward the heavenly palace floating among distant clouds. "They're feeding the sacred cranes. Do you want us to call them back?" "No need. If they finish early, they can go out and play. Just don't come back too late." "Yes, Lord God." Though Lu Chei could easily understand everyone's loyalty, he still made the effort to ask gently. Otherwise, such adorable girls would gradually lose their vitality and become dull and mechanical. That wasn't acceptable. Now, when he asked them questions and patted their heads, their bright eyes squinted happily, clearly enjoying the moment. Next, Lu Chei floated into the skies above God's domain, observing the divine beasts below. The newly born creatures had already been sorted into various regions according to their natures. The most outstanding among them were the purple jade python and the 10,000 snakes. This hermaphroditic snake had successfully completed the egg-hatching process. Now it spent its days chasing after a magnetic moonlight butterfly. Well, if a snake loved butterflies, there was nothing wrong with it, as long as the butterfly could handle it. The amusing part was, the snake was 10,000 meters long, while the butterfly was only 10 meters. Would their offspring be eggs, or butterflies? Lu Chei smiled as he watched the orderly world he had created. Satisfied, he chose to stay overnight in the Magnolia Palace, the residence of the Butterfly Sisters. The lively trio made it a very warm and cheerful place. Meanwhile, in the Naruto world, following the formal dissolution of Kirigakure and the establishment of the Eternal Church, a Megakure soon followed, declaring the same. Even the peace-loving Tanigakure announced their disbandment, though their country's leaders protested the disbanding of their ninja village. Faced with the danger to their lives, those cowardly nobles had no choice but to nod and agree. At Kanahagakure, inside the Hokage office, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, rubbed her temples with her fingers in frustration. What the hell is going on? Orochimaru, the once feared rogue ninja, had somehow become a divine agent. And the most absurd part was, all the other ninja villages seemed to accept it. Even the daimyo, feudal lords, were calling it true peace. Tsunade's blood boiled with anger. "Tsunade-sama," said Shizen quietly, standing at her side. "What should we do? The other villages are reporting that several tailed beasts have been captured." Orochimaru was frantically collecting tailed beasts, claiming that they were sacrifices to the god, and whoever dared to obstruct him was committing blasphemy. Of course, no one truly believed that excuse. It was clear Orochimaru intended to use the tailed beasts as weapons, and possibly unite the entire ninja world under his banner. In response, the four great nations had launched an attack on Kirigakure. But before they could make a move, the weakest of them, Sunagakure, was devastated. They hadn't even had time to resist. Gaara, who had just ascended as Kazekage, was captured. No one knew what methods Orochimaru had used. But one thing was clear. The tailed beast was extracted. Now Gaara wandered like a broken doll, chanting endlessly about God and the God of Eternity, calling for Sunagakure to disband and join the Eternal Church. Currently, according to intelligence reports, 1 tail, 3 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails had all fallen into Orochimaru's hands. Nearly half the tailed beasts. Tsunade slammed the intelligence report onto her desk, furious. What the hell am I supposed to do? What do they want from us? They say Orochimaru was once a Konoha rogue, Shizen whispered. So, it's our responsibility. Bullshit. Tsunade roared. They all acknowledged he was a criminal before. He killed the third Hokage with his own hands. And now they dared to push this mess onto Konoha. The Hokage guards outside the door exchanged worried glances. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. A man with spiky white hair, clogs, and a large scroll strapped to his back entered. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had returned. Jiraiya-sama, you're back, a guard said. Yeah. Where's Tsunade? In her office. But, her mood's not great. Jiraiya nodded, then walked in. The atmosphere inside was heavy. You called me back urgently. Is it because of Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked bluntly. Of course. Tsunade snapped. That bastard's already captured 4 tailed beasts. If Naruto loses the 9 tails, do you even realize what that would mean? Jiraiya's expression turned grim. He placed a rolled-up map on Tsunade's desk. What's this? The distribution map of the Eternal Church. The situation is far worse than you think. Tsunade opened it and was stunned. Entire fractured nations had already fallen under Orochimaru's control. Even Omega-Kure was marked in red. She looked up in confusion. Is there a difference here? Jiraiya sighed. Remember when I told you about the Akatsuki organization? Their headquarters was there, in Omega-Kure. But now they've declared allegiance to the Eternal Church. You mean that rebel group? Yes. And their leader, Nagato. The boy with the Rinnegan. Was once my disciple. Tsunade's pupils shrank sharply. Rinnegan. Tailed beasts. And now, a growing divine empire. This was a disaster of unprecedented proportions. Chapter 71, The Black Potman Danzo, I feel you are full of malice. And let me tell you something else. It might sound hopeless once you hear it. I once left Naruto in a hotel for several days while I tried to infiltrate Kirigakure to gather information. Guess what happened? As he recalled the events from a few days ago, Jiraiya's face turned grim. Even now, the memory made him shiver. The Eternal Church was terrifying. Even the sages of the Holy Lands likely couldn't oppose them. Tsunade guessed cautiously. You couldn't get in. Sure, Kirigakure was powerful. But it was unthinkable that someone like Jiraiya couldn't even approach the outskirts. After all, it was a large village. There had to be ways in. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. The moment I crossed the border, I was detected. No matter what methods I used, I couldn't get any further. Not only that. He sighed. I was even injured. What did you say? Tsunade shot to her feet, shock etched across her face. She always belittled Jiraiya for his perverted antics. But in terms of pure strength, Jiraiya was probably the strongest of the legendary Sannin. Yes. Stronger than Orochimaru. Not just slightly, either. If he went all out, he could crush Orochimaru. Though, like Naruto with Sasuke, he couldn't bring himself to kill him. But for even Jiraiya to be wounded just trying to approach the perimeter. That was terrifying. Is the Eternal Church really that dangerous? Shizen asked doubtfully. Could a mere religious sect grow this powerful so quickly? There had to be something special protecting them. Dangerous. Jiraiya scoffed. The little genin guarding their gates had the power of a Kage. You tell me, that's not scary. Silence fell over the Hokage's office. Tsunade rubbed her temples again. Then she realized something. She looked up and asked. If they have that much power, why haven't they attacked us yet? Geographically, the land of fire and the land of lightning were both within striking distance of the land of water. What was stopping them? Because they're focused on spreading faith, Jiraiya explained. Every village now has a temple. Envoys are teaching their doctrine. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But that's exactly what they're doing. Step by step. Fortifying their position like an iron fortress. It's impossible to infiltrate. In my estimation, Orochimaru really has become a divine envoy. And he's gained power far beyond normal comprehension. As much as he hated to admit it. The facts were undeniable. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from the corridor. Bang. The door burst open. An ANBU ninja wearing a fox mask knelt down. Report, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru and his forces have arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. They seek a negotiation. Shizen silently handed over an envelope. The handwriting was unmistakably Orochimaru's. Tsunade, it's been a long time. I am now a divine envoy. I wish to visit your territory to spread the doctrine and clear away corruption. I hope you won't mind. How many people did he bring? Tsunade asked, frowning. Only 4. But one has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Another possesses the Rinnegan. And the last is Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Really? Only 4. The ANBU nodded. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. They are currently at the border with the Land of Water. They've stated that if you do not appear within 2 days, they will launch a formal attack on the Land of Fire. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged looks. The situation was now critical. The Eternal Church was expanding its power. The next day. Border zone. Uchiha Sasuke stood by the shore, eyes closed, enjoying the sea breeze. For once, he felt at peace. If you won't stay with your brother, said Orochimaru, why come out here like this? It's none of your concern, Master Envoy. Sasuke answered coolly. Danzo must die. But I don't understand, why not just attack directly? Our strength far surpasses theirs. It would be simple. Destroy them and raise the banner of faith. Why bother with negotiations? Orochimaru shook his head. You're still young. You don't know how many tricks that old fox Danzo has up his sleeve. If we attacked directly, he'd run. And where would you find him afterward? Now that we've arranged a negotiation, he'll have no choice but to appear in person. And remember, we are not evildoers. We are messengers of God. We must never forget our original purpose. Sasuke nodded slowly. Yes. They were no longer mere ninjas. They were followers of the God of Eternity. They could not kill indiscriminately, that violated doctrine. As the two spoke, a large group appeared atop the cliffs opposite them. Over 1,000 people. 600 ANBU alone. Leading them were elite ninja like Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Of course, the elders Hamura Mitokedo and Koharu Yuditane had also come along. Danzo, naturally, was hiding at the rear. The legendary Sannin reunited. Only a year had passed. But everything had changed. Orochimaru stood tall, dressed in a black robe and wearing a top hat like an elegant missionary. Beside him were Nagato, Obito, Tobi, and Uchiha Sasuke, all clad in matching robes. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw Obito. Obito. How? Yes, Kakashi. Long time no see. And Danzo, surely you recognize me. I'm the stand-in for Uchiha Madara. Obito waved casually, smiling. Konoha's forces were stunned. No one understood how Obito was still alive. Or what he meant by being Madara's stand-in. Only Danzo realized the danger. He turned to run. But a swirling vortex appeared before him, sucking him in before he could react. Bam. A powerful fist slammed into his abdomen. Danzo's black robe slipped off, exposing his hidden arm. The grotesque Sharingan embedded there became visible to all. The Konoha ninjas were stunned. What was happening? They hadn't even begun negotiations, yet one of their own had already been attacked. Danzo felt a chill spread through him. He tried to use ninjutsu, but his chakra wouldn't respond. Trash. Don't bother struggling. Divine power overrides all. Your chakra has been sealed. Obito's voice was cold and dismissive. Danzo's last hopes of escape evaporated. Orochimaru addressed the bewildered Konoha forces. Surprised, he asked calmly. Wondering how Danzo possesses Hashirama's cells and Sharingan. The answer is simple. When the Uchiha clan was massacred, this old man gathered up many of their eyes. And by the way, he's using Shisui Uchiha's eye. As if to prove it, Danzo's facial bandages were torn away. A Mangekyo Sharingan glared out from beneath. Konoha's forces were speechless. This was their root leader. A man specializing in stealing power from his own people. That pale, grotesque arm, formed from the first Hokage's cells, explained how Danzo could control so many Sharingan. Boom. Part of the cliff crumbled. Tsunade, face flushed with rage, smashed the rock beneath her foot. Danzo, you old dog, she roared. You dare defile my grandfather's cells. I won't forgive you. Desecrating her loved one's body. That was a crime no one could tolerate. Especially not someone with Tsunade's temper. Jiraiya quickly grabbed her arm. Now was not the time to act rashly. Danzo glared bitterly. Those experiments were Orochimaru's doing. He was the one who attached this arm to me. The Uchiha were killed by Itachi and Obito. What does this have to do with me? He tried to argue. But Obito stomped his head into the ground before he could speak. Danzo couldn't even move. He nearly suffocated. Obito eventually lifted his foot and said calmly, "Stop wasting energy, old Danzo." On a distant cliff, Hamura Mitokado panicked. He tried to intervene. "Hokage-sama. Shouldn't we attack? Danzo may be sinful, but he's served Konoha faithfully. He deserves punishment, not humiliation." "And who do we have here?" Obito chuckled. "Hamura Mitokado. I thought you'd be hiding at home. But here you are. And I'm sure Koharu Udatane is lurking nearby, too. I remember you both well. And that other old dog, Koharu, I'm sure she came along." Obito waved cheerfully, his smile gleaming like a predator's. Hamura shrank back, terrified. He instinctively pulled his hand away from the railing. Hamura Mitokado didn't hesitate. He immediately turned and ran, not even daring to glance back. He even used a secret technique that looked like frantic sideways jumps. It was honestly a ridiculous sight. But no one in Konoha could laugh. The next moment, two swirling vortexes appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures were sucked in and dropped unceremoniously next to Danzo. Orochimaru looked at the horrified expressions on the faces of Konoha's forces. He smiled calmly. "Don't worry, everyone. These people were involved in planning the Uchiha clan massacre. So, Sasuke and Itachi will have their answers soon." Although the situation is complicated, Orochimaru continued. "Without the help of these three, it never would have been possible." Nagato stepped forward and added, "Danzo also attacked the Akatsuki and killed my friend Yahiko. You know who that is, don't you, sensei?" He looked directly at Jiraiya. "Yahiko was killed. Danzo did that." Jiraiya froze, his expression darkening. Why did Danzo's name keep surfacing in every tragedy? Nagato snorted and kicked Hamura Mitokado hard. "Yes. Danzo colluded with Hanzo. They blackmailed us and even used Konoha's ANBU. How could I forget that hatred? You always talk about promoting peace, but you never realized some people only seek power for themselves. If the divine envoy hadn't appeared, in less than a year, the Akatsuki would have launched a full-scale war to capture the tailed beasts. And Konoha was already on my hit list." "Be honest," Nagato's Rinnegan gleamed. "Could you have resisted the Rinnegan with your strength?" The Konoha forces fell silent. They stared at the three captured elders, fury burning in their eyes. Many wished they could cut them into pieces. Koharu Udatane suddenly screamed. "This has nothing to do with me. It was Danzo's ANBU. I only helped plan the Uchiha massacre, and the death of White Fang." Kakashi. "Wait, what? My father? You were involved in my father's death too." Everyone knew Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, had been a legend. But it turned out the elders had driven him to suicide. A cold wind blew over. Koharu shuddered. Those cold eyes staring at her made her tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't me. It was Danzo," she screamed. "He wanted to become Hokage. He convinced me and Hamura to support him. Why are you all looking at me?" Danzo's face was as dark as coal. "Unbelievable. Back then, weren't you the ones pushing me to take power? Now you're dumping everything on me." Orochimaru pressed his fingers lightly. Koharu's chakra was sealed just like Danzo's. "Enough with the old stories," Orochimaru declared. "We're here today for two reasons. First, the Nine Tails must be handed over. Second, Konoha will be our next target. As a populous nation, it's the perfect place to spread faith. Don't worry. We won't destroy your ninja system. But you must accept the God of Eternity." As Orochimaru spoke, his face flushed with excitement. He seemed intoxicated by the idea. As a former comrade, he didn't want to start a war. But if Konoha insisted on resisting, he wouldn't hold back. Jiraiya sighed. "So it comes to this after all. After all your talk, you just want the Nine Tails. You haven't changed at all." Suddenly, a large force approached from the west. Almost 1,000 ninja. Their leader radiated lightning, the fourth Raikage. The reinforcements had arrived. "No more stalling. What's the point of all this talk? Konoha is our home," the Raikage roared. "We won't let you turn it into some temple of faith." Byakugo seal, release. Tsunade activated the strength of 100 seal. The Konoha ninjas readied themselves. They had planned this for a while. Konoha couldn't handle Orochimaru's forces alone. So they contacted the Cloud Ninja. The Stone Ninja were too far away, it would take time for them to arrive. Might Guy looked at Kakashi, who still seemed hesitant. "Snap out of it. I know it's shocking to see an old friend, but don't forget, he's the enemy now." "I know," Kakashi replied. but a strange glint flickered in his eyes. Guy didn't notice. Lord Hokage, a cloud ninja shouted. We've arrived with the hidden cloud forces. Look at these eternal church zealots, skinny little things. Only 4 of them dared to show up. What a joke. The 4th Raikage landed 200 meters from Orochimaru. His eyes were filled with contempt. He believed the eternal church's influence came from Uchiha illusions. All these so-called Kage-level followers were a farce. What's the big deal? It's just Orochimaru and a few kids. We'll crush them in minutes. It's a waste that I talked with you for so long, Orochimaru sighed. So, you were just buying time for reinforcements. Even Jiraiya can't understand my dream. After all his speeches about peace, he still chooses violence. The world is truly foolish. Boom. Boom. 2 clouds of smoke erupted. Katsuyu and Gamabunta appeared by the shore. Nagato stretched, glancing at the growing crowd. In the end, it still comes down to battle. I told you before, only through pain will people understand the value of peace. Obito shrugged. They're too foolish to see our strength. Only the doctrine of the God of Eternity can bring true peace. Exactly, Sasuke agreed. These 3 traitors should be executed. As for the others, let's begin. Sasuke's eyes flashed. 3 black Amaterasu flame swords plunged into Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Then a golden Susanoo wrapped around him. Its majestic armor lifting him into the sky like a god. Just looking at it made the Konoha ninjas tremble. What is that? I don't know. But it's terrifying. Stop staring, shouted one of the Konoha commanders. This is an S-rank battle. Countless shuriken were launched toward Orochimaru's group. The sky filled with glittering steel. Sasuke sneered. Pathetic. Don't waste my time with such weak tricks. He waved his hand. A hurricane barrier formed in the sky. The shuriken turned to dust as the powerful wind pulverized them. The windstorm surged forward, forcing the allied ninja forces to scatter. Boom. 100-meter section of cliff shattered. The windstorm continued plowing forward for over a kilometer before it finally stopped. The forest in its path was completely flattened. The gathered ninja swallowed hard. One punch had destroyed a mountain. That wasn't ninjutsu anymore. Kakashi was frozen in place. Is this really my student? Could I have taught someone like this? Sasuke's cold voice snapped them back to reality. You chose to fight us. You should be prepared. 6 paths technique, planetary devastation. Nagato's voice rang out. The sky darkened. A massive meteor, wreathed in flames, hurtled toward the ground. Run. What jutsu is this? Haha, we're not even in the same league. This is the power of the God of Eternity. The real battle hadn't even begun. Yet the allied ninja forces were already in chaos. Some were frozen in shock. Some screamed. Some cried. Some tried to flee. Even Tsunade and the 4th Raikage were rattled. Jiraiya felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, there's no time to summon Sage Mode. Tsunade. Work with Raikage. We'll try to smash it together. Right. The Raikage activated his full chakra mode. The 3 leapt into the air together. Boom. They slowed the meteor's descent, slightly. But even with their combined strength, they couldn't completely destroy it. Just then, a purple-red sphere shot through the sky. It struck the meteor, triggering a violent explosion. The 3 ninja moved as one, following up with full-force strikes. The battle had truly begun. Chapter 72, Destroy the World, Shatter the Earth. This is the terror of Chief Priest Orochimaru. The meteor was massive, so much so that even combined efforts struggled to shake it. Despair loomed in every heart. Only once it was broken apart did things become manageable. Chidori. Konoha's Iron Whirlwind. Return to the beginning. Under the barrage of powerful ninjutsu, the immediate crisis was finally averted. The 4th Raikage squinted toward the horizon and spotted a massive figure approaching. It was none other than his younger brother, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. But instead of being relieved, Raikage's face darkened. Bee. What the hell are you doing here? They're trying to capture you. No. I'm here to settle the score. I'm the 8 Tails, and a genius rap warrior. Killer Bee hummed his usual offbeat rhythm as he strolled up to the battlefield. Inside him, Gyuki, the 8 Tails, caught sight of Nagato's Rinnegan and immediately froze. Bee, stop singing. Things are different this time. That guy, he has the same eyes as the Sage of 6 Paths. Eh? Those peepers are that strong. More than strong. He can control all of us tailed beasts. In an instant, the usually carefree bee fell silent, standing stiffly at the cloud's side. Just one comment had silenced his entire vibe. It wasn't an exaggeration. The power of the Rinnegan was terrifying, unstoppable. Even witnessing it once could shatter your will. At that moment, Obito rushed into the allied forces. His intangibility made him untouchable. Within mere seconds, dozens of ninja were downed. And yet, despite the chaos, he didn't kill a single person. This puzzled Kakashi, who had been watching him closely. Seizing an opening, Kakashi approached him. Obito. You're still with them. Why didn't you contact me? Obito smirked. Because I'm still a villain. I was deceived, Kakashi. But, that eye I gave you, is it still good? When I earn enough merit, I'll bring Rin back. Rin. I see. But for now, let's have a private chat in Kamui space. Obito, afraid Orochimaru might end things too quickly, used his Mangekyo to pull Kakashi into the alternate dimension and restrain him there. Since mastering meditation, Obito's power had increased drastically. He had even recovered his other abilities. Just days ago, Orochimaru had witnessed the resurrection powers of a god. Compared to that, even Madara Uchiha's return looked like child's play. Then came the assault. Nagato, Sasuke, and Obito attacked as one. The three of them, villains in every sense, swept through the enemy lines. It was a one-sided slaughter. Then came a deep, echoing roar. Jiraiya had summoned the Great Toad Sage and entered Sage mode. His face twisted with fury, looking like an avenging spirit. I'm glad you didn't kill anyone yet, Orochimaru, but don't underestimate us Konoha ninja. With a shout, Jiraiya launched himself like a cannonball straight toward Sasuke, assuming he'd be the easiest to handle. He aimed a full-powered whip kick. But it was blocked with a single hand. What? I'm in Sage mode. Jiraiya couldn't believe his full-powered strike had no effect. Fukasaku tried to attack with his tongue, but Susanoo simply repelled it, leaving it bloodied. Sasuke stared at the transformed Jiraiya, expressionless. A man chooses to become a toad. No wonder you've never known peace. Your brain's completely fried. What did you say? I said you're stupid. With a blindingly fast kick, Sasuke launched Jiraiya backward. His internal organs trembled from the blow. Boom. Less than a minute after charging in, Jiraiya was slammed back into the earth like a mole being hammered. Too weak, Sasuke said flatly. Hitting him felt like swatting a child. It's boring. He calmly returned to Orochimaru's side, breathing steady, face untouched by exertion. Then Obito pulled Kakashi back from Kamui space. We're followers of God now, he said firmly. This level of strength is to be expected. With everyone returned, Nagato halted his assault. Orochimaru looked out at the panicked allied ninjas and sighed. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Step aside. Let them witness the true power of a god. The three subordinates stepped back. They knew what was coming. If Orochimaru was preparing to act personally, then it meant he was truly done playing games. Even Konoha had gone too far. They deserved this judgment. With a single step, Orochimaru rose into the air. As he hovered above the allied forces, he asked one final time. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Will you still not surrender? The response. A massive toad oil flame bomb. A fireball the size of a building hurtled toward him. I see, Orochimaru murmured. That's your answer. Funny. Sasuke was right after all. You've let a toad's ramblings become your lifelong doctrine. But I carry the will of God. And you refuse to listen. So, who's really been brainwashed? Orochimaru raised his palm and pressed downward. Boom. The fireball vanished in an instant. The earth shook violently as molten veins cracked open. Magma surged to the surface. Two-star divine art, lava flame domain. He tapped into the planet's ley lines, merging fire and earth into a divine technique. It spread across a 10-kilometer radius. The ground collapsed in waves. Blistering heat blasted skyward. This wasn't ninjutsu anymore. It was godlike destruction. The terrain changed completely in seconds. Rocks formed into towering barricades, enclosing the battlefield. It was a new domain, forged by divine will. The overwhelming display shattered the morale of the ninja army. A terrified ninja suddenly dropped to his knees. I surrender. Please, Lord Orochimaru. Don't kill me, I'll be your disciple. Help. I don't want to die. Please, have mercy. Crying. Begging. Screaming. It all blended into a dirge. A funeral hymn sung by the living. They had believed Orochimaru wouldn't kill anyone. But when he acted, he was merciless. In mere seconds, hundreds were consumed by flame. Ninjutsu had no effect. Even A-rank water release techniques couldn't produce steam. Trees withered. The earth cracked. Death crept ever closer. Seeing her clone being burned away, Katsuyu immediately cancelled the summoning and fled. Even the mighty Gamabunta and the other toads ran off, one by one. On the other side, the Raikage and Killer Bee tried to blast open an escape route with a tailed beast bomb. The explosion only chipped 3 meters off the rock wall. They were trapped. 5 minutes later. Cloud Village had suffered catastrophic losses. The 4th Raikage vomited blood in rage and frustration. How could Orochimaru possess such divine power? They had walked right into a death trap. The 4th Raikage slammed the ground with his fist, voice hoarse with fury. Damn it, all our elites are dead. At this point, escape was meaningless. Even though the sky wasn't sealed. Orochimaru stood tall in the center of the domain. No one dared climb over the burning rock walls. Just standing here made it hard to breathe, let alone run. Killer Bee had just tried ramming into the rock wall, only to have one of his tentacles scorched to a crisp. Now it was sizzling and smoking, filling the air with the smell of roasted meat. He stared at it and muttered. Man, smells kinda good. I could eat that. Surrender. The 4th Raikage looked up at Orochimaru floating in the sky, bitterness pooling in his chest. He had brought 1,200 elite cloud ninja. Now, aside from a few high-ranking shinobi, everyone else was dead. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and shouted. We of the Hidden Cloud surrender. Please, just let us live. Cut off your arm. That's the price for insulting me. The cold voice echoed from the sky, devoid of emotion. Yet it stung with brutal humiliation. Lord Raikage. Please don't. Cloud Shinobi cried out in unison. The 4th Raikage gave them a sorrowful laugh. Then, with a steady hand, he raised a chakra-infused blade. And severed his own arm. Click. His arm hit the ground. Blood sprayed into the air. Orochimaru laughed. What a man. If you'd understood the situation earlier, no one would have had to die. With a wave of his hand, the massive rock wall cracked open, revealing a cold wind blowing in from outside. Hope returned to the ninja who had been drowning in despair. Because the Raikage had surrendered, Orochimaru lowered the pressure on that region, creating an escape route. For those reduced to ash, there was nothing to save. But for the survivors, a sliver of salvation appeared. One by one, the remaining Hidden Cloud shinobi evacuated. The 4th Raikage sat heavily on the ground, staring blankly at the towering wall. Big brother. Killer Bee released his tailed beast cloak and sat beside him. Do you despise me? The Raikage muttered. A Raikage, kneeling and surrendering, what a disgrace. No way, Bee said, giving him a thumbs up. You're always my big bro. My most respected brother. Darui, standing nearby, sighed. There's no shame in surrendering. Orochimaru's too strong. No one in this world can stop him anymore. Even if we hadn't surrendered, he could have stormed through the land of lightning next. This was fate. At that moment, Darui found himself envying Kirigakure. If only they had surrendered earlier, they might be living in peace by now. Gaining power, not losing everything. The 4th Raikage glanced toward Sasuke, Nagato, and the others in the distance. There may be no more land of lightning. No more Hidden Cloud Village. Without the tailed beasts or a village to anchor them. The ninja would scatter. Who knew what the future would hold? Then again. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. If Orochimaru truly united the ninja world, there might finally be peace. Inside the rock wall, Jiraiya fought like a madman. His armor was shattered. But with the power of Sage Mode, he hurled everything he had at Orochimaru. Ninjutsu. Taijutsu. Sage techniques. Illusions. He even cooperated with Fukasaku and Shima to launch a genjutsu. But Orochimaru remained floating midair, untouched. A god, untouchable and serene. When Tsunade saw the Cloud Shinobi surrender, she let out a bitter smile. So much planning, so many contingencies. All meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. We surrender, Orochimaru. Please, just let them go. Do whatever you want with me. Tsunade knelt down, exhausted. She no longer struggled. Seeing the Hokage surrender, the Konoha forces dropped to their knees as well. Might Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and countless others followed. No one wanted to die. Took you long enough, Orochimaru said coldly. I tried sparing you. But you made me kill. He flared his divine aura, opened the rock wall, and cooled the lava field. In moments, the entire battlefield was cleared. Leaving only Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing. Their eyes met. Jiraiya was panting heavily, bloodied and barely conscious. Orochimaru, by contrast, looked calm and unshaken. A clear contrast between the two. Surrender, Orochimaru said. The road to peace is already beneath your feet. This world doesn't belong to me. It belongs to God. I've walked the path that once seemed impossible. Immortality, power, enlightenment. All gifts of the divine. You once said I killed too many. But what about now? His voice softened, almost gentle. Jiraiya hesitated. His expression wavered. Fukasaku and Shima looked uneasy on his shoulders, but didn't move. They knew. If they acted out of line, they would die instantly. Can you really bring peace? Jiraiya asked quietly. That's not a question for me, Orochimaru replied. Ask the Lord God. Fine. I surrender. But don't think I won't be watching you. I'll stand at your side, and see with my own eyes if what you say is true. Jiraiya had given in. Not out of fear. But because he wanted to understand. He wanted to know what real peace looked like. It's noble to entrust your faith to your students, but maybe it's time you see the truth for yourself. You've been misled by a toad, Jiraiya. Orochimaru lifted the divine magic on him. He stepped down beside Jiraiya, helping him recover from his wounds. Fukasaku and Shima stood to the side, stiff and silent, not daring to breathe. I'm starting to question if the toad sage was right, Jiraiya admitted, clutching his sore arm. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. It told you about peace, about dreams. But did it mention that I would unify the shinobi world? Jiraiya was silent. Even the toads didn't answer. One more thing. Orochimaru smirked. The third Hokage sealed my arms with the dead demon-consuming seal. But now, I've returned to full power. So tell me, who's stronger? You call yourself a sage, but in the end, you're just a toad with tricks. I stand with God. He sounded like a man scolding his misguided son. And the worst part? Jiraiya couldn't refute any of it. In strength, he was inferior. In status, he followed a toad. The other followed a god. No point arguing now. Let's just see what happens. Outside the barrier, Nagato brought Killer Bee forward. Lord Priest, this is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. We're ready to extract the beast. Good, Orochimaru said with a satisfied smile. Just 4 more and the set would be complete. Progress was going smoothly. Don't worry, he added. You've heard what happened in Sunagakure. Gaara's tailed beast was extracted, and he survived. I'll use divine techniques to transfer life force and keep you alive. That ability was what had touched Gaara. The reason he came to believe in the eternal God. Please, do it, he said quietly. He looked regretfully at Gyuki, but he knew. Better one suffer than everyone die. And truthfully, he had no choice. By that afternoon, the Eight-Tails was successfully extracted. Killer Bee did not die. The fourth Raikage and his remaining forces breathed a collective sigh of relief. And their perception of Orochimaru shifted. At least he had kept his word. He hadn't killed Bee. He had delivered as promised. Since you've chosen to join the cult, Nagato said to the shinobi of both nations. Then stay here for a while. We only have 4 tailed beasts left to capture. Soon, we'll be holding a grand festival. Only then did the shinobi of Konoha and Kimogakure notice something strange. As one of the 3 great allied nations, Iwagakure was nowhere to be seen. They had been deceived. Excuse me, my lord, someone asked cautiously. Which tailed beasts are still missing? 4 tails, 2 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails, Nagato replied calmly. But don't worry, some of us will retrieve them soon. Though, the methods may be a bit more aggressive. Everyone glanced at each other uneasily. A bit more aggressive. That wasn't aggression, that was war. It's worth mentioning that, as of now, within the former Akatsuki, all surviving members had joined the Eternal Church. Except for Haiden, who had been obliterated by Orochimaru. Orochimaru had initially hoped to recruit Haiden too. But Haiden, being a devout zealot of Jashin, utterly rejected the idea of betrayal. As a result, a single fireball jutsu erased him. The so-called evil god didn't save him. Later, Tsunade and the 4th Raikage approached Orochimaru to ask about what changes they could expect after converting to the Eternal Church. What's changed? Orochimaru said thoughtfully. Honestly, not much. First, the village will be renamed as a branch of the Eternal Church. Second, children will no longer be taught ninjutsu as a priority, but meditation instead. Morning and evening prayers to the Eternal God will be required daily. As for sacrifices, well, our world is too barren. The only powerful animals we have are toads and slugs. He gave a look of disdain. I doubt the gods care much for slimy creatures. It's better to offer up beautiful, pure women instead, so that, when they ascend to the divine realm, they can plead on our behalf. Tsunade's face went dark. So this so-called god is just a pervert. At that moment, Orochimaru turned to her and smiled. Well then, Tsunade, would you like to become a goddess? As long as you offer yourself as a sacrifice, you'll ascend to the divine realm. You'll stay young forever. With that body of hers, curves sculpted by chakra-enhanced strength. Even the gods would no doubt approve. A bad temper, sure. But even anger has its charm, he figured. Especially when, in front of a god, there's nowhere left to vent it. Tsunade gritted her teeth. You've really got some nerve. I'm already at an age where there are plenty of young girls in the village who'd be more suitable. Not that she'd ever admit to being old. But still. She knew where she stood. Seeing that she didn't outright refuse, Orochimaru pressed the point. You're thinking too much. Age doesn't matter. Once you become divine, time stops. Let me show you what I mean. With a flick of his finger, he sent a vision directly into Tsunade's mind. It was a memory from the One Piece world. A sacrifice ritual. In the vision, Shirahoshi, the giant mermaid princess, underwent a divine transformation. Ascending to become a majestic sea empress. The imagery was breathtaking. A mere mortal, reshaped by the power of a god. Against such grandeur, the passage of time seemed laughable. No wonder Orochimaru was so enthusiastic about recommending sacrifices. Chapter 73, a multi-million-fold increase from the national sacrifice, gaining supreme divine art. What shook Tsunade the most wasn't the power or beauty, it was the second vision Orochimaru had shared. A child knelt before a sacred altar. The gods answered his prayer. They reached into the river of souls and brought his loved one back to life. As easily as if retrieving something from a stream. The gods were noble. The gods were supreme. The gods were eternal. When Tsunade opened her eyes, they were filled with awe and disbelief. The divine vision had left a lasting impact. Orochimaru smiled. Now you understand why Kirigakure and Omegakure have such unwavering belief in our god. Yes. I understand now. Tsunade gave a wry smile. There was a miracle in Kirigakure, wasn't there? She couldn't deny it any longer. It was her, and even Jiraiya, who had been naive. Sages. What a joke. They were just strong mutants at best. Now she saw why Orochimaru and the others scoffed at the old teachings. Anyone who had witnessed the presence of a god would be the same. After a pause, Tsunade added, there are a few young women in the village showing signs of talent. Kurenai Yui, for example, not a bad option. Orochimaru tilted his head. And you? Don't you want to consider it? Your brother Nawaki was pitiful. You could offer yourself as a sacrifice and perhaps meet him again. Tsunade rolled her eyes. She could see right through Orochimaru, he was clearly trying to win divine favor by recommending her. How shameless. But, on second thought, she felt a strange pride. If the high priest of the eternal church wants to offer me as a divine gift, doesn't that mean I'm still as beautiful as ever? After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the shinobi world. Tsunade didn't hate compliments, especially about her looks. With a sigh, she changed the subject. I'll go back and bring Naruto over. It doesn't matter if you extract the 9 tails. That kid has already suffered more than enough. Just mentioning Naruto made her sigh deeply. The son of a Hokage, treated like dirt. Konoha's policies back then were disgusting. Hiruzen had been indecisive, the elders manipulative, and Danzo a complete menace. It was no wonder the village had rotted. She honestly felt that if Naruto ever turned against Konoha, it would be their own fault. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Let's go together. I chose Konoha as the site for the next sacrifice. After all, it's my hometown. The other villages have already been aligned, faith has been consolidated elsewhere. Tsunade smacked him on the shoulder. You and your schemes. She shook off her bitterness, ready to return with her attendants. As for the fallen shinobi, especially the elders, long forgotten. Most of them were from Root, anyway. Only a few ANBU had died. Heavenly Dragon 8 Realms, Kingdom of Dali. To prepare a worthy altar, Morong Fu had personally smelted gold and carved the structure by hand. It had taken 20 full days. But the results were magnificent. He had missed the agreed date for the ritual. But to him, that didn't matter. What mattered was sincerity. And it was that very sincerity that had caused his strength to increase dramatically. Under the guidance of Yu Yen, Holy Queen, and others, the kingdom of Dali had undergone a complete transformation. All Buddhist temples had been torn down. In their place stood eternal churches. Unlike Buddhist temples, the eternal churches didn't demand incense, donations, or offerings. All that was required was sincere worship. Kneel. Pray. Believe. Buddhist monks had demanded wealth, land, and constant tithes. They spoke of detachment, but hoarded IOUs and wealth. The eternal church. They welcomed hard work. They preached self-discipline and ascension. They did not forbid wealth, desire, or ambition. Instead, they taught that those who strive shall ascend. Those who believe shall rise to heaven. It didn't take long for commoners to see the difference. No one wanted to be fooled anymore. Why offer incense to monks who did nothing when gods answered prayers? At first, resistance had been fierce. Had the emperor not issued a national decree, conversion would have been slow. But then, miracles happened. A villager named Zhang San broke his leg while working. He had no money for treatment. In this era, a broken leg often meant a lifetime of disability. But a priest of the Eternal Church happened to pass through. He came to Zhang San's home, placed a finger on the injury, and told him to stand. Zhang San stood. His broken leg was healed. The miracle spread like wildfire, through 10 towns in a single day. And that was just the beginning. Elsewhere, similar miracles occurred. Villagers began converting in droves. Dali soon had 200 temples, and each was filled with believers, all eagerly awaiting the festival of sacrifice. The priests had already announced, God will descend here soon. Dali has been chosen as a sacred land. Hey, did you hear? That kid from Li Gooden's family made it into the priest's reserve team. Really? I heard he can punch through a tree 3 meters thick. That's nothing. Old Zhang's daughter smashed through a 10-meter rock wall with one palm. Man, I'm so jealous. If only I had joined the reserve team too. The strength they're getting is unreal. Right. Years of praying to those bald frauds did nothing. They bled us dry with incense fees. Bald monks. Pfft. Always preaching compassion and equality, while we work the fields and they sit on golden cushions. And don't forget, when we were starving, they just told us to endure suffering for karma. Now look at the Eternal Church, real miracles. Real strength. Compassion. I call it scamming. Buddha. Please. The real God has already descended. In a tavern in Dali, patrons were drinking and gossiping about recent events. Laughter, clinking cups, and stories of divine miracles filled the air. But few noticed the group of strange individuals seated in a quiet corner. They wore cloth wraps over their heads, dressed plainly, and only ate vegetarian food, steamed buns and boiled greens. Unlike the others in the shop, they didn't drink or speak loudly. One of the younger men leaned closer and whispered, Master, these people are too much. How can they slander the Buddha like this? Suju, stay calm, the elder beside him replied softly. This is the work of dark forces. We're here to uncover the truth. Another man nodded in agreement. My brother is right. This so-called eternal sect is corrupting the people and insulting our Buddha. We must investigate. Humph, another snorted. If anyone's trying to steal the country, it's them. The emperor's nothing but a puppet now. The group continued eating their modest meal, unaware that the tavern's waiter, Xiao Er, had been watching them intently from a distance. The weather was sweltering, yet they wore head coverings. Their food was plain, but their clothing was neat and free of patches. They must be monks. Xiao Er's eyes lit up in realization. He picked up a pot of tea and walked toward their table, his curiosity piqued. As he approached, the group suddenly fell silent and pretended to make casual conversation. But their forced small talk only made them more suspicious. Let's see if you're hiding bald heads under those cloths, Xiao Er thought to himself. In the Eternal Church, monks, or bald thieves, as they were now called, were banned. If one absolutely had to remain in the country, they were required to wear criminal robes, register their residence monthly, and serve the local populace. The punishment? Forced agricultural labor for 3 years. Atonement through sweat. The result? Being a monk had become one of the most despised professions in the land. Many chose to conceal their identities, but once caught, their labor was doubled. The Dali government had already announced, over 6,000 monks had been apprehended. Each one was accused of draining the lifeblood of the people for years, contributing nothing, and reducing the population through their vows of celibacy. In ancient times, population was power. And these parasites, they claimed, had robbed the nation of future generations. Suddenly, Suju felt a gust of cold wind on his scalp. A moment later, a loud voice shouted. Aha! Bald thieves. Don't think we won't recognize you just because you're in disguise. Someone banged the gong. Monks. The cry echoed across the street, catching everyone's attention. The disguised monks froze in shock. They had only come to rescue the royal family of Dali, but now it seemed even existing as a monk here was a crime. If not for Master Huiluan's foresight to suggest disguises, they might not have gotten in at all. Now, just sitting down to eat, they were already exposed. Clang. 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 The warning gongs began to ring throughout the streets. Master Xian Nan's face turned pale. We've been discovered. Retreat. But just as they stood to flee, the entrance was blocked. Not by soldiers, but by commoners. Drunkards and passers-by surged forward, trying to physically stop them from leaving. What in the world is this madness? Xian Nan gritted his teeth and used his internal energy to shove several people aside. He burst through the blockade with his disciples behind him. Just as they reached the exit, a figure descended from the sky. Boom. The figure crashed down in front of them, knocking them all to the ground in one strike. Praise the eternal God. We've caught a group of bald thieves. They must have been planning something. Why else would they run and attack people? I bet they're from the Shaolin Temple. Only monks from Tianlong Temple in Shaolin can fight like that. The surrounding crowd grew larger, angry murmurs spreading. The fallen monks groaned on the ground, dumbfounded. Martial arts masters, reduced to rags in front of common villagers. Wasn't Master Xian Nan one of the top masters of the Bodhidharma Academy? And he was one-punched by a divine envoy. Shameless, someone muttered. These people dared to call themselves heroes of the martial world. At the end of the street, two men were watching. One was a beggar, and beside him stood a tall man with a square jaw and fierce eyes, Qiao Feng. The beggar asked, "Helper, what do we do?" "Wait," Qiao Feng replied calmly. He watched as the divine envoy dragged Xian Nan away like a stray dog. His eyes were calm, but his heart was heavy. To think Xian Nan's martial arts were this easily crushed. He murmured. It seems the eternal God Church truly has power. If I fought him now, I'd probably lose too. Even Qiao Feng, known for his unmatched strength, had to admit the truth. The eternal sect wasn't a hoax, it was the real deal. The changes in Dali were plain for all to see. Even the Song dynasty had tried sending reinforcements. Only to get beaten back so badly, they didn't recognize their own soldiers. Troubled times indeed. As the divine envoy vanished down the street with his captured prey, Qiao Feng let out a long sigh. Inside the palace. Master Priest, a messenger reported, bowing. Half an hour ago, word came from Fei Town. 6 monks were apprehended. One of them is said to be Xian Nan, the head of the Bodhidharma Academy at Shaolin Temple. Murong Fu, robed in white, gave a solemn nod. Good. Continue rounding up martial artists who resist or cause trouble. The state ceremony is about to begin, there can be no room for failure. Originally, Murong Fu had planned to imitate Li Shimin, build a basic altar and bluff his way into divine favor. But once he saw what happened to that lying old fraud in the Caribbean realm, he immediately changed his mind. He scrapped the entire plan. Now, he was building a proper altar. Preparing real offerings. Offering real sincerity. What is sincerity? To give everything you have. Fortunately, the region around Dali had no shortage of young women. Many had already been rounded up. Combined with the blood of captured martial arts masters, and now a national-level sacrifice. This festival would reflect true devotion. Let it be late, what mattered was the quality. When it came to faith, Murong Fu now surpassed them all. Days passed in a flash. All over the region, martial artists were captured and brought to Dali in chains. And at last, the grand state festival was ready to begin. On that day, the skies were clear and warm. A proclamation was made, no one was to work. All citizens were to gather at their nearest temple to offer prayer. Priests would guide them. The streets were filled. Every alley overflowed with people. In front of the royal palace, crowds gathered like waves. The former Dali royal family, now dressed in commoner's garb, sat kneeling on either side of the palace gates. Faces sullen. Eyes downcast. Hate was buried in their hearts. But eternal God's fist had taught them the new order. Once, Duan Jingming had been skeptical. But ever since he began practicing meditation, even he had converted completely. Not only that, he'd become a zealous recruiter. Now, all his children were believers too. Except for Duan Jingchuan's family. They resisted. They were imprisoned. His son Duan Yu, who once dared to pursue the saintess. Castrated and locked away. Boom. A bell tolled deep and low. The palace gates slowly opened. Dozens of believers emerged, carrying the golden altar on their shoulders. Behind them came a 100-man priest team, robed and solemn. Then the twin guardians of righteousness and sin followed. Finally, at the rear, came the saintess and chief priest Murong Fu. As the altar was set atop the grand stone steps, Murong-Fu surveyed the crowd from above. Most lowered their eyes, but a few among the martial world glared defiantly. You dare to challenge the Eternal? You'll make fine sacrifices. He raised his voice. I am Murong-Fu, chief priest of the Eternal Church. Today, Dali stands as the sacred host for a national-level ceremony in honor of our eternal God. This world is blinded by ignorance, too arrogant to recognize divine truth. They invent systems, create false doctrines, add unattainable conditions to salvation. Take Buddhism, for example. They say we'll ascend to the Western paradise after death. Yet where is their divine manifestation? None. Not a single one. No sacred signs. No miracles. Instead, their monks do nothing. They produce nothing. They drain the nation's energy. If all men became monks, who would bear children? Who would farm? Who would build? The monk's dogma speaks of rebirth, but rejects one's own father and mother. Tell me, how can a man who abandons his family become enlightened? Far away, monks from Tianlong Temple knelt in silence. They'd heard such accusations before. But now, after so many sermons, some of them had begun to doubt too. No meat. No killing. No family. No creation. And not a single monk in 1,000 years had become a Buddha. It really was starting to sound like a scam. Murong-Fu's voice rang out again. But our God heard the cries of mankind. And so, he awakened from his slumber to bring us salvation. He turned to the twin guardians beside him and gave a nod. The sacrifice was ready. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists were dragged out in chains. Screaming. Cursing. Spitting blood. This was the first step of the ceremony. Blood sacrifice. Their blood would call down the eternal God from above. Murong-Fu. You'll die for this. Even in death, we'll haunt you. We'll wait for you in hell. I curse you, may you rot in the streets. But their screams were silenced. The guardian of sin drew his long blade. And in one swift strike, dozens of heads fell. Scarlet blood spilled across the steps. Yet strangely, not a single drop seeped into the ground. Instead, it flowed toward the golden altar. Murong-Fu began chanting softly. And all the statues of the eternal God across Dali began to glow. They lit up, reflecting his image. Then he opened his eyes and shouted. Begin the second phase of the sacrifice. His voice echoed through every altar across the kingdom. People trembled in awe. He was in the capital, yet his voice rang out everywhere. Was this divine power? One by one, the people knelt and prayed. In the divine realm, Lu Che was in the middle of a sparring session. His opponent, the once arrogant god, Chen Dao. Suddenly, ding! Your follower has sacrificed a martial artist. A 10,000x multiplier has been triggered. You have received the divine technique, Ziwei Star Art. Ding! Another martial artist offered. 1,000x multiplier activated. You have received the immortal skill, Sky-Piercing Hand. Ding! National level sacrifice detected. Multi-million-fold multiplier activated. You have obtained the supreme divine art of light, 9-colored divine radiance. A dozen more notifications followed. Lu Che paused his sparring. Chen Dao noticed and smiled. Go on. I'll rest. They had trained for over 30 minutes. And Chen Dao knew. In another month, this kid might surpass even me. Damn. Gods shouldn't compete. Lu Che was ecstatic. So they finally realized the power of blood sacrifice. Martial arts techniques, once so hard to come by, were now flooding in by the hundreds. In the divine realm, techniques were ranked. Common grade, used in low-tier martial worlds. Spirit grade, cultivation-level skills. Immortal grade, from the immortal realms. Divine grade, reserved for gods. Divine abilities, powers tied to natural laws. Supreme divine arts, taboo-level god techniques. And now, thanks to Murong-Fu's national sacrifice, Lu Che had acquired a supreme divine art of light. He paused. This isn't from the Sui dynasty. It's coming from a martial arts world. There's only one possibility, Heavenly Dragon 8 Worlds. Didn't think Murong-Fu had it in him, Lu Che grinned. Well then, let me return the favor. Time to send a divine revelation and shake the entire group chat. Chapter 74, the demon monk Zaiyoyozi is born, seeking the place of sacrifice. One by one, martial arts masters were slaughtered. Even many monks were killed. Yet to ordinary people, rather than seeing the high priest as cruel, they felt a deep sense of relief. These martial arts masters, arrogant and aloof, had always looked down on commoners. they would kill without hesitation. But the people had no choice but to endure the oppression and swallow their resentment. Now, watching these so-called masters fall, they couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Some were even tempted to leap up and applaud. Murong Fu chanted aloud, his voice echoing across the kingdom. His followers joined in, and together they filled the sky over the Dali kingdom with divine resonance. A divine presence cloaked the land like a mist, though most hadn't yet noticed. They simply closed their eyes, meditating on the Dharmakaya of the gods. Praying for the divine descent. Though Dali was a small nation with weak political power, its land was rich with dragon chi. And those who passed through it would find themselves blessed by its latent spirit. Yet now, dragon chi across the realm was scattered. Less even than the northern Liao dynasty. Silent in the veins of the earth, the dormant energy stirred. Awakened by an inexplicable presence, it opened its eyes. The sensation was wonderful. It made the dragon vein salivate with desire. Primitive and instinct-driven, the low-intelligent spirit began devouring the faith energy rising in the air. Its divine form slowly strengthened. Its awareness gradually sharpened. Murong Fu stood beneath the shifting sky, heart racing with excitement. Success. As expected, the blood sacrifice was the most effective method. A state-level sacrifice brought even greater results. He had observed many sacrifices. Among them, the whirlwind of Chu was the most powerful, followed by Tenjiro. While others focused on gathering believers, Murong Fu had been studying a deeper question. Was the power of the gods amplified by the devotion of their followers? Now he had his answer. The sky above bloomed with swirling, colorful clouds. Even with his eyes closed, Murong Fu could feel his soul ascending. He didn't need to rise to the heavens. He could already sense the thoughts and emotions of every believer in Dali. Excitement. Devotion. Fear. Reverence. He felt them all. What overwhelming power. No wonder Li Shimin could split mountains with a single stroke. With such divine power, the world was within reach. But he couldn't afford to relax, not even for a moment. Pride would be his downfall. He steadied himself and spoke with reverence. Now begins the third stage of the national sacrifice. Offering pure maidens to the gods. They shall represent Dali in service to the divine. Several women, dressed in white gowns with veils covering their faces, knelt before the altar under the guidance of the priestess. At the front knelt Wang Yuyan. Behind her, Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing. All three girls recited their prayers in unison, hearts full of anticipation and longing. Not far away, two men in black robes silently watched Murong Fu from the shadows, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. One was Qiao Feng's father. The other, Murong Fu's father. Both had come after hearing rumors of a massive upheaval within the Grand Directorate. But what they saw surpassed all expectation. Celestial phenomena and divine forces beyond comprehension. Murong Bo pursed his lips. He hadn't expected his son to achieve such a level, to commune with a god. Should he reveal himself now? He hesitated. They hadn't seen each other in years. Though he had been hiding all this time, even with his skills, he couldn't compare to Murong Fu's current might. Worse, he feared his son's concept of filial piety might result in a cracked skull if he got too close. Forget it. He'd wait a little longer. Qiao Feng's father, on the other hand, radiated pure killing intent. Why did someone else's son achieve so much, while his own could not? It was infuriating. Still. He recalled sneaking into the palace a few days ago. The memory alone made him sigh. This wasn't the Shaolin Temple. It was worse. Far worse. The guards here were superior to the top monks of Shaolin. He didn't even know how they were trained. He reached down and touched his injured leg, which still hadn't healed. Another sigh escaped his lips. Little devil, are you dancing for the gods? An abrupt voice shattered the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony. Murong Fu opened his eyes. A gray-haired girl stood nearby, mocking him with a curious yet fierce gaze. Her presence was strange, unnatural. He frowned. Who are you? Why interrupt my sacrifice? Me, she laughed. I'm the strongest martial artist alive today, Grandma of Tianshan from Lingjiu Palace. She said it proudly. But as her eyes shifted to the blood-stained altar, her expression froze. Thousands of powerful auras locked onto her simultaneously. What was this? Had this man truly summoned a god? Murong Fu's face darkened. I don't care whether you're the Tianshan child granny or the Tianshan old demon, this sacred rite must not be defiled. His gaze sharpened. In an instant, Tianshan Tonglao, so smug only moments before, was sent flying. She crashed into the ground, stunned. What just happened? She hadn't even seen the move. Such strange power. She had only come out of curiosity, hearing her subordinates mention the destruction of the Tianlong temple and rumors of powerful figures gathering. If someone had interesting techniques, she planned to steal them. But she hadn't expected this. Murong Fu's strange and terrifying strength. A single move, and she was nearly killed. If she had known, she never would have come. She tried to get up and flee, but her bones were shattered. Blood gushed from her lips the moment she exerted herself. She couldn't move. Humph, stay there. If I run out of offerings, I'll throw you on the altar next. Murong Fu turned back toward the ceremony. But just then, a buzzing sound cut through the air. A single leaf, sharpened like a blade, raced toward him. Murong Fu turned, snorted coldly, and the leaf shattered midair, its energy scattered to the wind. A voice rang out. Seems I'll need to clean up the pests before continuing. The speaker's tone dripped with fury. You've reached the strength of a land immortal. The voice was old, shocked. He had thought there was only one true divine level being left in the world. But now, here was Murong Fu, less than 20 years old, and he'd already reached this level. Clearly, this trip had been necessary. Murong Fu scoffed. He raised his hand, fingers forming a sword shape, and slashed toward a distant building. The palace crumbled with a thunderous crash. A figure dropped from the sky. He moved effortlessly, defying gravity, until he landed across from the altar. It was an old monk. His robes were tattered, patched over in many places. His beard was white and scraggly. He looked like he belonged in a beggar's alley, but his eyes burned with terrifying divine light, like a blade thirsting for blood. Who are you? Murong Fu asked coldly. Just a humble sweeping monk, the old man replied with a slight smile. Hardly worth mentioning. However, it truly surprises this poor monk that Donor Murong has broken through to the realm of land immortals in such a short time. Murong Fu narrowed his eyes, his aura thick with killing intent. Are you here to stop me? More people gathered around the altar, their presence signaling support. Thousands of protectors had also encircled the area. At this point, even the old monk would find it impossible to escape with ease. But he didn't panic. Instead, his eyes gleamed greedily as he looked toward the altar. Licking his lips, he said, "What a marvelous artifact. You may not know this, but I've searched for countless years, seeking a method to leave this world. I scoured all of Kyushu, but found nothing. In the end, I could only suppress the murderous aura within me using Buddhist scriptures, barely surviving this long." He chuckled darkly. Now that I see this altar, I understand, this opportunity was waiting for me all along. Before his words even finished, nearby masters launched their assault. Each one had innate level cultivation. But against this old man, they didn't last a single move. In a matter of moments, the ground was littered with corpses, hundreds of them. Yet none of Murong Fu's followers faltered. They continued their assault without fear. Their unwavering zeal made the onlookers tremble. What kind of fanatic devotion was this? To fight a terrifying opponent without hesitation. It was terrifying. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. It's been far too long since I slaughtered innate masters like this, the demon monk roared with ecstasy. Just drinking your blood is enough to prolong this old man's life by another 100 years. His aura was monstrous, demonic. His cruelty was beyond compare. He fought with mastery, both in martial arts and battle instinct, far beyond what ordinary warriors could dream of. Murong Fu, of course, couldn't just stand by. But though he possessed great power, he lacked the combat experience of this ancient monster. Worse yet, countless onlookers and devout followers were gathered nearby, limiting his movements. As time dragged on, one innate master after another was thrown like sacks of meat, dying tragically on the spot. On the ground, still unable to move, the Tianshan child grandma stared wide-eyed at the demon monk's martial arts. She had finally realized something. Though much of his style derived from Shaolin, the internal energy he used wasn't purely Shaolin. Shaolin's techniques were known for their righteous, masculine energy. But this monk's inner power was unstable, alternating between cold and hot, yin and yang. You're the founder of the Xiaoyao sect, Zaya Yozi, she gasped. The demon monk turned back and smiled. Indeed. That's me. He was Zaya Yozi, the original founder of the free and unfettered sect. Using the legendary Biming divine art, he had roamed the world in his twilight years, seeking the secret to eternal life. Yet despite scouring ancient texts and traveling through countless holy lands, the answer eluded him. The path to ascension was severed. There was no way forward. In his despair, he vented his rage by slaughtering sects, ending bloodlines, and severing ancient legacies. Within the Central Plains, only two inheritances remained, Xiaoyao sect and Shaolin Temple. The rest? Worthless. Trash. With the ancient lineages extinguished, martial arts as a whole began to decline. Just as Zaya Yozi thought he would spend his remaining years as a forgotten hermit in Shaolin. Murong Fu appeared. He saw the divine visions in the sky. He saw the potential. Tears welled in his eyes. And then he snapped. He ran out to kill, hoping to steal Murong Fu's position and become the chief priest himself. After all, gods only needed an agent. Anyone could serve in that role, right? Ding. Your followers have sacrificed a martial arts master to you. A thousandfold amplification has been triggered. You have received the immortal technique, 6-turn golden body method. When Lu Che arrived at the celestial boundary, the prompt echoed in his mind. The martial artists sacrificed came from various sects, and so the resulting techniques varied accordingly. The last batch came from Shaolin. Hence, he acquired a Buddhist cultivation method. Regardless of style, these new arts would greatly benefit Fangzhe. It would allow the diversification of his followers in the future. Truthfully, Lu Che didn't enjoy killing monks. But what choice did he have? They hadn't taught him any techniques. Even if he claimed to be born from Buddha himself, no one would believe it. But now, with this Dharma, things were different. He would proclaim, I created the Buddha. And Lu Che would become the first god. The wind howled. Ghostly wails echoed across the altar. The demon monk's techniques were strange, every strike vicious and sinister. He targeted Murong Fu's vital points, eyes, lower abdomen, no strike wasted. Wang Yuyan and the other maidens grew increasingly anxious. But they didn't dare abandon the altar. All they could do was close their eyes and pray. Pray that God would descend soon and vanquish the demon. The divine clouds above grew brighter, obscuring even the sun. Holy hymns echoed from the heavens. Ancient, mysterious, majestic. Boom. The ground shook violently. Earthquakes and hurricanes rocked the land. In every kingdom, people screamed in terror. They believed they had angered the gods. Only in the border towns of the Song dynasty could anyone see the divine phenomenon blanketing Dali's skies. A high-ranking official looked up, his face turning pale. Hurry. Report this to the emperor, he shouted. Tell him, auspicious signs have descended upon Dali. Such a thing could change the political map. If the gods had truly come to Dali, it might mean the fall of the Central Plains. This was no minor incident. At the altar, Murong Fu heard the divine voice above him and trembled with joy. They're here. He whispered. The gods have finally arrived. He pointed at Zaiyayozi, voice fierce. You cannot stop me, monk. Once my god descends, not even ashes will remain of you. Zaiyayozi said nothing. His gaze fixed upon the heavens. Fear swirled in his heart. But then he made his move. Without warning, he turned his blade and launched a furious attack directly at the altar. He couldn't wait anymore. If he was going to die, he would at least destroy the altar and force the gods to reveal themselves. He charged forward, faster than lightning. Within seconds, he was atop the altar. His internal energy surged, forming twin forces of yin and yang in his palms. He struck. You wicked beast. A thunderous voice rumbled from the skies. Zaiyayozi froze mid-attack. His entire body went rigid. Murong Fu arrived at the altar a heartbeat later and dropped to his knees, trembling. O eternal God! Your humble, devout follower welcomes your arrival. You have lifted the veil of ignorance and awakened us. You are the light of wisdom. The followers followed suit, chanting fervently. An endless stream of faith surged toward the heavens. But the outsiders could only stare, dumbfounded. That terrifying demon monk, why had he suddenly stopped? Was he struck by acupuncture? Impossible. As they pondered, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. Qiao Feng and the others didn't even have time to react. Bang. They were slammed into the earth, pinned by the divine might. The force was invisible but undeniable. None could resist it. Until finally, all lay flat on the ground. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, the divine pressure faded into silence. Chapter 75, 3 Tao Fruits, Immortal Skill, the Fourth Imperial Sword of Heaven. Helper, I can't get up. Same here, it's like something's pressing down on my back. Me too. A group of beggar sect elders near Qiao Feng struggled to rise, their faces flushed from the effort. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move even an inch. They couldn't stand. But they could still crawl. Qiao Feng's expression was grim. Don't move carelessly, he warned them. Something terrifying may really be coming. He didn't dare speak the name God of Eternity, because he didn't believe in gods or spirits. But the reality before him was hard to ignore. A demon monk who had lived for hundreds of years. A blood-soaked altar. And countless strange phenomena unfolding before their eyes. This was beyond his comprehension. His knowledge of martial arts and the world was simply insufficient to explain what was happening. At that moment, Bai Shijing whispered beside him, I heard that even ancient sages never saw visions like this when ascending. At most, the scent of flowers might carry for 10 li, or divine clouds might stretch for 3. But now, the entire sky is filled with multicolored divine light. Helper, I fear that a god may truly descend. They were not fools. More than 1,000 martial artists had come to witness the event. And all of them now lay prostrate on the ground. The atmosphere was stifling, the pressure crushing. They felt like ants facing the wrath of heaven, trembling in fear, each wondering if they would survive. Many had pale faces and trembling teeth. Some fainted outright. Others lost control of their bowels. Qiao Feng lifted his gaze toward the altar. And was stunned. Those gathered at the altar remained completely unaffected. Not a single one of them was suppressed by the invisible pressure. Suddenly, a flower petal drifted down in front of his face. A delicate fragrance entered his nose. A flower. Where had it come from? He looked up. And his mouth slowly fell open. He saw the outline of a face in the sky. From that face, petals drifted downward like rain. Was this a god? The storm continued to rage, and black flames swirled in the sky. But all the faithful followers of Dali Kingdom immediately closed their eyes and began to pray. Forgive our lowliness, O Lord. Gradually, their minds entered a dreamlike state. Though their eyes were shut, vivid images appeared within. They saw a figure suspended high above, silently watching the world below. The scenery was familiar. Dali, its capital city, and all its surrounding lands. Their own homes, streets, temples. Then they saw themselves. And then, the heavenly vision froze in place. Murong Fu looked at the figure descending from the sky, eyes wide with awe. The god had truly arrived. A true descent of the divine. Trembling with excitement, Murong Fu dropped to his knees. We welcome the descent of the god of eternity. Rise. The voice was ethereal and majestic, unquestionable in its authority. The will of a god was absolute. Murong Fu stood, eyes lowered in reverence. Bathed in holy light, the god's figure stood before him, yet he dared not look directly. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the toes of Lu Che's feet. It felt disrespectful to meet a god's eyes directly. It also felt wrong. This posture, head bowed low, was correct. Lu Che nodded with satisfaction. Yes. A believer should be like this, always pious, always humble. Willing to give everything in devotion. This demon monk, Lu Che declared, has slaughtered hundreds of my followers and tried to obstruct the divine descent. As punishment, his soul shall become a wick, and for 3,000 years shall it burn. As he spoke, his divine will shaped reality. Though none could lift their heads, a vivid scene played out in their minds. A black flame ignited on Xia Yosi's body. Within seconds, his flesh was reduced to ash, leaving only his pale soul behind. The god pointed into the distance. A mountain split apart. Boulders rumbled and shifted, forming a 3-meter-tall stone lantern. Xia Yosi's soul was sealed inside it. A black flame, no larger than a wick, floated in and ignited. Ah! The agonized shriek shook everyone's hearts. Having just witnessed the power of the divine flame, none doubted the torment that followed. Xia Yosi's soul was reduced to a single screaming head. And just as it was about to collapse, golden light appeared within the lantern, restoring it. Then the black flame returned. And again, and again. A cycle of endless torment. Only now did the people truly understand what the god of eternity had meant. 3,000 years. An eternal punishment. Fear bloomed in every heart. Then the god's voice returned. Those who believe in us shall live forever, free from the suffering of the mortal world. A blessed beginning, a noble end. Those who reject us shall perish, like pigs and dogs, ignorant and unworthy. To those slain by the demon monk, I recognize your sincerity. You died to protect my altar, without fear. You deserve to be rewarded. A golden light swept over the blood-stained ground. Fragments of flesh and broken limbs lifted into the sky. Time reversed. Before their very eyes, the fallen faithful were reassembled. Flesh restored, breath returning. Murong Fu, though he'd seen divine resurrection in visions before, was stunned to witness it with his own eyes. It was just as the god said, those who believe shall never truly die. Even the king of Hades must bow to the will of this deity. It was true, then. God's grace is vast as the ocean. His might, terrifying as hell. The resurrected followers knelt at once, eyes misty with gratitude. Behold the God of eternity. We, your unworthy believers, have failed you. They felt ashamed. Because of their weakness, the god had been forced to expend divine power to resurrect them. Had they been stronger, it wouldn't have come to this. Lu Che's tone was calm. You need not kneel so. As my followers, you must stand and face the world. To defend the faith and die in its name is your honor. I shall never look down upon you. You are my people. My children. What parent would ever despise their own? Tears fell freely. What kind of God was this? Even now, he defended them, comforted them. Even though it was their fault the demon monk wreaked havoc. Even though their power had been lacking. Still, he forgave them. Luce raised a hand. Countless beams of divine light descended upon the kneeling faithful. I grant you 1,000 years of cultivation and supreme techniques. Henceforth, protect this faith from all humiliation and slander. Suddenly, every follower felt their strength surge. They ascended rapidly. Breaking through to the golden core, Jindan, realm. In this world, the power levels were third-rate, second-rate, first-rate masters, followed by innate realm, land immortals, and then golden core. And now, hundreds had leapt straight to Jindan. Their faces flushed red with emotion. Their hearts surged with loyalty. We will serve our God without hesitation. We will die in foreign lands if needed. Even if our souls perish, we shall never retreat. Each follower received a divine vision. A choice of cultivation techniques. Sword arts, fist styles, weapon skills. The most chosen was the Tiangang Imperial Sword technique. After all, for any native of the East, who didn't dream of flying through the skies on a sword. Luce's lips moved. Murong Fu. Your follower is here. You've done well, but remember, do not grow arrogant. Do not scorn others, or elevate yourself above the people. Yes, my lord. Murong Fu accepted the rebuke humbly. He knew the god was right. As chief priest and divine emissary, he had no room for pride. The divine loves all. He must reflect that love. Even his goal of restoring his nation had long since crumbled into ash. To prevent further incidents like this, I now promote you. From this day forward, you are a 3-star divine envoy. Thank you, great God, for your grace. Murong Fu choked on his words. All his efforts had finally been acknowledged. It was not easy to reach this point. Accept your gift, the god said. As a 3-star divine envoy, you shall gain the strength and authority befitting your post. In Murong Fu's mind, a golden lotus bloomed. It separated into 3 glowing Dao fruits. Sword Fairy. Martial Way. Alchemist. The Sword Fairy cultivates their life-bound sword, slaying enemies through will alone. Where the mind goes, the sword follows. The martial artist tempers the body itself, opening the heavens with fists and splitting the earth with every step. This is the path of physical sanctification. The alchemist sacrifices and refines all things into pills, helping the world transcend suffering, gathering the essence of the sun and moon to produce powerful elixirs. 3 paths. 3 choices. After careful thought, Murong Fu chose the path of the Sword Fairy. How can a man live his whole life without once standing upon a flying sword? More than just sword riding, the Sword Fairy cultivates life-bound sword chi. Breaking a mountain or river with a single swing is but the beginning. Mysteries without end lie within this path. This was the fruit of effort. This was divine grace. With such a Dao fruit, Murong Fu knew. In this world, I am now invincible. In the days to come, he would cultivate diligently, expanding territory in the name of his god. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could ascend to the divine realm. Who doesn't long for immortality? The moment Murong Fu selected his Dao fruit, a pure white sword embryo was born within his dantian. From the heavens, divine clouds cascaded down in celebration of the sword's birth. At the same time, a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Immortal skill, for imperial swords of heaven and earth. The technique's brilliance lay in one word, imperial. Fueled by chi and immortal essence, it controlled 4 profound sword paths. Ghost Commanding Sword, harnesses the spirits of thousands of ghosts, slaying enemies with icy ghostly chi. Sun Yang Sword, absorbs sunlight, unleashing pure yang energy to incinerate foes. Divine Guarding Sword, shields the mind and soul, slaying without form. Elemental Sword, commands the raw elements of the world, conjuring devastating elemental attacks. These 4 forms encompass the great Tao of heaven and earth. The sword embryo solidified, and the cultivation art activated on its own. Murong Fu's old true chi was completely replaced with a new, divine energy. His power, already that of a land immortal, continued to skyrocket. Jindan nascent soul formation great perfection. He broke through 5 realms in an instant. His sword chi pierced the clouds, forming a long black and white blade of divine radiance in the sky. Murong Fu rose into the air, black smoke evaporating from his body as his flesh transformed into flawless jade. No flaws. No blemishes. This was his transformation. He now stood only 1 step away from true immortality. But, this world was lacking. There was no spiritual energy, no destiny for transcendence. To become a true immortal here, Luce would need to intervene again. Without divine action, this was Murong Fu's limit. It was a gentle reminder to drive him toward further diligence. In that moment, Murong Fu opened his eyes. Feeling the vast strength flowing within, he was filled with awe. So powerful. Even without drawing his sword, he could traverse space. He knew, with a single strike, he could level mountains. Even Li Shimin would pale in comparison. Yet with the god standing before him, he dared not act. He feared offending the divine. He also understood that he now stood far above the other believers, even those blessed with 1,000 years of cultivation. If he so desired, he could kill with a single thought. The power was intoxicating. Too intoxicating. Murong Fu landed softly, bowed deeply, and said with reverence, "Thank you, my god, for this gift." Lu Che nodded. "Hold your heart steady. I am pleased with this state sacrifice. Next time, spread the faith even further." "Yes," Murong Fu replied without hesitation. The divine radiance faded, the mist lifting like morning fog. Only when the pressure fully vanished did everyone realize. The god had left. And with him, the four maidens vanished too. Though the god was gone, he had left behind his gospel. Murong Fu looked up at the heavenly palace that had once hovered above, a hint of envy in his eyes. "High priest. Has the god departed?" one of the kneeling believers asked nervously. Murong Fu, now no longer restraining his presence, emitted a terrifying sword intent. So overwhelming, no one dared approach him. Even a glance made the heart tremble. He nodded slightly, then turned to the crowd. "The god has returned to the heavens. But there is still much for us to do." Qiao Feng and the other martial artists turned pale. Thousands of eyes, filled with divine light, bore down on them. Their knees buckled once again. Pride. Dignity. In the face of the eternal faith. They meant nothing. Murong Fu turned to Qiao Feng. "You are Qiao Feng. Will you bring the beggar sect to join our eternal faith? The divine loves all, your birth will not be judged." Qiao Feng's expression shifted, finally softening into a long sigh. "I greet the high priest. I am willing to lead the beggar sect to join the eternal faith." His tone held deep reluctance and helplessness. Once, the world spoke of South Murong, North Qiao. Even Qiao Feng himself had looked forward to one day exchanging blows with Murong Fu. But now, North Qiao Feng was kneeling, begging for mercy. Not from a man, but from a faith. Bai Shijing and the other elders exchanged looks, then scrambled forward like dogs, bowing repeatedly. "We surrender. Please don't kill us. Yes, we're willing to serve, willing to help you conquer the Song Kingdom. We have men and resources." After witnessing the god's descent, who would dare resist? A single wave of the hand, hundreds resurrected. A moment later, thousands empowered. Their decades of cultivation weren't worth a fart. A divine sneeze could erase them from the earth. If not now, when would they surrender? Everyone had heard. The eternal faith needed more hands. They didn't dare dream of becoming great cultivators. But if they could just survive longer, wasn't that enough? As the beggar sect fell to its knees, the other martial factions followed suit. Even Tianshan child grandma, bleeding and broken on the ground, chose to submit. Her ancestors were practically howling from beyond the grave. Refuse to submit? Then just wait to die. "High priest," she said, struggling to rise. "My Lingjio Palace commands 36 cave lords and 72 island masters. From this moment on, they are yours." Murong Fu glanced at her, then gently shook his head. "No. They are not mine. I am only the high priest. Remember, God has no subordinates. Only believers." Chapter 76, the terrifying three-star envoy, sword slashes the stars. In the eyes of the gods, there are no subordinates. Only believers. Tianshan Tonglao nodded vaguely, not fully understanding the doctrines and tenets of the eternal faith. Murong Fu, however, recognized her as a valuable talent. He brought her into the palace, explaining the faith's principles as they walked. As for Dali's royal family, they had effectively ceased to exist. Duan Jingming had completely surrendered his will to the gods, dedicating himself wholly to their service. Upon returning to the palace, he discovered a golden dragon coiling in the air above the room. "What is this?" He stepped forward. As his hand brushed against it, he realized. It was a golden dragon of national destiny, catalyzed by divine power. The stronger the dragon, the stronger the nation of Dali. No, such a precious artifact must be offered to the gods at once. He rushed off to inform the high priest immediately. Meanwhile, in the multiverse chat group, user, young Master Murong uploaded a new video. The group exploded with reactions. "Li Air. Bro, you're showing off again. Not cool at all. Despise.jpg. Young Master Murong. When have I ever shown off? I'm just sharing. Seriously, I don't know what you guys are doing all day. Ninja scientist. What do you mean? Explain yourself, now. Chu Dashan. Yeah, I don't get it either. It looks like the same sacrifice as before. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Same. I didn't see anything different. Tanjiro. +1. At first glance, the video didn't seem any different. The divine descent appeared to be the same as previous ones. What was he trying to tell them? Only Monkey D. Dragon watched it several times and began piecing things together. This isn't a normal sacrifice. It's a national sacrifice. He frantically scrolled through the group's previous sacrifice videos, cold sweat breaking across his forehead. Just as I thought, the scale of the offering directly affects the reward granted. Back then, the first to offer worship was Orochimaru. He built a wooden altar, small, simple. Even so, he received the grace of the gods. Next, he used an entire ninja village as his altar. The scale grew, and so did the divine reward. Others followed suit. The more people who participated in the offering, the greater the divine blessing. But then, what about Tanjiro and the others? They only had a few dozen people. Chu Dashan had just one man and a cow. After further rewatching, Long understood the deeper principle. Pirates of the Caribbean. Don't keep us in suspense. Out with it. We're all envoys here. For peace, Monkey D. Dragon. I think I understand what young Master Murong meant. I rewatched the sacrifice footage and had a realization. Young Master Murong. You finally get it. I didn't remind you for nothing. For peace. Yes. Let me explain. There are multiple grades of sacrifice in the teachings of the Eternal God: living sacrifices, blood sacrifices, spiritual sacrifices. There are also levels of altar construction. Even the offerings themselves are classified. But let me ask you one thing: why do we make sacrifices to the gods in the first place? The group fell silent. Yes. Why do we sacrifice? It wasn't something anyone had ever questioned deeply before. The answer, at face value, was simple. Sacrifice is a ceremony. A way to present offerings and seek divine favor. It existed across countless worlds and civilizations. For peace. But in my view, the altar is not just a place of worship, it's a beacon. A way to send a message to the gods. Through the altar, we broadcast our sincerity. We tell the gods, here we are. We need your help. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Very well said. That's incredibly insightful. Li'er. Brother Dragon's wisdom is scary sometimes. Young Master Murong. I didn't even think of it that deeply. Tanjiro. Chu Dashan. Wait, what does all this mean? Young Master Murong. I just thought it was annoying to ask for the gods' help every time something small happened, so when I conquered a kingdom, I made a national sacrifice instead. I called it a national festival. I used the power of an entire country to worship the god. And boom, I became a 3-star priest and ascended as a sword immortal. For peace. What? You became a 3-star priest and job changed. I want to punch you. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Your speed is insane. I joined before you, and I'm still at 1 star. But I'll be in Miaojiang soon. When I conquer it, I'm holding a national sacrifice too. Chu Dashan. Damn it, 1 leap and you've soared to the heavens. I'm choking on lemons here. Just wait. I'm going to sacrifice all of China next. Tanjiro. Envy +1. Pirates of the Caribbean. I've taken over 4 islands already. Might as well prepare a 100-island offering when I return. The chat group exploded with excitement. The title of 3-star priest was currently the highest known tier. And Murong Fu was the first to reach it. Everyone understood the implication. The higher the title, the more terrifying the divine techniques you could unlock. Young Master Murong. I'm just explaining things. I'm not trying to flex, okay? At 4 peace, please continue, I'm kneeling here. 4 peace. Fine, since you're being sincere. According to divine teaching, sincerity is power. Sincerity is spirit. This was said by the eternal God himself. That's why Tanjiro was able to revive his entire family. It's why Chu Dashan's world was transformed, tens of thousands lifted from their suffering and restored to life. Chu used blood sacrifice, offering thousands of animals and reshaping terrain itself. It was literally a sacrifice to heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers. Chu Dashan. Yeah. I thought my altar was too small and I didn't have the right materials, so I went all out. Spirit of the demon sword. Makes sense. Terrain-based altars are definitely higher tier than handmade ones. 4-piece. Exactly. The better the altar, the more power the gods can send to us. It's not about the gods being unwilling, it's that too much divine force might overload the world. Chu Dashin, 666. I never thought of all that. 4-piece. What about Murong Fu's situation? A single nation has millions of citizens. Do you realize how much faith energy that provides? The group fell silent. A blood sacrifice, combined with the faith of millions. No wonder Murong Fu had been promoted to a 3-star envoy. It all made sense now. With such a massive population base contributing belief and devotion, it was only natural. 4-piece. Still feeling jealous. Still feeling sour. Pirates of the Caribbean. Say no more. I'm going all out and invading England this month. I'm going to spread the gospel. Older Li Shimin. I'm not envious, just curious. Brother Murong, could you share how you obtained your current sword immortal profession? Enlighten us all. As a fellow practitioner of the Imperial Sword Path, Li Shimin naturally wanted to understand the difference between a 2-star envoy like himself and a 3-star envoy. As for envy, he didn't feel it. After all, he had conquered the Pegasus Ranch, subdued its beautiful landlady, and secured an alliance with Lingnan. If it weren't for the Sui Emperor escaping with his army, he'd already be sitting on the imperial throne. Dali had only a few million citizens. But the Central Plains? Tens of millions. When I make my move, it will be absolute. A temporary lead meant little. Murong Fu saw Li Shimin use an honorific, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Once, he had been the one groveling, calling others by name, lowering himself. Now, they were addressing him with respect. As expected, power is the truest proof of worth. Young Master Murong. I haven't tested my full strength yet. Right now, the affairs of the church are more important. A group of people came to cause trouble earlier, but after witnessing divine power, they surrendered. I estimate tens of thousands have joined. As for the sword immortal profession, it was a gift from the gods. At the time, I was given a choice of 3 Dao fruits, martial path, alchemy path, and sword path. I chose sword immortal. Once cultivated to its peak, one slash can split a mountain thousands of meters tall. Tanjiro. Thousands of meters. That's insane. Big bro, take me with you next time. Chu Xianfeng frowned slightly as he read the chat. Split a mountain that tall. Didn't sound that impressive. He could already do that. Is that really the power of a 3-star divine envoy? Can't be. Then, a divine message appeared in the chat. God of Eternity. Don't be misled. As of now, Murong Fu's strength is enough to destroy the moon. Tanjiro. Wait, what? The moon. Li Shimin. The moon in the sky. You can destroy that. My God. Pirates of the Caribbean. Spirit of the demon sword. To shatter the moon with a single strike. That's the true power of a 3-star envoy. Chu Xianfeng, who had just been doubting, went speechless. So I actually have no idea how strong he is. One sword. Can destroy the moon. That's a planetary level attack. Chu Dashin. My God's standards are insane. If I sacrifice all of China, can I become a 5-star envoy? God of Eternity. I dislike people who speak without thinking. Tanjiro. Ha 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 ha. Li Shimin. Bro, you sound ridiculous. At Chu Dashin, just focus on your path, don't aimlessly chase stars. Young Master Murong. My lord, I have something to report. God of Eternity. Speak. Young Master Murong. Since your departure, the former Emperor Duan Jingming brought me a golden dragon. He claims it's the dragon of national luck, supposedly manifested after the Earth's ley lines absorbed divine energy. What should we do with it? Dragon of luck. Such a phenomenon was rare and unexpected. Lu Che chuckled at the mention. This world of dragons and mysticism had its charm after all. Qi luck, usually considered intangible, was seldom visible or touchable in most worlds. That's why gods typically relied on believers to seize it indirectly. But this time, a dragon of luck had literally materialized. This was a first, even for him. He had only read about it in ancient scriptures. A tangible dragon of luck was a priceless treasure. God of Eternity. Nurture it well. Use it to conquer other nations. Let it devour their national fortune, and grow stronger in the process. Chapter 77, Fahai, I feel like the world is targeting monks. Young Master Murong. Glad it's useful to you. I was honestly going to offer it directly to our god as a sacrifice, the golden glow looked good. But since it can grow, I'll nurture it first, then offer it once it matures. Phew, lucky, I asked. If he'd sacrificed the young luck dragon right away, he might have lost something priceless. There was a massive difference between a juvenile luck dragon and a mature golden dragon of destiny that carried the fate of a world. Perhaps with it, I could one day devour entire realms through fate alone. Clearly, divine deterrence was effective. Note to self. Don't rush into sacrificing unknown things. Spirit of the demon sword. Then I'm going to look for something like that too. Even if I can't find one now, if it benefits our god, I'll scour the entire world to obtain it. Chu Dashan. Calm down. Weren't you planning to search for Nuwa's descendants? I feel like even one of her heirs might be more valuable than a golden luck dragon. After all, Nuwa was a legendary mythic figure. If her descendants existed, their power would surely be immense. Suddenly. Ding. Pudu all sentient beings has joined the chat group. Ding. Junior brother of Dazufeng has joined the chat group. Spirit of the demon sword. Then let's find Nuwa's descendants and a golden luck dragon. Whatever the god desires, I'll deliver, even if I have to burn the world down. Tanjiro. Sister, you're kinda scary. Ninja scientist. Yeah. Sister Selenum, it's good to be motivated, but you're going a little overboard. 4-piece. She's just driven. We all understand her pain after her brother was killed by the Emperor. But he can still be revived. Our god won't forsake us. Spirit of the demon sword. Thanks for the comfort, but as long as I grow stronger, I'll make the 3 realms kneel before my will. Pudu all sentient beings. Benefactor, you harbor demonic intent. Why not let this poor monk guide you to the path of enlightenment? Tanjiro. Lishimen. Who let this bald thief in? Somebody get rid of him. Young Master Murong. I don't care who you are. Listen well, in this 10,000 worlds chat group, only our god may spread his faith. If you say another word out of line, don't be surprised if my god destroys your entire world. 4-piece. Exactly. Our god of eternity hates baldies. Just hearing you talk is an offense, baldy monk. In the mortal world, Fahai had been meditating peacefully. But now, looking into the group interface, he was fuming. One insult after another. Thief on the left, bald on the right, what nonsense. He was thoroughly annoyed. Where did this bunch of lunatics come from? He had only wanted to guide a wayward soul back to righteousness. And suddenly, they were calling him a thief and a donkey. He sneered. A disciple of the Buddha like myself has no reason to fear some fake wild god. He had never even heard of this so-called eternal god. Must be some unrefined local deity. What a joke, claiming to be able to destroy worlds. Pudu all sentient beings. I was speaking to the sword spirit lady. Must you all interrupt? The poor. Spirit of the demon sword. Poor your mother. The one thing I hate most is bald donkeys. What are you gonna do about it? Ninja scientist. Ha 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 ha, savage. Lishimen. +1. That was satisfying. Tanjiro. I warned you. Monks don't do well in this group. Pudu all sentient beings. I am Fahai, the seated disciple of the Tathagata Buddha. You ignorant heretics insult without reason. A pack of fools led astray by a backwater god. I shall not waste breath on you. Olderly. Who are you calling bald, monk? Is this Tathagata supposed to be impressive? Never heard of him. Spirit of the demon sword. A thief is bald, and his master's not much better. Young Master Murong. You think our god is beneath you? Laughable. If your so-called master is so powerful, have him show up. Our god transcends all things. There's video proof in the group files, check for yourself. I hope you can still keep calm after watching. 4-piece. Yeah, Fahai or whatever, your name's garbage. I bet you can't even eat meat. Weak. I can eat hot pot right now, can you? Ninja scientist. Brutal, attacking his beliefs and his appetite. Fahai, now trembling with rage in the mountains, finally snapped. You dare mock me? I'll watch your videos, let's see what false trickery you rely on. He opened the chat group's shared folder. Inside were many documents. Doctrine of eternal meditation. Rituals of eternal sacrifice. Several videos. A user roster with basic info. Fahai flipped through some casually. And then froze. His expression stiffened. This can't be real. Different worlds. Lishimen. But we're in the Song dynasty. How can this be possible? Frantically, he opened a video, Orochimaru's first offering. The footage was crystal clear. He could switch perspectives, pause, zoom, even project himself into the environment. Suddenly, a divine radiance descended. 10 minutes later, Fahai jolted awake, soaked in cold sweat. His lips trembled uncontrollably. No, no, this is fake. It's all fake. It must be. There's no way such power exists. If it did, how have I never heard of it in all my years of cultivation? He then opened Li Shimon's video. The moment he saw Li Shimon manipulating the heavens, turning clouds into blades, and summoning rain like a god, he was stunned. Tens of thousands killed in an instant, and no heavenly condemnation. This eternal god had truly surpassed the 3 realms and 6 paths. I need to report this to Avalokiteshvara. No. Guanyin can't defeat this god either. Comparing their divine aura, it was clear. Even Bodhisattvas couldn't compete. Then maybe, the Buddha. But I can't even reach him now. Fahai stared at the vast sky. A calamity. Is this another test of my faith? He didn't need to watch the rest of the videos. They all showed people sacrificing to this so-called evil god. Yet he couldn't resist. No matter what. I have the golden bowl gifted by the Buddha. Evil spirits can't touch me. I must know my enemy to defeat him. To avoid watching would be to admit fear. Gritting his teeth, he played the next video, this time of Chu Xuanfeng Saint's grave world. The moment he entered the projection, he was hit by a frigid aura. There was no yang energy. The entire world felt dead. But strangely, it wasn't fully the underworld. Just a subworld, a minor spiritual realm filled with corpse chi. Then, the god of eternity descended. His divine voice clarified everything. This place was merely a graveyard, a pseudo-underworld. Beyond it lay the sun world and true Hades. The beings here only seemed alive. In truth, they were animated corpses, living spirits. When the eternal god resurrected tens of thousands, Fahai's mind shattered. Not even bodhisattvas have this level of power. To save one life is meritorious. But tens of thousands. How much divine power would that require? And this god? He stood at the apex of the sky, his divine presence suppressing the entire world. Among his followers, many were already nearing Fahai's own level of strength. Waking again, Fahai looked at the golden bowl in his hands, and fell silent. After a long time, he sighed. Buddha, why is my path so full of hardship? First, the white snake stole my golden core, then I was banished to the mortal world. Now, this god, this evil god, has appeared. I am lost. He no longer doubted his Tao heart. It wasn't that he was weak-willed. It was that the eternal god was too terrifying. In other worlds, temples had been razed, Buddhas eradicated. He had seen it in the Dali kingdom. How state sacrifices had led to the slaughter of countless monks. If this evil god ever descended fully, what hope would they have? No. I must resist. I won't touch the items of this evil god. I must stand firm. I must resist. On the other side, in the world of Zhu God, Zhang Fan, a new entry disciple of Daz Yufeng, sat dazed in the firewood room, staring blankly ahead. What exactly is going on with this chat group in my head? Why were they arguing again? Sigh. No matter where you go, there are always people fighting, always some kind of conflict. Just like himself. He hadn't even managed to learn the basics of cultivation yet. He reached into his robes and gently touched the 800 prayer beads he carried, while silently observing the latest messages in the group. Over time, Zhang Feng gradually learned how to navigate the chat group's functions and began scrolling through the message history. His expression shifted from confusion to surprise, then awe. And finally, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even know how much time had passed when. Clang. The door creaked open. A girl in red stepped in, carrying a tray of food. When she saw the dazed junior disciple, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. This junior looked smart at first glance. Who would have thought he was just a blockhead? He hadn't made a sound all day. Didn't even know to say he was hungry. Even if father was strict, it's not like he wouldn't let him eat. You pighead. Wake up and eat already. The crisp voice snapped Zhang Fen out of his trance. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and blushed instantly. Master. Senior sister. Good evening. What's good about it? You're not eating, just sitting there dazed. Who are you trying to impress? Here, hurry up and eat. Right. Zhang Fen grabbed the bowl of rice and began to eat heartily. Halfway through the meal, a question popped into his mind. He glanced at his senior sister, who was leaning by the door, and hesitantly asked. Senior sister. Do you think there are gods in this world? For example, a god like the god of eternity. Gods. She raised an eyebrow. I don't know. But there are probably immortals. What's this god of eternity you're talking about? Did you sleep so long your brain turned to mush? Tian Linger couldn't help but laugh to herself. This junior brother was really hopeless. She should talk to her father, maybe they were being too hard on him. Hearing her response, Zhang Fen fell silent. He just kept shoveling food into his mouth without a word, though a violent storm was now brewing in his heart. So they don't know about the god of eternity. But the things he'd seen in the group, they were real. In every world, there was only one person invited into the chat group. He was the lucky one in this world. As long as he practiced the eternal meditation technique, he could grow stronger. And maybe, just maybe, he could win his master's favor. If he could surpass everyone. Then maybe. Senior sister. Zhang Fen thought about everything he carried on his back. The ridicule, the pressure, the longing. No, he had to try. Hadn't they said that the meditation method didn't even require cultivation techniques? Just meditation. That. I can do. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Is it interesting to bully a monk all day? Night fell. Zhang Fen sat quietly in the dilapidated hut, cultivating the eternal meditation technique for the first time. He'd thought it would be difficult. But to his surprise, shortly after entering meditation, he caught a glimpse of the true God himself. Zhang Fen saw millions of flickering flames, faith burning bright, rushing like a tide toward the radiant divine figure. Is this the true form of the God of eternity? It's incredible. A mix of hesitation and excitement surged through him before he was finally forced to exit his meditative state. Just then, a wave of comfort washed over his entire body. A breakthrough. How could that be? It hadn't even been the time it takes to burn a single incense stick, and yet he had already broken through to the 4th level of the Yuqing realm. Impossible. He had been stuck at the 2nd level for over 5 years. And now, with just a moment of meditation, he had jumped straight to the 4th. If he kept this up until dawn, wouldn't he reach the next realm entirely? Zhang Fen clenched his fists as the injustices of the past few years came flooding back. The humiliation, the cold treatment. And then, the gentle gaze of his senior sister. If I don't have power, why would anyone take me seriously? He recalled the miracles he'd seen in the chat group, the lives changed through divine favor, and a wave of pride rose in his chest. He decided to test something. The ability to control objects was a skill unlocked at the 4th level of Yuqing. Zhang Fen had never dared try it before. Bathed in pale moonlight, his eyes settled on a hatchet lying nearby, something he used every day. He focused. Hum. The room trembled. The blade rose into the air, floating effortlessly. It moved. It's flying. Zhang Fen jumped up, barely suppressing his excitement. He didn't notice that the bloodthirsty aura clinging to his body had already vanished, replaced by radiant purity. This is real. This is power. The eternal meditation technique was the real deal. Tomorrow is the offering ceremony. I can't afford to embarrass my master now. As a 1-star priest, he would be allowed to choose a divine spell. After the sacrifice, he could unlock a second. Zhang Fen reviewed the available techniques, eyes shining with anticipation. He finally settled on fire attribute magic. 2 years ago, Qi Ritian had used an ice immortal technique, dazzling the crowd and drawing the envy of even their master. Then I'll choose fire. I'll dazzle them even more. He sat cross-legged again, entering meditation once more. The night passed quickly. By the time Zhang Fen opened his eyes, golden sunlight was pouring into the room. He'd spent the whole night in deep cultivation, yet it had felt like an instant. He rose to his feet and stretched, his joints cracking, a surge of power radiating from within. Yuqing, 6th level. In just one night. Then, without warning, he let out a surprised yelp. Just now, he'd subconsciously tried to circulate the great Brahma Prajna, but there was no reaction at all. Only the Taiji Xianqing Dao remained active. Wait. He remembered the hostility group members had shown toward monks, especially Fahai, who was ruthlessly ridiculed for claiming to follow the Buddha. Could it be? The divine power of the eternal meditation technique had swallowed up his Brahma Prajna. Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Fan's back. What should I do now? He scratched his head in frustration, then sighed. It didn't matter. He picked up his hatchet, strapped it to his waist, and walked toward his master's residence. Whatever happens, I'll face it one step at a time. To grow stronger, sacrifice was necessary. And besides, gods hated monks anyway. So what if he'd lost Brahma Prajna? Zhang Fen had always been reserved and shy. But after reading the group's chat logs for an entire day, especially the experiences of Selenum, the one who called herself the spirit of the demon sword, something began to change within him. If I had power, then Cao Miao village wouldn't have suffered. If he had power, he could pursue his senior sister without fear. If he had power, he wouldn't be punished at will. He'd be the one receiving praise. Young people were easily moved. And after seeing the power of the eternal God, Zhang Fen had unknowingly placed that divine presence above all else, even if he wasn't fully aware of it yet. When Zhang Fen arrived at his master's residence, the old man glanced at him coldly and didn't say a word. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's move out," said Tian Bai, his voice gruff. "Song Darren, take care of the ones who can't fly on their own. I'll go on ahead." He flicked his sleeves and soared into the sky as a streak of rainbow light. His wife, Su Ru, turned to comfort the remaining disciples. But before she could speak, Zhang Fan calmly tossed his hatchet into the air, stepped onto it, and rose into the sky. He flew effortlessly, following behind Tian Bai. Everyone stared, stunned. Tian Linger's mouth dropped open. "Mother, am I seeing things? Just a few days ago, Zhang Fan was only at the second level, how is he flying?" Su Ru was speechless. She had no idea how to explain it. Who had ever seen something like this? Song Darren coughed. Let's just follow them. We'll ask what happened once we arrive." "Why yes, let's go." Su Ru's gaze lingered on the distant figure in the sky, and she let out a quiet sigh. This child, he's finally found his fire. Who wouldn't be angry after being treated coldly for so long? When Tian Bai landed at the destination, he heard the wind rushing behind him and turned, expecting to see his wife. Instead, it was Zhang Fan, his most disappointing disciple. "You, since when can you ride an object?" Just a week ago, the boy had barely reached the second realm. He'd even scolded him harshly and thrown him into the firewood shed. Even if Zhang Fan had swallowed elixirs like candy, he shouldn't have progressed this fast. Zhang Fan looked at his master's stunned expression and couldn't help but smile. So this is what strength feels like. Even the master who scorned me is shocked speechless now. This is amazing. "Master," he said politely, "last night, I felt my cultivation surge all the way to the 6th level of Yuqing." "What nonsense is that? You expect me to believe you broke through 4 levels in one night?" Tian Bai, alarmed, grabbed Zhang Fan's wrist. He suspected the boy might have practiced some forbidden technique. But after examining his pulse, he found the flow of qi was stable, the essence was pure, and the body was filled with righteous energy. No signs of demonic arts or pill backlash. Just, what the hell is going on? Seeing his master frozen in shock, Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Soon after, the senior sister returned as well. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Especially Tian Linger. As soon as she landed, she rushed over and grabbed his arm, flooding him with eager questions. Zhang Fan felt a burst of joy deep in his heart. Yesterday's decision was right after all. If he hadn't embraced the eternal meditation technique, he would still be receiving those cold, indifferent stares. Now, he was finally standing in the light. Facing everyone's curiosity, Zhang Fan smiled calmly and explained. "I had an epiphany last night. But I didn't realize it myself, it was a gift from an immortal god." "An immortal god bestowed you a technique?" Tian Bai looked at Zhang Fan strangely, muttering under his breath. "The god said he lacked believers, so he chose me. After that, my strength surged to the 6th level of the Yuqing realm overnight. Honestly, it's quite normal." "Normal? You must have hit your head." Tian Bai found the whole thing absurd, but Zhang Fan hadn't even left the premises, so what other explanation was there? After a long pause, Tian Bai sighed. "Forget it. Let's just see how you perform today. We'll talk more later." But Su Ru hesitated. She felt this was important enough to report directly to the sect leader. She was silenced by a glance from her husband. She soon understood. For years, Dazufeng had been looked down upon. People mocked them, belittled them, treating them like background characters. Tian Bai wanted to seize this opportunity to make a statement with Zhang Fan's rise. Meanwhile, Tian Linger was still clinging to Zhang Fan's arm. Once her father left, her gaze turned soft. "Junior brother, I've always treated you well, right? Teach me too." Her tone was sweet and flirtatious. Zhang Fan blushed furiously, his ears turning red. Beside them, Su Ru gritted her teeth. She raised her hand and smacked her daughter lightly on the back. "You child. What nonsense. A divine gift can't be casually passed down." "Mother, I was wrong." Tian Linger shrank back. She could tell her mother was serious, but a trace of unwillingness lingered in her eyes. Zhang Fan's heart moved. He spoke quickly. It's all right, madam. The God welcomes believers. This meditation technique can be passed down. What did you say? It can. Yes. The eternal meditation technique wasn't restricted. In fact, the God encouraged its spread. Anyone who saw his divine body would inevitably become a believer, unable to resist bowing before his presence. Even supreme leaders of great sects would be no exception. The surrounding elders were stunned. But Tianlinger reacted the fastest, immediately asking Zhang Fan to teach her. He gave a simple explanation, and the method instantly imprinted itself into her mind. Tianlinger blinked in surprise. That's it. It just appears in my head. She closed her eyes and tried meditating, silently reciting the technique's verses. Zhang Fan nodded. That's the power of the eternal God's technique, so simple that anyone can learn it. Su Ru hesitated, then said solemnly. Let me try it too. But don't teach anyone else yet, we don't want to cause trouble. She was cautious. This was divine power. If Zhang Fan was mistaken, the consequences could be severe. Everyone understood that. Tianlinger, however, had already sat down cross-legged and entered meditation in the resting area. Su Ru followed shortly after. As she examined the technique in her mind, she was amazed. Compared to their sect's inner arts, this one was so simple, even a child could grasp it. One after another, mother and daughter fell into a meditative state. Meanwhile, cultivators from other sects began arriving at the venue. But Zhang Fan's attention remained fixed on his senior sister. Though his gaze lingered on her, his mind was already back in the chat group, ready to join the banter. 4 Peace. At Pudu all sentient beings, why's the bald guy gone quiet today? Come on, let's go 300 rounds. Whoever backs down has to yell 3 bald thieves. Li'er. He doesn't dare. Coward's always been that way. Ninja scientist. Yup. Monks talk big but run like rats when challenged. Spirit of the demon sword. If he dares to show up, I'll flame him into oblivion. Junior brother of Dazufeng. Hello, seniors. I just joined. Still getting used to things, so I didn't dare speak. Tanjiro. How old are you? I'm 16. Junior brother of Dazufeng. Same. 16. Pudu all sentient beings, Fahai. What do you want to compete in? Just because I'm silent doesn't mean you can slander me at will. 4 Peace. Alright, I won't bully you. How about we compete in reciting sutras? Pudu. Fine. I'll use a short one. Let's see who recites faster. 4 Peace. Nah, never mind. I surrender. Thief Baldy. F***K your monk mother. Junior brother of Dazufeng. Tanjiro. Spirit of the demon sword. So that's what he was planning all along. Digging a trap just to curse him louder. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, what else to try? Let's hold the ceremony of recruiting believers directly. Pudu all sentient beings. You're unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. He didn't send another message after that. It seemed the monk was both furious and speechless. Li'er. Ha ha ha, that was satisfying. He's totally delirious now. Spirit of the demon sword. He had it coming. Always going on with, the poor monk this and, the poor monk that, it's exhausting just to read it. Yesterday he said I had demonic energy. Ha. Even if I am a demon, before the god, I still bow my head and kneel like everyone else. Ninja scientist. Selenum's getting more badass by the day. Junior brother Dazufeng, Zhang Fan. Seniors, may I ask? I've shared the meditation technique with my fellow disciples. Is that okay? Tanjiro. It's fine. The more people practicing it, the better. Young Master Murong. That's a good start. Get more people involved and build up your faith quickly, but don't forget, your first sacrifice is crucial. Chu Dashin. Yeah, since you've shown up, here's some advice from a brother. It's okay to share the technique with others, but don't forget to offer sacrifices to our god. Junior brother Dazufeng. If I didn't offer a sacrifice, what would happen? Suddenly, the group went silent. Zhang Fan felt a chill crawl up his spine. Oh, did I just touch on a taboo? He hurried to clarify that it was just a question, not a declaration of intent, but the next responses made his blood run cold. Chu Dashin. Hey, what's this? You trying to freeload, kid? Don't be like that. Either use the technique with sincerity, or don't touch it at all. Otherwise, you'll end up like Pirates of the Caribbean. Spirit of the demon sword. Ah, that guy, tried to scam the god. You want to know the result? Fine, he got castrated. 300 years of spiritual emasculation. That's what repaying grace with betrayal gets you. Young Master Morone. There's no such thing as a free lunch, kid. You want power? Pay the price. Pirates of the Caribbean. Why do you guys beat me up every day? Huh. Is it fun? Is it really fun? Sob.jpg. Junior brother Dazufeng. I was just asking. I swear I wasn't planning to skip the offering. Zhang Fen would never forget to repay kindness. Ninja scientist. You'd better mean that. The eternal God is all-seeing and all-powerful. If you spread his methods without sacrificing in return, careful, your entire world might collapse. Gulp. Zhang Fen swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. Damn. I need to prepare a sacrifice ASAP. At that moment, a soft moan beside him snapped him out of his panic. Tian Linger had awakened from her meditation. Her blank expression quickly shifted into wide-eyed joy. I broke through. I really broke through. Though she kept her voice low out of respect for the gathering, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Everyone from Dazufeng turned to look. Senior brother was the first to ask. Junior sister, did you advance? Tian Linger nodded eagerly, holding up 5 fingers. The others inhaled sharply. 5th level of Yuqing. Just from one meditation. It was terrifying. No wonder Zhang Fan could fly so steadily after a single night of cultivation. Not only that, Tian Linger added, but my true essence feels 5 times stronger than before. No wonder Zhang Fan didn't even waver midair. She turned to Zhang Fan and flashed him a smile, sweet and warm. But this time, the look wasn't that of a sister. There was affection in her eyes. Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Soon after, Suru also opened her eyes from meditation, having broken through by 1 level herself. Feeling the power coursing through her body, she turned to Zhang Fan. Child, when it's your turn, go all out. Don't hold anything back. Yes, madam. Then the bells rang. It was time for the competition draw. Suru activated her artifact to notify her husband. The lottery process was quick. Once the pairings were set, the competition began. During a break between matches, Zhang Fen reunited with his old friend Jingyu. But unlike before, now, Zhang Fen stood taller, prouder, and stronger. In the first round, Zhang Fen was matched against an opponent at the 4th level of Yuqing. He didn't even use a magic weapon, he simply flew forward and knocked his opponent out cold with 1 clean blow. His speed was unreal. The referee stood frozen, unsure what to say. Jingyu stared at him in disbelief. Elsewhere, Qi Ritian frowned. How the hell did that loser get this strong? He was nothing 2 years ago. Jingyu shook his head. I don't know, he's different now. He used to be timid. Now he's like a sword drawn from its scabbard. The matches continued. Whether it was Zhang Fan or Tian Linger, both dominated their opponents with overwhelming power. From the grandstand, the sect leader watched with furrowed brows. Tian Bai, these 2 disciples of yours are very powerful. Why have we never heard of them before? Tian Bai bowed stiffly. This. Headmaster, there's a reason. Please, allow them to finish their matches first. Some nearby elders looked displeased. As the peak leader of Dazufeng, why was he being so vague? Song Song wanted to speak, but was stopped by the head. Finally, Zhang Fen was matched against Jingyu. One held the fearsome dragon-slaying sword. The other, a plain old hatchet. Zhang Fan's weapon caused an uproar of laughter in the crowd. But after 3 moves, Jingyu, one of the most watched talents, was downed. Zhang Fan's flame technique devastated the arena. Half the dueling field was scorched to ash. Even the spirit beast Qilin, resting nearby, woke up from its slumber and let out a thunderous roar. The sect leader rose from his seat, eyes wide. Tian Bai. What is going on here? How can a disciple at the 6th level of Yuqing unleash an attack at the Super Qing level? Even worse, Zhang Fen wasn't out of breath. His face was calm. His energy wasn't depleted. There was no backlash. It was as if he'd just cast a basic move. Tian Bai clenched his jaw, then knelt. Reporting to the head. Last night, something miraculous happened. This child received a divine revelation. A powerful god chose him as his emissary, that's the source of his strength. Suru quickly knelt beside him. I too tried the meditation technique. Just 1 incense stick's worth of time, and I advanced by a level, without any side effects. Everyone looked at one another. Suddenly, continuing the competition felt pointless. Instead, a new consensus formed. Let's skip to the believer recruitment ceremony. As long as they could receive blessings from that divine being, their sect could soon rise to become number 1 in the world. Song Song finally spoke up. Headmaster, may I suggest calling that boy up and asking him directly before we proceed? Chapter 80, Zhang Fan, sorry, magic is above all else. Sect Master Daoxuan nodded slowly, then suddenly changed his mind. I want to see the full extent of this boy's potential. Pass down the order, Zhang Fan will face Sweki. If he wins, he'll go on to battle Qi Ritian. Sweki was the strongest disciple of Zayas Yifeng, and Qi Ritian the favored champion of the competition. Now that Zhang Fan had revealed such overwhelming strength, Daoxuan decided to skip the remaining matchups entirely and treat this as the final. Not only would it save time, but it would also allow the whole sect to witness the terrifying might of Zhang Fan's divine technique firsthand. At that moment, Jingyu knelt on one knee. He was still in shock from what had just happened. The flaming sword technique Zhang Fan had unleashed had terrified him. If that blow had been aimed at him, he might not be standing now. Jingyu. Ah, Xiao Fan. Phew, you're okay. I was worried, ha. Zhang Fan looked down at his dazed friend, still gripping his plain hatchet. His eyes sparkled with sincerity. But Jingyu's expression was complicated. He had always been the one praised as a genius. Yet today, he'd been defeated in 3 moves. The gap between them, it was too hard to accept. Jingyu even began to suspect that Zhang Fan had been hiding his strength all this time, just to humiliate him. I concede, Jingyu said coldly. Zhang Fan tucked the hatchet back into his belt and extended a hand to help him up. Unexpectedly, Jingyu slapped it away. Zhang Fan froze, startled by the gesture. Thanks, but I don't need your help. And with that, Jingyu stood up and walked away. Before Zhang Fan could react, a voice boomed from the sky. Zhang Fan advances to the final round. Sweki will now face Zhang Fan. Should he win again, he will battle Qi Ritian. The disciples of Qingyun's sect all exchanged glances. The sect leader had suddenly changed the rules. Many of those who hadn't yet fought were displeased, but when they looked again at the scorched arena left behind by Zhang Fan, they fell silent. Let's be honest, if we went up there, we'd just be cannon fodder. Better to enjoy the show. Daz Yifeng really pulled a dark horse this time. The headmaster himself recognized him. What strength. So what if he holds the dragon-slaying sword? He still lost. Genius. Pfft, guess he was just having it easy all these years. Yeah. No one expected it. But hey, now we get to see some real battles. Jingyu heard the murmurs and felt a burning shame in his chest. So this is all revenge. Back then, he lost face in front of Master after I used sword flight, and now he's getting even. Damn you, Zhang Fan. I never thought the honest, humble you could turn out to be so cunning. Back in the rest area, Qi Ritian approached him. Jingyu, don't let a minor defeat cloud your heart. These things don't matter. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Fan, still surprised, looked up toward the mountaintop platform. He spotted Sect Master Daoxuan, flanked by his own master and madam. So they know I've cultivated divine magic. For the sake of peace, for the honor of my sect, for my senior sister. Today, I will show them the power of a divine envoy. He calmed his breathing, suppressing the power surging inside him. I can only use the divine technique 10 times. I'll need to time it perfectly, no waste. Meanwhile, across the arena, Sweki received a spiritual transmission from her master, Shueyue. Sweki, be careful. Word just came that Zhang Fan has cultivated a divine spell. He's no longer at a normal level. The attack he used earlier was on par with Super Qing level. Fight him seriously. Sweki's gaze sharpened. Divine spell. She hadn't even heard of such a thing before. Still, her pride as the top of Zayas Yifeng swelled. If he wants to come at me, I'll show him just how strong we are. Moments later, the girl in white floated onto the stage, a sky-blue longsword in her hand. Fairy sword, Tianya. The two locked eyes across the dueling platform. In terms of looks, Sweki far outshone Zhang Fan's senior sister. But love runs deeper than appearances, and in Zhang Fan's heart, his affections had long been set. Even as he faced the beautiful and composed Sweki, his thoughts were focused on one thing. How can I defeat her swiftly? Only then can I display the power of a divine envoy. The match began. Sweki took to the skies and unleashed her imperial sword technique. Thousands of sword beams rained down from above, blanketing the arena in deadly brilliance. Disciples watching the match gasped in horror. If I were up there, I'd be defeated in an instant. This was the strength of Zayas Yifeng's top talent. Su Ru, watching from the stands, frowned. I don't recall you ever teaching Zhang Fan how to counter this. She turned to Tian Bai. The old man's face flushed with guilt. I didn't think he'd get this strong. If I had known, I would have taught him something better. Nearby, Sect Master Daoshuan and the law enforcement elder, Song Song, both raised their eyebrows in surprise. So, Zhang Fan had no formal sword training. All of his power came from brute strength, and that terrifying fire magic. How was he even keeping up? Sweki matched him in realm. She had a divine-grade sword. Zhang Fan. A rusty hatchet. On technique. Cough, well, let's not talk about that. As the sword winds howled above him, Zhang Fan felt his nerves tighten. The pressure was immense. But then, his gaze drifted toward the audience. There, his senior sister sat. Watching, anxious, eyes filled with worry. She's worried about me. She really cares. With his heart steadied by that thought, Zhang Fan whispered. God of eternity. Lend me your strength. His hand rose. And with it, the faint golden glow of divine power flickered once more. That's enough. Burn, flame. Boom. From Zhang Fan's hatchet, a dazzling flame erupted. The terrifying blaze shot into the sky like a silver serpent, tearing through the heavens. Sweki's intricate sword formation crumbled instantly, completely overwhelmed. Gasps rippled through the audience. It was flame again, but this time, even more powerful than before. Dao Xian inhaled sharply. That's already at the level of the second tier of Shangqing. Does this child have no limit? Or is it that divine law is truly superior to immortal law? If martial arts techniques sit at the bottom, and immortal arts tower above them, then divine law must be above even immortality. High in the air, Sweki's expression didn't even flicker. The moment her move was broken, she immediately launched her ultimate technique, without hesitation. Thunder surged in the sky. 9 heavens profound temple, summon divine thunder. Mighty will of heaven, strike down with my blade. Everyone watching the match was shocked. She'd actually unleashed the true form of the divine sword thunder art. Was she insane? Once this technique was activated, it couldn't be stopped. It was incredibly powerful, and equally dangerous to the user. Boom. As divine thunder crackled and split the clouds, Sweki charged downward, her fairy sword slicing through the sky, heading straight for Zhang Fan's flame. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted. The energy shockwave hurled Sweki backwards like a rag doll. Zhang Fan, meanwhile, remained standing in place, completely unaffected. When the smoke cleared, everyone froze. Sweki was bleeding from the mouth. Her face pale. She had clearly lost the strength to continue fighting. Zhang Fan hadn't moved. Victory was decided. The match was over. Song Song stared at the result and slowly shook his head. No suspense left. Even Qi Ritian won't be able to beat Zhang Fan. The difference was too stark. It wasn't just about cultivation level, it was the difference in class between their techniques. No matter how refined or powerful an immortal art might be, it couldn't compete with divine law. Quality simply trumped everything else. A strange light flickered in Daoshuan's eyes. He smiled faintly. Well, it's the final round. Let's watch it through. Qi Ritian is at the 7th level, almost the 8th. Among the younger generation, Qi Ritian was recognized as the strongest. Not only in raw strength, but also in mastery of high-level techniques. Meanwhile, Shueyue quietly carried her disciple off the field. She said nothing. From the moment Zhang Fan's flame clashed with her student's divine thunder, the match had stopped being a contest. Back in the resting area, she comforted Sweki softly. Don't feel disheartened. That boy isn't ordinary. The girl in white nodded quietly, though a storm brewed in her heart. Not ordinary. He's still human, isn't he? She bit her lip. If I lost, then I lost. He was stronger. Simple as that. Zhang Fan. Tian Linger waved to him from the distance, her eyes sparkling with joy. Zhang Fan grinned, heart full. Senior sister, I'm almost champion. Yes. Go for it. Their connection, forged through divine meditation, had only grown stronger. Now, they were practically flirting in front of everyone. On the high platform, Suru pursed her lips when she saw it, but didn't say anything. It's fine, childhood sweethearts, destined companions. What a good boy. Moments later, Qi Ritian approached Zhang Fan with a polite smile. Zhang Fan, would you like a short rest? He had a point. Zhang Fan had fought several rounds already. To go straight into another fight felt unfair, possibly like a deliberate setup. Even if he won, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. But Zhang Fan simply shook his head. Thank you, senior brother, but my remaining strength is enough to defeat you. Zhang Fan stood against the wind, hatchet at his side, a calm smile on his face. The crowd fell silent. That was audacious. He'd already fought 6 battles, and now he was rejecting rest, claiming he had enough energy left to beat the strongest disciple in the sect. People stared in disbelief. Then Qi Ritian's followers started shouting. "Crush him, Brother Ritian! Who does he think he is? So arrogant! Show him the difference in class." The air buzzed with tension. Qi Ritian's eyes narrowed, his expression cooling. "You're quite bold, junior brother. Very well, allow me to test your strength." "This isn't arrogance," Zhang Fan replied calmly. "Among the younger generation, no one can defeat me. When I received this power, I already understood, divine law is above all. This was just the beginning. The time would come when even heaven would tremble at his name." He remembered what Dashiwan had once said. "As a divine messenger, you are destined to be invincible. If you lack the heart for it, step aside. Let someone else serve God. I won't lose my senior sister. I won't let the world fall into ruin, so forgive me, senior brother, today, I won't hold back." Qi Ritian said nothing more. But suddenly, a wave of frigid air spread from his body, coating the entire platform. Even shards of ice formed in the air, and his sword aura crackled with frozen death. This was the strength of the 8th tier of Yuqing. But then, 6 fireballs rose into the sky. They spun in orbit around Zhang Fan, blazing like 6 miniature suns. The searing heat scorched the clouds. Frost melted in an instant. And the so-called strongest disciple, stripped of his advantage, now looked laughably weak. Chapter 81, Fahai, please, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, clarify this evil force bewitching me. Ever since mastering the fire magic technique, Zhang Fan had been focused on how to defeat Qi Ritian, the arrogant prodigy. When he unleashed all his fireballs, the surrounding frost could no longer form. Qi Ritian stared at the blazing fireballs radiating waves of intense heat. He couldn't help but be shocked, this kid could still use this technique. Wasn't he exhausted? Such devastating moves, one after another. And yet, not even a hint of fatigue. Impossible. He must be bluffing, trying to force me to retreat. Qi Ritian wasn't a fool. He quickly adjusted his stance, turned the tip of his sword, and channeled his ice power to attack Zhang Fan. But to his despair, the sword Qi remained, but the frost, formed from his refined essence, dissipated in the air the moment it appeared. A loss without even putting up a fight. Naturally restrained. His strongest sword technique reduced to a joke. The highly anticipated duel of the generation ended without drama. Headmaster Daoshuan descended from the sky, announcing the result of the match. In this competition, the champion is Dazhufeng's Zhang Fan. As a reward, he shall receive the magical artifact Liuha Mirror. Watching Zhang Fan bask in joy, Daoshuan silently nodded to himself. That divine being is truly terrifying. Looks like it's time to ask him about it. Before Zhang Fan could celebrate with his senior sister, Headmaster Daoshuan took him away. Inside the Great Hall, the first elders had already gathered. All eyes turned toward Zhang Fan. 2 objects were laid before them. Eternal sacrifice. Eternal meditation scripture. The former explained how to offer sacrifices to gods, simple and easy to understand. The latter was a record of Zhang Fan's growth and strength. Daoshuan looked at the solemn-faced Zhang Fan and smiled warmly. Don't be nervous. We just want to learn more about this eternal god. Please, take your time and explain. This method of cultivation was powerful, and didn't rely on innate talent or spiritual roots. According to Zhang Fan, those who were sincere would gain greater power. Su Ru, who had once meditated, claimed she saw a terrifying god, a Dharma incarnation, surrounded by thousands of devout believers praying fervently beneath him. The vision was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Zhang Fan nodded and began to explain everything he knew. When speaking of the eternal god, he expressed deep reverence and fear. When mentioning other deities, he showed only admiration and envy. From what I've seen, one divine envoy received the azure dragon Dharma body as a gift. He could transform into a divine dragon and control thunder. One breath summoned violent winds. One exhale summoned lightning. The dead resurrect. The soul is reborn. The power of the gods is unimaginable. There was even a mortal warrior who, through sacrifice, gained the ability to fly with a sword. With one strike, he could cut mountains and rivers in half. Another divine envoy sacrificed countless beasts and gained strength beyond mortal comprehension. There was even a warrior who performed a state-level sacrifice and was granted the title Sword Immortal. God declared that his blade could shatter the moon. The hall fell completely silent. Only Zhang Fan continued to explain, describing the scenes he had witnessed through divine visions or dreams. Even Daoshuan and Sang Song, elders who had seen many wonders, were left stunned. A mortal warrior became an immortal. A sword that could slice through stars. A soul river that resurrects the dead. It all sounded like myth and legend, but Daoxuan could tell Zhang Fen wasn't lying. The boy was young and too naive to fabricate something so elaborate, and his emotions were too raw to fake. No wonder he was able to break through to the 4th tier overnight. If such a terrifying god existed, it all made sense. Tsang Song, who had long grieved the loss of someone close, felt a part of his heart soften at the idea of resurrection. Just then, Tian Bai asked solemnly. Zhang Fan, what happens if someone doesn't perform the sacrifice? Zhang Fan, who had been speaking fluidly, suddenly froze. His expression twisted with discomfort. The atmosphere turned tense. No punishment, right? Daoxuan spoke gently but firmly. Speak freely. Don't be afraid. Zhang Fen swallowed hard and replied. Well, the eternal God is all-knowing and all-powerful. If you don't use the meditation, it's fine. But if you do, and you gain strength, then you must give something back. You must offer a festival. One divine envoy I know of tried to deceive the god. Not only did his life force break, but he was given a divine edict, perform the offering within 3 days, or the world would be shattered. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Shatter the world. That meant total annihilation. The wrath of a god was world-ending. Zhang Fan continued, voice quieter now. Although the envoy managed to complete the sacrifice in time, he was still punished. For 300 years, he was rendered inhuman. Tsang Song suddenly snapped. Nonsense. If this god is so powerful, why hasn't he descended upon us himself? Do you have any proof? The tension shifted. Everyone felt a small sense of relief. Good point. If this god was truly omnipotent, why not show himself? Zhang Fen quickly clarified. Our world is too fragile. If a god were to descend, it would cause disasters, natural calamities. But sacrifice is different. It creates a channel, a connection. If you don't believe me, I can show you the images. Fine, Tsang Song snorted. Let's see how terrifying your god really is. Zhang Fen raised his hand and touched the space between his brows. A spiritual image flashed into his mind. He projected it, the scene of Lu Che descending into the saint's burial world. Tsang Song stood silently in that vision, surrounded by the vast blackness of space, as the eternal god manifested. Moments passed. Then. Thud. Tsang Song dropped to his knees. His forehead dripped with cold sweat. His face had gone deathly pale. Tsang Song's entire body trembled, swaying unsteadily. It was obvious, he had seen something utterly terrifying. Daoxuan rushed over and shook his arm. Tsang Song. Tsang Song. Wake up. Tsang Song slowly regained his senses and muttered hoarsely, Headmaster, that god is real. Everyone instantly understood, Tsang Song had witnessed the true form of the eternal god. It took him a long while to finally stand up. Shui Yue immediately asked, is the eternal god powerful? Powerful. Tsang Song shook his head, his expression hollow. That's not something you can describe with powerful. In that god's eyes, our entire world is just a toy. Everyone in the room drew in a sharp breath. A toy. An entire world, just a plaything to a god. Tsang Song didn't dare elaborate further, it would only cause greater panic. Instead, he turned toward Daoxuan and warned. Senior brother, we need to prepare a sacrifice. If not, a catastrophe will come. Sacrifice, but what can we even offer to a god? Daoxuan frowned deeply. The altar is easy to arrange. But the offering itself. This was what truly troubled Daoxuan. They weren't ordinary people. They couldn't just offer livestock or ceremonial incense. There were pure, beautiful women among them, but Shui Yue would never allow it. She treated Sweki like her own daughter. If they sacrificed her, Shui Yue would lose her mind. Unexpectedly, Tsang Song pointed outside and said, you're forgetting something. Don't we already have a suitable offering? Everyone followed his finger, and their expressions turned strange. That direction. There was a child there. A sacred child. The spirit Qilin. Daoxuan gritted his teeth. Tsang Song's mind really was sharp. Of course, Tsang Song added dryly, we could always pretend none of this happened. But just think for a moment, what will the wrath of a god bring? Doomsday. He turned and left, still visibly shaken, and flew away into the sky. Daoxuan looked over at Shui Yue. Her eyes avoided his, but he could tell she was thinking about Sweki too. No one wanted to say it aloud. And the question returned once again. What should they do? Sacrifice one person, or risk the destruction of the world? Daoxuan fell silent. Seeing this, Tian Bai subtly gestured to Zhang Fan and Su Ru. The three quietly left the hall and flew back toward the training grounds. One by one, the other first-seated elders also dispersed. Every time there's a crisis, it falls on my shoulders. Daoxuan rubbed his temples, inwardly groaning. This is a headache. Just now, Shueyue had clearly shown she wasn't willing to offer Sweki. But aside from her, none of the other young female disciples could compare. They simply had no one suitable to offer. And presenting an unworthy sacrifice would only be seen as insincere. How could a god accept a half-hearted offering? Especially a god of that magnitude. By the time the tournament officially ended, most disciples had returned to their own mountains. Xiaoxufeng was no exception. When Sweki saw her master return, she immediately went over to greet her. But Shueyue didn't speak. She only looked at her oddly. Master, is something wrong? Though cold to strangers, Sweki was warm-hearted and loyal to those close to her. She was a good girl who valued emotional bonds. Shueyue shook her head and muttered something strange. I'll protect you. Then she turned and walked straight into her room. Sweki stood frozen, confused. Protect me? Was it because she lost the match? Did Master now think less of her? Her delicate brows furrowed in concern. She couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Something was wrong. She had to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, in the world of the White Snake. Since his humiliation, Fahai had not been the same. What's so wrong with being a monk? The 6 roots purified. Detached from desire. Uninterested in worldly conflict. Why did the world hate monks so much? Just as he returned to Jinshan Temple, a radiant light descended. A manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva had appeared. Seeing the benevolent, reserved form of the Bodhisattva, Fahai immediately knelt and offered his reverence. Amitabha. I greet Guanyin Bodhisattva. Rise, Fahai, she said gently. I have come to tell you, your destiny is approaching. This concerns whether or not you can return to the Western Paradise. Yes, Bodhisattva. I understand. But, recently, there's been something that's troubled me deeply. Guanyin frowned slightly. What kind of problem could this devout disciple possibly have? Was it regarding the Dharma? Go on, she said. Let me hear it. Perhaps I can help. Fahai hesitated, then spoke. Lately, I've been plagued by strange voices. I keep hearing whispers, seductive and ominous. A malevolent god calling himself the eternal god, he wants to tempt me, to become one of his followers. Guanyin's face turned serious. Let me see. Perhaps you've been cursed. Or someone is targeting you. She extended her divine senses and examined Fahai's body. What she found left her stunned. This was not something ordinary. It involved the calculation of fate itself. If anything happened to someone like Fahai, someone marked by destiny, it could destabilize the entire cosmic balance. Who would dare to tamper with fate? Who would risk the collapse of the Buddhist path? But what shocked Guanyin even more was what she didn't find. There were no traces of corruption. No evil aura. Not even the faintest foreign power. Fahai's spirit was completely stable. There was no sign of invasion or demonic manipulation. Chapter 82, Long Kwai strikes, suppresses Niwa Temple. Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent. Fahai could guess what that meant. As expected, the Bodhisattva spoke softly, Fahai, you've not been cursed or tampered with. Your purple mansion is pure and untainted, and your spiritual platform is bright and clear. What? Fahai blinked. There's no mistake, Guanyin continued. Upon my inspection, I found nothing wrong with you. Fahai glanced at the worried expressions of those nearby, likely caused by his earlier outburst, and sighed inwardly. As expected, even the Bodhisattva was helpless. Guanyin's eyes flickered with thought, but she said gently, tell me more about this so-called evil god. After this Dharma assembly, I'll return to Mount Lingshan to consult the Buddha. This is what happened. As Fahai recounted his experiences, Guanyin finally began to grasp the situation. But a god in the sky. An eternal god. She had never heard of such a deity. If it truly exists, why has its name never been known among the heavens? Could it be some remnant of an ancient era? A monster from before time? A chill ran through Guanyin's heart. After a few vague words of reassurance to Fahai, she left quietly, riding a drifting cloud. If such a being exists, then a great catastrophe may be approaching, a calamity beyond imagination. 1 Jia Chat Group. Spirit of the Demon Sword, at Universal Salvation come out, bald monk. Auntie's in a bad mood today and needs to vent. Secondly, at Universal Salvation you sneaky monk, come out and play. I promise I won't flip you off. Since teaming up with Chu Dashan, Li had picked up a new signature move. Every time Fahai showed up, he'd kindly raise his middle finger. A sincere expression of respect. Verbal abuse was forbidden in the group, after all, sometimes the gods lurked and watched. But gestures. Those didn't count. Tanjiro, oh, carrot, oh you guys are terrible. I love it. Ninja scientist, brother Tanjiro, how's progress now that there are no more demons in your world? Tanjiro, pretty fast. We've already built over 1,000 temples. Young Master Murong, you're online every day, yet somehow you've got energy to grow your faith too. For peace, probably because the local officials helped promote it once the monsters were gone. Otherwise, no way it'd grow so fast. Tanjiro, hee, brother Long is right. I've been teaching others in the temples how to cultivate, while the master handles the overall expansion. With the railroad system and growing number of believers, even the breathing techniques have spread. Conservative estimates say we now have over 8,000 temples. Spirit of the Demon Sword. Secondly, Chu Dashin, I thought opening 600 temples was impressive, and now Tanjiro's blown past me. Tanjiro, our world's combat power is low, and transportation is super convenient, so development went smoothly. By the way, Sister Solanum, are you in southern Xinjiang now? I love seeing the scenery of your world. Tanjiro's hobbies outside of teaching disciples were simple. He loved admiring the landscapes of other worlds. Everyone liked him, he was hardworking, sweet, and polite. So whenever group members visited beautiful places, they'd send him pictures. It didn't take up much bandwidth, and it always made his day. Just today, Solanum had uploaded a video, an image of a floating island in the sky. Sea of clouds. Houses built on clouds. A magnificent sight. A true sky island. Spirit of the Demon Sword, yeah, I just arrived in southern Xinjiang. I'm handling something now, talk later. Tanjiro, okay, take care. In the world of Solanum. Solanum, Nightshade, rushed forward, finally arriving in southern Xinjiang. The local customs were very different from the Central Plains, but the people were warm and welcoming. Ordinarily, she'd have found this charming. But now. There was only one thing on her mind. Turn this place into my base of operations. There were rumors, Fushi and Nuwa were siblings. Ancient gods. They could not die, only slumber. If that was true, then her plan was simple. Capture Nuwa's descendants, and then seize Nuwa herself. A cold gleam passed through Solanum's eyes. Once she located the Nuwa temple, she transformed into a streak of brilliant blue sword light and sped off in that direction. Why have I been feeling uneasy lately? Is something bad coming? The saintess sat quietly outside the Nuwa temple, gazing at the clear sky. Then, her expression changed. Terror filled her eyes. A tremendous sword aura was descending from the heavens, coming straight for her. An enemy attack. Reacting quickly, the saintess cast a spell, activating the temple's defensive array. In the next instant, the magic sword struck. The pink protective barrier resisted fiercely, but a sliver of pure sword energy broke through and streaked inward. PSSHHT. The sword chi pierced her shoulder. A finger-sized wound immediately stained her white robes with crimson. You demon. Why are you attacking me? Demon. Solanum sneered. Because the Nuwa descendants inside will be offered to my god. Her eyes were ice cold. Her hands crackled with divine sword energy as she continued her assault on the temple's shield. The pressure grew unbearable. Suddenly, crack. The shield shattered. The long Kwai sword soared forward, aiming directly at the wounded saintess. Stop. Suddenly, a crimson whip shot down from the sky, knocking the dragon Kwai sword slightly off course, just enough to let the saintess narrowly escape death. Zishuan, you finally decided to return. The saintess's expression was grim. There wasn't a trace of gratitude on her face. Zishuan nodded slowly, her gaze filled with hatred as it locked onto Solanum. It was you. You destroyed Shu Mountain and killed Su Chongqing, didn't you? So what if I did? Solanum sneered. That place had long fallen into corruption. Shu Mountain deserved to be cleansed by my god. The saintess next to them was shaken to her core. Zishuan, she had truly gone mad for love. Just to see her beloved again, she had even frozen her daughter in order to delay the transfer of Nuwa's divine power. Now, hearing that Su Chongqing had died, she had completely snapped. Sure enough, at the mention of Su Chongqing's death, hatred flashed in Zishuan's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, her mana surged into the form of a whip, striking at Solanum. But she had forgotten one thing. The terror that Solanum had become. Even though she was no longer linked to the red sunflower as a divine envoy, Solanum's strength had still grown immensely due to her connection with it. Though they had separated, they remained one soul. Facing Zishuan now was nothing more than an annoyance. In terms of swordsmanship, Solanum had become a merciless witch, every move was deadly and precise. Within moments, Zishuan was overwhelmed. She was eventually struck down and pinned to the ground by the magical blade. She looked up at Solanum, full of despair. But there was nothing she could do, she couldn't move at all. Her blood continued to spill. Dragon Kwai looked down at the fallen Nuwa descendant with complete indifference. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I still need you for a sacrifice. According to Red Kwai's calculations, you have an heir. Offering both mother and daughter in a dual sacrifice, now that's divine poetry. Zixuan's face went pale. Hearing that the demon intended to take her daughter, she erupted in fury. Qing'er is only a few years old. How can you even think of harming her? You've lost all humanity, you're a demon. You have no conscience left. Conscience. Demon. Solanum burst into bitter laughter. Then she slammed her foot onto Zixuan's arm, grinding it down with force. When my brother was killed, did anyone say he was innocent? Did anyone claim we were in the wrong? You, a descendant of Nuwa, chose to chase after a man for hundreds of years while your people were left to suffer. And now you dare to lecture me? Humans called me a monster. You believed it, and now look at you. You pathetic woman. If you weren't useful, I'd have ended your life long ago. The wounded saintess nearby heard Solanum's words and, though injured, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Someone should have said these things to Zixuan a long time ago. But no one had ever dared. And now, this was the result. Dragon Kwai sealed both women in place using sword chi, pinning them side by side at the entrance of the temple. Then, without another word, Solanum turned and left, off to find Qing'er. Watching her depart, the saintess sighed, glancing toward Zixuan. I warned you not to go to Suchongqing. Shu Mountain had clearly planned to use your love to help him ascend. The gods above are heartless, and the price for immortality is steep. Zixuan wept silently, tears streaming down her face. But all I wanted was to be with him. Was that so wrong? Her voice trembled, filled with pain. Looking back, her love was filled with nothing but sorrow. Soon after, a loud roar echoed from the distance. The sound of a baby crying followed. Zixuan's eyes widened as she felt the power of Nuwa inside her begin to drain. Such was the fate of the Nuwa clan. When the next generation was born, their divine power would naturally transfer. Moments later, Solanum returned, Qing'er in her arms. She sneered with contempt, and Zixuan couldn't even bring herself to meet her eyes. You call me a demon. But what about you? A poor child, sealed in ice by her own mother for hundreds of years. What a wonderful mother you are. Solanum shook her head mockingly, her tone laced with scorn. And don't worry, I heard everything you said earlier. Those idiotic tactics of Shu Mountain and the so-called Heavenly Emperor. No wonder Nuwa hasn't awakened. Surrounded by pigs like you, she probably fainted in anger the moment she opened her eyes. Who are you calling stupid? Oh, not you. You sure? Then listen closely. The Heavenly Emperor never intended for mortals to become immortals. He simply dangled hope before them, offering a spot in the immortal ranks at an impossible cost. The whole, stay together forever, promise. That was just bait. And you fell for it like a fool. Your Nuwa clan, every time you bear a child, your divine power transfers to the next generation. So rather than reincarnate, you froze your own daughter to keep your strength longer. And when they told you that pouring your Nuwa power into Suchongqing could help him ascend, what did you choose? The saintess turned to Zixuan. She already knew the answer. Zixuan, who had been consumed by love, had chosen to give it all away. The end was predictable. Zixuan died. Suchongqing became an immortal. Qing'er was left alone in the world. Solanum's lips curled into a cunning smile. But hey, staying together forever isn't impossible. All you need to do is offer your daughter as a sacrifice. In return, I'll grant you a divine technique. And with it, you can summon the gods to bring Suchongqing back to life. Zixuan froze. I can really be with him again. Forever. She dared not look at her crying child. But her gaze slowly lifted to meet Solanum's. Solanum's smile twisted into something dark. Perfect. Stupid and easy to manipulate. Of course, she said sweetly. Have I ever lied to you? Chapter 83, Tathagata Buddha, I cannot calculate the origin of the eternal God. To serve the eternal God, one must first become his believer. And Nanjiang must be turned into his domain of faith. The saintess, standing nearby, looked on at the sinister Solanum and the now enchanted Zixuan. She shut her eyes and turned her heart away. She knew that even if she wanted to intervene, she couldn't. It would only mean her death. Yet still, her heart ached. They had waited so long, only for Nuwa's divine inheritance to be lost. Now even faith was being stripped away. How tragic. Solanum didn't just take Qing'er, she also seized the water spirit orb, a sacred relic long guarded by Zixuan. A natural treasure like that was best used as a divine offering to the eternal God. Now, 2 such relics were in Solanum's possession. The third, held by Shi Yao, had already been passed to Hongkui. The sacrifices were complete. All that remained was faith. If Murong Fu could hold a state ritual for God, why not me? The Witch King of the southern border could easily be replaced. As long as the saintess was useful, she would serve that purpose. With her plan set, Solanum led them to the royal palace of southern Nanjiang. A few days later, the saintess stood before the public and preached the glory of the eternal God, claiming that Nuwa herself was one of his devout followers. At first, no one believed her. But then came the miracle. Solanum took action personally, displaying overwhelming divine power, slaying a monstrous beast in a single sword strike. The crowd was silenced. And slowly, they accepted the truth. Temples began to rise, one after another. Looking upon the ever-growing number of shrines being erected in the eternal God's name, Solanum turned to Zixuan and said, "When the temples cover all of Nanjiang, and the grand festival begins, don't forget the promise I made you." Zixuan nodded quietly, clutching her daughter to her chest. In just a few days, Lin Qinger, now infused with Nuwa's divine power, had grown visibly older. She looked at least a year more mature, and her complexion was no longer pale and sickly. Meanwhile, in the world of the White Snake, at the grand Buddhist altar, the sacred puja had been scheduled to last 7 days. But it ended abruptly after just 5. After finishing her sermon, Guanyin Bodhisattva quickly mounted her lotus platform and departed for the western paradise, Mount Lingshan. Those present simply assumed she had urgent business and did not question it. But in truth, Guanyin's mind had not been at ease since she encountered Fahai. The shadow of the eternal God loomed too large. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Otherwise, the world is truly on the verge of chaos. She stepped onto the clouds, muttering quietly to herself. The deep worry in her eyes hadn't appeared in centuries. Mount Lingshan. Guanyin arrived directly at the great hero hall. Seated within was Tathagata Buddha, calm and radiant. When he saw Guanyin arrive unexpectedly, he smiled gently. "Guanyin, didn't your puja have 2 more days left? What brings you to Lingshan so suddenly?" Even the arhat sitting nearby looked puzzled. The annual Buddhist puja was a sacred and grand event, central to spreading the Dharma. What could possibly prompt Guanyin to abandon it halfway? Guanyin bowed deeply. "Tathagata Buddha, this matter concerns Fahai." Hearing Fahai's name, Tathagata frowned. So it was him again. No wonder. After listening to Guanyin's report, the Tathagata closed his eyes and began to calculate. But no matter how far he extended his divine perception, how many layers of fate he peeled back, nothing. The path forward was completely shrouded in mist. Even using his supreme powers, he could not pierce the veil. Could this evil god lie beyond my reach? Guanyin leaned forward anxiously. "Tathagata, what did you see?" "I couldn't find anything." "What? Not even you?" Shock rippled through the hall. Even the Buddhas who were deep in meditation opened their eyes in disbelief. The Lord of the 3 realms could not calculate it. That was an event unheard of. Tathagata Buddha simply nodded, not offering further explanation. Instead, he said, "His tribulation is about to begin. Go and observe." "Yes." Guanyin bowed once more and departed. Even the Buddha of Lingshan couldn't divine the eternal God. In her heart, Guanyin considered the implications. There could only be 2 explanations. The God does not exist. Or, the God exists but lies outside the 3 realms. If it were the former, that would be fortunate. But if it were the latter, then Fahai was the key. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou City, the heavens thundered with torrential rain. And fate brought a man and a snake together once more. Inside Jinshan Temple, Fahai sat silently, staring at the falling rain. He sighed again and again, his heart heavy and restless. These past few days, he hadn't been able to sleep or eat in peace. Every time he closed his eyes, the Wanjia chat group buzzed endlessly in his mind. Even if he tried to mute the notifications, if someone tagged him directly, a warning tone would still break through. So no matter what, he couldn't escape it. Messages arrived non-stop. Ding. Spirit of the Demon Sword is calling you. Ding. Murong Fu is calling you. Ding. For Peace is calling you. Just as Fahai was consumed by turmoil, a golden light descended from the sky. The familiar presence instantly cleared his thoughts. Guanyin Bodhisattva had returned. His primordial spirit left his body and rose to meet her in the clouds. "Bodhisattva, you've returned from Lingshan. Did you find anything? Were you able to locate the eternal God?" Faced with Fahai's question, Guanyin simply shook her head. "You Haven't gone to Lingshan yet. Or is it that? Fahai didn't dare finish the sentence. The implications were too terrifying. Guanyin replied calmly, don't worry. My Buddha, the Tathagata himself, attempted to investigate, but he couldn't find where this being resides. It may exist beyond the 3 realms. That's why I hope you can make contact again. We must uncover more information. Fahai's heart turned cold. Even the Buddha couldn't detect the eternal God's existence. His long-standing faith trembled. Does it really have to be like this? Can't I just avoid it completely? I'm afraid. Guanyin's voice remained gentle but firm. If you ignore it, it may become a disaster in the future. We have Buddhas in Lingshan. What are you afraid of? Understood, Fahai whispered. Then, what should I do about this fate? Guanyin gave only one answer. Fate. When it arrives, you will know. Though it was a human-made fate, its arrival was inevitable. When Fahai's spirit returned to his body, he stared at the rain pouring outside the temple. Clenching his jaw, he opened the Wanjia chat group. It was extremely lively at the moment. The junior brother from Dazufeng, who had entered the group at the same time as him, had become chummy with everyone, chatting away with ease. Ninja scientist. Didn't expect to see actual immortals in your world. You've even inherited Taoist cultivation methods. How do they compare with meditation? Junior brother of Dazufeng. Divine cultivation methods are far superior. I reached the 6th level of Yiching overnight after an epiphany. Not only did I win the favor of my senior sister, but I was also awarded a magic treasure. Secondly, show us the treasure. The junior brother promptly uploaded an image. Junior brother. This is a treasure of my sect. It's called the Lioha mirror. It said that as long as you have enough mana, it can reflect all attacks. Tanjiro. So cool, brother. Li Air. That's a fine artifact. What's your sect's take on sacrifice then? Since you cultivate immortality, you must have some valuable offerings too. 4 piece. I'm curious too. What kind of spiritual treasures do martial sects offer? After some explanation from Li Shimin, the group finally understood the concept of cultivation. Immortals could live for centuries and possess great powers. But compared to gods, even immortals were like ants. Junior brother. We're preparing to sacrifice the Qilin guarded by Spirit Venerable. Chu Dashan. Wah. A mythical beast. A Qilin. That's serious stuff. If you ever return to the God realm, you'd better remember us. Junior brother. Ahem. I'm not the sect leader yet. Haven't even written my horoscope. Fahai's heart grew more uneasy. Qilin. That should only appear during great worldly fortune. And yet, this wasn't even his world. Then came the real blow. The spirit of the demon sword uploaded a video. Tanjiro. Sister Lonkue, I finished my training. Spirit of the demon sword. All done. Captured 2 Nuwa descendants. I'm now handling state matters in southern Xinjiang. The second sacrifice will happen soon. Fahai hurriedly downloaded the video and played it. Even though he had never seen Nuwa with his own eyes, he could feel it. That aura, so sacred, so ancient. It was real. Nuwa's descendants existed. His faith crumbled further. Why did I open this chat group in the first place? But Fahai had no idea, the fact that he downloaded the video had triggered a notification. The group instantly caught on. Spirit of the demon sword. Whoa, caught a peeping monk. Sneaky watcher. Screenshot saved. JPG. Secondly. TSK, I knew that bald monk wasn't right. Doesn't say anything, just silently watches Sister Selenum's videos. Shameless. Chu Dashan. There's a saying, the shameless sneak is invincible under heaven. No one was sure if that was a real saying. But it didn't stop the verbal assault. Fahai had finally had enough. Even a Buddha couldn't endure this level of group flame. Pursuer of all beings, Fahai. Enough. You all act so mighty, why not bring your gods here and let them face me? What is there to fear? A group of false gods confusing the masses, I, Fahai, do not fear them. The group fell silent for a beat. Then a new message appeared. Eternal God. Do you truly not fear? Pursuer of all beings. I, Fahai, am a disciple of the great Sun Tathagata. I practice with a golden alms bowl. What do I have to fear? Eternal God. Your real name is Duobao. You were a disciple of Master Tong Tian, and after the Great Calamity, you were transferred into the Western teachings. Your Guanyin Bodhisattva, real name Sihangdo, was a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Samantabhadra was originally named Puxian. You're all defectors from different sections. What sort of flowers can grow in a garden of traitors? Eternal God. And you, Fahai, you were planted into the tail of the white snake for a reason. The white snake is a descendant of the candle dragon, though she is unaware. Before her body could fully develop, she was drawn to you, binding her to karmic debt. The shepherd boy's name is Lucian. He currently resides in Hangzhou. The day it rains on the third day of the third month is when fate will take its course. Shall I continue? I love all under heaven, but not the bald. Your slander, I shall remember. Fahai turned ice cold. Today was the third day of the third month. Lucian and the White Snake, by Suzhen, had already met. Chapter 84, Fahai, so I'm just a puppet. Fahai didn't hesitate. He rose to his feet, summoned the clouds beneath him, and flew straight toward Hangzhou. His heart was in turmoil. It wasn't just about the Buddhist mission anymore. The eternal God's ability to shatter all causality was terrifying in itself. Magic power. The karma between himself and the White Snake. Everything had been revealed, disassembled like clockwork. If he hadn't reached enlightenment and achieved the Tao, he wouldn't have been able to break through the illusion of fate that had surrounded his life since birth. But, was it all truly the Buddha's design? Just to track down the descendant of the candle dragon? Fahai suddenly realized he had underestimated the eternal God. Bodhisattva. Why do you want me to engage with him? The secrets involved are far too immense. Worse, he had a deep, creeping feeling that even if the Tathagata himself acted, he wouldn't be able to defeat the eternal God. The most obvious reason. The Buddha couldn't locate the eternal God at all. But the eternal God could expose every one of the Buddha's secrets like reading from a book. Wasn't that already proof enough? In other worlds, descendants of Nuwa had been captured. The Qilin was being used as a sacrifice. Just looking at the number of believers, millions, perhaps tens of millions, made Fahai's skin crawl. And it was still growing. In the blink of an eye, he reached the clouds above Hangzhou. His gaze swept over West Lake. There was a dragon king residing in the waters, but it was only a juvenile dragon, nothing worth mentioning. Despite the heavy rain, people had gathered around the lake to watch it fall. Then, Fahai's attention was caught by a single figure. A woman in white stood at the lakeside. Her face was bare, free of makeup, yet stunningly beautiful. There was an ethereal grace in the way she moved, an immortal air that set her apart from the world around her. It's you. Fahai's eyes narrowed. He pinched his fingers together to divine her fate. A vision formed in front of him. Memories of a previous life. And the words of the eternal God, confirmed. Inside the boat on the West Lake, Bai Suzhen suddenly raised her head. Her eyes narrowed toward the clouds in the sky. Big sister, what's wrong? Beside her, Xiaoqing noticed her sister had activated a protective spell and instinctively drew her weapon. Bai Suzhen shook her head slowly. Just now, someone had tried to divine her. But when she looked up, there was nothing, just clouds. Maybe it was my imagination. After all, she was just one step away from becoming an immortal herself. Even true immortals shouldn't be able to escape her perception. Inside the small cabin, aside from the sisters, there was only a clueless boy and a boatman dressed in coarse linen. The rain, like a silken curtain, slowly came to a stop. The boatman eagerly brought the vessel to shore. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing disembarked hand in hand. But since Bai Suzhen was preoccupied, she forgot her colorful umbrella in the boat. It was picked up by Lucian. And so, fate began. On the way back, Bai Suzhen still felt uneasy. So she asked a nearby spirit if anything unusual had happened recently. A fox spirit answered respectfully, Immortal, please be informed, there is a revered monk living at the nearby Jinshan temple. Every night, golden light shines from his meditation hall, and no demon dares pass. Jinshan temple. Bai Suzhen frowned. I've never heard of any monks there before. It's a recent development. The current abbot is called Fahai. He moved here not long ago. Bai Suzhen nodded and waved the little fox away. Xiaoqing frowned. Sister, do you think the one who spied on us earlier is the bald thief? Yes, Bai Suzhen replied softly. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am. Even for something tied to fate, I wouldn't mistake my perception. Someone was definitely watching us. Then why don't we go check it out? Bai Suzhen hesitated, then shook her head. After all, she was still a demon. Showing up unannounced might only cause unnecessary conflict. Forget it. Let's focus on finding the one destined for us. Once the karmic bond is fulfilled, I'll finally ascend to immortality. Back at Jinshan Temple, since returning, Fahai had been in a state of dazed contemplation. Over and over, he weighed his thoughts. If he followed Guanin's instructions, he should now meditate and report his spiritual perceptions back to her. But what happened today had already gone far beyond expectations. He feared that if he took one more step forward, there would be no turning back. In the dim temple, lit only by flickering lanterns, a heavy sigh echoed. Fahai rose with an oil lamp and walked toward the rear courtyard. An old monk resided there, the temple's former abbot. Though his cultivation was weak, his understanding of Buddhism was profound. Fahai often came to speak with him, and always left feeling enlightened. Knock knock. Master, are you awake? Fahai asked respectfully. His voice was soft, just loud enough to be heard by someone awake, but quiet enough not to disturb sleep. It reflected his deep reverence. A moment later, a warm light glowed through the door, and a gentle voice called out. Come in. Yes. Fahai stepped inside. The old monk sat on a wooden bed. He was in his 80s, thin and frail, but his eyes were clear and sharp. Fahai fetched a cushion and sat before him. If something troubles you, speak it plainly. From the look on your face these past few days, I can tell you're carrying a heavy burden. The old monk's gaze was piercing, like a blade that cut straight through to Fahai's heart. All of his confusion and doubt dissolved. Master, Fahai began softly, do you believe Buddhism is truly pure and without flaw? He hesitated but finally asked the question that had gnawed at him since earlier. He had always believed demons were evil. That belief was only solidified when Bai Suzhen stole his golden core, leading to his disgrace and expulsion from Lingshan. Since then, his heart had been full of resentment. His emotions, unstable. But today, the eternal God had said something that shattered him. His entire life was simply following a script. A puppet. A marionette pulled by divine strings. On the third day of March, the white snake encountered her destined one once again. He, too, was in Hangzhou. Fahai didn't even need to think about what would happen next. As fate would have it, the two would fall in love, and under a series of coincidences, they would eventually cross paths with him, the abbot of Jinshan Temple. That was the catastrophe. Heh. I once thought it was destiny. Turns out it was all a calculation. His very existence, the theft of his golden core, his fall from Lingshan, all of it had been orchestrated by Buddhist design. All for the sake of capturing the descendant of the candle dragon. The old Zen master looked at Fahai and said calmly. Shouldn't you be asking this of the Bodhisattva or the Buddha? Why come to a mere mortal like me with such a question? Fahai smiled bitterly. Because deep down, he could no longer bring himself to believe in Buddhism. The Dharma is divided into Mahayana, Hinayana, and countless other schools. They splintered because of differing ideologies. People think differently. Naturally, their paths to enlightenment differ as well. Your question, you can only answer for yourself. No matter what those above us do, they have their reasons. Just like secular emperors, everyone has their own desires. Even our pursuit of purity, that too, is a kind of desire. Fahai was stunned. But then, something within him clicked. He bowed deeply to the Zen master, turned, and quietly left the room. Back in his meditation chamber, Fahai sat cross-legged. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and initiated the meditation method. And descended into the depths of the spiritual realm. Elsewhere, Guanyin, who had been monitoring him all this time, sighed quietly. My Buddha. Fahai has already cultivated the law of the evil god. His mental state appears to be deeply affected. Continue watching, came the response. Even now, neither Guanyin nor Fahai realized. His every thought and action was being watched. Within the void of meditation, a dark, spiritual plane, Fahai arrived. But something was different this time. A newcomer had appeared. Unlike the usual mindless drifting spirits, this presence was fully conscious, awakened the moment it entered. So this is the law of the evil god. Humph, doesn't seem like much. Fahai's consciousness surged forward. A ray of golden light appeared ahead, and he could feel his primordial spirit strengthening as he advanced. This method was extraordinary. Fahai was in awe. Suddenly, the space trembled. He snapped awake. And found himself standing before a massive, luminous jade platform. Fahai. You came to me, after all. So, tell me. Do you still believe your Dharma is untainted? The voice was soft, yet it seemed to echo from the ninth heaven, more overwhelming than any sermon the Tathagata had ever delivered. Fahai's entire body shook. He looked up. And saw an enormous human face, illuminated by divine light, gazing directly into his soul. Just looking into those eyes felt like being dissected from within. If I keep staring, I'll die. Panicked, he quickly lowered his gaze. Only then did he notice the intricate lines beneath his feet. He was standing in someone's palm. That entire platform was just a hand. Seeing that Fahai didn't speak, the entity, Lu Che, the eternal god, sneered. Silence. Do you think I don't already know what's going through your mind? You wonder how I understand the thoughts of those so-called immortal Buddhas? Because they're all liars. False immortals. False Buddhas. They can't even perceive my existence, much less stop me. Even if you stood before them and spoke my truths, they still couldn't find me. I existed before all living things. All Dharma was born from me. But those ignorant gods and Buddhas, they know nothing. Fahai said nothing. But his thoughts screamed in chaos. This was the eternal God's method of breaking down Fahai. To first destroy his reverence for Buddhism. To awaken the rebellious nature buried deep in his heart. And Fahai, who had always been stubborn and proud, was the perfect target. Tell him his entire life had been orchestrated. That he was just a pawn in someone else's game. He couldn't take it. As expected, it had only taken one day for him to enter the meditation realm again. Now, time to apply more pressure. Since you won't speak, Lu Che continued, then act according to your own thoughts. Though you curse me as an evil god, you are fortunate to be a member of the group. I've decided to grant you strength, so that you may see the truth of the world. A single golden finger touched Fahai's spiritual body. Immediately, his primordial spirit strengthened. And a brand new Dharma was injected directly into his consciousness. 6-turn golden body technique. It was still Buddhist in form, but its power far surpassed the teachings of Fahai's own world. Comparable not to mere monks, but to Guanyin herself. Fahai barely had time to react before he was jolted awake. His entire back was soaked in cold sweat. That god, he's terrifying. I must never engage with him again. If I do. From afar, a voice whispered. Buddha, he's awake. His strength hasn't changed. There's no trace of evil aura. But his soul, it's definitely stronger. Guanyin. Fahai froze. I've been under surveillance this entire time. Chapter 85, God's Domain Global Expansion, Strength Enhanced Once Again. Fahai felt a deep sorrow settle in his heart. After everything. It turned out his entire life had been manipulated. Ha! A hollow chuckle escaped him. He had quietly opened a wound in his soul, and no one, not even the heavens, noticed. Yet, the voices above his head continued. There seems to be something wrong. His emotional state is unstable. It may be the influence of the evil god. I see. I'll keep an eye on him. I promise there won't be any slip-ups in the next stage. All right. In a few days, I'll warn him, don't rush into action. Let the matter with Baisujan play out, then we'll slowly lead him into understanding the evil god. Fahai stood still, numb. But the crack in his heart only widened. It wasn't just about him anymore. If it were someone else in this position, could they really accept it either? From the moment of his birth, everything had been arranged. Every effort, every achievement, just another step in someone else's script. And now, he could feel it. Above the skies of Hangzhou City, gods were watching. Not just bodhisattvas, there were arhats, awakened Buddhas, all observing. For a small city like this, everything was for Baisujan, Su Xian, and himself. Fahai clenched his fists. The eternal God said I should see with my own eyes and listen with my own ears. Fine. Then I'll do exactly that. If Guanyin and the Tathagata discover that I'm no longer theirs, will they cough blood from rage? Perhaps. But Lu Che had seen all this coming. He didn't make threats. He didn't interfere. All he did was enhance Fahai's primordial spirit, sharpen his perception, and let him see reality, clearly. The script was handed to him. And the next scene would be even more brilliant. Because one day, Fahai would no longer tolerate this cage. And he would choose to become something else. Another Buddha. And when that time came, his opportunity would arrive. In the world of God's domain, the number of believers had surpassed 10 million. Faith poured into the world like a surging river. The God's domain no longer expanded just vertically, it had begun evolving globally. With divine power, the power of law, and sufficient resources, the world of God's domain had finally reached the point where it could transform into a true plane. Now, after several rounds of sacrifice and an unending rise in faith, the domain's surface area had reached over 90 million kilometers. But uncontrolled expansion would only lead to collapse. The domain had to be stabilized. To achieve that, it needed to be structured as a proper plane, according to divine law. This was the method used by the higher gods. Yet Lu Che, in terms of divine rank, was still a lower god. If he followed the official path, he'd need to undergo tests, long, tedious, and bureaucratic. Queue up. Pass evaluations. Collect permissions. TCH, boring. He couldn't be bothered. What were the benefits? A better divine salary. He didn't care about that. Better to spend his time studying divine techniques and cultivating supreme light spells. So he decided to handle it himself. In an instant, 9-colored divine light spread across the entire god's domain. Each hue radiated a terrifying aura. The sacred beasts that slumbered across the land awoke. One by one, they raised their heads to the sky. That is the power of the Father of all gods. They dropped to their knees and began praying. The evolution had begun. Under the illumination of the 9-colored light, the sun swelled to 100 times its size, unleashing black flames that distorted even the void itself. Then came the moon. Its size grew 100-fold, serving as the counterpart to the sun's raw power. Its force lay in transformation. Moonlight poured across half the sky. The world's dimensional membrane began to boom. It expanded outward at an increasing rate. The vast void was swallowed in waves. Luce released over 100,000 units of origin divine power, which, combined with the divine light, surged toward the membrane. The god's domain, once elliptical, now began expanding outward in all directions. Void cracks. Spatial distortions. Minor turbulence, insignificant in the face of supreme divine art. To other gods, it would have been catastrophic. To Luce, child's play. Under the brilliance of 9-colored light, nothing could stop him. The expansion continued. Until the domain reached the size of an entire solar system, and finally, it stabilized. Now for the rules, the fundamental laws needed to construct the world's framework. Luce muttered to himself. Shards of divine law that had long been buried in the ground soared upward. The earth rumbled. God's domain began to transform. And then, a planet was formed, a celestial body stabilized under the sun, orbiting in harmony. This was now the strongest planet in the realm. The origin continent. The throne of the supreme god. In the future, all other incoming worlds would be arranged accordingly. The strongest worlds would orbit closest to the supreme star, basking in divine glory. Weaker ones would remain in the outer zones. As for the celestial palace, that was Luce's private domain, above all gods. Built above the sun. Positioned at the apex of the plane. From there, one could clearly see the flow of law itself, the movement of the long river of fate. Inside the celestial palace, the goddesses heard the change and rushed outside. When they saw the vast, newly born plane stretching before them, they couldn't help but gasp. Has the eternal god's power evolved again? Countless stars now dotted the skies beneath the palace. Starlight swirled visibly to the naked eye. With the sun's revolution, divine energy rolled like waves. The concentration of divine power in the air had tripled. All across the living territories, domain dwellers rejoiced. They gathered in celebration, for the supreme god had condensed a new plane. Qi Huang Liuyan System, Central Divine Tower. Inside the tower, Xiao Wan sensed the overwhelming divine fluctuations. Her eyes snapped open, filled with shock. One of my disciples has formed a new plane. But I don't recall anyone at that level right now. She extended her divine sense, searching. Until finally, her gaze froze. It was Luce, the disciple who had just been promoted to upper god. Once Luce confirmed that the world of God's domain had fully stabilized, he ceased the transmission of source power and began solidifying the divine laws within the realm. Evaluating his current strength, Luce estimated that defeating the upper god Chen Dao would now take no more than 3 moves. And if he used his supreme techniques, he might even be able to challenge a lord god. At that moment, Lucian approached and asked softly, "Master God, have you broken through again?" She wore a pure white battle dress, long black hair cascading to her waist, tied simply with a ribbon. She looked valiant and elegant. Since arriving in the world of God's domain, Luce rarely saw her wandering idly. She was among the most diligent in cultivation. Having reached a bottleneck, she was expected to be the first among the women to break through to the next realm in just a few days. Luce smiled gently and nodded. "Your second brother and the other divine envoys have been working hard. With more followers joining, my strength has grown naturally." Lucian smiled faintly. "It seems my brother is still very cautious. But I miss him." She tilted her head, casting Luce a look full of hidden longing. Who said women couldn't be passionate? However, Lucian believed that relying solely on beauty would earn only fleeting affection. True and lasting favor had to be earned through strength. That was why she trained so fiercely. Sure enough, when Luce caught her affectionate glance, he pulled her into his embrace and spoke in a calm tone. "Tonight, you'll stay with me. Bathe in divine grace, and once you break through, you'll be allowed to see your family in the lower realms." Lucian nodded shyly. Luce glanced toward Shifeishuan, who understood his intention and quietly moved to another side of the divine palace, leaving room for Lucian. As goddesses from the same world, she and Lucian often served Luce together, under the guise of deepening their bond. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyan and the others, who had only recently ascended to the god realm, still needed to undergo strict training before they could approach the divine bedchamber. This wasn't just about intimacy. In God's domain, bathing in divine grace was a sacred act. The four sisters, including Hinata Hyuga and Hinajiku, were currently responsible for training the new goddesses. They taught etiquette first, followed by proper techniques for serving the gods, and, most importantly, the correct attitude. In a palace not far away, Chu-yi addressed the four new goddesses with a composed voice. Don't let your eyes wander. There are rules even in God's domain. I don't care what your status was before, now, you must be humble. The gods are busy. If they favor you once on a whim, that is a supreme honor. So, if you want to be favored, study hard. Train hard. Managing divine beasts is also your duty. Do not be jealous of others who are favored. Jealousy is forbidden here. The four girls nodded one after another, engraving every word into their hearts. They were not fools. To be bathed in divine grace wasn't just about status, it improved their physique and spiritual power. Elsewhere, Hinata observed the obedient girls with satisfaction. Although they seemed bright and full of spirit now, all their strength and grace came from Luce's divine favor. As one of the youngest Lolas in God's domain, she worked tirelessly every day, making tea, running errands, recording divine documents, feeding the cranes. Every task demanded her full effort. Once these girls get the hang of things, my workload might finally lighten up. Chu-yi silently thought, then continued teaching the dietary preferences and habits of the divine beasts. At Otaki Peak, several days had passed since the Seven Meridians Grand Tournament. Every day, Zhang Fen trained tirelessly with his senior sister. Their relationship had blossomed, and joy filled the air around them. Tian Linger wasn't quite as strong as Zhang Fan. After one bout of sparring, she stood panting heavily on the ground. Looking at her junior brother, who showed no signs of fatigue even after half an hour, she rolled her eyes. Junior brother, how are you not even tired? It's been 30 minutes. He'd used multiple techniques non-stop. She was nearly collapsing while he stood there like it was nothing. Zhang Fen scratched the tip of his nose and replied. Senior sister, when you attack, you overextend and lose focus on your defense. Even if we kept going all day, I wouldn't get tired. An attack that doesn't land is meaningless. After strengthening his primordial spirit, and with Master Long's guidance, he had begun to understand the subtle art of anticipating movement. With full concentration, he could see her movements before they happened. He could even feel her intent. It was miraculous. You're just bullying me. I'm done sparring with you. Tian Linger huffed, gave him an angry glare, and flew off, ignoring his attempts at an apology. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and handed him a letter, bearing the seal of Tsang Song. Zhang Fen opened it, his expression turning serious. Moments later, he summoned his imperial treasure and soared into the clouds. A stick of incense later, he arrived at a secluded cliffside. Tsang Song was already waiting. Elder, why have you summoned me? Zhang Fen asked respectfully. Tsang Song's gaze was heavy. Zhang Fan, has the god communicated with you since last time? Zhang Fen shook his head. No. Lord Divine Spirit rarely speaks. But when he does, it's always significant. A few days ago, a Buddhist envoy made some disrespectful comments, he was immediately reprimanded. Now he's completely obedient. Those monks are nothing but trouble, Tsang Song scoffed. Enough of that unlucky talk. I summoned you today to discuss the ritual sacrifice. Chapter 86, Tsang Song, the old man has usurped the throne, Zhang Fan, let's begin the sacrifice. Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Elder Tsang Song to summon him for this. The sacrifice. Wasn't that still under discussion? Did everyone already agree? Elder, did the head give his approval? Zhang Fan was excited. He didn't expect to be allowed to carry out the sacrifice so soon. At least now, he wouldn't be helpless anymore. But Tsang Song sneered with disdain. The head? Daoshuan is timid as a maggot, indecisive and spineless. How can someone like him lead the sect to greatness? He hesitates over matters of divine importance. Has he even considered the consequences of delaying the will of the gods? The world could be destroyed. Zhang Fan nodded quietly. After what they'd already witnessed, hesitation couldn't be tolerated. Tsang Song continued, voice grim. Since you have the favor of the gods, why would you tolerate others turning them away in fear? What about Shueiyue's feelings? Or the concerns of some family head? When the world collapses, will they regret it then? By that time, it'll be too late. Zhang Fan grew pale. Then what should I do, Elder Tsang Song? He didn't want the world to end. He didn't want to be separated from his senior sister. Everything Song Song said made sense. How could a sect leader be so weak-willed? He had once heard that Dao Xian was merciful, but now it seemed like he simply lacked resolve, benevolence of a woman, as the saying went. Seeing that Zhang Fan seemed to agree with him, Song Song gave a satisfied smile. He stroked his beard and said proudly, "I've already awakened my mind consciousness, and my strength has grown immensely. Daoshuan has been subdued. Now all that remains is for you to perform the sacrificial rite, then we can offer tribute to the gods." Zhang Fan was speechless. That Song Song he had always respected, head of the disciplinary hall and known for his uprightness, had killed the sect leader without hesitation. That was shocking. Dao Xian was Qingyun's #1 master. But so what? Song Song had cultivated divine insight for only a few days and already surpassed Dao Xian. As long as we can resurrect senior brother, everything is worth it. And I'm doing this for the world. What do you think? Song Song's gaze turned sharp. Zhang Fan shivered involuntarily, then quickly nodded. He'd wanted to worship the gods for a long time. He'd only hesitated because of his master's resistance and Dao Xian's silence. But now, there were no more obstacles. "Elder, how should we proceed with the sacrifice? Should we use a spirit jade altar or something else?" Song Song snorted. "Spirit jade? How could that show the proper reverence to the gods? I plan to use an entire mountain range to forge a mountain and river altar. You'll understand soon enough. Just remember, tell no one." Satisfied with Zhang Fan's loyalty, Song Song departed on a cloud. Even though he knew the sacrificial ritual, it wouldn't be right without Zhang Fan's participation. After all, without the gods' chosen messenger, the gods might not even appear. Moments later, Song Song arrived at Dao Xian's personal hall. Qingyun's sect leader was trapped, completely immobilized by a sealing artifact. He couldn't move a muscle. As he heard approaching footsteps, Dao Xian opened his eyes, burning with fury. "Song Song. Release me. Release you." Song Song sneered. "Let you interfere with the sacrifice. You had the chance of a lifetime, and you hesitated. What about the disciples? What about the spirit Qilin? Are you going to let the gods destroy the world before you act?" Dao Xian clenched his teeth. "Even so, such things must be planned long-term. The spirit Qilin is of great significance. We could choose something else for the sacrifice." Song Song's eyes narrowed. "And that's why I say, you've insulted the role of sect leader." What did you just say?" Dao Xian's voice trembled. He suddenly understood. He wants to usurp the sect. Song Song looked down at him with disdain. "In my heart, only senior brother was worthy to lead Qingyun. You never were. Once I resurrect him, I will strip you of your title. Until then, stay put." With that, he extended a finger. A golden light sealed Dao Xian's body entirely, leaving him unable to speak. Then Song Song turned and walked out of the room. Unaware that behind him, Dao Xian's mind was in chaos. Damn it, so this is what he planned all along. But, Wan Jianyi isn't even dead. Come back. Come back, you bastard. As the door slowly closed, Dao Xian felt the last of his hope vanish. If I had known earlier, I should have acted decisively. Hesitation only leads to ruin. In the next few days, under the guise of holding the sect leader's command, Song Song ordered the heads of each peak to begin construction of the altar. They used 5 spiritual mountains as the foundation, and a spiritual river as the pulse. The mountain and river altar began to take shape. All of Qingyun's sect's disciples were mobilized. The speed of construction was astonishing. At the same time, a letter was delivered to the Ghost King sect. Envoy Baihu, having reviewed its contents, frowned in doubt. "Sect leader, are we sure this intel from the spy is reliable?" The letter claimed that Qingyun sect intended to use the spirit Qilin to create a 10,000-year blood elixir in pursuit of immortality. Even if they didn't kill the Qilin. Just that talk of immortality was absurd enough to be laughable. If immortality were real, wouldn't the world have already been unified long ago? How could I be manipulated by some beast-level creature for so long? The Ghost King stared at the letter in silence, his gaze deep and unreadable. Then he spoke flatly. "Whether it's true or not, we'll find out. As for Qingyun sect's strength, I'm not concerned." The Ghost King sect, having obtained the heavenly book, was far superior to most traditional sections. Qingyun. As long as they didn't wield the ancient Juxian sword, they were no threat. In fact, that ancient sword was precisely what piqued the Ghost King's interest. If that was the case, then it was worth making the trip. Besides, it wasn't just the Ghost King sect that had received an invitation, Wanda sect had received one too. A few days later, the construction of the mountain and river altar was complete. Tens of thousands of divine symbols had been inscribed across 5 mountains according to the sacrificial formation's requirements. The river below flowed between the 5 peaks in a precise, spiraling pattern. The spiritual veins of the land were now fully connected. The moment the final symbol was carved. Boom. The mountains trembled and began to shift. Countless streams of spiritual energy were drawn in by an invisible force. The aura thickened, turning into a fog visible to the naked eye. Shueiyue felt the change and gasped. Is this the power of the sacrificial formation? I've never felt spiritual energy this rich in my entire life. There was an old saying, heaven blesses the sacred ground. Training in these 5 mountains could easily double one's cultivation speed. Sangsong gazed at the shifting mountains and smiled. This divine formation is the most basic technique I've comprehended from the gods. And even this could be studied for a lifetime. The other first elders around him nodded in agreement. Many had been skeptical about the sacrifice at first, but seeing this, the benefits were real. Even just this formation would help Qingyun sect disciples grow far faster than before. The shifting mountain range soon came to a halt. The 5 peaks now stood like the 5 elements, perfectly balanced. The water vein flowed through the earth vein, stabilizing everything. The true altar had finally taken shape. Zhang Fen stared at the altar, moved by a sudden realization. He turned to the others. Elders, now is the time. We should invite the spirit Qilin to enter. If the altar wasn't active, it would be difficult to lure the spirit Qilin inside. Now, with the aura at its peak, this was the best opportunity. Sangsong chuckled approvingly. Indeed. Someone, summon the spirit Qilin to bathe in the altar's spiritual mist. He heavily emphasized the last 4 words. Immediately, Qi Ritian led a group down the mountain to fetch the spirit Qilin. Meanwhile, deep beneath the spiritual lake, the slumbering water Qilin had already sensed the powerful shift in aura. Its massive head emerged from the water, eyes filled with curiosity. Qi Ritian smiled politely. Respected spirit Qilin, the sect has recently discovered a new formation technique. The spiritual energy has grown immensely. The elders have ordered us to relocate you to a more suitable place. Would you be willing? Roar. The water Qilin gave an excited cry. Finally. The disciples of Qingyun sect actually remembered to treat it properly. It had once fought side by side with the sect's founder. It wasn't a mere pet. Splashing out of the lake, it galloped toward the mountain and river altar in the distance. With spiritual energy raining down like mist, the Qilin was already in bliss just approaching it. If I get to sleep here every day, it'll be paradise. The water Qilin, full of enthusiasm, failed to notice the mocking sneers of the disciples behind it. Humph, brainless thing. As soon as it hears spiritual energy, it comes running. All it does is eat and sleep. Right. Remember how it tried to scare us the first time we met it? What divine beast, just a big cat. The Qilin quickly reached the altar. The dense aura wrapped around its body, and it rolled in place contentedly, tail swishing. What happened next was even stranger. The Qilin's body was massive. Normally, its sheer weight would have shattered a mountain. Yet the altar remained perfectly intact. The mountain and river altar seemed specifically built to withstand its presence. Watching it roll, Sangsong smiled. Now that step 1 is complete, it's time for step 2. Shueiyue, have your disciple bathe and change robes for the offering. At that, the surrounding elders paused, confused. Shueiyue turned pale. What do you mean? Sangsong's expression turned cold. What do I mean? We are preparing to offer a sacrifice to the gods, a holy rite. There are no married women in our sect. No other female disciple with talent matches the requirement. Therefore, shouldn't your disciple Sweki be the one to offer herself? His aura flared, weighing heavily on everyone around him. Only now did the elders realize. Sangsong's power had far surpassed theirs. Tianbai suddenly remembered something and cried out. You've cultivated the meditation method. Sangsong raised his chin proudly. Indeed. The gods' teachings are divine. I broke through in only a few days, something you never imagined. I want to see the sect leader. Shueiyue shouted, unwilling to accept this. But she was instantly bound by cold iron chains, unable to move. From Luoxia Peak, Elder Tianyun growled through clenched teeth. I knew something was wrong. That's why the head hasn't appeared, you've restrained him too. Sangsong didn't deny it. So what? An ignorant coward like him should never have led us. I never accepted him. In my heart, only senior brother Wan Jianyi is the true sect leader. His sharp gaze swept the room. One by one, the elders fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of his presence. None of them had expected this. In just a few short days, Sangsong's strength had surpassed them all. Chapter 87, the mountain and river altar opens, not enough sacrifices. Then you all come together. When Qi Riqian returned, he was stunned to see all the elders restrained on the ground. Signs of battle were still fresh. Master, what happened here? Everything had seemed fine just a moment ago. Song Song didn't bother to explain. He simply turned and said coldly. I just persuaded them. Now go with Zhang Fan and bring Sweki here. Qi Riqian's heart trembled. He understood immediately, his master planned to sacrifice everyone. No wonder the sect leader had vanished. Qi Riqian hesitated, his face pale, but when he didn't respond right away, Song Song's gaze turned icy. Why are you still standing there? Do you intend to betray me too? That cold, merciless voice snapped Qi Riqian out of it. He quickly nodded and followed Zhang Fan toward Xai's Yufeng. Knowing things had passed the point of no return, Shui Yue cursed in fury. Song Song. Are you insane? Sweki is like a daughter to me, how can you do this? Song Song's voice remained calm, detached. And how does one girl compare to the fate of the world? Foolish woman. Once you've seen the majesty of the gods, you'll realize how petty your attachments are. Song Song had seen the gods form with his own eyes. From that moment on, he had been utterly devoted. Yes, there was danger. But what did that matter, compared to divine favor? Before long, Sweki was escorted over by a female disciple. To avoid suspicion, neither Qi Riqian nor Zhang Fan dared to touch her directly. She was meant for the gods. Even brushing against her would be considered blasphemy. The female disciple paled when she saw the elders collapsed on the ground. Elder Song Song, everything is ready. Should we begin the sacrifice now? Song Song waved his hand. No, not yet. I've invited some guests. Order all the disciples to gather in the plaza in front of the altar. Yes, Elder. With a flick of his hand, Song Song lifted Sweki into the air and flew toward the mountain and river altar. Those still imprisoned on the cliffs looked on in confusion. Guests? What guests? Could it be? Song Song had reached out to other sects for help. Everyone exchanged glances, tension building. At the altar's front plaza, all the disciples of Qingyun sect gathered, unaware of what was truly unfolding. Many believed the massive mountain and river formation was for purification, to strengthen their own cultivation. None realized it was a sacrificial altar. Meanwhile, outside Qingyun sect, other righteous sects like Fenxiang Valley had arrived, responding to invitations. Song Song had told them this was a ceremonial ritual that would bestow strength upon attending disciples. Who wouldn't come to benefit? Even Tianyin Temple had sent a delegation. Upon seeing the 5 mountains shimmering with divine sunlight, they were stunned. Since when did Qingyun have such strength? A brilliant 5-colored glow radiated from the mountain range. Even from a distance, the aura was palpable. Looks like Qingyun has found a stroke of great fortune. But to not hoard it and invite us. That's rare. Yes, it's rather generous of them. Haha, after this, even the elders in our sects won't be able to sit still. Talking and laughing, the 2 righteous sects led their disciples toward the altar. Oddly, they were only greeted by some junior disciples, no elders. They found it strange, but not suspicious. Perhaps the elders were busy maintaining the massive formation. After all, something so grand couldn't be handled lightly. Zhang Fan, recalling the list Song Song had given him, greeted the guests with a polite smile. Please wait here for now. Everything will begin shortly. Of course. They were here to enjoy fortune, no need to rush. Elsewhere. Thousands from the Ghost King sect approached Qingyun's border. Strangely, all the defensive formations were down. There were no guards. No scouts. Just as the spy's letter described. Standing atop a ridge, the Ghost King stared at the dazzling mountain and river altar in the distance. What fortune this is. No wonder they dream of becoming immortals. With an array that gathers spiritual energy like this, and the blood of divine beasts. If we hadn't come ourselves, I wouldn't have believed it. Beside him stood a young woman in black, Bai Yao. She frowned. Father, be careful. Something feels off. What if the righteous sects had set this up to ambush the Ghost King sect? They hadn't brought their full forces, only 3 of the 4 great envoys were present, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird. With only 4,000 disciples, they'd be at a disadvantage in a true battle. But the Ghost King shook his head. No, Bagio. Everything in life has risk. If I can obtain even 1 drop of that divine elixir, my power will skyrocket. Immortality will no longer be a dream. But if we let Qingyun claim it alone, where will that leave the demonic sects? Bagio fell silent. He had a point. While they were speaking, a jade talisman shot from a distant peak. The Ghost King caught it and read the glowing inscription. The heavens descend. The elixir awakens. Ha ha ha, so it's true. The time hasn't come yet. Let's make our preparations. The Ghost King led his forces underground, tunneling toward the altar's location. After advancing 10 miles, they finally stopped. Meanwhile, White Tiger returned from his reconnaissance. Report. How is it? The Ghost King asked. Sect Master, all Qingyun disciples are gathered in the plaza. 2 other sects are present nearby. There's no ambush. Good. The Ghost King's eyes narrowed. Then we wait. As soon as the sky lights up, strike with everything we've got. Understood. Outside the massive mountain and river array, Zhang Song descended from the sky and gave Zhang Fen a subtle gesture. It was time. Zhang Fen stepped forward before the assembled disciples and guests and began chanting loudly. Today, our sect holds a grand sacrificial ceremony. To honor the eternal God's divine grace, we offer 2 sacred tributes, the spirit beast, the water Qilin, and Zai's Yufeng's disciple, Sweki. Wait, what? A sacrifice? I thought this was about cultivation. What's this about an eternal God? I don't know. I've never heard of this. Are we here to witness a religious offering? Murmurs of confusion spread through the crowd like wildfire. Even the guests from Tianyin Temple and Fenxiang Valley were stunned. Wasn't this event supposed to enhance disciples' strength? What was this talk of an eternal God? Something felt deeply, terribly wrong. A wave of unease rolled over everyone. Suddenly, Zhang Song's voice boomed like thunder. Silence. There will be no whispering during the sacrificial rite. Instantly, the entire square fell into a tense, fearful quiet. Zhang Fen knelt before the altar and began chanting the sacred invocation from the ritual scriptures. With each phrase he spoke, the mountain and river altar pulsed with divine energy. Golden clouds that once hovered peacefully atop the mountain surged into the sky, blanketing everything in oppressive, radiant light. A suffocating pressure weighed down on everyone's hearts. Even Zhang Song, fanatical as he was, felt a moment of unease. This is divine power, but I have nothing to fear. I, too, am a believer. Rumble. Low thunder echoed through the sky. 5-colored lightning crackled above, drawing countless eyes upward. A shape began to form in the clouds, something vast, something divine. Inside the altar, the water Qilin sensed danger. It tried to rise and flee, but its body wouldn't budge, as if an invisible mountain had been placed on its back. The truth dawned. This is a trap. Fury erupted from the Qilin's core. It let out a thunderous roar. Roar. Waves of energy shook the river and splashed over the altar. But it couldn't break free. The sacred river glowed brightly as it connected to the 5 mountains through glowing runes etched into the stone. God's domain, divine plane. In the divine realm, Lu Che sat in the void, cultivating his supreme divine arts. 9 colors of radiant energy spun around him. Suddenly, a new force pierced through space, immense, pure, and filled with reverence. A sacrificial channel had formed, the strongest yet since he'd begun accepting followers. Before, even completed altars weren't enough for his divine consciousness to pass through easily. He had to descend manually, wasting time and energy. But now, the mountain and river altar had created a perfect conduit. Not bad. Let's see, was this done by Fahai or Zhang Fan? Lu Che looked up at the colorful rift in space and flew into it without hesitation. The next moment, he arrived in a new world. Green mountains, misty rivers, and a rich immortal aura filled the land. Below the altar, thousands of people had gathered. The leading priest was none other than Zhang Fan. So it's this world again. Wait, where's Dao Xian? Why is Zhang Song leading the ritual? Lu Che scanned the area and quickly noticed something was off. So Zhang Song usurped the throne and subdued the first seat elders. Goodness, this man really is the ultimate turncoat. For a friend, he'll betray anyone. Still, Lu Che felt no need to intervene. If not for Zhang Song, he would have had to apply pressure to Zhang Fan to get here this early. As Lu Che concealed his presence, no one below sensed his arrival. Zhang Song anxiously watched the churning clouds overhead. Why hasn't the god appeared yet? Are the sacrifices insufficient? The water Qilin's roars echoed non-stop, but Zhang Song ignored them. A trace of malice flickered across his face. He turned his eyes toward the guests he had invited. Without hesitation, he struck. Before anyone could react, he beheaded the lead swordsman from Tianyin Temple. Within 3 breaths, the entire squad of 100 was subdued. See, Zhang Song's gone insane. He's slaughtering the righteous alliance. Send a message. This is a trap, he's trying to kill us all. Get word out, hurry. Panic broke out. Chaos engulfed the square. Even the disciples of Qingyun sect were frozen with shock. No one had imagined Elder Zhang Song would dare to attack Tianyin Temple's delegation. When the delegation from Fenxiang Valley voiced their outrage, Zhang Song sneered coldly. What did you think I invited you here for? To share blessings. You really thought fortune would just fall from the sky? Fools. If we don't have enough sacrifices, then you will fill the gap. His voice was as merciless as a god's decree. And with it, every sliver of hope shattered. Chapter 88, Lu Che, accidentally cut the world in half. Ha ha ha. As expected of Elder Tsang Song. You really know how to deal with your own kind, Inu said with amusement in his voice. Ever thought about joining our Ghost King sect? From the clouds above, a figure slowly descended. He was tall, with sword-like brows and piercing, intimidating eyes. His black robe rippled in the wind. His aura was even more overwhelming than that of Dao Xian. The Ghost King grinned at the stunned expressions of the crowd. I am the sect master of the Ghost King sect. I came here by invitation from Elder Tsang Song to witness this grand ceremony. Aside from Zhang Fan, who continued chanting the sacrificial text, everyone else stared in disbelief at Tsang Song and the Ghost King. The righteous law enforcement elder had betrayed Qingyun's sect. And no other elders were stepping forward to stop him. I really didn't expect Elder Tsang Song to subdue all of Qingyun's sect's elders by himself, even the sect leader is nowhere to be seen. Is this your loyalty? Consider your application accepted, the Ghost King said sarcastically. Tsang Song ignored the mocking tone and responded with a flattering smile. So long as I can help you obtain the Qilins elixir, I only ask that you grant me the position of deputy sect master. Disciples of Qingyun's sect shuddered. Their world had shattered. Moments later, White Tiger arrived with Ghost King sect's forces. They had prepared for a potential ambush. Report. Sect master, there's no ambush, the scout confirmed. The Ghost King nodded, his eyes never leaving the dazzling altar atop the mountain. Watching it all unfold from above, Lu Che couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Tsang Song, you slippery old fox. You even lured the demonic sect into this mess. The disciples of Tianyin Temple, recently slain by Tsang Song, had already turned into energy and been absorbed into Lu Che's divine power, replenishing what he had spent expanding the god's domain. He even received 30 Buddhist scriptures as a bonus. Time to add a little fuel to the fire. First, I'll take the water Qilin. Lu Che's gaze flickered. The mountain and river altar surged to its peak. Rumble. Thunder dragons tore through the sky. A towering mountain, Luoxia Peak, was blasted to rubble in seconds by divine lightning. The clouds above grew thicker. Hurricanes swept across the land. Black flames, earthquakes, and roars of thunder filled the air. It was as if the end of the world had come. The divine pressure continued to build. The Ghost King and his forces paled. What's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? His hands trembled uncontrollably. He turned and glared at Tsang Song. You backstabbing traitor, you dared to drag me into this. This bastard had tricked him. He had slaughtered his own disciples, then ambushed Tianyin Temple, and now dared to scheme against him too. Was he trying to become the enemy of the entire world? Beside him, Bagio dropped to her knees, trembling. Her youthful face was filled with fear. She didn't know why, but her soul itself felt like it was being crushed, something terrifying was descending. Even White Tiger and Suzaku Yuki were experiencing the same soul-level pressure. None of them could move. Backstabbing traitor. Tsang Song laughed. In order to offer a proper tribute to the eternal God, deceiving the likes of you is a small price to pay. He turned away with a sneer. Drawing his long sword, he strode toward the Ghost King sect disciples. With each step, blood sprayed. Slaughter. The only regret was that Wanda sect hadn't come, more bodies would have made better offerings. Enough. The Ghost King finally roared, unable to sit still while his elite disciples were butchered. He summoned spiritual power to strike Tsang Song, but before he could act, the sky's pressure intensified again. The arm he raised froze in midair. His body collapsed, pinned to the earth. And it wasn't just him. Within 10,000 miles, every living being dropped to the ground, unable to stand. In the main hall, Dao Xian watched the clouds shifting in horror. He couldn't move, still sealed, but his spiritual senses told him enough. There's a sun, in the clouds. Has the sacrifice begun? Is that the eternal God? He didn't know for sure. But his body trembled. On the cliff, the other restrained elders watched in horror. If the world finds out Qingyun sect slaughtered Tianyin Temple, this won't just be a scandal, it'll be a catastrophe. Suddenly, the blinding sunlight vanished. In its place, a vast cosmic sea of stars appeared overhead. A brief moment of darkness, and then a single celestial body appeared. A star far, far larger than the sun. It loomed over the world like a god gazing down from the heavens. Tsang Song's eyes widened. His sword slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. His entire body trembled. This must be the world of the gods. Thousands of miles away, daylight continued as usual. But within the sacred altar's domain, everything was bathed in divine brilliance. So intense, it seemed that if it lasted too long, the world itself might wither. Before I was born, there was no heaven or earth, no chaos. I am eternity. I am the only one. The voice echoed from the starry sky. With its arrival, the five-colored divine light faded in reverence. In the mountain and river altar, the water Qilin, once roaring with defiance, began to whimper like a frightened puppy. A mythical beast. It had sealed itself in panic. The being before it was vastly more powerful than its former master. Even just a glance made the Qilin feel like it was staring into the abyss of death. Yet strangely, Sweki, the designated sacrifice, felt no pressure at all. She stood there peacefully, untouched by the god's descent. She didn't fully understand why, but the god's voice felt wonderful, stirring a deep yearning in her heart. This resonance came from the meditation technique Sangsong had given her earlier. Otherwise, like the others, she too would have collapsed to the ground, unable to move, like a lowly insect. The god's voice continued to echo in the air. Sangsong fell to his knees, trembling with joy as he kowtowed again and again. God has arrived. The eternal God. Zhang Fen raised his eyes to the heavens, his mind dazed and overwhelmed. This divine descent, it was completely different from the Shenlin he had once witnessed. What is this magnificent starry sky? These vast celestial bodies. This suffocating divine presence. As the celestial voice gradually faded, a figure bathed in nine-colored divine light descended and stood atop the altar. Light was God. God was light. The nine-colored glow radiated pure, divine holiness. Zhang Fen let out a cry of ecstatic devotion. All hail the eternal God. Seeing this, Sangsong immediately bellowed. Disciples of Qingyun sect, kneel and worship. Greet the eternal God. The stunned disciples, jolted by the command, hurriedly dropped to their knees. Their hearts pounded, not with fear, but with awe. They didn't know this God's name, or where he came from. But they didn't need to. The divine pressure alone was enough to command absolute belief. From the moment Lu Che arrived, all bindings on the people below were released. He calmly swept his gaze across the gathered masses. The visiting disciples from Fenxiang Valley, upon meeting his eyes, nearly wet themselves from sheer terror. They collapsed to their knees, sobbing, kowtowing again and again. The remaining members of the Ghost King sect were also stunned speechless. Faced with a true God, all they could do was kneel. No one dared to utter a word. Even the Ghost King himself, who had seen many horrors and feared nothing, was silent. He understood very clearly. Speak, and you die. Dao Xian and the other Qingyun elders, still trapped on the cliffs, also bowed their heads. Lu Che nodded slightly. You too did well. You may rise. Thank you, eternal God. Praise be to the Eternal One. Sangsong and Zhang Fen stood, their faces radiant with joy. Lu Che spoke calmly. Sangsong, I know your intent. But let me tell you, Wan Jiani is not dead. He still lives, hidden within your own Qingyun sect. What? Senior brother, is alive. Sangsong stood frozen. All these years of grief, and Wan Jiani hadn't died. He had simply hidden away. Lu Che waved his hand. A figure materialized instantly. It was Wan Jiani, concealed all this time within the sect's ancestral hall. The crowd gasped in shock. Those who had known him were completely stunned. Especially Yu Ji, her fingers trembled with suppressed rage. In her heart, she wanted to tear him apart. All paths and dharmas stem from the same source. The so-called Taoism of your world is nothing but another scripture. What is righteous? What is demonic? They are merely different methods, different styles of practice. I came here today in response to Zhang Fan's calling. I cannot bear to watch you all fall into ruin through internal conflict. From today onward, Zhang Fan shall be appointed a second-class divine priest. Sangsong, you will also hold the same rank. Zhang Fan is young and lacks worldly experience. Sangsong, you will guide him. And when my name spreads across this world, you both shall ascend in glory. By your divine will. Thank you, eternal God. Sangsong was overwhelmed with emotion. His best friend wasn't dead after all. And now, the God himself had acknowledged his abilities. He believes in me. My plan worked. I've proven my worth to the God. Indeed, he thought, the eternal God truly hates Baldies the most. Below, the atmosphere turned solemn. A quiet grief spread across those who watched. So this is the fate of Tianyin Temple. To compete with a God for faith was to commit a sin beyond redemption. Let none grow arrogant, Lu Che said. In recognition of Qingyun sect's offering of the Qilin, a sacred beast, I grant the following blessings. To Zhang Fan, I bestow a Millennium Dao fruit, to help him choose his future path. To Sangsong, I bestow extended longevity. before he could finish, a violent roar echoed from above. A surge of hostility filled the air. Everyone's faces turned pale. The power in the air was horrifying, a pressure no one present could withstand. All eyes turned skyward. Even the god above raised an eyebrow. Luce smiled faintly. Ah, born from pure malice. You broke free of your seal because of my arrival. Far away, a monstrous entity emerged, hideous, greedy, and radiating overwhelming hostility. It was a beast born of pure darkness. In its twisted mind, it believed that if it could devour this radiant figure, it would evolve and escape its limitations. It didn't care who or what it faced. Good, evil, irrelevant. Its thoughts were consumed by hunger. And it lunged. Luce raised a single finger. A thin beam of divine light shot forward. The world split. Sky, earth, sea, and mountain, all were cleaved in two. It took several long moments before Zhang Fan and the others could even see again. In front of them was a bottomless chasm that split the world. The heavens, the earth, all sliced open like paper. Oops, seems I used too much force, Luce muttered. Well, at least it's a unique kind of scenery. Everyone's expressions turned bitter. God, please, next time you say you're using a little strength, please mean it. You nearly destroyed our world. If the world had truly been split, the god would have been fine. But they would have died instantly. With his task complete, Luce picked up the water Qilin and Sweki, then turned and vanished, leaving no trace, only silence. All that remained were the 5 radiant peaks glowing beneath the divine sky. Chapter 89, obtained a Qilin in the vast blue sky, and the white-bearded king attacks Cake Island. Ding. Your believers have sacrificed the water Qilin, triggering a 100,000-fold increase. You have obtained a 7th-rank sacred beast, the vast blue sky Qilin. Ding. Your believers have sacrificed the daughter of destiny, and you have obtained 20% of the world's luck. Ding. Your believers have completed a mountain and river altar sacrifice. You have obtained 1 source power. Due to being the first successful mountain and river sacrifice, the offering has triggered a 100,000-fold multiplier. You have received 100,000 source power. Luce originally intended to restrain his power, perhaps even mend the world's scars after his descent. But this time, he had gone too far. The God Realm plane had directly descended into a lower world, and the effects were devastating. The entire world trembled under the pressure. Just moments ago, the world's repulsion had flared violently, to the point Luce almost punched a hole through it in frustration. Even as a high-tier god, he had been rejected by a fragmented world. Who could tolerate such a thing? But then again, that was the nature of a fragmented world. Too much force, and it fought back. Had he truly lashed out in anger, the world might have collapsed on the spot. TCH. Next time I descend, I need to measure my strength better. My power just advanced. If I don't get a grip on it soon, I could destroy a smaller plane by accident. Luce sighed and returned to the realm of gods. After placing Sweki in Hinajiku's care, he fell deep into thought. He needed to be more precise in controlling his presence when dealing with lower planes. His descent should not only inspire awe and reverence but also conquer belief, without shattering everything in sight. This latest event with Song Song had been a wake-up call. Even though Zhang Fan had done his part, it was the cunning Song Song who had orchestrated the entire sect-wide manipulation, pulling every string. An unexpected success. This single sacrifice had ensured that both Qingyun sect and Ghost King sect had now fallen completely under his divine authority. If only Baguio had been offered as a sacrifice too. He might have captured 50% of the world's luck in one go. But no matter. With this much dominance, the fragmented world was essentially his. And the more luck a god accumulates, the more deeply they influence the laws of the world. Eventually, when their divine reach reaches its peak, the will of the world itself is broken. And the world becomes nothing more than a slave domain of the eternal god. Back at Qingyun sect. The Ghost King slowly rose to his feet, his face pale and twisted in bitterness, but he said nothing. There was no point. At that moment, Song Song opened his eyes. A faint smile played on his lips. He looked reborn, glowing with vitality. Not only had his youthful appearance returned, but his strength had also soared into the realm of immortals. Ghost King, do you still resent me? A voice drifted from behind him. The Ghost King, who had been quietly preparing to leave, froze. His steps halted. You've already won. Can't you at least let me go in peace? He pulled his daughter behind him and forced a humble smile. Just yesterday, he wouldn't have spared a glance at someone like Song Song. But now. After everything, after watching his disciples slaughtered, after realizing it had all been a trap, he had no choice. It was all part of a massive scheme. Zhang Fen stepped forward with the other disciples, and Song Song turned to him. Divine Envoy Zhang Fan, go ahead and secure the disciples. I have something to discuss with the Ghost King. Understood. Zhang Fan nodded and left with the others. From this day forth, this location would be Qingyun sect's most sacred ground. The foundation of their new temple. Song Song turned back. I slaughtered your disciples earlier. Are you furious? No, not at all. It was a sacrifice to the gods. How could I be angry? The Ghost King answered hastily. But inside, his heart raced. Is he trying to finish us off? No, he wouldn't, would he? He barely had time to think before Song Song stepped closer. You misunderstood me. He pointed toward the massive rift in the sky, the world-splitting scar left by Lu Che's finger. Have you not seen it? The god moved a single finger and nearly tore the world apart. You're a man of deep emotion, are you not? Wouldn't you do anything to bring back the one you love? The Ghost King fell silent. His thoughts immediately returned to his late wife. The god said we should spread belief to the masses. Don't you want to help teach others? Doesn't your daughter deserve a future? Song Song gestured. This world lacks faith. The so-called orthodox sects hoard old scriptures and argue over crumbs. Now that we, Qingyun sect, have the blessing of the eternal God, this world is ours to claim. And soon, it will be renamed the Church of the Eternal God. He turned to the Ghost King with a calm smile. You're powerful. Why not lend your strength to our cause? When the next divine festival comes, you can ask the eternal God to resurrect your wife. The black-clad girl beside them, Baguio, gasped. Can you really bring back my mother? A mere mortal. Effortless, Song Song said casually. I've seen the god resurrect tens of thousands with a snap of his fingers. Then he glanced at her. Such a beautiful daughter you have. Had I known, I would have offered her to the god myself. The Ghost King's momentary joy shattered. He stepped protectively in front of Baguio, horror in his eyes. She's all I have left. Please, anyone else, anything else. Humph, thrown into the fire, is that what you think you're doing? Song Song's eyes flared. A burst of force exploded from his body. The Ghost King was blasted away, vomiting blood as the ground cracked beneath him. Song Song's voice was thunderous. The eternal God's gaze is a blessing. For him to even glance at your daughter is a grace beyond heaven. And you dare insult him. He raised his hand. A roaring cyclone began to form in his palm, crackling with terrifying divine force. The sky darkened. Clouds scattered like paper. The air itself trembled under the pressure. The disciples of Ghost King's sect turned ghostly pale with fear. Even the sky looked like it would collapse at any moment. A true immortal. This is the power of immortals. To ascend in one step to the heavens. To grasp eternal life. To wield the power of an immortal. The Ghost King's face turned ashen. He thought he was about to die right then and there. Baguio, seeing her father vomit blood and collapse, finally understood, Song Song wasn't threatening them. He was issuing a warning. She dropped to her knees with a heavy thud. I beg the eternal God to withdraw his divine might. I, Baguio, am willing to sacrifice myself in place of my father. To prove the Ghost King's submission. Yaoer, you. Please, eternal Lord, cast your spell. Let my heart be as true as the sun and moon. At that moment, Song Song's expression finally softened. But inwardly, he didn't know what to do with Baguio now. The scene suddenly turned awkward. Sensing hesitation, Baguio believed her sincerity had not been enough. Without another word, she turned and ran toward the mountain and river altar. Before anyone could stop her, she was caught mid-step, lifted by a beam of starlight and carried away. Song Song stood there stunned. Wait, this altar connects directly to the realm of the gods. Could I try it myself? The Ghost King watched his daughter vanish. Tears welled in his eyes. His heart shattered. His only daughter, gone. And I could do nothing. I'm a failure as a father. Yuji stepped forward. Now that Baguio has ascended, does this prove our sincerity? Indeed, Song Song said with a gentle smile. But don't worry, you'll be rewarded later. Rewarded? Yuji scoffed silently. The biggest reward would be you not killing us. Who dares ask for more? Song Song, smiling with confidence, continued. Since you pledged allegiance to the eternal God, the teachings will be shared with you. The divine laws will be passed down. And once the daughter of the Ghost King ascends to the realm of gods, you won't be neglected. Not at all. He was clearly trying to forge goodwill. A connection now could earn him future favors. White Tiger and Yuji exchanged glances. They smiled, relieved and quietly hopeful. If we get access to divine techniques, maybe surrendering wasn't a total loss. After all, with Qingyun sect, no, the Church of the Eternal God, on the path to ruling the world, aligning early might give them a head start in godhood. Meanwhile, in the One Piece world, the world was shaken by explosive news. Whitebeard was making a move against 2 of the 4 emperors. It became the hottest topic across the seas. Whitebeard, rejuvenated and brimming with power, had returned to sailing. At last, he had reached the seas near Whole Cake Island. A one-man army. He moved with purpose. If the world was to be remade, then he would play his part. He didn't bother with politics or diplomacy. He simply charged straight into the fight. His Kenbunchaku haki, observation haki, had already picked up a presence. Kaido's ship lay just ahead. TCH. Those 2, a beast with fish juice for brains and an old witch who survives on her soul fruit. How could they possibly stop me? Since cultivating through meditation, Whitebeard's stalled haki had surged forward once again. His devil fruit powers continued to grow stronger. He raised his arm. With a single punch, he struck the sea. The once calm ocean erupted in towering waves, propelling him toward Whole Cake Island at lightning speed. All the sea patrols, lookouts, and snipers in his path. Obliterated. The island's perimeter alarms blared to life. Inside the capital of Whole Cake Island, Kaido and Big Mom were in the middle of an intense conversation. I'm telling you, Kaido, this eternal religion is rising fast. If we don't act soon, we'll be behind. Kaido scowled. Like it's that easy. Shanks and his crew already bent the knee like dogs. What can we do? He slammed a mug down. Originally, he had planned to ally with Big Mom and destroy this so-called eternal god cult. But the old hag convinced him otherwise. Let the world government respond first, she said. They'll be hit first. We just wait and reap the rewards. But they had waited a month, and nothing happened. No movement from the Marines. No resistance from the government. Kaido was frustrated beyond belief. Damn it. Clang. The door burst open. A soldier stumbled in, covered in sweat. Big Mom. Kaido. Whitebeard is here. What? He dares come here? The 2 emperors exchanged a glance. At the same time, the air outside trembled. The sky wept. People screamed in terror. And then. Wahaha. 2 old friends. It's been a while. Whitebeard's booming laugh thundered across the sea.